chamber to fully debrief him.
I frowned slightly at that. Assuming he'd consent to that, I'm not willing to call him valueless, given the impossibility of a full debrief. There would be years upon years of my campaigns in his head, and even if those didn't directly map to Erb, then he'd at least be another person who knows how I think as a DM.
He's a security risk,
said Grak, shaking his head.
He's already proven that.
We did what we could about that,
said Amaryllis.
He knows some of what's presumably going to be public when Uniquities inevitably leaks, or what an outsider might observe from putting the pieces together on their own.
Yeah, I said. The bigger risk right now isn't that he says the wrong thing to the wrong people. It's that someone kidnaps him and tries to use him against me somehow.
I'm willing to do a weeks-long debrief in the time chamber,
said Amaryllis.
Ideally, we would get some form of communication entad that would allow us to remotely bring him in for conversation when needed.
Do we have one of those? I asked. Parsons' voice was short range and wouldn't work outside of, roughly, the same large city. Not that we'd want to outfit him with a tattoo, given how expensive they were, and the fact that he would be privy to conversations we'd want to keep private.
We don't have an entad,
said Bethel.
Lisi has one, a quill linked to its duplicate, though there's a day's delay on use. I don't know where the pair is.
They'll probably be together, I said, assuming that we don't bring her with us when we leave.
Why would they be together?
Asked Amaryllis. Valencia narrowed her eyes at me.
She seduced him?
Is that a question? I asked.
I think it's what you think, but it's not what I think, so I'm confused,
said Valencia.
Here,
said Bethel. She held out a hand and replayed the conversation I'd had with Reimer about the hand job.
What?
Said Amaryllis. She looked at Valencia.
He's lying.
How accurate is that playback?
Asked Valencia.
Extremely,
replied Bethel.
Then I don't think he's lying,
replied Valencia. I don't think we need to get into this, I said. I also think that Reimer told me that in confidence.
More fool him,
said Bethel.
It's important to know what their exact relationship is,
said Amaryllis.
Well,
said Valencia, touching her finger to her chin.
She's Hermione and he's Ron, so...
No,
said Amaryllis.
Just no.
I'm interested,
said Bethel with a smile. Valencia had to have known that Bethel was just humoring her for the sake of exasperating Amaryllis, but she continued on all the same.
Well, Juniper is Harry, because he's the protagonist, and Lisi is Hermione, because she's a girl. She has an overbearing personality, and she focuses on intellectual endeavors. Reimer matches Ron's strategic genius, the way he's overshadowed by his family.
Sorry, I said. Reimer's an only child.
His metaphorical family,
said Valencia.
Anyway, what Lisi sees in Reimer is likely the same as what Hermione sees in Ron, which is that he's got this spark of intelligence he applies only to certain things that capture his imagination, like Quidditch or wizard's chess. Plus, his courage, naturally.
I'm sorry, I said, but you tried to do this with the houses too, and it's just...
It's the same thing that Mary does,
frowned Valencia.
It is not,
replied Amaryllis.
I read the books very quickly and might have missed something,
said Bethel.
Did Hermione give Ron a hand job?
This is too vulgar,
said Amaryllis.
And no, she didn't.
It's implied in the text,
began Valencia.
Is it?
Asked Amaryllis in disbelief. Valencia huffed.
Well, you have to understand that the books were written for children, but given that sexual curiosity is completely normal in the early and late teens, their close proximity with one another, their history of dating others, then yes,
said Valencia. She folded her hands.
The lack of explicit sexual activity probably has more to do with the marketing of the books and the social mores of both the author and audience.
How does any of this help us?
Asked Amaryllis. You were asking what's going on between Lisi and Reimer, and Valencia was interpreting, like you asked her to, I said. I looked at Valencia. You were saying, essentially, That they were attracted to each other,
Yes,
nodded Valencia.
though specifically with regards to manual release, I think it's also likely that she either had some existing fetish, pattern of behavior, or commitment to that course of action. Say, for example, she had wanted to get some experience with boys following a relatively cloistered existence at Quills and Blood, as I think is common there, sapphic experiences accepted.
Amaryllis cleared her throat.
Well, good to know.
She said,
If he's not lying, then I suppose it's good that it's not base seduction.
She knows herself well enough to know that seduction isn't likely to work.
said Valencia.
Noted!
Said Amaryllis, her voice firm. Valencia looked like she wanted to say more, but she held her tongue.
We should do handjob inquisitions more often. Bethel thought in my direction. Har har. I replied. You're just jealous of him, said Bethel with a mental tch. Lucy's not my type, I replied. My experience has been that you have lots of types, said Bethel. More than a few around here would give you a handjob if you wanted. Har har, I replied again, as I used blood magic to slow my heart rate and suppress my blush. I can tell when you do that, said Bethel. Her tone was teasing, with something in the mental connection beyond just the change to how the voice appeared in my mind. Not for your benefit, and I figured as much since you're constantly staring at my internal organs, I said. Are you turning me down then? Asked Bethel. Slowing down the flow of blood through my body was harder than it sounded, because I had control of my blood, not my heart. My heart was still getting its own hormones and electric signals and whatever else, and I was kicking into overdrive, half because of the inherent danger at the prospect of turning Bethel down, half because there was a portion of my brain devoted to thinking about sex. Can we talk about this privately? I asked.
Valencia and Grok were talking about death of the author, and I wasn't at all listening to them. There was a flicker of black, and I was transported from the dining room, where we'd been sitting there talking, to my bedroom. My position hadn't changed at all. This came as a surprise, but it was part of a technique that we'd developed a week ago. Sable could take in any object that it was touching, so long as you were touching it for more than 10 seconds. Bethel had enough effects going that she counted as touching everything inside of her, and there was nothing to say that Sable had to spit things out from the same place as it took them in. Normally that last bit didn't matter, since Sable was a glove, and it was a difference of a few inches. When Sable was inside Bethel, however, it meant instantly moving objects through the house.
There.
Said Bethel.
Private.
She was standing in front of me, still human-sized, as she'd been in the dining room, though in her more traditional gossamer dress. I don't know if you're just needling me, I said. And if it's not just that, not only that, then I don't know what you would get out of it.
Because I can't feel physical pleasure?
Asked Bethel. For a start, yes, I said. So far as you've said, you have nothing like sexual need. Sexual pleasure isn't part of your sensorium, and you can already feel, well, damned near everything else, whether the other party consents or not. So I just don't. I squeezed my hands. I don't know what's in it for you, other than to make fun of me for things outside of my control.
Perhaps I want to make you happy?
Asked Bethel.
Or perhaps I'm just curious.
She sat down on the bed beside me and used a hand to smooth down the bedsheet. The combination of illusion and physical force immaculate, as though she were really there. It was easy to forget how deliberate she was.
Do you think that was what it was for Lisi? She wanted to see what it was like?
No clue, I said. I barely know her.
And what is it about me that doesn't appeal to you?
Asked Bethel, looking me over.
I can provide nearly any sensation you would like. I can take any form that you think would please you.
Yeah, I said. I mean, on the surface, that's a pretty good deal. I fidgeted. Leaving aside some of the more complicated feelings on the matter, like the feeling that I would be following in Uther's footsteps, I swallowed at that, and avoided looking at her face because she must have thought of that. It's not what I'm into. I paused. I wrote this campaign setting, flesh.txt, sort of a, well, pornographic world building. This fantasy world just made for, not sex exactly, but for my own lewd interests. I assume you've snooped enough to hear about it.
Bethel nodded.
Anyway, there were magic items there, not entads, since they weren't singular, but something close, and they could amp up sexual desire. Rings, usually, or chokers, things that could be worn while naked. I stopped and sighed. If we found something like that, and you consumed it, then maybe it would be more appealing to me, if that makes sense. If you got something from it, rather than just making me happy. I don't know. The idea that you'd be touching me, and that it would be no more pleasurable for you than touching a piece of wet cardboard. I trailed off. I guess for me that would be worse than nothing, even if there was a physical response.
You understand that's what it would be like for her, don't you?
Asked Bethel. I sat in silence for a moment. Yeah, I said. Maybe. To be determined.
And then?
Asked Bethel.
If you love her and she loves you, but there's still no spark of sexual love between the two of you?
Come on, I said. What is this? You're going to go from propositioning me to relationship counseling,
Just curious.
said Bethel.
It might be my imagination, but part of the reason you've turned me down is that your moral code dictates that you would one day have to explain it to her if we had sex, and you imagine that she wouldn't take kindly to that.
I shrugged. The thought crossed my mind. It's not a secret that I would want to keep, and it's not one that I would want to tell. That's not the primary thing stopping me, though,
It's the idea that I would get nothing but an experience I'm curious about?
asked Bethel. Yeah, I said. I don't know. There was a time when I would have jumped at the chance. I frowned slightly. Don't tell him, but same probably goes for Grack. 2, 3 years ago, maybe less, maybe a lot less. I'd slept with Maddie after all, and that was equally ill-advised, the pursuit of sex because, hey, it was just sex. Even without the depression and the listlessness, I'd have tried it, with both Bethel and Grack, even if it wasn't my thing.
And if I do tell him?
Asked Bethel. Then we would talk about it, and that would be fine, I said. Maybe he would learn about me, and I would learn about him, and it would be whatever. I just thought that it would illuminate things for you to know that. Maybe jumped at the chance is the wrong phrasing for Grack, but I would have, maybe, I don't know, been really careless about it. Even though it's not. I shook my head, then looked over at her. If you want, I can help you pick someone, man or woman. I wouldn't think that trust would be a big deal, given your virtual inability to be hurt and massive firepower, but,
You'd be mistaken.
said Bethel.
Trust goes beyond what can be physically inflicted upon a person. If you allowed me the opportunity to pleasure you, and I was terrible at it, then I trust that you would do your best to be honest with me, and to soften the blow, to tell me what I was doing wrong, how I could improve, that you would take my feelings on the matter into consideration. You would be nice.
I'm not really that nice, I said,
You would still be nice to me.
said Bethel.
Careful and considerate, not because you were afraid that I would tear you limb from limb if you said the wrong thing, but because you have a core decency to you.
I think you're really overselling me, I said. Like, a lot,
Perhaps.
nodded Bethel.
Oh well.
She sniffed slightly. More performance, for my benefit, nothing more.
Remember the offer if you're ever in the mood. Would you like to return? Amaryllis would like to speak to you.
Sure, I said. Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime, kiddo.
Bethel smiled at me, and there was a blink of darkness that saw me sitting back in the chair I'd been in when I left the dining room. Everyone else had left, and the dishes had been cleared away, leaving just Amaryllis, who was sitting beside me, just as she had been. She gave a stifled sigh of relief and pulled away the paper that had been sitting in front of me. I reached for it first, though, and she let me take it.
Took Jay for a private talk. Bethel.
Bring him back when you're finished. Amaryllis, in one piece, please.
You shouldn't have worried, I said,
No, I should have.
said Amaryllis.
Verbalizing that worry was probably unwise, though, or at least meaningless. You're fine?
Yeah, I said.
Are you going to tell me what that was about?
She asked. Oh, I said. Just stuff. I swallowed briefly. Juniper and Bethel stuff. I can tell you if you'd like, but it's kind of personal, and I don't think anything good would come of us talking about it.
How are you feeling?
Asked Amaryllis. Hey, I said. Yesterday was a long day, and today was too, and I have a feeling that it's just going to be a series of long days until we're out of here.
Time chamber,
Said Amaryllis. Yeah, I said. I might have to use it to stretch the days out, get some homework done, get some more sleep in,
I did your homework already.
said Amaryllis. Oh, I said,
I won't be offended if you throw it out and do it on your own.
said Amaryllis.
I know you had some preconceptions about what this would be. If running through the equations on your own is what will make you happy.
It's a fantasy, I sighed. I know it is. Not even one of my top fantasies, to be honest. It's just growing up, reading about wizarding schools, going to the College of Winterhold. I thought maybe this was going to be more of a lull. I wish that Valencia was right, that it was, in some way, Hogwarts.
Amaryllis nodded. Sorry.
"'S okay, I said. Where are the others?
Getting rest.
Said Amaryllis. Well, we should gather them up, I replied. It's late, but the jail doesn't have set visiting hours, so time to go visit my ethics professor, I guess. Then one innocent suffer. Chapter 150. Then one innocent suffer. The sun had gone down while we ate dinner, but Leo seemed no less busy, and the temperature hadn't seemed to move all that much, thanks to a warm wind that was blowing through the streets. Amaryllis and I had talked to the lawyers earlier in the day, enough to get a sense of what was happening with the ethics professor. Leo was a city-state, one of the member polities of the Empire of Common Cause, and sharing some but not all of the common legal framework that the Empire had managed to put in place. A lot of that common framework was grafted onto the existing system, though, and that system was, in essence, a magocracy, controlled by and for the mages, with some lip service paid to equality and due process of law. That foundation could still prove a bit problematic if you caught the ire of the mages in question. Malus Lartine was not, as it happened, a mage of any stripe. I'm not sure why I had assumed she was, other than that she was teaching at S&S, but there wasn't any need for someone teaching ethics to be a vibrational, or still mage, or any other sort of mage, and Malus decidedly wasn't. She'd been educated at a bog-standard college, one of the lower institutions of learning that could never hope to match the prestige of the Athenaeums, then gotten the job at S&S mostly because there were legal prohibitions that mandated that ethics instructors had to be hired from outside the Athenaeum that they taught at, presumably to prevent a corrupt institution from teaching corruption. Not that I thought such a policy would do much good. All that was relevant, mostly because it put Malus into a fairly precarious position. Non-mages and non-students were subject to expedited sentencing, which could move frighteningly quickly if conditions were right. Given the upcoming demon-blooded festival, plus all the things that she'd been charged with, conditions seemed very right.
There are imperial anti-discrimination laws,
Said Amaryllis as we waited in the police station. She had opted to keep out of her armor. In theory, she was only a public figure in Anglesyn, and while both Lisi and Reimer could give a positive identification, the risk of running into someone else from Anglesyn seemed fairly low. It was also pretty unlikely that she'd be able to be part of the conversation here if she kept fully armored.
Unfortunately, there are a number of loopholes in those discrimination laws so large that you could drive a truck through them. Discrimination on the basis of merit is legal, for example, and widely used to extend into other matters, because there are certain things that certain species are incapable of, and merit then becomes a proxy for species. Monarchy is another one naturally, as you might have guessed by Angelson's unique situation. Most of the problem is actually the imperial legislature being unwilling to do anything about flagrant abuses of the exceptions.
Similar thing in America, I said. Except we mostly got our shit together. Mostly.
Here in Leo, there's a power imbalance, both because of the literal power the mages wield and the vast resources they control, both explicitly and implicitly. This city is built around the Athenaeum, with funds coming in from all over the world. No chance for an uprising, not a real one, not one that would work.
She sighed.
That's probably part of the reason they hold the demon-blooded festival, I replied. 5 minutes hate.
It technically lasts 4 days,
Said Amaryllis.
Sure,
I said.
just it gives the people who might otherwise feel disenfranchised somewhere to direct their hate and frustration.
For the dwarves, that's everyone else.
Said Grack.
We direct hate at anyone not a dwarf, and a fair few dwarves as well.
That's probably not the situation that we're here to solve.
I said.
Societal change isn't really in our wheelhouse.
I'm not sure that we should be here at all.
Said Amaryllis. She looked around the waiting room.
No quest.
Some things are worth doing even if they're not quests.
Said Raven. It was the four of us. Because Solus had wanted time with the Locust, Heshnel wanted to guard the house, Valencia was non-anima, and Pallida had gone off to do Pallida stuff sometime after Reimer and Lisi had shown up. Heshnel I could take or leave, especially since he wasn't fully in as part of the team, by his own accounting. Pallida would have been helpful, though, in the event that we found ourselves urgently needing to stage a prison break. Getting into and out of places she wasn't supposed to be was kind of her thing. I really didn't want to do a prison break in this kind of situation, but it seemed within the realm of possibility.
Visitors for Lartin,
Said the orc guard as he ambled into the room. We stood up and I gave him a small wave, which didn't seem to impress him.
2 at a time.
I looked at Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow, and she gave me a slight nod. I did want Grack with me, because he could take a look at the magic the jail was using, but Amaryllis was better at talking, and so far, I didn't know whether or not anything would actually be required of me. Before we'd left, Valencia had helpfully pointed out that Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban was about a wrongfully imprisoned person in magical jail. I had held my tongue, but I really didn't think that was a clue. We walked down a hallway, following the guard, until he brought us to an archway with red and yellow markings all around it, and more signage than I could read in short order. For the most part, it was a set of rules and warnings.
No entads during prisoner visits.
The guard said. He tapped a bin.
Everything you have into this bin, you'll get it back when you return.
I don't think that we gave any outward signs of displeasure, but I had an instant knot of anxiety. Alvion's vambrace was my get-out-of-jail card, as well as the place my full combat kit was stored. I wasn't defenseless with my entads removed, but they were a big part of my arsenal, and worth a lot of money. It was hard to tell what was a normal precaution any sane jail would take, and what was a narrative trick to get me at my weakest. I took off the vambrace, while Amaryllis took off Sable and the amulet that contained the soul of her great-grandfather. I still had a gem and the smallest of the unicorn bones in my pocket, but it felt awkward to be without everything else at my beck and call. I was certain that went double for Amaryllis, especially since the incredibly valuable teleportation key was currently within Sable. Nothing happened when we walked through the archway, which from the signage I assumed was a flat ward against entads. Full coverage from all entads was so expensive that it was almost never done, but doing it this way, where it was a single doorway's worth of protection, was just expensive enough that it was more or less practical for a large city. We were led to a closed room with a thick metal door, then led inside after some curt orders were issued.
More visitors.
Said the guard.
30 minutes. You know the rules.
He looked at the two of us.
No magic.
Then he closed the door and left us alone.
Juniper, was it? Asked Malice. I'm surprised to see you here.
She gave Amaryllis an appraising look.
Just a friend,
Said Amaryllis.
but one that might be willing to hire legal counsel for you, depending on the specifics of the case.
Said Malice. She looked back at me.
You're in luck. I sent the paperwork to the bursar yesterday. I don't know whether or not it will be considered valid, given that my employment at the Athenaeum of Sound and Silence might be coming to a swift end, but I believe the bursar is the one making the consideration.
Her voice was calm. I had expected some signs that she was crying, but she was taking her incarceration and presumed execution pretty well, at least so far as I could see.
That's not really why I came.
I said.
I wanted to see... You've been charged with some crimes that you're really unlikely to have committed, all things considered, crimes where it's not clear what your motive would even have been.
You think I'm innocent?
Replied Malice. She sounded skeptical.
Probably.
I said.
If you want to confess guilt, then sure, I would believe you. But all else being equal, the timing here with the festival is too neat. If you tell me you're innocent, then there might be ways for me to help.
On what basis?
Asked Malice.
The goodness of my heart, I guess.
I said.
A sense of justice. Ethics?
Did you do it?
Asked Amaryllis.
No.
Sighed Malice. She looked between the two of us.
I'd heard about the death down in the temple, but I didn't have the motive, means, or opportunity. I'm not a mage. I work for S&S, but I was installed here by the Empire, which means that I have relatively less access, political power, and ability to call in favors than anyone else among the staff. The other deaths I'm being charged with, I wasn't even aware of before today. I live a solitary life, and some of the events were quite a while ago, so I don't expect that I'll have a useful alibi for any of them. But from what was discussed in the preliminary hearing, it seems that the method was a time-delayed poison of some kind.
Meaning that it could have been administered at almost any point, I said. I frowned. It seems like a really obvious setup to me.
Yes.
Nodded Malice.
Apparently, my predecessor didn't do a good enough job of teaching ethics.
You seem very calm about this,
Said Amaryllis. Malice shrugged.
Demon-blooded are often brought in for crimes they didn't commit.
She said.
Leo is a particularly bad place for us, so far as that's concerned. I knew when I moved here to teach that it was within the realm of possibility.
But you're just going to accept it? I asked.
Accept is a strong word.
Said Malice.
I won't go to my death with a wailing and gnashing of teeth if that's what you're asking. I won't uselessly debase myself just so that I can say that I did.
martyrdom.
Said Amaryllis.
Perhaps.
Replied Malice. She looked to me.
Is there anything else?
We can provide money for legal counsel,
I said.
Failing that,
I glanced at Amaryllis.
there are extra legal methods of saving you.
Malice frowned slightly. Why?
She asked.
Your lack of concern for your own life is becoming a little irritating.
Said Amaryllis.
I would understand if you were crusaders for a cause, ideologues always looking for the next fight.
Said Malice, looking back and forth between us.
But that's not what this is.
It kind of is, I said. I shrugged. Maybe you had some preconceptions about me because of how we met.
She turned away from me.
Let me think on it.
She said.
If you give me a phone number, I can call you tomorrow. So far as I know, I'll still have some semblance of rights then, unless this is now or never.
No,
I said.
we'll pay for the best legal representation for you unless you're planning to refuse it. We'll leave funds with you, and you can contact us. Beyond that, it would be helpful to have some information about what you're being charged with, and why you think that the Athenaeum would be so willing to throw you under the bus. I don't know a single thing about the demographics of Leo, but even with the festival, you're probably not the low-hanging fruit, so far as demon-blooded go, right?
That was about as delicately as I could phrase the question.
You're wondering what I did to provoke them?
She asked. No, I said,
Yes.
said Amaryllis.
There were easier, less contentious targets if they were going to frame someone. So, why you?
I don't know.
Replied Malice,
You're lying.
said Amaryllis, which seemed uncharacteristically aggressive to me. Yes, said Malice. Okay, so I missed something.
I'm sorry, whatever you're here for, I can't offer it to you.
There was a knock on the door, and a muffled voice from the other side shouted,
3 minutes.
We're still willing to work with you.
I said.
Whatever lies you're telling, whatever you're hiding, this is part of something bigger.
It is.
Replied Malice.
Juniper, I'm sorry, you showed actual interest in the lesson, and that's rare among the students I've had. I wish that I could have been a better instructor to you, but we don't know each other, and this doesn't concern you. Try your best to be good.
That's that then.
Said Amaryllis. There was something hard in her eyes.
Have a nice rest of your life.
We left shortly afterward, and if she'd been holding back before, Amaryllis let the scowl form in full on her face.
I don't know what this is,
She said.
Psychology, maybe.
I asked.
Sometimes people act against their own best interests. Maybe it's martyrdom, like you said. Maybe it's fatalism, maybe, I don't know, obstinate refusal to accept help from a society that wasn't offering help before.
It reminded me of Fen for some reason, maybe because Fen was often unpragmatic.
Do you think she's guilty?
Asked Amaryllis.
If she was, why would she refuse help?
I asked.
I mean, if she's been killing people secretly over the past 6 to 8 months, then why would she have compunctions about taking our help?
It doesn't make sense.
Said Amaryllis.
Or rather, it doesn't make sense without some pieces of information that we're currently lacking.
She raised her hand to her mouth and bit at her thumbnail for a moment.
I wish Bethel were more cooperative.
I looked at the back of the guard, who was probably listening to us.
We might help with investigation to the extent we can do that as private citizens.
We collected our entads, and it was frankly a relief that we were back up to maximum lethality again. Maybe there was something wrong with that mindset, but I wasn't going to try to change it just yet.
Anything?
Grack asked when we came back out into the waiting room.
More questions than answers.
I said.
And not many ways to get answers to those questions. We'd need to know who's in charge of the investigation, and even that might not help us that much, because we have no standing here.
Not even as advocates of the accused,
said Amaryllis with a sour look.
We should get home,
I said.
I could go for some sleep in the chamber, a day off maybe.
It seems like a very frustrating dead end from someone unwilling to cooperate,
said Amaryllis.
Maybe,
I said.
Or maybe it's just set up for something else.
Raven and Grack had been left alone in the waiting room of the local jail. Grack had come along partly to be sociable, partly to get out from the house, and partly in order to be kept in the loop about what was going on. It had been easy, in the past, to think of himself as a mercenary, someone following orders for his weekly pound of gold. But the past was the past, and now he was demanding something more of himself. His training and expertise were in wards, and as an outgrowth of that, security systems and points of failure. There was, for the moment, little need for that expertise, but the moment might one day come. In the meantime, he was watching, soaking things in, becoming more and better, simply by taking in the world around him instead of pushing it away. The others talked so much, some, like Amaryllis, because they were putting in their full effort at all times, and others, like Pallida, simply to fill a silent room with their thoughts.
I've known a fair number of dwarves in my time,
said Raven. It was only a mild surprise that she spoke Groglir. The woman was one of Uther's knights, after all, and aside from perhaps Vervain, the most academically inclined among them. Her accent was odd, the dialect either long fallen out of favor or a result of how the language had blended with the others she knew.
I've known a fair number of dwarves, too,
said Grack. Most now dead.
You're atypical.
said Raven. She put a little bit too much force into the declarative, borrowing dwarven bluntness in a way that was peculiar to non-native speakers. Juniper had never done it, not before his transition into being a perfect native speaker, and not after, for which Grak was grateful. There was something grating about non-dwarves trying to sound like they were culturally dwarven.
We are all atypical.
Said Grak.
Atypical L, atypical elf, atypical Renachim, atypical Krantek, atypical humans, and extremely atypical non-anima. We wouldn't be in this group if we were typical.
True.
Said Raven. She folded her hands in her lap. When Grak cared to look with Warder's sight, she gleamed with magic, every item she wore and entad.
It's alienating in 3 ways. First, we are separated from our species. Second, we are separated from our culture. Third, we are all different in our own ways, bonded by being unalike, but not by our own peculiarities.
Yes,
said Grak. He felt the instinctive urge to leave it at that, to shut down any conversation that would delve deeper or reveal something about himself. Historically, that way lay pain.
I am less a dwarf and more a citizen of the Empire. It is a different category, bigger in some ways and smaller in others. There is less depth.
I'm a citizen of no country,
said Raven.
The last of Uther's knights, and now the last of the knights to join Juniper.
We are not knights, not subordinate,
said Grak.
He is insistent.
Is the word companion accurate?
Asked Raven.
It was given by his power, wasn't it?
It is a mild word,
said Grak.
We journey with him. Nothing more is implied by it. Whether you want to be his friend is your choice.
Or more, if his appetites would stir for you.
There is less that binds you,
said Raven.
With Uther, he united us. He was our king.
There's still time for Juniper to become a king,
said Grak. He could marry into royalty. He was likely to, even.
Sorry, that was not your point.
I don't know my point,
said Raven. She adjusted her magical cloak, though it could move on its own.
I would like that higher purpose again. I don't know that I'll find it here, though there's nowhere else for me to be. Uther knew what he was doing.
Again, that characteristic dwarven bluntness, borrowed by the L in a way that didn't suit her.
I never met Uther and have read less than the others,
said Grak. In English, this was where one might put a but as a way of negating whatever was prefaced. In Groglir, it was more about flow from one subject to another, bare facts juxtaposed with one another.
Sometimes he was making it up as he went along, inventing his own mythology and deciding without enough information.
Raven was silent at that.
It was easy to get swept along by him,
she said.
You might be right.
I say that because of what Juniper has said of Arthur,
replied Grak.
I did not know Uther.
I don't think I did either,
said Raven. Her voice was soft. It seemed that whatever she'd hoped to get from this conversation, she hadn't gotten it.
We can be friends,
said Grak. He held out his hand to her, and she took it, her small hand in his large one, shaking briefly.
You said that you had known dwarves.
Yes,
said Raven.
I didn't mean, I only thought maybe it would interest you. I'm 1700 years old, I've seen things. I met Godo the Ever-Living, 10 miles beneath the surface of Erb. There was a different time when Esclin Tierheart threatened to destroy the whole of dwarvenkind through a bloodline attack, a long but largely unsung adventure that led us to the home of the first dwarves.
Bloodline attack?
Asked Grak. I'm unfamiliar.
Excluded magic,
said Raven with a shrug.
So many magics gone, more than the Empire counts. That was one of the nastier ones, silently excluded to an unknown place. It was once possible to kill a man by weaving a spell and punching his father hard enough.
I wonder what Erb will be like once the last magic has been excluded from the world,
said Grak.
Like Earth, I suppose.
Let's pray that we never find out.
replied Raven, the mind's eye. Chapter 151. The Mind's Eye. Arthur had always been a fan of pointing out time compression in media, wherever he saw it. There was a part in The Dark Knight Rises. Batman escapes from this big pit somewhere in either India or Morocco, and then has to travel back to Gotham City. He probably has enough time to do this, so it's not a plot hole per se, but the way that it's cut just compresses all that down to maintain a sense of urgency, so we don't have to sit around watching Batman steal, lie, and sneak his way across the world to get back, which would completely ruin the pacing of the film and destroy the tension that was being built up. Arthur loved pointing that out. It was his go-to example. The other one he brought up a lot was Harry Potter, where the first book takes more than 100 pages to cover roughly a week, then finishes out the year in the last half of the book. Per Arthur, there was a time warp in effect whenever a character was doing something that was going to continue on for some time, uninterrupted. By the third day at SNS, I was hoping that I could somehow skip ahead to all the bullshit that was undoubtedly waiting for me at the end. There were too many people, too many things that I was probably never going to need to know, and far too much that was unpleasant. Any fantasies that I'd had about this place being a college experience were in the past. I double-checked with the bursar that the paperwork Malice had put forward would still be valid, and he confirmed that there wouldn't be a problem on that count, which meant that my day was down to 3 classes. Jeef, the Ranu girl from student council who had been on my case, was gone from Emeritor's class, replaced by yet another student aide. The lesson was nothing special, other than the fact that it was the first one that taught anything practical about still magic, and it was grounded more in a discussion of the definition of change as it applied to the magic than it was actual practical examples of the magic as used by mages. Leicester was his usual chipper self, though there was even more math, and while he went over it all, as well as why it was important, it felt like I was never going to use any of it in combat, which was the primary place that I expected to use vibration magic. Further, mathematics didn't have that much to do with how vibration magic was actually practiced, given that vibration mages weren't running equations. The fundamental relationships between oscillators were important, sure, but the actual math, well, not so much. Also, I didn't take the mathematics skill, which left me just bog-standard Juniper on the subject. Still, if you were going to prohibit any actual practice for 2 years, I could see where this would be one of the things you'd teach. For his part, Oberlin continued on with combat lessons, still deep in vibration magic, this time going into what defenses were available to a vibration mage. The short version was none, but the longer version was that there were some slender fraction of attacks which a vibration mage could no-sell, and another small handful that they could partially defend against. But for the kinds of attacks that you were likely to run into in the real world, well, most of them were kinetic or energy-based. Bullets, swords, arrows, lightning bolts. Nothing that a vibration mage could really do a damn thing about, by virtue of being a vibration mage. That was Oberlin's opportunity to segue into mundane combat, which covered a number of diverse topics, including the trade-offs in armor, how to find cover in a hurry, how to flee from close-quarters combat, and a few other things. He stopped me for a talk after class.
"How goes it?"
he asked.
Fine.
I replied.
Ready to be done here.
"Getting close?"
He asked.
2 days after today.
I replied.
"I meant the investigation."
He said, narrowing his eyes.
"Leads?"
Fuck all.
I replied.
We can talk in your office.
A short trip later, we were sitting together, still more exposed than I would have liked, but with at least a little privacy.
All right.
I said.
I'll start with what you probably know. The single death was initially ruled an anomaly, supposedly an unforeseen interaction between the heavy wards down there, the area of effect entads, and her personal history. As of yesterday, they've revised that diagnosis to having been a variable time-delayed poison that didn't come up on their, post-mortem tests.
Araby didn't actually have toxicology screenings, which was where my mind had been going.
There are also the disappearances, some of which have now been ruled to be deaths using the same variable time delay poison. Demographically, the disappearances are all over the place. One instructor, a handful of upperclassmen, and a handful of staff. They tend to be more important than not, but their actual role at S&S runs the gamut, so no help there. No obvious trends with regard to species.
We'd spent a good deal of time trying to solve those cases and come up short, mostly because they were extremely cold.
They're pinning it on my ethics instructor,
I said.
I can't tell whether or not that's because it's someone at the top wanting to find a scapegoat or whether she really is involved somehow. It's at least a tacit admission that something greater than a single death has been going on here. Beyond that, I'm pretty sure that the meditation class is compromised in some way, though how exactly is really unclear. I was planning to attend again.
Meditation class?
Asked Oberlin.
It's extracurricular,
I replied.
Emerator asked that I attend, which means that she's probably in on it.
Oberlin swore and leaned back in his chair, crossing his forearms across his chest.
You're going to have to pull at threads,
he said.
Sooner than later. If they've got a scapegoat, that might mean that they're cleaning up after the fact. Anything else?
Very little that I could find,
I replied.
Given that they're pinned on someone now, I would guess that the local police have information I don't, even if it's entirely fabricated, but that doesn't help too much.
I paused, not sure how much to trust Oberlin.
In your time at Uniquities, did you ever encounter a flaming man who could be seen during meditation?
A very specific question,
he replied with a raised eyebrow.
Mimetic?
I don't know,
I replied.
I was hoping that you did.
Explain,
said Oberlin. I told him, in brief, about the meditation class and what I'd experienced, leaving off most of the speculation that had come from Raven on the matter. As I was speaking, he closed his eyes, and when I was finished, he let out a long, low sigh.
Fuck,
he said.
It's Harold.
You're familiar with this entity?
I asked.
It's a known quantity.
Yes and no,
replied Oberlin.
First contact was 90 years ago, a small cult outside Terranar. They were trying to bring about the end of creation. Their emblem was a burning man.
Why were they trying to do that?
I asked. Oberlin waved a hand.
Not important.
Seems important,
I replied with a frown.
You're familiar with Oblivion doctrine?
He asked.
It holds that oblivion is better than eternal torment in the hells?
Sure,
I said. That was pretty much standard around the Empire.
There are people who take it a step too far,
said Oberlin.
They stare into the infernoscope and decide that it would be better if all creation were destroyed, rather than have the hells continue existing. They crop up at different times, with different names. The cult was one of those, and their method of choice was to try to bring forth the biggest, baddest thing they could find. There was never much risk of them actually succeeding, mind, but you don't let babies play with guns, even if you know they're not loaded. Satisfied?
Sure, I said.
Just thought it might be relevant.
It's not,
said Oberlin.
The second time we encountered the symbol of the man on fire, he was part of a demonic cult. They were out of 5 spires, urban, with a cluster of star mages creating a planar depression that facilitated possessions. Nothing world-ending, we don't think, though they were making an honest effort there at the end. There was discussion of the man on fire in their notebooks, and a handful of drawings. That time, there were survivors we were able to talk to. They talked about him showing up in their dreams.
Okay,
I said.
So, how many examples are we dealing with?
I haven't been with Uniquities for a while,
said Oberlin.
It was around 20 times when I left. Always associated with something unsavory, never actually appears on the ground that we can tell. Likely geographically confined, but it's hard to say how big the range is. We'd call it mimetic, but it doesn't seem to spread like that, and we'd call it some class of info hazard, but that's not clear either. He shows up when bad things are going to happen. Sometimes, not always.
He's a leading indicator, not a trailing one?
I asked.
And the memory thing?
Leading indicator, sure,
Replied Oberlin.
the memory thing. If this entity was responsible for altering memories or personalities, or if it does anything other than just showing up, then we don't know about it. If it had an ability like that, it might explain how little information we have about it.
Crap.
I said.
So you're saying that's a dead end? And if this is a leading indicator, why isn't it known, like, on the most wanted?
You think we should have plastered the Empire with information about a suspected info hazard?
Asked Oberlin with a raised eyebrow.
No.
I said.
But if my group of very well-informed people have never heard anything, that's a problem.
So far as Figaro Finch has told me, you're operating well outside the law, even more than Uniquities normally does,
said Oberlin.
But at least we know it's something. So far, the phenomena related to the man on fire have been dealt with. Sometimes with casualties, sometimes with mass casualties, but always dealt with. If it's part of the same pattern, then there are limits on how bad it can be.
I had been trying my best to rein in Amaryllis's obsession with narrative, instead electing to live my life on Erb in the ways in which I would prefer to live it. Narrative be damned. Tabletop games weren't governed by narrative, at least not how I played them. They were governed by a DM adapting to the player's choices, making things fun and engaging for them depending on what they decided to do. The Dungeon Master wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, and clearly there were things that he had planned, but the seams were showing, and they reinforced my belief in how he was running the game. Narrative, schmarative. Still, hearing someone unironically say, "How bad could it be?" had me wincing.
I'm really worried that we're not going to find anything until it blows up in our face,
I said.
It really seems like something is going on down in the temple, between the construction there and the disappearances. I've got one chance to go down there 3 days from now, and going in blind seems like it's not the greatest idea.
Steel yourself because it might be necessary,
Replied Oberlin.
I'd like private training,
I said.
I know we talked about it before, but
A suspected, if not completely confirmed soul mage wants me on his home turf, subjected to magics under his control,
said Oberlin.
I didn't get where I did in life by taking that kind of risk.
Okay, I said.
I had to try.
I wasn't sure how much help Oberlin would actually be, given that I was at or near the cap for most of my skills. I still thought that there were techniques or ideas that he could add in somehow, though, and some of the stuff he'd been talking about in class did seem helpful.
If I go down into the temple, which I'm still planning to, you're on call.
You're not allowed equipment or entads down there,
said Oberlin.
There are wards against skin magic. They take it very seriously. You won't have a way to contact me.
I'll try to figure something out,
I replied.
And if I'm alone, well, I might be able to handle myself. Hopefully not against the unknown power of the Herald.
You misheard,
said Oberlin.
Not Herald. Herald.
The name of the flaming man in armor is Herald?
I asked.
Yes,
nodded Oberlin. Uniquities used to use a naming scheme designed to reduce exposure to mimetic and infohazardous effects.
And this threat is named Harold?
I asked. Oberlin nodded, watching me. Okay, I said. Harold.
It's better protocol than using whatever name an entity gives itself. Trust me on that,
said Oberlin.
Be careful.
I will,
I replied. When I got to the meditation class, there was no one there, and not even a sign explaining where it had gone. I stayed there thinking maybe I'd gotten the time wrong until Sony showed up.
What's up?
She asked, looking around the empty room.
No idea,
I said.
Did I miss a memo?
If you did, then I missed it too,
she replied. She undid her hair tie and looked around the room as she redid it.
But I can't see any reason that no one else would show up. This was supposed to be every day, right?
Supposed to be,
I said, frowning.
Can I ask why you were here in the first place?
Asked Sony.
Magus Emeritor suggested that I might like it.
I said.
That's pretty much it.
Ah,
She replied.
I'd wondered. Most of the people in class, I could look at them and kind of get it. Some species are worse at certain kinds of thinking.
But not Ranu, I didn't think.
I said. I kept thinking about how I would be able to get her alone for long enough. It was only slightly less creepy with context.
No,
Replied Sony. She finished with her bun.
I just thought that meditation might help me. I'm Rod Track, not Temple Track, and I've already got my bop on the head years ago. Well, years ago, and then years before that, and before that.
And you come here with each new life?
I asked.
They're not really new lives.
Said Sony.
I mean, that's as close to the right language as English has for it. But we usually talk about splits and treat it like one big continuous life, even though it's not. It's more like, I don't know, you have half the memories of your mother and a quarter of the memories of your grandmother, and an eighth, and so on.
She looked me over for a moment, then looked around the room.
Weird that no one else is showing up.
She said.
I can understand the teacher being a no-show, but then where's everyone else?
She turned back to me.
If we give this 5 more minutes, and we're still the only ones, do you want to go someplace?
This was either serendipitous, or I was being set up in some way. Sure, I said.
Maybe go look for someone who knows what's going on.
I was thinking coffee and baked goods, personally.
Replied Sony.
Wait, do humans like coffee or tea? Or something else?
Both.
I said. I laughed a little at that.
I'm still not used to people asking me what humans are like.
Oh?
Asked Sony.
Are you from a human ethnostate?
No,
I replied.
just Anglesyn. Not Khalidwich, though. Just a small town out in the middle of nowhere, with only a handful of other species.
And you're liking the big city?
Asked Sony.
Well enough,
I replied with a nod. I looked at the door. No one had come in.
Has that been 5 minutes?
Close enough for me,
Sony said with a shrug. We walked together and did some idle chattering, and I sent off a surreptitious message to Amaryllis to keep her in the loop. The fact that the meditation class had seemingly evaporated had me on edge, and I was trying to find some undercurrent to the things she said, or some indication that she was intentionally lying. We went to one of the eateries that were near Canis Hall, then found a small table together. Buttered coffee for me, thistle tea for her.
So, yeah, it's about 3 years, on average, to get back to basics. Not all that much different than a human going from infant to toddler.
Sony was saying.
But we're the same size, which can make it tough to handle us, especially if we're missing something big. Like, Jif got pretty much all the impulse control, and I got the biggest chunk of language, so after the split, she was a calm, patient, near-mute, and I was this wild motor mouth.
Hence the meditation?
I asked.
Kind of,
Replied Sony.
We, Ranu, we have our own ways of thinking about the split, you know? Like, there are things that are foundational, which maintain through the split, and there are things that you learned, which you don't get. And I think our prime form, before the split, she was this woman who worked really hard at the impulse control thing, trying her best to rein in her appetites, to be in control of herself or whatever. And so you might say that we had naturally bad impulse control, but a really highly learned management of it. And you might also say that Jif got the management aspect, leaving me with nothing. But that's the thing, because she's the one that's constantly upset with me, like I'm not the one that got the short end of the stick.
Sounds tough.
I said.
I have a dwarven friend, Clonal, who had a pretty bad experience with his father, for what sound like similar reasons. The whole, why can't you be like me part of it anyway?
Oh, interesting.
Said Sony, eyes lighting up.
An old dwarf friend from back in Anglesyn, or a new one from S&S?
Old one?
I said.
Agcrioglian, if that means anything to you.
Nope.
She replied.
I knew Groglir a few splits ago, but never really kept up with it. Not many dwarves around here, in case you hadn't noticed, mostly because S&S doesn't teach the kind of magic that's too useful when you're living underground, There's a dwarf hold in Leo, actually, but a lot of what they do is just help with the temple. I think mining and building. I mean, it's a whole city, so it does a lot of city things. Probably. I'm just saying as it relates to S and S.
Sure, I said,
Juniper!
called a familiar voice from nearby. I looked over and gave a wave to Valencia, who was grinning from ear to ear. She was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, not her usual fare, with a book bag slung over one shoulder. Her contacts were in place, ensuring that her red eyes were purple. Bringing her out into the open like this was a risk, one that we were partly taking, because no one liked the idea of her being cooped up in the house for 2 weeks. As soon as she'd shown up, I felt a bit better, because her social skills were amazing, but a different tension took hold of me, as I worried that a passing warder with warder's sight would see her, or some other invisible tell would mark her as non-anima. That was what contingencies were for, I supposed.
Soné, this is my friend Valencia.
I said, gesturing to her.
Valencia, this is Soné.
Ah, but not your friend, Sony.
Said Valencia, shaking Sony's hand.
Or does it just need more time?
Acquaintance Sony sounded weird in my head.
I said.
Do you mind if I sit?
Asked Valencia, pointing to a chair and looking at Sony.
It's been a long day.
Of course.
Nodded Sony.
Are you two old friends or new?
New.
Said Valencia.
We actually met on the train over, hence me ribbing him about us being friends.
She looked over at me.
Though I've always thought that when you come to new places, you have to declare your friends early.
Sony nodded at that. If she was put off by Valencia's joining us, she wasn't showing it.
Which track are you on? Juniper mentioned that he was dual-tracked.
Juniper's an overachiever.
Said Valencia with a little laugh.
Or he will be, if he achieves the things he's set out to do. Me, I'm planning to be a vibration mage. Higher demand and it pays better.
Tusk.
Said Sony.
Not in it for the love of the craft?
I have my crafts that I love.
Said Valencia.
But unfortunately, the things you love aren't always good career choices. If I had my way, I would be a dancer.
Oh, you could definitely make a career at that.
Said Sony.
But it's one of those things where you'd run yourself ragged trying to be in the top 1% that actually get paid something, and you'd end up working jobs on the side, and it would be a mess. Trust me, I speak from experience.
You were a dancer?
Asked Valencia, sitting back and widening her eyes.
In a former life.
Nodded Sony.
Ribbon dancing, specifically, though I was never the best.
I love ribbon dancing.
Said Valencia.
Can you still?
I'm rusty.
Replied Sony, looking a little abashed.
I'm Ranu. I don't know if you know our species.
Valencia shook her head, frowning, and Sony glanced at me.
Well, we split off instead of doing the baby thing, and I was a dancer 2 splits ago, so I have a fourth of my skills, and the way I have them, it's worse than being a novice. I'd pick it up again, but as I was saying, there are a lot of downsides to taking it as a career.
Well, I'd love to pick your brain sometime.
Said Valencia.
Are you busy tonight? Juniper and I were going to have dinner back at our place.
You have a place together?
Asked Sony, looking between the two of us.
Temporarily,
Valencia said.
We both suffered from a mix-up in getting campus housing, so we're in a little place. It's a bad neighborhood, and it's small, and I saw a mouse yesterday. I'm really selling it, aren't I? But it's the first place on our own for either of us. And Juniper is an amazing cook.
I'm okay.
I said.
Well,
Said Sony, swirling her tea.
in that case, I have one request. I'd like to do some meditation before we eat.
Valencia grinned.
Sounds like a plan.
Sony took a single step into Bethel and collapsed, caught before she hit the floor by an invisible force. The room we came into was no longer the cozy chairs around the warm fireplace, but clearly student housing, bereft of much decoration, with hand-me-down couches, tables, and chairs, and a few boxes to suggest that we hadn't yet finished unpacking. All for show, obviously.
Not how I wanted to handle this.
I said with a sigh.
Oh?
Asked Bethel as she appeared beside me.
You said that you wanted to look at her soul.
I do,
I said.
but I was hoping that we could figure out a way of doing it without knocking her out. It was done safely?
Bethel looked affronted and waved a hand to lift Sony up off the floor and over to the couch. Somewhere in the vast house, a weight was falling down, with the momentum transferred perfectly to Sony's body in such a way to prevent damage,
I blocked her carotid artery.
said Bethel.
It's the fastest, easiest way to knock someone out. I'm doing bioregulation right now to keep her under. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I said,
She was compromised.
said Valencia, shrugging off her book bag and walking over to stare at Sony.
Not consciously, though, at least that I could see. She wasn't an actor playing a part. She was behaving within her own set parameters. The difference was that those parameters kept changing.
Changing?
I asked.
Meaning what? That she was a different person every few minutes?
I don't know.
Said Valencia.
It's outside the realm of infernal experience. Whatever the explanation is, I think the closest analogy would be to soul magic. It was like something was clicking inside of her to change her internal states. The most obvious was when I first arrived. She was annoyed by my being there, because she was having fun flirting with you, and then there was a sudden jarring change in her disposition.
That's explainable.
I said.
I mean, maybe she just realized she was being... flirting?
Are you seriously going to second-guess me when you couldn't even see that she was interested?
Asked Valencia.
Do you think that I don't know the difference between a person realizing that she was being unreasonable and a completely unexplained change in her outlook? It wasn't a change of mind, it was something else. Something changing her mind for her, with none of the internal signals of natural change visible to me.
That's a big clue,
Said Amaryllis, who had been shadowing us and had just stepped in. She took off her helmet and lifted her head slightly.
Bethel, can you help with this?
10 seconds passed, and the armor was removed all at once, vanished into the glove's extra-dimensional compartment, leaving Amaryllis in a tank top and panties, a slight sheen of sweat on her. She looked down for a moment.
I was wearing pants,
She said, keeping her voice mild.
Were you?
Asked Bethel.
My mistake.
She smiled at Amaryllis and made no move to rectify the error. Amaryllis sighed and pulled a blanket from off the back of the couch, wrapping it around her as a makeshift skirt.
If whatever force we're dealing with can reach into her head and change memories, it might be able to accomplish the same thing to make changes to her disposition.
I was spending the walk back here exploring the phenomenon.
Said Valencia.
It only happened a few times, but always consistent with getting us to engage in meditation with her.
I hadn't noticed any of that. Well, okay.
I said.
If it can reach into her head and monkey around without her knowing, that's, horrifying and bad for us, in that order, especially if it's got eyes on her in some way. And depending on how many people it can do the same thing for, and which of those people it has, and how strong it is. I'm stalling. It's bad, that's all. And it's time for me to look into her soul.
Nothing with Warder's sight, incidentally.
Said Bethel.
I'll have Grackwheel consult when he gets here. He and Solace are currently indisposed. Shall I call in the others as well?
Sure, I said.
I'm hoping that I find something in her soul or spirit that won't kill me outright. Hopefully we can find some kind of answer or antidote.
I sat down beside Sony, placed my hand on her forearm, and felt the blood flowing beneath her skin, which I'd found to be the easiest entry point into a person's soul. The naked, floating image of her body greeted me, which made the whole thing feel more exploitative than it already did, and I moved away to look at other things, starting with her values. There was nothing even remotely suspect there, just a list of names and concepts. Pleasure and continuity were at the top of the list, nearly tied with one another, and just below those, expression and GIF. It all painted a picture, but it was none of my damned business, so I continued on, looking for something else. Her relationships looked normal, and confirmed some attraction to me. Her skills looked normal, vibrational magic and dancing being the highest, at 16 and 21 respectively. I felt more and more terrible the more I looked, because I really did think it was an invasion of privacy against someone who was, by all appearances, an unwitting puppet, an innocent bystander. I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to fix whatever was wrong with her, but I was also worried that even if we did fix her, she'd go home having a vague uneasiness about having fainted in the home of a stranger and lost time, during which gods know what had happened. I found nothing out of the ordinary. Her family tree looked weird, but that was a result of being Ranu, not anything having to do with Harold. Other than the things I thought must have been related to her species, she seemed like a perfectly normal college student to me. When I moved up to her spirit, I saw it, hundreds of bright orange lines looping and swirling, descending down from on high, where they gathered together in a thick bundle that faded out into nowhere. It was a representation of something, though it was impossible to say what. When I looked down at the places the orange threads were connected to the more normal parts of her spirit, I saw that the connections were perpendicular, which would indicate, well, I didn't know. In the threading metaphor, it seemed like it might be process injection, or man in the middle, or something like that, a way of capturing information from those threads and replacing it as need be, all in a way that was beyond my current abilities with spirit, and frankly, my understanding of the spirit. I had no idea what to do. I could strangle all of the bright orange threads, like I had strangled my own threads to deal with both the memes and the level up stuff. But if changes had been made to Sony by someone or something at a remove, then all I would be doing would be making those changes permanent, if the counterforce couldn't just revert what I had done.
She's infected,
I said, pulling out of her spirit and back into the real world. The room had filled with people while I was looking around. Raven, Pallida, Heshnel, Solace, and Grak had all joined.
which means that it's likely everyone in the meditation class is infected, and probably dozens, if not hundreds of others. I can maybe lock her into the state she's in now, but whatever changes have happened, I don't know.
There's another person who knows spirit?
Asked Solace, frowning. She was standing close by Grak, and I brushed aside the thought that had been planted in my head when Bethel had said, indisposed, because she still looked like she was 5 years old, and Kryn didn't necessarily mean anything beyond cuddling.
It wouldn't have to be another person who knows spirit.
Said Raven.
In the same way that phenomena affect the soul without being soul magic, there are phenomena that affect the spirit without being spiritual magic. As the only living practitioner of spirit that we know of, Juniper would be the only one capable of fixing it.
Oh,
I said.
I have other news. I spoke with Oberlin. Apparently the entity is known to them, though there's not all that much that binds separate appearances, other than tangential connection to world-ending threats and altered states.
I'd have heard of it,
said Raven with a frown.
I know all the extant threats, at least those that have active history.
Not if it never actually ended the world,
I replied.
If Uniquities just quietly dealt with it, or the entity's plans fell through for other reasons, it wouldn't necessarily reach the library's attention. How common is book circumvention?
Meaning?
Asked Raven, furrowing her eyebrows.
Meaning, how common is it for organizations to bind their materials such that they don't count as books and can't be spied on by the infinite library?
I asked.
Uncommon,
said Raven, frowning.
but not unknown. The Second Empire was a government of factions. There were those in the know about the library who wanted to keep things from their nominal colleagues. Politics.
So this man on fire never showed up in a vision of the future and never needed to be stopped?
Asked Pallida.
Wouldn't that be a good thing for us? He's so inept at ending the world that he was stopped by Uniquities.
His name is Harold, by the way.
I said.
The herald of what?
Asked Raven.
No, Harold.
I said.
Like, just the name Harold. At least, that's the name that Uniquities gave him. I'm partial to it.
Because it's dumb?
Asked Pallida.
Yeah.
I nodded.
Easier to face.
I looked down at Sony.
If I'm not going to try an intervention, which I don't think I am because of the unknowns involved, then you should all clear out and we should wake her up. The less lost time, the better.
Could you tell whether Harold has eyes and ears here?
Asked Amaryllis. I glanced down and realized that she was still wearing her blanket skirt, completely unselfconsciously.
I couldn't.
I said.
But what Valencia said about the way that Sonia's mind changed implies that someone or something was changing it in response to stimulus. And there didn't seem to be a mechanism for doing that internally. My guess is that the entity has at least some access, but I don't know how complete it is.
We'll assume that he does then,
said Amaryllis.
We still don't have a plan,
said Raven.
We don't have a grasp on the threat.
Said Grack.
There can be no plan without that.
Call in Uniquities.
Said Valencia.
They have the expertise.
Except that I'm getting the feeling that we're the feet on the ground for Uniquities.
I said.
Figaro Finch knew that something was going on here, and he set me up to deal with it. I'll send him a letter, express. But if this extends to the ruling council of mages in Leo, then I'm not sure what the Empire could actually do about it, legally speaking, since this is a sovereign city-state.
There are provisions in place for the event that a member polity is compromised in some way,
said Amaryllis.
That said, Article 86 has never been invoked. An invocation would almost certainly be catastrophic for imperial cohesion, though I don't know whether it would cause disintegration, economic collapse, or outright civil war.
Meaning that any aid from Uniquities will be covert aid,
said Valencia.
And from a narrative perspective, it seems unlikely that our role here is to call in the cavalry and then leave,
said Amaryllis.
While I agree that the Dungeon Master probably has some bullshit planned,
I replied,
I'm not going to throw up my hands and just say that it's probably pointless to do the smart thing.
That wasn't what I was saying,
replied Amaryllis.
I can be the one to draft the letter, if you'd like.
Good, thank you,
I replied.
And as I was saying, we should probably wake Sonny up and then escort her home to minimize how much the adversary knows and minimize what trauma this is causing her.
She's perfectly safe,
said Bethel.
I meant more on the mental end of things,
I said.
It's a violation.
Bethel frowned at that.
Are you pressing my buttons? She asked. No. I said, I'm expressing my reservations at this whole thing. That's all. If you see some parallels to what was done to you, maybe that's something you should think more deeply about. Watch your tongue, replied Bethel.
All right, let's clear out,
said Amaryllis.
Val, you're good to go back out? No troubles?
None,
replied Valencia with a sigh.
It was so wonderful to see the city and the school. Someday.
She didn't finish the thought or say what she hoped would happen someday. Maybe she was just hoping that she wouldn't have to worry so much that someone's magic would tag her as a threat. Everyone left, leaving me and Valencia alone with Sonia.
She's been out for 20 minutes, but we'll say less,
Valencia said to me.
She doesn't have a watch and there isn't one in the room, and if it's too much time, which it frankly was, then it raises questions about why we didn't go for help or do something about the fact that she mysteriously passed out.
She's still going to want us to meditate though, right?
I asked.
We can fake that if we have to,
replied Valencia.
Harold would know, but there's not much that can be done about that.
Sure,
I said. I looked over to Bethel.
Now please.
It took Sony some time to wake up. She stirred slowly, then blinked a few times, glazed over eyes looking around the room.
Oh, thank the gods you're awake,
said Valencia, kneeling down beside Sony and looking every inch the concerned host. There were traces of panic in the way that she looked Sony over.
What happened?
She asked. She sat up in the couch and stretched out.
We don't know,
said Valencia. She ran her fingers through her hair.
You were walking in and just collapsed. June caught you before you fell, but I was so worried. Is this like a medical thing? Or something to do with Ranu?
I don't think it's a Ranu thing,
I said.
No,
said Sony. She rubbed her head.
I feel fine. Maybe a little groggy. How long was I out?
10 minutes,
said Valencia.
Val's been freaking out,
I said.
We checked your pulse and everything was fine. You were still breathing. You should probably go see a doctor, though. I was looking for some smelling salts. My mom packed me a first aid kit, but I couldn't find it, sorry.
It's okay.
replied Sony.
I feel completely fine. Better than fine, actually. Maybe I just needed a nap.
She laughed a little at that, then looked at our concerned faces,
Really? I am fine.
We're taking you home.
said Valencia, voice firm.
We would have called an ambulance, but we don't have phone service hooked up yet. And it's kind of not that great a neighborhood, so I didn't want to go knocking on any doors and...
It's fine.
Said Sony.
Really, it is. Thanks for looking after me. I could stay if...
No,
Said Valencia.
no, we're going to get you home. No more walking either. We'll figure out a way to get a cab here, then send you home. Juniper can pay for it, and he'll go with you.
Are you sure?
Asked Sony, looking at me.
I have money.
I said.
You wouldn't think it to look at this place, but yes, it's no trouble. And after that scare, we want to get you home safe and sound.
Sony let out a breath.
Okay.
She said.
Walk me to the corner and we can hail a cab. I feel fine, but if I fall, I want you to be there to catch me.
We went out together, the three of us, and eventually found a cab on next street over. I thought that the chivalrous thing to do would be to go with her, then walk back home, but I wanted to put distance between us, given what I had seen in her spirit and how little I really knew about it,
I think that went well.
said Valencia as we watched the cab leave.
She began to shift toward leaving, rather than shifting toward capturing us.
But why?
I asked.
The entity was cutting its losses?
I don't know, said Valencia.
I'm having a hard time modeling Harold. The infernals I've plucked have no useful information on the subject, and without knowing the general class of entity it is, their expertise is useless, not that they're particularly strong with creatures who aren't of the mortal species.
Are you doing okay?
I asked.
Sometimes when you don't talk like yourself, I wonder if you're okay.
I'm fine.
Said Valencia. She closed her eyes.
There, danger has passed, devil is gone. Let's head back and speak to the others.
We're going to have to talk about whether or not I'm going down into the temple if things remain the same.
I said.
If we can't make headway, if we don't know what we're working against, either the temple is the key to it all, or it's the key to me gaining power. But either way, I'll probably want to be down there.
Bethel watched. The bottle remained opaque to her. It wasn't the entad itself, nor the huge and impressive wards that had been anchored to the inside of it with the entity Thargox's help. No, it was the locus, which was doing something to stop her sensorium. The block was baffling, and seemed as though it was never the same twice. It took all of Bethel's restraint not to see this as an act of war that would require retaliation. Thankfully, no one had asked her whether she could see into the bottle, nor had they requested her assistance going into or out of the bottle, which meant that she could let this stand and still keep face, rather than make a big deal about it. The locust shouldn't have been able to block her. It shouldn't even have known what it was blocking. But then again, it was a locust, and they were known for very casually not making much sense. The bottle, at least, was Grack, Solace, and Juniper accounted for, though it was well possible that Solace could use the magic of the locust to leave the bottle undetected. The only method of tracking that Bethel had any luck with was the entads, which still provided her their powers and whose locations she could still sense. The Tung were studying under the tutelage of the teachers that Amaryllis had hired. It was daytime so far as that wing was concerned. Everyone there was ignorant of what was going on outside the wing, to the extent that they had no idea they were even in Leo. So far as the teachers knew, they were still on the Isle of Porin, undergoing compressed time. Bethel had agreed to wait on putting everyone in that wing under the effects of the chamber, so that they could essentially be stored without much worry or need for interventions. She'd been mildly surprised that the whole enterprise hadn't collapsed in the first fortnight, but the Tung children were coming along nicely, with relatively few problems. Whether they would be the dedicated workforce that Amaryllis wanted, well, they had been in the future as portrayed by A. Cypress Waits, which was something. Most of the rest of Bethel's inhabitants were asleep, with two exceptions. Raven never slept. Because she didn't sleep, she didn't dream, which produced another blind spot for Bethel, though not a serious one. Raven was reading, as she often did when she was alone, with cats blinking in and out of existence thanks to that unruly part of Bethel. Her subject of choice this time was Uther Pendrig, as it had been the last few nights, and her reading was as seemingly disorganized as it had been then, a few paragraphs from one book, then a few paragraphs from another, without much rhyme or reason. Bethel had read over Raven's shoulder for a bit, but it was boring, because the really interesting things must have been going on exclusively in Raven's head. So far as Bethel could determine, Raven was trying to reconcile her image of Uther with the one that was being revealed to her. But it was hard to say which direction her thoughts were going. Seeing her dreams would have been helpful. The other exception was Amaryllis, who lay awake in her room, staring at the ceiling. Bethel had added some flourishes to the ceiling, little stars made from molded glass, which would cast off light from a fireplace. There was no fire going in Amaryllis's room at the moment, so the stars were nearly invisible, but it was easy enough for Bethel to pretend that her work was being appreciated.
"Why did you take my pants?" asked Amaryllis. "Is that what you're thinking of, little one?" asked Bethel. "All the day's events and your brief moment of near nudity is what occupies you." "I'm trying to understand you," said Amaryllis. "I thought it would be amusing," replied Bethel. "It's my understanding that Bed did something similar? You still wear that princess shirt?" It was sitting in Sable's storage, which Bethel could access, more faded than it had been when Bethel had first seen it. "It's not the same," said Amaryllis. She sounded melancholy. "Did you do it because of Juniper?" Bethel considered not responding. Sometimes she did that, when conversations bored her, or when she didn't like the direction they were going. It was so easy to stop talking to someone and left them with so little recourse, so little understanding of what she was thinking, and that could be entertaining in its own right. Amaryllis was too patient, though, too unflappable, and there was little to be gained from subjecting her to silence. "I enjoy seeing his reactions," replied Bethel, "like an insect trapped in a bottle, prodded with a stick." What a performative answer," replied Amaryllis. "You like him." The real problem, so far as Bethel was concerned, was that Raven was the only one in the house who was exhibiting proper fear. Oh, certainly, Bethel would rather be loved than feared, but fear came easily, and love did not. There had been a time when Amaryllis felt fear, even if she was good at hiding the outward signs. But perhaps because she had seen that it had worked for Juniper, she was becoming more and more flippant, more casual in her disregard. "I like him," said Bethel. "You, I could do without." She wasn't entirely sure that was true. With Amaryllis gone, the tongue could be flushed into the wilderness somewhere, but the group would be left lurching. And it wasn't clear what Juniper would do. He would survive, and he would still need a house. But maybe it would feel a little less like a home. "And was his reaction to your liking?" asked Amaryllis. "Very much so," replied Bethel. "Did you know he refused me?" "Refused you?"
asked Amaryllis. Her heart began to beat faster, and she did the same trick that Juniper sometimes used, stilling the motion of her blood with blood magic. There was no point to it. It would have been obvious just from watching the flow of their blood, even if Bethel didn't have a warder's sight to look at the magic of the blood in active use.
Do you mind if I sit?
Asked Bethel, as she created an image of a woman next to Amaryllis. She relished the way that Amaryllis flinched at the sudden presence, but of course being startled was fleeting, and Amaryllis handled it with her usual aplomb.
Not at all,
said Amaryllis, sitting up in her bed and looking over the form that Bethel had chosen. Bethel was projecting her default, changed in a few ways to suit the circumstances. She'd chosen a height similar to Amaryllis, and a build similar too, with clothes the same as what Amaryllis was wearing, a tank top and underwear, hopefully just similar enough to be unsettling. Bethel kept her usual face, though, with cedar skin and ropey hair, though there were tweaks there too. It was just enough to remind Amaryllis that Bethel was perfectly capable of making a duplicate.
So?
Asked Amaryllis after a moment of silence.
So what?
Asked Bethel. She was paying attention to the illusion, the breathing that she had to mimic, the slight movements of the eyes, minor shifts in position, all so it would look just right. She exerted force onto the sheets she was projecting the illusion above, to keep them pressed down as though someone were sitting on them. Elsewhere within her, a weight on a chain was steadily dropping, deprived of its momentum to transfer more than the simple 5 pounds of force.
He refused you,
said Amaryllis.
What was the offer? And what context?
Bethel altered the illusion so that it was examining its perfect nails. Amaryllis was on edge, and it felt good to let her sweat.
He's been experiencing some sexual frustration,
said Bethel. She looked up at Amaryllis.
Well, you can understand, can't you? It's been some time since Fenn's unfortunate passing, and men have their needs. His appetites have been returning to him. You've noticed that he's eating his fill again, haven't you? Taking better care of himself?
What did you do?
Asked Amaryllis. Bethel projected a laugh. Nothing, she said.
I asked him whether or not he would like me to sate him.
As me,
said Amaryllis.
How utterly narcissistic of you,
replied Bethel.
I went as myself, and as I've said, he declined me very sweetly.
Amaryllis shook her head.
Why are you telling me this?
She asked.
For the fun of it, I suppose,
said Bethel.
I've grown fond of him, I think, and I would like to see him happy.
This is all in pursuit of that?
Asked Amaryllis.
How does it help to make him happy to see me debased?
Debased?
Laughed Bethel.
The removal of my clothes,
said Amaryllis.
He's seen you naked,
said Bethel.
He saw you give birth.
Humans.
It was a deprivation of autonomy,
said Amaryllis.
Whether he enjoyed it or not, and I suspect that he didn't, or if he did, it was with an appropriate amount of guilt. That's immaterial, because you were taking a choice away from me, humiliating me, because hurting me like that brought you enjoyment.
Bethel sat back. She could kill Amaryllis so easily. There might legitimately be 100 ways to end the small human's life. It would depend on how you counted, but there were at least 6 methods involving wards, 10 or so involving 5 pounds of force applied to her in various ways, easy enough to pad out the list with more there if need be. Innumerable poisons from either Earth or the Everflask, or her miasma, space warping, time warping, suffocation, drowning, or any number of items pulled from Sable's space. She would spend some time later making a complete list, a full book that she could give to someone who had drawn her ire just to let them know.
Do you not find it fun to hurt people?
Asked Bethel. Amaryllis softened slightly, her hackles lowering.
I have,
she said.
It's not part of my temperament, but when we had to use the crown, we each had afflictions. Mine was aggression, or something similar, and the idea that anyone lives their whole life like that, a ball of anger, taking so much pleasure from even the thought of hurting someone, I had some cause to reevaluate what I believe about people.
She sighed.
I attacked Juniper. At the time it felt so good, so justified, and he had agreed to it. I had consent, and he could heal without spending any of our resources. But now looking back, I have to think of it as the actions of another person.
Amaryllis Pendraig, not being able to imagine hurting someone?
Asked Bethel.
I didn't have a reason,
said Amaryllis, casting a dark look at Bethel. I've killed people, but it came with a sense of duty, or the satisfaction of a job well done, or a battle finished, a war won. With Juniper, I didn't hurt him because there was a purpose to it. I just wanted to hurt someone, and he was there to be hurt. When you ask me whether I've ever found it fun to hurt people, that's what I think about, that moment. And if that's how you feel toward me, toward any of us, then
I don't know
what there is to do. If it were something else, I could reason with you. I could try to be your friend. I could show you love and affection, see your good points, like he does. But if you want to hurt me in the ways that you've been doing it, the jump scares and invasions, then I just don't know how we're ever going to reconcile any of it. Bethel focused her sensorium on Amaryllis, looking her over with all her manifold senses.
Perhaps we won't.
Said Bethel.
Perhaps this will be how things are, until the end of your life, however near or far that might be.
Amaryllis drew her legs to her chest and hugged her knees, one of the positions that humans took when they were feeling hopeless. Bethel felt a small twinge of sympathy, though she also assumed that Amaryllis was carrying on with some plot, rather than actually feeling downtrodden. Bethel was very good at telling when people were lying, simply by tracking their vitals in real time, but it was an imperfect art. Perhaps this was a false negative.
I'd like to be left alone,
said Amaryllis.
Well,
said Bethel.
I would like to stay.
Amaryllis nodded slightly, then crawled across the bed and got under the covers.
I'm sorry,
said Bethel. That was her second apology in as many weeks, not a habit that she wanted to get into. Amaryllis let out a breath.
It's not enough to mean it,
she said.
It's not?
Asked Bethel. She forced her illusion into a confused frown.
When I have disagreements with Juniper, it's often like he knows exactly what a good person would do, and he simply fails to do it,
said Amaryllis.
Sometimes he comes to the realization later, sometimes it's in the moment, but it's inconsistent, and it's not enough to say sorry, and it's not enough to mean it. You have to stop doing the thing that you're apologizing for. You have to figure yourself out, and then you need to change whatever is causing the problem. Juniper says that he made a mistake, that he should have come with us, that he should have owned his past. If he does eventually go to Sporsan and resolves that quest, fine, but it doesn't mean that we're not going to run into the exact same problem again down the line.
It's so hard to trust a Pendrig,
said Bethel.
Especially you, manipulative little girl. You say these things, and I'm left to wonder whether this is an honest outpouring of emotion and thought, whether these are lies you wish me to propagate to others, or whether you mean to manipulate me with your weakness and struggles.
Amaryllis closed her eyes and laid her bed, staying still for so long that Bethel might have thought she'd simply gone to sleep, save for the fact that her heart rate hadn't slowed.
Narratively, this is all pointless,
said Amaryllis.
I can't change your mind. I can't help you to change and grow. This is all to stage left while Juniper talks to the Locust, or plays ranks with Grack, or maybe this is the intermission with the curtains drawn while Juniper sleeps.
You don't really see the world that way,
said Bethel.
No,
said Amaryllis.
No, I don't. But when I run straight into metaphorical walls or come up against intractable problems like this, a part of me just thinks, oh, well, he's the protagonist. Maybe the dungeon master set this up for him. Maybe nothing that I do will actually matter unless it's done where it furthers his plot.
Would it cheer you up if I told you that you had helped to make a marginal change in my way of thinking?
Asked Bethel. Amaryllis opened her eyes, then sat up so she could look at the illusion in the gloom. Eye contact was important for most of the mortal species, as was a sense of presence. It was so handy to have a notional body when speaking with them.
Is that true?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's hard to tell,
said Bethel.
Juniper has said to me that he hardly ever knows why he does the things that he does, and any examination of his actions after the fact will always reek of bias and revised history. I don't think that I'm so different from him in that regard.
Well, at any rate, thank you for trying to cheer me up,
said Amaryllis.
It was only a hypothetical,
sniffed Bethel, but she altered the illusion to convey that it wasn't merely that, and in return, Amaryllis gave the illusion a small, gratified smile.
You should rest. There are games afoot, and enemies in the shadows.
As always,
said Amaryllis. Bethel added to the illusion, billowing smoke from it, and deconstructed the whole thing in an artful way that she was sure wouldn't be wholly appreciated for its complexity and nuance. But she stayed, for a time, and kept her attention on Amaryllis until the little Pendrig was finally asleep. And then, of course, it was time to spy on her dreams, the time to talk. Chapter 152, The Time to Talk. There was a hiccup in the demon-blooded festival, right at the last second. Apparently the prisoner that they were going to execute escaped from custody shortly after what I can only assume was an absolute farce of a trial. The committee decided to instead use an entid, helpfully donated by Oberlin, but everyone was well aware that it was an effigy, and no one was really happy with the outcome.
But we had nothing to do with it,
said Amaryllis when we heard the news. Maybe she had a plan, and that was why she refused our help, I said. Or maybe it was some other group that wasn't going to take no for an answer like we were. At any rate, I'm glad that she got out. Amaryllis fidgeted.
She's thinking about narrative implications,
said Valencia. Amaryllis glared. Devil, she asked.
No,
said Valencia, looking quite proud.
that was all me.
It was fairly obvious,
replied Pallida.
It's just,
began Amaryllis.
how does it fit in with everything else? She's a loose thread now, until she shows up again. But then what's the resolution?
Can we just carry on without worrying about how it all fits together?
Asked Pallida.
It's so exhausting, trying to put everything into that frame.
She looked to me.
Juniper, you said that you dropped threads all the time in your campaigns.
I did, I replied. Sometimes I just forgot, which I don't think can happen in this case, unless things are a lot less steady than they seem. I suppose if the Dungeon Master controls everything, maybe he could forget. It would just run its course because it was no longer under his supervision. I paused to think about that. In the simulation framework, the Dungeon Master couldn't forget, but I had to remind myself that Aerb as simulation was only a dominant theory, not something that I could accept as material fact. Maybe the Dungeon Master could forget, and if it did, then things would continue on apace without whatever had escaped his notice. Other times, it was clear that the players didn't have any interest, so I would slowly and quietly write the plot thread out and hope that the thing they weren't having fun with would be forgotten by them, if not by me. And hells, sometimes the dice just didn't end up agreeing with me, and a plot thread would die in its crib. No plan survives contact with the players. Amaryllis folded her arms. Yes? I asked.
I just want to make sense of it,
said Amaryllis.
I want to see how it fits in the puzzle.
I don't actually know that there is a puzzle, I said. And I've said as much many, many times. This could actually be 2 or 3 completely unrelated things. Maybe Harold is just the big one, and the other ones are side quests, or they're meant to point at Harold, but I shrugged. The meta-analysis doesn't seem like it's bearing fruit, so why don't we go focus on the non-meta-analysis? Namely, what I'm going to do about the fact that classes are over, and I'm expected to go down into the temple, alone, with practically all of my neat toys taken away from me.
You're going to have to go down there on your own,
said Raven.
On what grounds?
Asked Amaryllis.
We could walk away.
On the grounds that Uther was forced to go alone more times than I could count,
said Raven. More meta-analysis, I said, shaking my head. On the concrete, object level, should I or should I not go down into the temple in order to unlock still and vibrational magic?
You should,
said Grak.
The risk is that you will be alone among bad actors. There is no evidence to suggest that they will attack you down there.
There's some evidence,
said Amaryllis.
A single mysterious death, likely connected to a cover-up from on high, a handful of disappearances, and a collection of entads to aid in meditation, during a ritual that's centered around meditation, when the entity in question appears to have some access to people in altered states.
Juniper has seen Harold before,
said Grak.
If it happens in the temple, he can stop meditating.
I can probably stop, I said. Unfortunately, we don't have any information on what specific entids are in use down there, nor do we know how they interact with Harold,
About that,
coughed Pallida.
I might have obtained both a detailed schematic of the temple and a list of entads used there.
Stole? I asked.
Such a strong word.
Said Pallida.
I would prefer to say that I acquired them, and I would rather that no one ask me the specifics of how that was done.
It's important to know provenance,
Said Raven.
Fine.
Said Pallida, pouting at losing a bit of her mystique.
Then yes, stolen from inside the offices of the dwarven construction crew that was being brought in for the underground expansion. The entad list was apparently something their magic specialists demanded, since some of them have significant range. Bethel?
Here.
Said Bethel, placing papers in front of us. I looked over the list, curious what would be there. The map was easy enough. It showed the temple itself, the barracks next to it that housed the staff during their shifts, the adjoining rooms, the spelunker's stroll that students went down for initiation, and the far more practical elevator that was used for the transport of both staff and the newly minted mages. Beside the temple was the room that contained the Rod of Whispers and all the floor space necessary for supporting the safe and efficient initiation of new vibration mages. It was all fairly simple. The list of entads was much more interesting. There was a spoon that took care of food for everyone in the temple, its effect extending out to cover the entire underground complex. There was a cup that had to be tipped upside down every 4 hours to keep everyone hydrated, which was done by an attendant in a room beside the temple. For sleep, there was an orb that kept everyone wide awake, though after they left its effects, they would need to pay back an extra hour of sleep every night for each hour they were under the effect, approximating to half a year of extra sleeping after initiation, something that I'd been warned about by SNS. An entad sensor kept the air pure and clean, despite how cramped the temple was and how many people were breathing, and an entad chest handled waste elimination. An entad sand timer took care of bed sores. Lastly, there was a small entad fountain whose water helped to calm, center, and open the mind. The magical waters it produced were converted into vapor and circulated through the room. So it's only this last one that we need to worry about, I said. And it sounds like the kind of thing that might just be assisting Harold in, I don't know, doing whatever it is he's doing to these people. But that doesn't mean that it's a direct risk to me.
Except for the risk of being surrounded by hundreds of converts who know that you're opposed to them and not converted, without your weapons, tools, or most importantly, backup,
said Amaryllis.
It is my understanding that initiates are hot-swapped,
said Grack.
There would be converted and unconverted in the same room.
They might still go for him,
said Amaryllis, crossing her arms.
It wouldn't be hard to separate him from the herd and take him to a back room where they could put a void gun against his head.
He would kill them all?
Replied Raven.
I say that on the basis of having seen him fight.
Against a still mage?
Asked Amaryllis with a raised eyebrow.
Against unknown entads, magics, wards?
Yes,
nodded Raven. I'll implant some unicorn bones beneath my skin, I said. They don't help against an instantly decapitating strike, but if I get into the thick of it, they should help me survive, in the event I'm outside of a ward against active bone magic.
Which there will almost certainly be,
said Grack.
I would assume they are following perfection protocols.
Perfection was a loaded term for a warder when it came to security, because spaces needed to be usable. The Perfection Suite was a set of wards that would guard a place against every conceivable form of attack, and in practice it was never used, mostly because it was expensive and impractical. Still, there were theoretically optimal for these circumstances wards, which shared a lot of similarities with the theoretically optimal solutions that you could arrive at in a game of ranks. Amaryllis rubbed her forehead.
This is above our pay grade.
No response from Finch, I said with a shrug. He should be back on the Isle of Poran if we wanted to go visit him. He's almost certainly gotten our letter by now,
He should have got it days ago.
said Amaryllis with a frown. I mean, I can opt out if you really think that's wise, but the whole point of us even coming here was so that I could unlock those two magics, and if we need to resolve all this other flaming garbage first, I don't see how we're going to do that from where we're sitting, I said. I breathed out, letting some of my frustration show,
I'm just worried about you.
said Amaryllis.
It bothers me to have you so far away with no possibility that I can reach you.
I can tunnel through rock.
Said Bethel.
It's courtesy of an entid I was merged with for moving around the boundless pit. If needed, I can move all of us close to the temple.
Amaryllis looked at her,
You would do that?
I would.
replied Bethel.
It isn't particularly house-like, but if needs must.
Thank you, I said. That should alleviate all concerns,
Most of them.
nodded Amaryllis,
There are underground structures.
said Grack.
We will have much to avoid, moving adjacent to the temple. There is also some risk of detection.
Doable, given how small I can get.
Said Bethel with a nod.
In theory, I might be able to extend myself to encompass the entirety of the temple, as well as the room which contains the Rod of Whispers, which would save us quite a bit of headache.
Do you think it's doable? I asked,
Full entad wards,
said Grack.
they're ruinously expensive. I would expect the livelihood of the Athenaeum to be protected with them, though.
Possibly.
Said Bethel.
The schematics don't mention wards.
Good security.
Said Grack with a slight nod.
Entads need disclosure more than wards.
Could the two of you power past them? I asked,
No,
said Grack.
it would be possible to bend them if they are poorly constructed. I would be surprised if they were.
Better.
Said Bethel.
So long as Pallida is here with that armor, I can become ward-proof.
No, said Grack, shaking his head.
Full entad wards would counter a ward-proof entad.
Bethel frowned at him.
Really? That makes no sense.
I can explain the arcana later if you do not believe me.
Said Grack, face impassive.
He's right for what it's worth.
Said Pallida.
I've run into that problem once or twice. Had to hire a warder good enough to poke an exception into the ward.
Either way, good enough, I said. And if I need to contact you, then I can contact Bethel through the soul link, which, in theory, can't be warded against. That should be good enough, shouldn't it? Plus, I think, with enough time, we might be able to prepare a few other tricks. There was some broad agreement among the assembled. Amaryllis frowned, but said nothing.
All right,
Said Lisi, staring me down like I was going to run.
the claret spear is simple in theory and difficult in execution. Before we start, I need to know that we have magical healing on hand and that you're capable of blood hardening and blood bypass.
Magical healing we have plenty of, but the blood stuff, I don't know what those are, I said.
But you might still be able to do them?
Asked Lisi. Maybe, I said. She folded her arms and frowned, then glanced over at Reimer, who was sitting with Amaryllis to one side of the dojo.
It's technically a violation of my agreement with Quills and Blood to teach you blood magic. I could be killed for the transgression.
You already agreed, I said. Besides, teaching me the claret spear in the space of an afternoon should be impossible, so you're probably in the clear,
You said you have a time chamber.
said Lisi.
That would be one possible mechanism, and more likely than the apparent truth, so far as a disciplinary tribunal would be concerned.
I know, I said. But you already agreed, and I might need the claret spear soon. Lisi glared at me, then gave a fractional nod.
Blood bypass means altering the flow of blood such that it doesn't exit the body from a wound, or, more difficult, altering the flow of blood to prevent internal bleeding. Can you do that?
Oh, I said. Yeah, that's easy.
Good.
She nodded.
Blood hardening is altering the blood and harnessing its force in order to prevent injuries. Can you do that?
I said. I haven't, but probably,
Amaryllis!
called Lisi. Amaryllis got up from where she was observing and walked over.
Yes?
She asked.
You didn't teach him blood hardening?
Asked Lisi.
It wasn't covered in my studies.
Amaryllis huffed.
I was focused primarily on the topics that would make me a better administrator. Is that all?
How far did you get in blood magic?
Asked Lisi.
I could perform Ard's touch in the Crimson Fist.
Said Amaryllis.
I'll also note that Rosemallow cut my education short so that I could get more hands-on experience in Angelsin.
Said Lisi.
That's all.
Amaryllis didn't quite stomp back over to Reimer, but it was clear that she was restraining herself.
Blood hardening is a necessary prerequisite to the Claret Spear.
Said Lisi.
Do you have a stick that I could hit you with?
A stick materialized out of thin air, landing right beside her.
Oh.
She looked up slightly, at the place in the air where the stick had dropped from.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure I can do it, I said. I have 30 in blood magic, and even if you're a savant, you should have less than that.
Then let's prove it.
Said Lisi, picking up the stick. Not sure why you need a stick for this, I said, getting to my feet.
Economy of motion,
Said Lisi.
I don't want to get tired. Now, when I hit you, I want you to use your blood for a counterforce. It's likely and expected that the skin might break. Ready?
Sure, I said. The stick was more of a quarterstaff than a proper stick. I wasn't particularly worried, though. Unfortunately, I had forgotten two things. First, Lisi wasn't the kind of person to pull her punches, and second, she was a trained blood mage with all the force of her blood behind her strike. She hit me across the chest, and I nearly fell over, because it hurt worse than anything had hurt me in the past 2 weeks. The kind of pain that didn't really compare to, say, having my hand sliced off, or literally dying to Raven, but also wasn't something that I could get used to. Spell discovered. Blood hardening. Blood hardening channels the force of your blood to minimize damage from attacks. Bludgeoning attacks are reduced by 3 orders of magnitude. Piercing and slashing attacks are reduced by 1 order of magnitude. Only applies to parts of your body that have sufficient blood flow. Consumes 5 drops of blood. I had to close my eyes to see the spell description, and when I opened them, Lisi was watching me.
Well?
She asked. I guess I didn't know it until just now, I said. Can we move on? Lisi frowned.
I'm going to hit you again to make sure you have it.
No, I said. I have it. She didn't put down the stick. Lisi, you can try to hit me, but you're not going to land the hit, because I'm bigger, stronger, faster, and more skilled than you are. I know you like violence, but this isn't the time. It was the place, though, realistically speaking. Bethel's sparring room was state-of-the-art. If you want to spar later, I'm sure that either Valencia or Amaryllis would love to take you up on it, though I have to warn you that you're not going to beat either of them if they're trying their hardest.
Fine,
Said Lisi, dropping the staff. She pulled a small dagger from within her dress.
The Claret Spear is a delicate weapon, one shaped by both your raw will and the paths of your blood as it flows along.
She moved the dagger across her wrist, making a bloodless cut.
A true blood magus would be able to draw blood from their body without any actual wound, but I'm not at that point yet. The first step is blood bypass, to ensure that you don't bleed to death. And after that, it's a matter of visualizing the pathways in order to get the blood to take shape. A blood spear is a frozen-in-motion point, with concentration put toward the very tip, which does the bulk of the damage.
Blood shot from her wrist, faster than should have been possible from blood pressure alone, and froze in place in midair as she concentrated on it. With each additional spurt, the spear began to take shape, until there was what looked like a pint of blood, suspended by nothing and gripped in her hand. She took a steadying breath.
There are 4 difficult aspects to the technique,
Said Lisi.
The first is operating while light on blood. Though there are techniques to increase the blood volume of the body and magically compress blood to have a greater natural store. The second is that concentration must be maintained on the claret spear at all times, even in the heat of combat. The third is that the spear must be retracted back into the body, unless you want to spend an enormous quantity of blood with every use, and the blood outside the body will have contact with foreign particulates, air, and germs, which means techniques have to first be mastered to purify blood, either inside the body or outside it. Fourth, you have to come to the counterintuitive understanding that the spear is maintained in its shape by pure will and does not obey the laws of physics as such.
She moved her hand in a slicing motion, and the spear stayed in its position relative to her hand, not curving through the air like I had expected it to. "Why a haft?" I asked, pointing down at the rod of blood.
It's defensive,
replied Lisi.
as with a mundane spear. Do you understand what I mean about physics?
Meaning, if you swing the spear, then the tip doesn't necessarily change position, because in a spear, it would be a result of the tip being connected to the shaft, and here, it's all just your control, I said. So if you want the tip to move, you can't take advantage of rotation differentials or whatever, because making the spear do that would just be using more of your concentration, or will, or whatever.
Yes,
replied Lisi. She retracted the spear back into her body, then tossed her dagger to me, seeming unconcerned about whether I would cut myself on it. I didn't because I had the reflexes of a cat, but still. You try. I swapped the dagger to my left hand, then stared down at my wrist for a moment before making the incision. I had practiced dealing with wounds before, and took a moment to make sure that the cut wasn't producing blood. Then, with a short, silent countdown, I let the blood flow out, trying to shape it as I did. Spell discovered. Claret spear. I found it to be simplicity itself, and moved the spear around as I watched it. Holding it in place wasn't really hard, just an annoyance that tickled at the back of my mind, less so than burning bones did. The word spear was a really poor approximation of what it actually was, and the only way that I could think anyone would ever find it accurate was if they'd seen a blood mage thrusting with it and knew nothing about the underpinnings or practical advantages and limitations. The only thing that was stopping me from growing the spear longer was that I could feel my control of the construct getting worse with distance. I could see other possibilities with it too, ways that it hooked in with my existing knowledge of blood magic. Neat, I said, before retracting it back into my wound, then eating a marzipan fairy to heal myself.
That's it?
Asked Lisi, staring at me. Just like that? Yeah, I said. There are other advantages with it, aren't there? If I can force my blood into someone. Yes, said Lisi. We call it the bloodline. I had already learned that aspect, back when I had given Fen a quick and sloppy transfusion. This was just a fast, easy, and effective way to do it against an opponent. All I would need to do was stab them once, push my blood into them, and then use it against them. And it can be launched, I asked. If I wanted it to be ranged. Yes, said Lisi. At the cost of a fair amount of blood, easier, with more blood to provide pressure. You learned the technique in the span of a moment?
Well,
said Reimer, coming up to us.
It looks like the learning variant is in effect. June got tired of us leveling up in the middle of a dungeon, and he said that a new rule was that mages don't learn new techniques from nothing. They have to have some kind of teacher or read it in a book, something it was assumed we were doing during downtime. Otherwise, we were just pulling new powers we shouldn't logically have had out of a hat.
But that's in addition to the restrictions on skill caps,
asked Amaryllis. Why both? Reimer shrugged.
It wasn't the best game in the world. I mean, a lot of the design decisions were just based on what bugged Juniper, or what came up in the middle of play.
But why though?
Asked Amaryllis. Surely there were predicate conditions.
Sure,
said Reimer with a shrug. I mean, it's easier to graft on a new system than to make modifications to the old ones. So skill rolls are modified by abilities, and then they go up on the basis of use. But you run into problems where skills are just going up way too fast for it to be sustainable. So you say that actually, skills are going to be a logarithmic curve, and then people start dicking around boosting skills. So you say that you need a teacher or better training if it's not going to be actual, legitimate use. And then we have a big argument about what legitimate means, and how that's a completely nonsensical term, and doesn't map to how skills improve in the real world. And you get the idea. Amaryllis sighed, then looked at me.
I do.
She said. I actually remember that conversation, I said. Doesn't apply to D&D.
How many of these systems were there?
Asked Reimer, raising an eyebrow. I said. Lots. Maybe not hundreds, but probably close. Of the ones that we actually played, for at least one session, I'd say maybe 20.
20?
Asked Reimer. Why would you ever need that many? Different strokes for different folks, I said. Reimer actually laughed.
Did you come up with that? Different strokes?
Sure, I replied with a smile. But seriously, different game systems have different natural outcomes, so depending on what outcomes you're looking for, you have to have a different system. And sure, part of it was just people making iterative improvements, or wanting to sell a complete system that wasn't piggybacking on someone else's work. But that's partly to do with how Fluff and Crunch are intertwined with each other.
Are you going to explain Fluff and Crunch?
Asked Reimer, once again betraying an astounding ignorance of the norms and terminology of tabletop role-playing games. It was weird, because he was otherwise so much like the Reimer I'd known.
Is any of this relevant?
Asked Lisi. No, I replied. Not really. It's just fluff. We've already dealt with the Crunch.
Ah, I get it,
said Reimer, snapping his fingers. He glanced at Lisi. Well, we should get going then,
I suppose,
said Lisi with a sniff. I doubt that I have anything more to teach you. It was very welcome, I said with a small bow. Amaryllis saw them out, while I looked at my character sheet to see what the spell had to say about the new ability. Claret Spear channels the force of your blood into a pointed weapon. Damage and attack are dependent upon your blood magic level. Blood cost is dependent upon blood loss and your roll on the blood recovery chart. Complex variant shapes require higher blood magic. It was more or less what I had expected, with another random table I couldn't see or test thrown in there for good measure. The principles seemed more promising than the spear itself. If I had sufficient multitasking or control, I could make myself into a blood porcupine. And even if that was currently beyond me, I was pretty sure that projecting the spear from the wrist to be gripped in the hand was all just a matter of convention and ease. If I were grappled and had a deep enough cut, I could probably just thrust the spear out from my back and into my attacker, which was a handy thing to keep in mind.
You did well,
said Amaryllis, coming back in to speak with me.
Well,
In what sense? I asked.
handling her.
Said Amaryllis. You didn't put your foot in your mouth. Damning with faint praise, that's an idiom on Arab, yes? I asked. She smiled at me.
I just mean that you've sometimes been a bit insensitive to people about the game.
She held up her thumb and forefinger, a quarter of an inch apart. Just a tiny bit. Point taken, I said with a stifled sigh. How was Reimer? Amaryllis shrugged, but her face had fallen somewhat.
A bit of a know-it-all.
She said. Our discussion on theoretically optimal character builds was of mixed success. Oh? I asked.
He had a lot of assumptions about what it is we do, along with the resources at our disposal,
said Amaryllis. We got into an argument about rune forges, and he just... I saw her squeeze her hand into a fist. It was often the case, in my short-lived career in politics, that I would come across someone who didn't know the first thing about what they're talking about. Some of them would fold and defer as soon as they saw that they were talking to someone that knew more than them, and others would try to just continue on, as though their ignorance was a match for my knowledge. Reimer was the second kind of person. "Oh," I said. "That doesn't really sound like him, I don't think. But sorry, he was probably just flustered. This hasn't been the easiest thing for him, and even if it had been, you're—"
Yes?
asked Amaryllis. "Imposing and beautiful," I said. If he was pretending to know about rune forges, it might have been because he was trying to impress you,
Well,
said Amaryllis, turning away from me slightly. "It did him no favors. There are 5 rune forges in the world, and I've visited 2 of them in person. They're tightly controlled, and even if they weren't, runic magic is labor and time-intensive in a way that no other magic is." I said all that, and he made a retreat to a weaker position, still holding fast to his ignorance, and it made me want to throttle him. I shrugged, not sure what to tell you, except that he would probably benefit from a little slack.
you're being understanding.
Said Amaryllis, almost like an accusation. "Yeah," I said. "I've just known him a long time. He always liked facts and figures. Arthur was more about ideas, but Reimer was more about all the kinds of things you could pin down. Hard to imagine him without the internet, really. On Erb, well, I can't say, because I didn't grow up here. But you have what? Encyclopedias?"
And libraries.
Said Amaryllis. "And yes, that's probably where the tiny sliver of things he knew came from, plus whatever you made up for your game." She shook her head. "Sorry, you're right. Part of it is Lisi. She puts me on edge." "'S fine," I said. I had a thought and hesitated as I debated whether to voice it. "Sorry about earlier, if it was weird that I called you beautiful,"
No.
said Amaryllis. "I know who I am, physically speaking. I'm likely in the top 10% of women by attractiveness. It was a political consideration." She shrugged. I took it as a statement of fact. "Top 10%, I asked. "That's specific,"
It's just a guess.
she said. "Part of it is nutrition and health care afforded to me by my upbringing, and some of it is surely the eugenic effects of nobles selecting attractive partners. You're right, though. It's something that might have been affecting Reimer, which is annoying, especially if he and Lisi are, apparently, a thing." "I mean," I said, "for what it's worth, I might as well just come right out and say it, but my first thought on seeing you was that you were literal, physical perfection." Amaryllis raised an eyebrow. "Look," she began. "I'm not kidding," I said. "I'm not trying to be poetic or to pay you a compliment. I mean that you are as beautiful to me as I think a person could possibly be, and there's nothing that I can imagine that would improve you,"
Very strong words.
said Amaryllis. She tapped her foot. "I didn't think it was that overwhelming." "Well," I said, "we're friends and colleagues. Ideally, I'm not letting aesthetic preferences get in the way too much. Ideally, I'm not letting the hammering of my heart and the adrenaline of being next to you do me in. I'm not acting on the errant thoughts of touching you. I'm not having private fantasies at night when I can't sleep, before I inevitably give in and use the sleep spell. I think I did let looks get in the way, with Grak, the opposite direction, well, up until recently. And even now, I worry that Grak and I spend our time together playing games, not talking about our feelings or whatever, and I don't know whether deep down he's the kind of person who's content to stay silent, or whether I need to be the one to initiate, or what. I had asked, and he'd said that he didn't like to talk, unless he had something to say, but it was hard to tell if him not having something to say was what I should worry about. It was off topic. I was rambling.
Can I ask, if you find me so beautiful, why you ended up with Fen?
Asked Amaryllis. "Ah," I said. I chewed on my lip. "Do we really want to be having this conversation now?"
Yes.
Said Amaryllis. "I don't mind that you were with her. I'm not jealous of what was. I just want to fit this into the context of my supposedly overwhelming beauty. Well, I said. Half initiation, half personality, I guess. Fen was always flirting, always. Partly because she liked to tease, partly because she wanted me to reject her advances as some kind of screwed-up inferiority complex, partly because she liked me. And some of the flirting was really blatant, basically an invitation for sex, and that helped me build up this image in my head of what it would be like if we were a couple. Whenever I talked about Fen, I tried to keep an internal gauge of how much it was hurting, a technique that I had practiced for a time with Arthur. Thinking of Fen still hurt, but a lot of the memories were more on the sweet side of bittersweet. I missed her, and wished that we had some plausible mechanism to return her to life. But none of the conversations I'd had with Pallida, Raven, or Heshnel had provided me with anything resembling hope. Uther had never returned anyone from the dead. For as weird and wild as magic got on Erb, return from death was apparently not in the cards, not even if you were Uther.
Has your opinion of my personality improved?
Asked Amaryllis, pressing on. You know, you were just complimenting my social skills, I said.
I don't take offense,
said Amaryllis. She had look of gentle understanding, which I appreciated. It was tactful. I think compassion and conscientiousness, combined with pragmatism and a long view, can look like coldness, I said. You're always trying to look a step ahead, which means sacrificing the present for the future, and I like you, I do, but am I making a mess of this? No, said Amaryllis. She turned away from me. Now's not the time for this. Okay, I said, not what you just said a minute ago. When is? She turned back.
I know I have my deficiencies as a potential partner. I'm painfully aware of that. But right now, I'd like for us to focus on what's ahead of us. This interpersonal stuff, it's not going to make the difference down in the temple. It's going to be a distraction.
I don't want you to come away from this thinking that I think you're deficient, I said. Damn it, I was trying my best to just explain my feelings, and I feel like it came off as insulting. I didn't mean for it to. No, said Amaryllis with a nod. It's good to clear the air. You know that I didn't mean that I thought you would be deficient, if we, I said, faltering. My heart was breaking, just a bit. I really did care about her, and maybe I was even in love with her, but I had my reservations, and not just because of the ghost of Fen sitting on my shoulder.
I know,
said Amaryllis. She looked over to the door. Come on. We should get some food, then some sleep. There's work to be done. The temple. Chapter 153. The temple. Long ago, the Leote temple had been buried by people who had wanted to put an end to still magic and couldn't get around the temple's inviolability. When the still mages had recovered the temple, they had left it where it was, deep underground, and done little more than excavating down to it, largely because it was far more defensible, deep underground than it was on the surface. The path to get down to the Temple of Leo was known as the Spelunker's Stroll, a long, winding path that was part and parcel of the intentional mysticality of the place and a keystone of the culture of sound and silence. Before I could go take the stroll, there was a rather paranoid amount of security to get through.
You'll have been warned that there are wards against entads,
said the attendant, giving me a dispassionate and imperious look.
Do you have any on you?
No, I said.
Strip, please,
said the attendant. I removed my clothes until I was standing naked in front of her. I'd been asked if I'd had any preference on what my security would be like, and said that I didn't. The halfling in front of me, wearing a white coat, was apparently what I got as the default. She had a little step stool that she was standing on, and I tried not to apply the mental model that was loudly declaring her to be a child. She was, at best guess, in her 40s.
You have tattoos,
she said, looking me over.
Passive and active skin magic is warded against within the complex. taking effect prior to when you'll exit the Spelunker's stroll. Do you anticipate any problems with that?
No, I said. Though, yeah.
Nothing in those tattoos is necessary for your continued function?
She asked. No, I said. I was pretty sure that she knew what all the tattoos did, as I had a number that were very expensive, but very few that were uncommon.
The complex is fully warded against active and passive blood magic,
she said.
Do you anticipate that to be a problem?
No, I said, which wasn't actually true, but I'd taken care of it before I'd come in. Apparently the hypertension virtue counted as passive magic rather than latent magic, and having magically compressed blood lose its magic was catastrophic to the human body. I'd thankfully done a consult with my favorite warder so as not to be surprised by it, and solved the problem by bleeding out approximately half of my blood supply into plastic bags that we could later use for a transfusion.
The complex is fully warded against active and passive bone magic,
she said. Do you anticipate that to be a problem? No, I said. But actually, yes, because I had cut open my stomach and inserted the 3 smallest unicorn vertebrae there as a weapon of last resort. I would effectively be worthless as a bone mage down in the temple, but as soon as I was to safety, I would be able to unleash.
Do you have any other sources of magic available to you, whether latent, active, or passive?
She asked. No, I said. I was really thankful that lie-detecting entads were so incredibly rare, because otherwise I would probably be in a lot of trouble. So far as we'd been able to tell, there was only one thing that would be a real problem.
We're going to do a Nolia inspection now,
said the attendant. I have an exemption, I said. The attendant looked down at her paperwork, leafing through a few pages.
So you do,
she said, still frowning. She looked up at me.
Why?
My soul has a feature which I believe would be harmful to any Anolia that looked at it, I said. I was exposed to an info-hazardous threat which makes my soul toxic to anyone who views it. This provides a natural defense against soul mages, but is equally harmful to Anolia. They would instantly be placed into a catatonic state. The attendant looked down at the paperwork again, still frowning.
That's quite novel,
she finally said. I had the paperwork checked over twice, I said. Thanks, Oberlin.
Very well,
said the attendant, still frowning.
It's the first time I've seen something like this.
If there are Anolia down in the temple, you should probably warn them, I said. I should also say that it's likely to be infectious, meaning that if anyone does look at my soul and go catatonic, then no one can look at their soul either. The attendant narrowed her eyes at me.
And how did you survive this?
It's complicated and classified, I said. She tapped her pen against the clipboard several times, thinking this through. In the end, I think it was probably the fact that Oberlin had walked me through the paperwork that did it. She relented, and I was made to put on a robe. Following that, I was passed through some wards, very similar to the ones that we'd gone through in the jail when we'd visited Malus. I felt nothing as I went through, because I was more or less following the rules, smuggled unicorn bones and tattoos aside. 2 of the tattoos were for storage, and held the probability blade and the vambrace, which in turn held all my other stuff. I hadn't tested the probability blade in combat yet, aside from a few skirmishes with Amaryllis and Grack. I was really hoping that I would have the blade if I needed it, and also that I wouldn't need it. From there, I was on my way, effectively bereft of the nice and shiny things I'd accumulated, and walking down the Spelunker's stroll. I was to go alone. That much was tradition. There was a small waiting room for initiates, and a stern-looking man who told us when it was our time to go, with nothing for us to do, while we patiently waited for him to signal us. So far as I could tell, it was about 15 minutes between initiates. I had some time to think about how things would go wrong, some time for misgivings, and then, because it was an old habit in times of stress, uncertainty, and boredom, some time to think about world building. It was hard to think about stuff that hadn't been done on Herb, simply because Herb had so much of what I had done before, and so many things that seemed like they had been made in anticipation of what I would do in the future, grown in a vat from the same DNA, if not actually made by me. My waiting room world-building project was a legal system that revolved around armed combat, which was a nice, meaty question that needed a lot of consideration and effectively distracted me from the tension I was feeling. There were a huge variety of legal systems on Erb, but I contented myself in being mostly ignorant of them, mostly because I didn't have the time, motive, or inclination to learn about them in depth. Eventually, my name was called, and I headed down the Spelunker's stroll. A lot of it was theatrical mysticism, mixed with a lack of OSHA compliance. I walked down rocky steps that had been worn smooth by the footsteps of thousands of others making their descent, and watched as the lights occasionally changed, allowing less and less visibility, until I was making my way from one point of illumination to the other. There were a zillion ways to light a tunnel on Erb, from glowing glyphs to shining orbs to regular old incandescents, and as the tunnel continued on, eventually I was walking beneath what very much appeared to be bioluminescent anemones stuck to the ceiling and giving me a friendly wave as I went past. It was all painfully sculpted, though maybe you wouldn't get that from it if you had never been to Disneyland. An underground river trickled by, winding on its own course that gave me just a glimpse of it, and I saw it 3 times as I made the descent, in steadily worsening light. All I could think about was that someone must have had a hell of a time carving it out so that it would be visible to me without actually getting water on the stairs, and they surely had to have some kind of mechanical pump system to keep the flow steady, and there was no way that it was actually connected to the watershed because this tunnel would flood during heavy rain. I went through several caverns, which had been placed at strategic intervals, each of them with their own unique theme. One had stalactites hanging down, smeared with luminous green gunk. Another was filled with water, and had all the light coming up from the bottom, illuminating the fish that swam around as I crossed over the wooden bridge. A third was filled with mushrooms of all kinds, some as big as dinner plates. It was all awe-inspiring in its own way, but I couldn't suspend disbelief as I looked at it, not for very long. It reminded me of some of the early dungeons I'd designed, when I'd tended to string together a series of set pieces rather than have something holistically created to tell a unique story of a real place. When I got to the end, 2 large double doors were waiting for me, rising up 15 feet. They might have been impressive if I hadn't been inside the infinite library. I pulled on the handles and opened them up, which led me into a room with columns on either side, and another attendant waiting for me.
"Welcome to the temple complex,"
he said, smiling gently. He was Halunda, I was pretty sure, judging by his size.
"How was your stroll?"
Good, I said.
"To the rod first, then,"
he said, gesturing to one side of the room. I ended up in another waiting room, where I was given a pamphlet, and the whole thing started to remind me of Disneyland again, namely, the tedium of waiting in line. I saw one of the people that I'd been in the other waiting room with, and wondered whether Spelunker's stroll had been meaningful for them. This was, in some sense, the equivalent of a graduation ceremony, a lot of pomp and circumstance to celebrate the fact that we were going to be joining the ranks of the mages, but I sure didn't feel like I was getting anything out of it. Eventually, my name was called, and I was guided down a hallway, then to another room, which was accessible only through heavy doors, arranged in an airlock configuration that needed authorization from both sides. 2 men in full plate with wicked-looking weapons stood in the room, watching me carefully, and I had every reason to think that they were some flavor of mage as well, though which would hopefully remain a mystery. It would be an awful place to fight in if Harold had compromised them. The third man wore vestments and held the Rod of Whispers in one hand. It was a thick rod, about 2 feet long, tapered toward the ends. It was brightly colored in reds and blues, with a crisscrossing pattern that you might have thought was the work of a master artisan, unless you knew that it was an entad. There was really no reason that it had to be ornate, but the forge frenzy drove people to make entads in very specific ways, and the Rod of Whispers was no different. I walked forward, with my feet making the only sound in the room, and received my tap on the head. Skill unlocked. Vibrational magic. Achievement unlocked. Oscillancy. And with that, I was a vibration mage. I left the room, went through the airlock again, and let out a breath that I'd been holding. When I felt the attendant touch me on my arm, I nearly jumped. That room had been the perfect place to jump me, at least in my estimation, because 2 hulking guards draped in entads would probably have been a real problem for me. I was led back through the room with columns and into a second waiting room. There really was a lot of waiting to be done, presumably because that allowed for an optimization of throughput at some point further down the way. While I sat in the waiting room, I tried vibration magic on for size. The temple complex had heavy wards, expensive, permanent, and virtually unbreakable ones, but it wasn't clear whether or not vibration magic was included in them. I got the answer pretty quickly when I began listening to the sounds around me. Skill increased. Vibrational magic level 1. It ranked up pretty quickly, and I mostly ignored the messages after that as I played with my new toy. The oddest thing about it, at least as far as sounds went, was that it was easy to feel vibrations going past me, except that I basically only felt them when they were already continuing on. In some ways it was like playing a video game and realizing that the joystick was set to inverted, so that up was down and down was up. It was a very unintuitive way of conceptualizing sound, such that I was sensing where sounds were going, rather than where they were coming from. It made a little bit of sense, since obviously I had a lot of channels with which to feel vibration, and most of them required that the wave actually hit me. But it was a little disorienting. That disorientation rapidly faded as my skill increased. I had a new gauge as part of my HUD, labeled breath, sitting between my mental exhaustion meter and my blood meter. So that was neat. My first, very minor attempt at altering a vibration caused the meter to tick down just a sliver, and based on what Reimer had said, the bar would grow as I increased in level. I pushed hard to get to level 10, where, thanks to Reimer, I knew what was waiting for me. Skill increased. Vibrational magic level 10. New virtue. Biorhythms. Biorhythms. You are in tune with the natural cycles of your body and capable of altering them at the expense of breath, either temporarily or on a permanent basis. This virtue does not prevent any ill effects from, e.g., loss of breath or loss of sleep. As virtues went, it was a level 10 virtue, meaning nothing to write home about, and not really more than a minor superpower. It was still nice to have, especially for altering circadian rhythms, which was a bit of a headache to get back on track given how often we used the time chamber. There were also, per Reimer, some less obvious things that you could do with it, like altering REM cycles in order to get in more dreaming, but I wasn't sure about the ill effects. One of the bigger benefits was being able to control my heartbeat, which seemed like it would be useful in both combat and social situations. I got up to level 13 by the time they called me over to the temple, meaning approximately equivalent to 4 years of study in the time it might have taken someone to eat lunch. The levels had gone quickly, maybe because my mental stats were so high, or maybe because I'd had a week of prep work and a pretty good foundation from my instructor. I was taken to the temple itself, which caused me to go on edge again, because this was another perfect time for an attendant to take me into a room where I would be instantly killed by something nasty. That threat failed to materialize, though, and I was led into the large room that the temple was contained within, which was, in one sense, a relief, but in another sense, was cause for concern, because it meant that I was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. The Leo Temple was inviolable, which was a special term that described a whole host of items and structures on Erb that couldn't be destroyed, with a big, fat asterisk for void tools and void weapons. The underwater hand whose fingertips made the Zorish Isles was inviolable, and it was a property of a fair few entids too. Inviolability was both a curse and a boon, because it meant that there was little risk of damage, but also little possibility of modification or change. The Leo Temple was small. When I thought of temples, I thought of big open places, the kind with arched roofs and lots of open air, the Acropolis, maybe, or a cathedral. The Leo Temple wasn't too much bigger than the average living room, and if you're wondering to yourself how you fit 500 people inside a space the size of a living room, then the answer is very carefully and in a way that would make the fire marshal wince. Because of the temple's inviolability, the doorway was a severe bottleneck, and if you wanted to maximize the number of people inside the temple, that was something to contend with, especially since the decision had been made to do swapping instead of having simple batches of roughly 500. The solution that they'd come up with was a more extreme version of the Japanese capsule hotels, with people put into something that very closely resembled a coffin with a porthole window on top, picked from a variety of sizes that ran the gamut of the mortal species. These were then moved in by attendants and stacked into place, with as little room between initiates as possible, and no possibility of getting out without the help of the attendants. It wasn't the most horrifyingly claustrophobic thing that I could imagine, because I had a good imagination, but it was definitely optimization taken to an unpleasant extreme. This was a part of the Pendraig reforms. Before he'd come along, people had been meditating in better conditions, their time in the temple broken up by breaks, in part because they didn't have the Entad support that he provided to make the pact-like sardines thing workable. The first thing that I'd asked about on hearing this arrangement was why they didn't use space-warping Entads, miniaturization Entads, or something similar. Amaryllis hadn't known the answer, but she seemed to think that it was so obvious that they had to have tried it, and my idea was dumb, and that I should feel bad for so much as suggesting it, though I might have been reading between the lines a bit when she shot me down. Even if other magics were off the table, it should have been possible for soul manipulation and healing to temporarily replace people's bodies with smaller forms, like turning a human into a halfling, which would have increased potential occupancy by a factor of 8. But the only answer I'd ever gotten was that it hadn't been done during the time of the Second Empire, and so had probably failed to pass some early test. There was some anti-munchkinry going on, but the exact flavor wasn't clear, especially since this stacked coffin monstrosity was an abomination of flavor, yet also somehow permissible. I was nervous. How would I not be? A week stuck in the temple, with no way out except hoping that my bare fists could break through the wood against people who were better equipped, which was to say, equipped at all, within wards that could have been explicitly keyed against me in ways that were completely sensible for even a non-adversarial power to have done. Yeah, I was having second thoughts. I climbed into the coffin all the same and was carried into the temple. Some of the effects I'd felt right away, like the unnatural purity of the air and the way that every last trace of thirst was eliminated at once. To keep people in a coffin for a week, you needed to take care of basically all of the messy people stuff, the thirst, hunger, heat, air, and waste. But to get them into a coffin and into the proper mindset for 7 straight days of meditation, you needed something to assist with that. It was a dissociative episode. I'd had them once or twice, enough to recognize the sensation. I could still sense things, but the signals were getting confused somewhere along the way, my fingertips touching the cloth bottom of the box that they'd put me in, but the concepts of cloth and box and fingertip not quite connecting to each other, or anything that was going on in my brain. It was like looking down on myself, from within myself, as though everything was happening to someone who wasn't me, and it might have been unpleasant or scary if I could properly connect those sensations to anything coherent. Instead, I was drifting, floating free. I could feel the thing that I was meant to feel, that I was warned I would feel, a conceptual tether sitting in my mind, linked to an obelisk, an idea that was as inviolable as the temple I sat in, waiting there for me to draw closer, to inspect it, to know it. Except that standing next to the pillar was a man, his armored form wreathed in flames, watching me. I had enough presence of mind to shut the image out, to focus somewhere else, as much as the tether attached me to the pillar. I was still deep within the dissociative state, my body nearly immaterial to me for all that I could make sense of what I was feeling and seeing. But I could keep my distance from that pillar, and from that man, if I put effort into it. I was swimming in a sea of thoughts, all seeming like they weren't my own, my control over myself only barely there. But I did have some control, and there was an island of stability in the sea of confusion. I was trapped for the duration of a week. The entads that they were using to make meditation in the temple, surefire and fast, had also made some kind of a place for Harold to do his thing, whatever that happened to be, whatever purpose he was currently driving toward. Harold had probably already done his thing with everyone who was currently in the temple, some unknown number of the staff, and some unknown number of people who had already passed through, thousands of them, it seemed like, with the ability to convert others. I moved my arm, which didn't feel like my arm, but instead, like someone else's arm that I was watching at a remove. My mind could barely make sense of the movement, since the proprioception was shot, but it was movement, which meant that the body in the coffin could possibly escape. The tether was closer to me, though, like something that I had a memory of imagining, but still more real and solid than my sense of self. It was like losing the plot in a movie, or staring at the words in a book and seeing them as separate entities rather than parts of a sentence, let alone a coherent train of thought. When I was in 8th grade, I had trained myself in unhearing English to force the words to disassemble into their component sounds, unintelligible to my higher brain, which I could manage for a few seconds at a time. It was the first time I'd ever tried anything remotely like meditation, all because I hated listening to my parents fighting and wanted to unhear it, to transform the thoughts and ideas they were expressing into pure phonemes. Sitting in the box, it was the opposite problem. Nothing coming together, nothing connecting, just a bare shred of me in there somewhere, watching it at a remove. I had no idea what to do, except that I had to do something. Ignoring Harold could only work for so long, given how much mental effort it took. The temple was designed such that meditation couldn't fail, the overlapping entids being at least somewhat equivalent to a sensory deprivation tank, only more extreme in some respects. And even if I could somehow go a full week, Harold would know, in the same way he'd sent Soni to try to convert me. If I'd been allowed into this coffin by his confederates, or puppets, then it seemed unlikely that I would be let out by them, and for all that Raven seemed to have faith in me to pull some Eutherian stunt to get out of trouble, I was thinking that I was kind of fucked. And when it seems like you're fucked, that's the best time to try to change tactics. I let myself follow the tether toward the conceptual pillar, where Harold was waiting for me. It was hard to make out an expression behind the flames, but it seemed something like stoic determination. "What do you want?" I asked, sending the thought at him rather than physically speaking, a process that seemed like it would have involved mechanically moving my mouth flaps. I was trying my best to keep my distance from him. I had no idea what would happen if we got into a fight here, or if he touched me, or anything like that. I was at a loss for what the rules were. I didn't know if Harold could speak, or how he was capable of hurting me, or whether I would be able to fight off his attack somehow. "The end," said Harold. He had a voice like the crackling of coals, with the timber of a furnace being stoked. "The end of what?" I asked.
"The end of this world,"
answered Harold, staring at me.
"The end of suffering, the end of pain, the end of death. the end of life.
How? I asked.
The calling forth of a world lord.
Harold answered. He held out one flaming hand to me.
You will join.
Somewhere out there in the real, my body's throat swallowed. It might have been my imagination, but the dissociation seemed like it was getting a little less oppressive. Nah, I'm good, thanks, I replied. It was a flippancy that I wasn't really feeling.
The horde has grown, said Harold. The chorus is ripe. You will join, or you will perish.
He drew his flaming sword. I had no idea what he was going to do with it, given that he was only in my mind, but I wasn't really eager to find out. I forced my attention away from the pillar, and Harold with it, until I was back thinking about my body, and how it didn't seem to be mine anymore. The dissociation was definitely getting better, or maybe I was getting used to it, but there was an I there, firmly in place, even if it was dissociated from other things. Maybe that was the skill check that I needed to get past, reconstructing a mental model of selfhood from the nothing, all so that I could spend a whole week without Harold putting his sword through me, whatever that would do. I had no idea how much time had passed. It felt like 10 minutes, or maybe 20, but I wouldn't have been surprised to have them pull me out and tell me that a week had gone by. I dipped down into my soul, and almost immediately, the pressure and tension was relieved. The soul trance, it seemed, had something of a protective effect, for which I was grateful, but that wasn't the reason that I was there. Instead, I followed one of the lines from my soul, along a channel that no known wards were capable of blocking. When I reached its terminus, I was standing in a small white room. Bethel, as Tiff, opened the door and looked me over.
I take it things haven't gone well?
She asked.
No,
I said. Harold was waiting for me. How long has it been?
a few hours since you went in.
Said Bethel. Well, most of that time was spent waiting, I said. So waiting out the week is going to be, I might have to do it in here, with you.
Which I assume would mean that you wouldn't acquire still magic.
Asked Bethel. Seems likely, I said. I did already get vibrational, though.
What a waste that would be to spend so much time and come so far just to bow to the enemy.
Said Bethel. Yeah, I said. So your advice is to just rush headlong into combat against an enemy with unknown capabilities on an unstable and novel-to-me battlefield.
For all his faults, it's what Uther would do,
said Bethel, raising an eyebrow. To be frank, he's not really someone whose footsteps I want to follow, except in the literal sense, I said.
What I'm saying is that he took what he wanted and plowed on ahead,
said Bethel.
It was monstrous, but it was part of his strength as a monster. You would do well to take that lesson.
Well, pass it along to the others, I said. If you don't see me again, it's probably because I died horribly.
We're close by,
said Bethel.
There were a few problems with our descent, but nothing that I couldn't handle.
No one dead? I asked.
No,
sniffed Bethel.
Not even mildly injured. But all that preparation and firepower is worth nothing if you're not willing to press forward.
I tried to give that some due consideration. 1 out of 2. Well, so far as I was concerned, still magic was the prize that was most worth having, because it offered an overwhelming amount of defense, some of which was going to be absolutely necessary against fell seed. In contrast, vibrational magic was mostly another weapon, and not one that had any real lasting power. Unfortunately, that meant that Bethel was right. Staying in a soul trance to avoid the forced meditation would, at best, mean that I would spend a week in the temple for nothing. That was better than dying or being mind-controlled, obviously, but it reeked of cowardice. All right, I said. I guess I'm going to go fight Harold.
Excellent,
said Bethel.
Give him some scars to remember you by.
With that talk done, I steeled myself and left what passed for Bethel's soul. The sense of dissociation returned, just as strong as it had been, and I allowed myself to follow the tether once more. Harold was still standing there, still on fire, still staring at me.
You will die,
he said, with the kind of conviction I wished I had about anything. Harold was real, but he wasn't physical. That made the prospect of attacking him somewhat troublesome, but so far as non-physical attacks went, I did have a few. I was probably one of the better soul mages left on Erb, and so far as I knew, the only living spirit mage. With that in mind, I reached out to touch him. The tether was real, but it wasn't physical, and the same could probably be said about the pillar I was supposed to be meditating at. As for Harold, he wasn't physically standing next to a mostly conceptual pillar. He was just conceptually, or representationally, standing next to the conceptual pillar, in the same way that he'd been in my mind when I was meditating. To do what he'd done to Sony required that he somehow touch her spirit, and I was hoping that it was a bi-directional link. From a distance, I could feel nothing from him, but as I tried to feel something from him, he drew closer, and the distance between us shortened considerably. I suppressed the urge to run, or to think of something else, and pushed on ahead, trying to get a thread of him somehow, something that I could pull on, in the same way that the magic of a person's skin was often an effective pathway to their soul. When he was 5 feet away from me, I finally felt it, a minor disturbance that I could just barely latch myself onto, like trying to pull a penny from a crack in the sidewalk with just my nails. Once I had my grip, though, it was simple enough to push forward and see where it led. It was a mass of red, orange, and brown threads, so numerous that it would have been impossible to count them all, their numbers dwarfing what I had seen in my own spirit, speaking to something more complex than I would ever be. If my spirit was a small town with light but constant traffic going down the streets, then this was a planet-sized city, Coruscant or Ravnica, stretching nearly to the horizons of my disembodied viewpoint. And if the disorganized threads were a vast mess below me, then above me were throbbing lines, wrapped into thick bundles, just like the one that I had seen going into Sony's spirit. There were thousands of them, if not tens of thousands, each almost certainly connected to a person. I dove down into the mass and began changing things, going for the bigger threads first, hoping that they were somehow vital to Harold's continued functioning. Doing that was dangerous, given how many people he was connected to, and how uncertain it was that I wouldn't accidentally help him, but I plugged on all the same, strangling threads that looked important, ripping out connections wholesale where I could find them. The architecture of Harold was different, with more connections between the threads, in addition to simply how much more of those connections there were. I had no idea whether or not I was actually doing anything, because I had no outside reference. After 5 minutes, I felt a surge of pressure on me, one that lifted me up and pushed my viewpoint away from the damage that I was hopefully doing, spinning me into the notional sky and flinging me backward until eventually I landed in my own spirit, with its more comforting colors. So far as I could tell, everything looked more or less how it should, which came as a relief, until I realized that the counterattack had only just begun. Orange threads were descending down toward the threads that made up my spirit. They were going surprisingly slowly, but there were hundreds of them, all twisted together, braided further the more they went up. I raced between them, closing them off, and for a time, it seemed like I was going fast enough that I would be able to outrace the assault. When one of those threads attached to one of the threads that made up my spirit, that was liable to be a problem, because I was actively using my spirit to fend off the attack, and my spirit was far from being the warren of threads that made up Harold's. I wasn't sure which places were most in need of defense, except by trying to track usage patterns as I was in the middle of closing off the orange threads, which was more attention than I thought I could spare. It slowly became clear that I was, in fact, losing. I hadn't seen it happen, but whatever Harold was doing to push these threads down toward me, he must have put it into overdrive, because there were 4 times as many as when I'd begun the defense. They were slow enough that I might have been able to handle the initial batch, but with so many more, some of them would be able to get in an alteration to my spirit, which had a pretty good chance of fucking me up enough that I couldn't mitigate the damage. I decided to try a different strategy. Instead of closing off the hostile invaders, I tried feeding them. My spirit was, after all, already marked by a rather different invader, the virulent meme that Raven had exposed me to, and which I had shut down as completely as I could. The lacework that made it up had been left behind, though, and that was what I began dragging up to the hungry orange threads. At first it did nothing, but then I thought to expand the meme's thread slightly, giving it more bandwidth, and when I did, the result was immediate. The orange twisted and writhed until finally shooting backward. I did it with another, then another, hoping that the meme was infecting Harold. The assault continued, though. Too many threads to deal with, and this method far more labor-intensive for what seemed like it wasn't all that much better of a result. I kept on with it, though, hoping that the back channels would get to him, that there would be damage, or that eventually I would simply prove myself to be poisonous enough that I wasn't worth the effort. 20 applications later, the assault suddenly stopped, with the lines Harold had been sending not so much retreating as disappearing entirely. I watched them, cautiously, unsure whether this was only temporary. Unfortunately, there were different fronts in this battle, and I couldn't watch them all at once. With a push, I returned to my body and faced the wave of dissociation that came from being within the area of effect of the entid that was meant for forcing meditation. I checked over the body, as best I could, just to make sure that I hadn't been moved, then followed along the conceptual tether to the pillar. Harold was nowhere to be seen. I went back into my soul to look it over, then to my spirit, and finally stepped into Bethel's soul, where she was waiting for me.
Well?
She asked. I put up a fight, I said. Scared him off, maybe, or at least proved that I wasn't an easy target. I'm hoping I'm not 10 minutes away from being taken out of the temple and put to death.
Good,
She said with a nod.
I always believed in you, and I can give you the names of those who didn't.
Not really necessary, I said. I'm worried he'll come back, and I'm worried about part 2, but for now, the name of the game is still magic. Above from below. Chapter 154. Above from below. Assume people know what they're doing is often a pretty poor heuristic, but I didn't really have much of a choice as far as meditation went. The instructions I'd been given were vague, describing the pillar and saying that I should keep it in mind for the duration. Because that was all I'd been instructed on, it was logical to assume that the people running the temple knew what they were doing, and that it was hard if not impossible to fail the week-long ordeal. Yet as the time passed, I kept going back to worrying that maybe I was too much of an outlier, or maybe they were wrong. I stared at the conceptual pillar from all different directions and spent all my time doing that. All my needs were taken care of, and it wasn't like there was much else to do. I tried to keep on edge, waiting for either Harold's return or some shenanigans related to my body. Nothing came, though, and it was hard to stay on my toes, even with the alertness entad that I knew was affecting me. Instead, I ended up meditating on the pillar, just like everyone else was doing. Skill unlocked. Still magic. Achievement unlocked. Hold fast. It took 5.5 days instead of 7. I wasn't sure where the discrepancy came from, whether it was my unique ability to do things faster, my experience with meditation, or whether the game system broke things into discrete chunks that allowed it to happen faster, or possibly if there was just some buffer built into the procedures that they followed in the temple. I couldn't find it in me to care, though, given that I had a new power to play with, one that might come in handy in the very near future.
I could do an extract,
said Bethel when I went to visit her. Could you? I asked. She nodded.
The anti-entid ward is too powerful for Grak or I to break, even working together, but it's anchored relative to Aerb, rather than relative to the temple, an oversight that we could exploit by hollowing out the ground beneath the temple and dropping it. From there, it would only take 10 seconds to bring you out.
That's a last resort, I said. They would know it was me, since I'm in the register, and I would be the only one missing.
I could turn everyone into a thin red mist, Bethel mused. Or more gently, I could abduct everyone, put them into cells, and then randomly distribute them around the countryside, so that no one would have any idea who was the real target.
That? Yes, I said. That's a possibility. It's still a last resort,
I thought that you wanted me in the field?
asked Bethel, narrowing her eyes. I did and I do, I said. I'm just concerned with fallout. Things haven't come to a head here yet, and I might be able to get out without causing hundreds of thousands of obols worth of damage and making what's effectively an attack on one of the stronger world powers. Bethel sighed.
Fine, fine. We'll keep being nice to our enemies.
Can you see into the temple? I asked.
Not the temple, nor the immediate environs,
Said Bethel.
The anti-Entad wards are ludicrously extensive and well-made. I've been working with Grak, but he expects us to fail.
Meaning that if things go south, I have to come here to call on you, I asked. Which might not be possible. Time to entry for my own soul is down to half a minute, maybe less, but that's not feasible in an emergency. I'll keep you updated when I can.
Good luck,
Nodded Bethel. I backed out again, stared at the pillar for half a second, until I realized that it was pointless, then tried focusing on my new skill. All I had access to was the small coffin I was stuck in, but that contained my body, and that was enough. My first act of still magic was attempting to stop my chest from rising and falling with every breath that I took, which turned out to be a lot more painful than I had expected it to be. I was still extremely thankful that no one had warded against still magic. Skill increased. Still magic, level 20. Skill can no longer be increased by amateur training. New virtue. Proportional. Halting. Proportional halting. If the change you are attempting to still exceeds your current maximum capacity, the object, force, concept will be stilled proportional to your still magic level or to your current maximum capacity, whichever is greater, over the common stilling interval. I hit the soft cap on still magic and vibrational magic without too much trouble, focusing entirely on the things that I could affect, which basically meant my body. I wasn't paralyzed, though Lord knows they probably would have done it if they had an entid that could do it safely and effectively. And the only real trouble was the fact that I was still suffering from mild dissociation, apparently beyond my ability to adapt to it. And after all that, I waited, and then waited some more. The meditation had been boring, in some sense, but also easy, in another, a kind of nothingness of the mind. More than that, there had been a purpose to it, which made it easy to clear my mind and go on ahead with it. Now that the magic was unlocked, though, there was no point to the pillar, and the thought of losing myself staring at the pillar some more seemed like such a waste that I actively pushed myself away from it. It was when I was checking over my character sheet that I saw something out of place. A glowing +2 was floating in the upper right corner of the screen. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. I got 2 points for every level, plus an extra 5 for level 10, and I was absolutely certain that I had distributed everything. Yet here were 2 more, waiting to be spent. The game layer didn't give me a log to look at, which was incredibly annoying and meant that I could miss things like quest updates or skill increases, especially if I was in soul or spirit trance, as I'd been when I was fighting back against Harold. The logical conclusion was that I had leveled up without realizing it. That was exactly what I wanted, but it left me feeling a little bit hollow because there was none of the ceremony that was supposed to accompany the level, to say nothing of the pleasure that usually came with it. It was only satisfying in a numbers go up sense, and not even really that much, because it wasn't like there were any decisions to be made about where the points were going to go, because the revised character sheet was more or less set in stone, and the only question was when I would pull the trigger on changing out new skills. I put the 2 extra points into men, though a part of me wanted So-Si instead. And then I waited to be let out. Eventually, my coffin was moved, taken out of its place on the rack by the attendants, and transported out into the room that surrounded the temple proper. I felt a wave of relief when I was out of range of the dissociation entad, as my fingers finally felt like fingers, both connected to the concept of fingerness, and under my subconscious control without me really having to think about it. I flexed and stretched, relishing the fact that my body was more or less mine again, the way it had always been. When I'd gotten into the coffin, I had been in a side area, one where people were fitted to different containers, with a wide enough variety for all the mortal species. When I was taken out, it was to elsewhere. I could see the men above me through the glass lid of the coffin, stone-faced as they carried me. It seemed to me that there was no reason not to let me out as soon as I was out of the temple, but I didn't know what their protocols would be like, nor their logic. Optimistically, they were taking me to some place where a medical team looked over initiates and made sure that the week of laying still in the coffins hadn't given any lasting injury or otherwise had a negative impact. Pessimistically, they were taking me somewhere to kill me without any witnesses. It was hard to see from within the coffin, given that the sides were opaque and the glass at the top only let me see directly up. I was watching as I was moved and started to get a bad feeling when I saw that I had been moved through a doorway. Based on the schematics of the complex that Pallida had stolen, I was in one of the small rooms to the side of the temple proper, out of the bigger room that contained the temple itself. If they were going to do it, this was the time. As soon as they set me down, I pushed up on the lid, hard, prepared to give an apology if I was in the wrong, prepared to fight if they so much as hinted at training a gun on me. The lid went up without any trouble at all, and I was up and rolling right after it, moving out of the place that I'd been in. I heard the telltale thwip of a void weapon and tried to get my bearings to see who had fired it. There were 3 people in the room with me. One of them was a woman, by the small room's door, Vitrik, blue hands already crackling with electricity. The other 2 were men, one humanish, the other a tall Mazan. He was the one holding the void pistol, a somewhat crude affair, but still capable of putting holes in things. I jumped to my feet and grabbed for the pistol, trying to bring myself in closer to the Mizan, in the hopes that it would make the Vitrik less likely to shoot me full of lightning. As I tried to wrest the pistol from him before it could cycle, I felt every muscle in my body spasm as the room flashed a bright blue. Half the charge must have gone to the Mezan, because he was shaking too, and as soon as I had control of my body again, I pulled him in close to me, taking his weight and tripping him so that he would go down, putting more space between me and the Vitrik. Unfortunately, the human had moved around the table they'd set the coffin on, and I learned, to my chagrin, that he wasn't actually human. His fingernails extended into 3-inch claws, and his muscles bulged within his shirt, shifting and warping him, and showing a fraction of his true power. It was an awkward fight in a small room, and while I hadn't forgotten that the human, actually Parovartiko, was there, I wasn't really ready for him. His claws sliced cleanly through my face as I backed away, causing a jolt of pain and significant amounts of blood to start gushing out of my body. On instinct, I tried to use blood magic, only to find that within the wards it wasn't working. Less on instinct and more on a prayer. I tried using bone magic to heal the wound, but that wasn't working either. I was blind in one eye and he was still coming. I made nearly impossible dodges, twice, ducking beneath his claws. I was trying to do it while forcing my good eye open and trying to ignore the searing pain of the cut I'd taken to the face. After another failed swipe from him, I grabbed his wrist, trying to gain control and maybe force him into a lock, but he brought his other claws down with startling speed. I yanked on his wrist, and he ended up cutting deep into his arm, far less superficially than the cut he'd given me on my face. He howled in pain, but on sheer instinct, I turned away from him, just in time to dodge out of the way of another lightning bolt, which struck him square in the chest. The Mason had recovered the void pistol and was clicking at the trigger, trying to get it to fire as soon as possible. It fired with a thwip, but I was ready for it and had my hand up just in time for me to parry the void effect. Parry, in this case, was probably a little generous, since it made a line straight through the meat of my palm, but that was better than getting shot in the head, and the remainder of the void effect didn't seem to have penetrated my skull, at least on first blush. I kicked the Mazine squarely in his stomach, then punched him in his head as he doubled over, which sent him sprawling to the floor, hopefully unconscious. A glance backwards at the Parovartico showed that he was still writhing in pain, so I ran straight at the Vitric, who was backing up in alarm, hands raised. I had no idea how much charge she had left in her, but it didn't really change the calculus much, because lightning aside, I was far stronger than her. A solid strike to her throat was enough to double her over, and I stomped on her head with the sole of my foot 3 times in quick succession as soon as I got her on the ground. A big defeated message showed up. I picked up the void pistol and shot the Parovartaco in the head before he could rise to his feet, then carefully watched the other 2 as a silence settled over the room. I wasn't sure whether or not I had killed the Mezzan or the Vitric, but both of them were staying down. We had made a considerable amount of noise, and I stayed ducked behind the table, waiting for someone to come. No one did. I checked the Vitric and the Mazin. She was dead, but he was still breathing. My right hand hurt like it was on fire, and I couldn't move the fingers with or without pain. My face was still bleeding too, enough that it was a fairly steady flow of blood rolling down my chin and soaking into the robe that I was wearing. If I had any thoughts about escaping the complex by being inconspicuous, they were completely gone. A brief, tentative touch to my forehead was enough for me to feel a hole there, one that was worryingly deep and bleeding profusely, but not actually all that painful. Harold had compromised some of the temple staff, maybe even most of them, but he hadn't compromised all of them, or they would have made an attempt on my life in another way. So far as I could tell, that was the only good news. I was wounded and losing blood, and still in a place where the wards were stopping pretty much all of my magic from working, with very few exceptions. Worse, whoever Harold had compromised would probably be showing up shortly to finish the job, or worse, actual site security would get involved, at which point I would probably be fucked. Using my good hand, I dragged one of the bodies over to block the door, then spent precious seconds being vulnerable to deliver a message to Bethel. "Things are fucked," I said. "I was attacked. No extraction options at the moment. Pull the trigger."
Wait, she said, a moment before I was going to go. Something is happening. Storm overhead.
"Storm?" I asked.
Magic, replied Bethel. Extremely powerful magic.
"Shit," I said. "Okay, get me out."
Might be a problem with that, said Bethel. The excavation is taking too long. Rock is substantially reinforced. You might be on your own.
"Fuck," I said, then stepped back from the soul just in time to see someone trying to force the door open. I snatched up the void pistol as I got to my feet and sighted it at the door, hoping that no one was going to throw a grenade in. I heard a key slide into the lock, then watched as the door pushed up against the Mazan's body, Claude's body given what the game layer had told me, a feature that I continued to hate. I held myself still, glancing briefly at the meter that showed my blood loss, which was getting worrisome. The door opened wide enough for someone to stick their face through, and the only thing that kept me from shooting them was that the very last thing you'd do, if you were making a breach into a hostile environment, was to stick your head through the door and look around. It was a younger man, whose eyes went wide as he took in the bodies on the floor and copious amounts of blood, most of it mine. I was crouched, so it took him some time to see me. But when he did, he pulled his head back with a scream, banging his ear against the door as he stumbled back. I heard the sound of footsteps shortly after that, and sprang forward. I had no idea why Harold wasn't taking the opportunity. Was I wrong about how much he could see, or how much control he had? I kicked the body out of the way and nudged the door open further with my shoulder, stepping out into the hallways that I'd only seen the ceiling of. I was still dripping blood, but I had a weapon now, one that was impossible to ward against. All I needed to do was to get to some place that I could access my storage tattoos, or at the least, somewhere that I could heal myself. I crept through the hallways on my bare feet, holding the void pistol in my left hand and cradling my right against my stomach, trying to keep it from being jostled as much as possible. The game pinged me a message about blood loss, which I ignored, because there was nothing that I could do about it. I tensed up when I heard the droning. It wasn't quite singing, because it was a solid tone, but it definitely sounded like it was made by people. What had Harold said? The chorus is ripe, and a world lord. I started going faster, less worried about being silent or being seen, and put my energy into trying to find the source of the noise. Eventually, I reached the room that contained the temple and slowed down, leading with my pistol, ready to shoot. When I peered into the room, I saw a chaotic scene. Half of the temple attendants were standing stock still, feet shoulder-width apart, heads tilted slightly upward, mouths open, each emitting their own tone, which was creating the unholy racket that I had been hearing. The other half were standing around, mostly looking confused. I saw a woman trying to shake a man out of his weird behavior, and a man huddling next to the wall with his hands on his ears. The sound wasn't that loud, not like someone shouting, but I could instantly see the comparison to a choir, especially in the way their subtly different takes on the same tone mingled together. One of the attendants saw me and rushed over, looking me up and down, her eyes finally landing on my void pistol.
What the hell's happened to you?
She asked. She was human, with a bit of a punk look, brightly colored hair, an undercut, and a handful of piercings.
Do you know what's going on? Why they're like this?
I was attacked, I said, pointing to the hole in my head. Why are they doing that? I asked, looking at the people, singing. I doubted that she knew, but it was worth a shot. I was also pretty sure that I wouldn't like the answer.
We need to get you medical attention,
She said.
Medic.
She called, out toward the others.
Shit, I think both our medics are caught up in whatever's happening.
She bit her nail for a moment, then looked back at me, taking in the claw marks on my face, the hole in my forehead, then the hand I was cradling. I can heal myself, I said, but there are wards stopping me. Get me to the place set aside for healing.
Sure,
She said. She looked around at the people who were stuck in place, droning on.
Gods, I hope this isn't an exclusion.
The thought hadn't even occurred to me. I was too focused on Harold and whatever his plans were. A storm overhead, powerful magic. Usually the exclusions were spoken of in the abstract, without first-hand accounts of what it had been like. Maybe I had just been avoiding the oral histories or first-hand reports as worth less for my time than a dry accounting. Now, though, I really could see it. This might be an exclusion in the making. At least, if it was something big, dangerous, and viral, we had better hope that it got excluded instead of spreading over the whole world. The attendant led me down another corridor of the complex, and I kept on testing my magic, trying to move the tattoos around, trying to pull healing from the bones, trying to control my blood. None of it worked until we got to a small medical office, which had most of the paraphernalia that you'd expect to see, with both a blood mage and a bone mage. I immediately took hold of my magic and stopped the bleeding, then grabbed a bone off the wall and began an application of PHY-based healing.
You're a bone mage,
asked the attendant. Multi-mage, I said. When did they start with the yelling?
It's not really yelling,
she began. 1 sec, I said. Does skin magic work in here? But I already knew that it did, because I could feel my tattoos on me once more.
It should,
she said. I tapped Parsons' voice to finally get back in touch with Amaryllis. I'm alive, I said. Safe for the time being. Harold has done something. About half the people here are standing still and just making a low, continuous tone.
Something is happening,
said Amaryllis.
something bad. Heshnell stayed on the surface, and he's saying the same thing. Fewer than half, though. And there's a storm that came out of nowhere, which has Raven worried. She thinks that it might be a summoning.
A summoning? I asked. Of what?
Good question, Amaryllis replied. Any idea how to stop it?
Kill everyone making the tone. But I couldn't bring myself to verbalize the thought, and even if that would have worked, there were logistical issues, given how many converts there were. Had Harold given up on killing me? Had he pulled the trigger on his master plan? Was it already too late? I'll think of something, I said. Leaving the comms on, but I'll be out of range soon.
Well?
Asked the attendant who had taken me to the medical room.
How are we going to help them?
I'm going to try some magic, I said.
Bring them in here?
Asked the attendant, looking around. No, I said, grabbing another few bones off the wall and draining them as quickly as possible, just so I would be topped off. It's a different kind of magic. We hustled back down the hallway, and I grabbed the first person I saw that was continuing on with the droning, a humanoid with pointed ears that might have been a half-elf, except that those were so rare it would have been weird. I glanced at the attendant, trying to read her. Juniper Smith, I said, holding out a hand.
Polly Haynes,
She said.
You can fix him, somehow?
Maybe, I replied. I'm going to be sensory deprived. I'll need you to watch my back. I handed her the void pistol. Shoot anyone who looks like they're dangerous. She handed me the void pistol back.
I'm not going to kill anyone,
she said. Fair enough, I replied, holstering the pistol in the cinch of my robes. Shake me then, if it looks like I'm going to be killed.
Okay,
said Polly.
Good luck.
I laid my hands on the half-elf and got my bearings, feeling the tendrils of magic coming off him, all manifestations or connections to the soul in one way or another, then dove down in, rising into the spirit as soon as I could, trying not to count the seconds impatiently. It was the same as with Soné, the orange lines descending down from above and connecting into the machinery of his spirit, touching it at hundreds of different places. The difference here was that all the orange lines were completely taut, pulling straight up and tugging at the threads they were attached to. I had no idea what that image might be a metaphor for, but it seemed like it was probably bad. I pushed hard, trying to move myself along the orange lines, pretending that they were a track, or some kind of analog to the connection my own soul had to the souls of my companions. For a moment, there was no particular effect, but then I was set forward in a rush, back toward Harold's core. Everything was strained, pulled into a state of absolute tension. The fields of lines were all pulling on an ineffable something, taut and stretched, and every single one of the anchors he had in all the people he'd compromised were the same, pulling, or doing whatever the pulling was a metaphor for. I dove down into the morass of orange lines and began wreaking havoc again, as I'd done before. But there was so much of it to hurt, and my efforts seemed to be making barely more than a dent. After a few minutes of doing that to no obvious effect, I tried to push myself to a different conceptual level, so that I could see what was happening to Harold's soul, if he had one. If he had a soul, though, it was locked off to me. I pushed myself back out into the real world. More people had arrived, and they were standing around us. The droning on was continuing. Well, asked Polly. He's enraptured, I said. Connected to some outside entity that's trying to do something terrible, possibly world-ending. An exclusion would stop it, said one of the people standing around. He didn't seem to be comforted by that theory. At the cost of Leo and the surrounding valley, I said. It would put a permanent end to the Athenaeum. Come on, we need to get out of here.
No,
said Polly.
There are 500 people inside that temple. Most of them would be trapped if we left.
Most of them are singing, said one of the other attendants. You can hear it if you go in there,
It's not singing.
said Polly.
It's something else.
Droning, I said. Look, I know there's an elevator, and I need to go up as quickly as possible. It's happening on the surface, too,
Follow me.
said Polly, moving with purpose and leaving the other attendants behind. We turned quickly through the hallways until we reached a large set of doors. Standing in front of it were two men, both of them droning on. I really had a feeling that I should be doing something about them, but there were so many, both in the temple complex and above it, that all my efforts seemed like they would be futile. How many people had Harold been able to grab from within the temple as they went through initiation? He'd been at this for months, so he probably had what? A few thousand of them just from the temple itself, not even counting however many he'd picked up through things like the meditation classes or kidnapping people to drug them into an altered state. I had no idea how I was going to stop it,
You and your people had better work to save them.
said Polly. She poked her head into the elevator and pointed at a thick lever.
Flip that, then wait. The gates will open back up when you're at the top.
She backed away.
Good luck.
Mystery man. Thanks, I said. Just as a note, you might want to tie up the droners. Whatever they're doing right now, there's a risk that they're not going to be safe to be around when they're finished,
Well,
said Polly.
good to know.
With that, I closed the door to the elevator and flipped the lever. It lurched in a way that I would have assumed was unsafe if I hadn't had some exposure to Erb's elevators, and I anxiously waited for my magic to come back online so that I could be in fighting shape once more. Everything came back online all at once, with Amaryllis already talking,
Repeat, Juniper, when you get this message, do not go to the surface,
said Amaryllis. Why? I asked.
Oh, thank fuck.
She said.
And there's an entity up there. We're bailing as soon as you get out.
I'm taking the elevator up now, I said. Should be a while.
We'll
Have Bethel go through the rock, said Amaryllis.
Stop the elevator.
What's up there? I asked. I moved a storage tattoo over and pulled the vambrace from it, locked that around my arm, then turned the dial to the combat position.
Something huge,
She replied.
Juniper, I know you might want to, but we can't fight it. It's hundreds of feet tall, dropping down from the clouds then going back up. There are dozens of legs and eyes that must be the size of human heads to be visible from street level. June, please, I'm telling you now that if there was ever a chance to stop this thing from being called down, we failed at it, and we can't even begin to think about fighting it. This is bigger than us. The Empire is going to get called in. They've got thousands of mages and magic beyond anything that we do.
I want to see it, I said. Something was tickling at the back of my mind, a thought that I couldn't name, something on the tip of my tongue. I was worried that was a sign of compulsion or compromise, and while I waited for the elevator to reach the top, I dipped into my soul and spirit to give them another glance. There was nothing out of the ordinary there, though, and I felt like myself. When I reached the top, I came out into a security area, which was completely, ominously empty. I had my probability blade drawn and throwing dagger in my left hand and moved cautiously through the checkpoint. Eventually, I reached a more populated area, but it was only filled with people whose droning noise had let me know they were there. They were like the ones down in the temple, fewer of them, certainly, but displaying the same symptoms. I moved around them, cautiously, and went outside where people were gathered around, looking up at the storm clouds up above. It was tornado weather, the sky bruised and angry, no rain, but a whistling breeze. It was go hide in the cellar weather, the kind that always made me think about kneeling in the hallways at school. The clouds were roiling and low to the ground, not like I had ever seen them before, close enough that they were probably covering the tops of the hills that surrounded the valley. As I was watching, a giant leg came down from the sky, knotted and gnarled, ending in claws as big as cars that dug deep into the earth. A second leg joined it, seeming to come from the clouds themselves, this one piercing straight through Canis building some distance away. The creature descended slowly, but with the slowness of immense weight, other legs coming down to join the first two, until finally its bulk descended down from the cloud cover. People around me were screaming and running, and all I could do was stare. It had hundreds of eyes, long legs like a water strider, and a coating of short hair that moved without regard for the wind. Its head swept from side to side, and its many-jawed mouth let out inhuman screams in a handful of different pitches. I looked at it with a distant horror. Oh, that Mome Wrath. Chapter 1, 155. Momi Wrath.
All right,
said Arthur as we sat in the theater, waiting for the movie to start.
Dumbest possible cinematic universes. Go, go, go.
It was his third time seeing Captain America, Civil War, and my second. I had been feeling weird about our friendship, mostly because I was seeing Tiff behind his back. Every time it was just me and Arthur, I felt like I was utterly transparent, like he would just somehow figure it out and stop me or confront me. I had gone over the conversation what felt like 100 times, mounting imagined defenses to his imagined objections, preparing for the gamut of emotions he might possibly display. What does that mean? I asked.
I mean,
Arthur continued, then stopped.
Which part of it is giving you trouble?
Possible, I guess, I asked. Like, I could easily imagine a cinematic universe where, say, failure to launch crosses over with Ghostbusters and, Night Court or something, and that wouldn't even be that bad.
All right, fine,
said Arthur.
Assume that they have to all be connected to each other somehow, either by genre, theme, plot, characters, or something like that.
Fast food, I said. Burger King, Ronald McDonald, Wendy, the Colonel. Why is it that so many fast food places have human mascots?
That's not even that dumb, though,
said Arthur.
Like, I would watch the shit out of that. Did you ever see that anime cosplay version of the Colonel facing down Ronald McDonald?
Yeah, probably, I said. I leaned back in my seat. The local movie theater in Bumblefuck had terrible seats, but at least we had a theater. I think we have different definitions of dumb, if you think that's not dumb.
I think whatever you say is a dumb cinematic universe. I'm going to imagine the ways that it could be good,
said Arthur with a shrug. He ate more of his popcorn.
Got more?
I said. Okay, so Alan Moore did The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, right?
With Sean Connery?
Asked Arthur with a frown. No, I said. I mean, yes, but Alan Moore does comic books, not movies. The comic books were actually, good.
Said
Arthur.
Wish they were easier to get my hands on.
It was always mildly surprising to me when I had read or watched something that Arthur hadn't. He had an annoying way of playing it off sometimes, either putting me down for wasting my time on something that was objectively garbage, or making some excuse for himself, which was never wanted or needed. Point being, that was an attempt to fit together a lot of the Victorian canon. Jekyll and Hyde, the Invisible Man, Dracula, stuff like that. So like that, but for the worst possible time period. Needs research, though. Of the top of my head, there aren't many eras that have a distinctly terrible yet identifiable set of people or creatures to put into a cinematic universe.
So where steampunk, cyberpunk, etc. borrow from an era's aesthetic, you would borrow from their fictional characters?
Asked Arthur.
I guess I can dig it. Seems like it would mostly end up lame rather than dumb.
Sure, I said. Or, hey, maybe we could do an author's works. Like Harry Potter meets up with Cormoran Strike, meets whatever else she did. I was starting to get into the groove of it. Arthur, being Arthur, surely had something in his back pocket, some incredibly dumb potential cinematic universe, which was the whole reason that he'd brought the subject up.
I think that's it,
said Arthur.
You know, Stephen King is almost there, all on his own. That's part of the conceit. Doesn't really flow as well into movies that have a big team up at the end.
Discworld, I asked. But there was never really a crossover. They just existed in the same universe.
There were crossovers,
said Arthur.
But yeah, minor ones, and those aren't dumb cinematic universes. I like where your head is at, with authors.
C.S. Lewis, I asked. Mix up Paralandra with Narnia and the Screwtape Letters somehow? That's almost not insane. The Chronicles of Narnia were the only bit of fantasy that my mother had ever read, unless you counted the Left Behind series or a few dozen. Paranormal romance books that she kept hidden in her bedside table. C.S. Lewis had been my first fantasy author, and I'd always had a soft spot for him, more than Tolkien.
You'd need more,
said Arthur.
And I agree. It would probably work best to pick someone who's got a lot of different works, if you're going dumb. Hard to think of, though, because so many of them just get into a rut writing the same thing over and over. Oh, Sanderson is another who's basically done all the work for himself. We're pretty much never getting movies, though.
All right, I said. You want dumb? How about a cinematic universe from a single poem? He grinned at me.
And how does that work?
When we'd come into the theater, we'd been pretty much the only ones. But it had begun to fill, and I suddenly felt self-conscious about who could hear us and what they would think. Never mind, it's dumb.
June,
he said. The Jabberwocky Cinematic Universe, I said, trying to keep my voice low. Arthur laughed at that.
For real?
Right, I said. So, Vorpal's sword is obviously our version of the Infinity Stone, right? And from there, we just need monsters that get their heads cut off, like horrible villains that are set up in their own movies, or monster protagonists. Arthur took some time to think about that. He seemed off his game, and a part of me instantly wondered whether he'd found out about me and Tiff, whether his hesitance and slowness was because he was putting up a front. It was probably paranoia, the kind that had been fucking with our friendship for months. All right, he said.
Sell me on them.
Them? I asked, not tracking. Like, you want my Fijian outline of a dozen movies in Phase 1.
Jabberwocky is nonsense,
said Arthur.
Not nonsense, but, you know. So what does it look like in your head?
Okay, I said. Here's my pitch. Movie 1 is all about the Vorpal sword, basically as it is in D&D, a thing that cuts off heads, which is more terrifying than I think the game or the community gives it credit for. Maybe first third is seeking the Vorpal sword, and then killing some monstrosity with it, and the back 2/3 are about infighting among the initial band of adventurers.
That sounds terrible,
said Arthur.
Undercutting narrative for the sake of it.
Reservoir Dogs, I said. A heist movie that's mostly about things falling apart after the heist. Anyway, movie 2 is... Give me a name from the poem?
Mome Wrath,
said Arthur.
Though I guess it's unclear whether mome is an adjective or not.
Sure, I said. So movie 2 is all about the Mome Wrath, this giant skyscraper-sized beast, one that no one can think of unless he's there.
Wait, mimetic?
Asked Arthur. Anti-mimetic, I said. Totally different. He's got hair like fingers. He's got...
What the fuck are you even on about with hair like fingers?
Asked Arthur with a laugh. He could be loud. Previews hadn't started yet, and some people looked at us.
Prehensile hair?
No, I said. I held up a finger. Okay, picture this finger as 3 links of a chain. Extrapolate that out for like 10 yards, then multiply it by 1,000. He's got a full head of hair, like fingers. I stopped for a moment as a thought caught up to me. But like randomly rotating the angle of each knuckle in his finger hair, I guess, so that it doesn't all go one direction.
Gross,
said Arthur.
Is this for a game? Is this spoilers?
Nah, I said. At least probably not. If I use it, try to act excited,
I always do,
said Arthur. Anyway, the anti-meme stuff is the best part, because that's what the movie is built around. People remember their cities being destroyed, but they've got no idea what happened. No one knows what did it, or has any explanation. There's nothing on the video cameras or whatever they've got to record things. It scrubs itself from reality unless you're less than, say, a mile from it, and so on. I paused as I tried to think through this. I was using my improv brain, a subset of my brain that had been finely honed by panicked attempts at keeping marginally ahead of the players when I was out of material for the night. So the first third of the movie is about investigating these phenomena, and in the last two-thirds, they have to fight it. But they have to make do with what they have, because if they get too far away, they'll simply forget that the threat exists. Not just forget, but they won't be able to puzzle it out from the evidence that's sitting in their notebooks.
Too much SCP for you,
said Arthur, shaking his head. Maybe, I said. But think about the stakes there. A giant kaiju, and the twist is that if you leave, you'll forget about it, and you just have to depend on everyone else in its field to figure something out? Can't direct resources to fight it. Can't call in help. Can't go grab your special what's-it that might do the job.
And you have like 6 more of those, right?
Asked Arthur. Oh, sure, I lied, planning to think on my feet, not really worrying about being called out, because after years of gaming, Arthur would never do that to me. Previews are about to start, though. Don't you want to give your pitch for worst cinematic universe?
Nah,
said Arthur.
After. Yours was already so ridiculous and disconnected from the base material that I think you might have me beat.
But after the movie was over, we'd both forgotten about the subject, or maybe Arthur had just wanted to talk about something else. I sketched out a bit more of Momi Wrath when I got home, along with some of the other giant beasts that might inhabit a Jabberwocky world, after I'd read through the poem a few more times and read some of the flavor text around the Vorpal sword. It was idle world-building for the sake of it, mostly because I didn't have any real D&D prep that needed to be done. And yeah, maybe the dismissive way that Arthur had been talking about it had me feeling upset with him, and maybe I just wanted to show that I could do something with the idea. Not Jabberwocky like the poem was, but a world that was, to the poem, what the Vorpal Blade had been in D&D, an extension of the concept. I was hopeful that Tiff would get it, if no one else. 5 days after we'd been talking in the movie theater, Arthur got in his car accident. I never did end up using Mome Wrath, though. He hadn't made it into the world-building doc, and so he was just sort of forgotten, like a little joke to myself, the anti-meme that didn't even show up in God's description of all reality. And maybe I did forget about him for real when I came to Erb, but it was hard to say whether that was some latent anti-memetic effect, or whether he just didn't end up sticking right. All that he'd ever existed as was that one conversation with Arthur. I'd remembered the conversation, just not Mome Wrath, a detail that had escaped me. It was hard to tell how much I should have expected myself to remember it, 9 months after the fact. But in either case, as soon as I saw Mome Wrath, the memory had come flooding back. Anti-meme, I said to Amaryllis as I ran toward it. If we leave the area, we'll forget about it, and we won't be able to tell anyone. Phones and entads won't work.
Juniper,
she began. We can't call in the cavalry, I said. This is one of mine, and basically the only interesting thing about it is that it's anti-call in the cavalry, at least how I drew it up. It's Mome Wrath. There was silence from the other end for a moment as I kept running. Running toward the big scary thing, or at least one leg of it, the leg that had crashed down into the Canis building. Momi Wrath wasn't just forgotten. It was an incomplete creation, never fully fleshed out beyond a few physical details I'd given it. Would I just leave him at being a big anti-meme? Probably not, but I would have to figure out what its weaknesses were on the fly.
Where are you?
Asked Amaryllis. Her voice was calm and steady. "It's got a leg in the Canis building," I said. "I'm going to climb, almost there." Its leg was as thick as a redwood, but because of the proportions, it still looked like a creature on stilts.
Juniper, we should leave.
Said Amaryllis.
Or you should wait for us.
"No one will be able to stop it," I said. "There should be uncompromised people left in Leo, mages with some fight left in them. We need Grack up here for analysis and to make some wards. Might be able to ward against the memory effect."
I'll check,
she said.
"We're on our way up. Don't do anything rash."
I had reached the leg that was sticking through the building and was staring straight up. Momi Wrath was enormous, maybe the biggest thing that I had ever seen in person, and I was just going to, stab it in the face until it died. Yeah, that seemed like what I was going to do. It was what Uther would have done. It was what Raven would expect me to do. Hells, it was probably what the fucking narrative wanted. A test that the Dungeon Master had set for me, for all that I gave a damn about that. But it wasn't any of that pushing me forward. It was the fact that thousands of people were going to die if this thing wasn't stopped, and the very real possibility that I was the only one capable of stopping it. It was the same uncomfortable feeling that I'd had when we'd almost left Valencia behind at speculation and scrutiny. But here, I hoped, more founded. And I could see a path where I would wait around until Bethel got to the surface, then ensconce myself in a war council, where we would have endless debates and debriefs while people died by the thousands. Maybe it was 7 agonizing days down in the temple that had me wanting to get moving sooner than later, or maybe it was just the knowledge that if the forthcoming climb was worthless, little would be lost. I ducked into the Canis building, whose edifice had been smashed and whose doors were hanging open, and darted forward toward the leg, blades at the ready. I had to clamber over rocks and broken beams of wood to do it, then across one of the claws that was dug into the basement of the building. My heart was thumping in my chest. Momi Wrath had lots of legs, which meant that if he was moving at a sedate pace, each would stay in place for a little while, but I wasn't sure how long that would be. I rushed up to the face of the leg, which was covered in what looked like ultra-thick slabs of bark, and sank my blade in, wiggling it slightly to make sure that it would hold. What I really needed for a climb like this was hooks and spikes, particularly to give my feet something to hold on to, but all I had was my gardener's plate, and then only in an emergency. With my left hand I used the needler to stab in, though it had a more difficult time sinking into the footbark. I began my climb. The probability blade made me wish that I still had the any blade, which could have been used to hook and grip, wedging itself into a hole that it made. The probability blade, by contrast, was constrained in its purpose, with something of a mind of its own, that mind being primarily driven by conventional swordsmanship, cutting, stabbing, disarming, and parrying. Climbing? Not so much. I made it 5 feet up, using only the strength of my arms and awkward footholds where I could find them, before I realized that I wasn't using the needler to its full power. I leaned back slightly, holding onto the sword for support, and began throwing the needler upward. Each time I did, a copy of it stuck into the side of the leg, ready to be blown up with a twist of the handle. Instead, they made for handholds and footholds, awkwardly placed and not stuck in that tightly, but good enough to make the climb significantly easier, ready for me to plunge in deeper when I got to them. On a game mechanical level, there was a climbing skill, which Mary had, and I didn't. I had half her skill, which left me in the low 30s, because climbing was apparently one of the things that was canonically part of her character by whatever metric the game was using to decide what it meant for my companions to keep up with me. Per Reimer, there were a few cases where skills overlapped, with the less relevant ones getting a percentage penalty to their roll, but adding to the main skill if both were present as a kind of synergy bonus. It seemed like a horrifying pain in the ass from a bookkeeping perspective, but apparently the bonuses were only invoked in special situations where life was on the line. The upshot was that my effective climbing skill was masterclass, better than maybe any other skill I possessed, on top of some of the fundamentals of climbing that Amaryllis had taught me in the time chamber when we'd done bouldering together. When I was 100 feet up, the leg moved. It was dizzying to look down and dizzying to look up, and blades weren't the best handholds and footholds, which meant that I nearly fell. But the acceleration was slow, befitting the sheer amount of mass being moved, and I clung to the weapons I'd sunk into him, bracing myself. I had left a lot of Needler copies in him, but detonating them all seemed like it was unlikely to do anything. The leg stopped moving much more suddenly than it had started, with the claws below me bashing straight through one of the campus buildings that I had never been in, housing for freshmen, if my memory of the map could be trusted. I was nearly thrown free from the sudden stop, but managed to shoot the vines out from my gardener's plate in time to give me some extra support. I retracted the many vines back in as quickly as I could once I'd regained my handholds, because vine time was a precious resource. After a handful of minutes of being out, they needed time to rest, and I didn't have the 10 minutes it would take. How many people had died in the last 10 minutes? How many would die in the next 10? Hanging on the side of an enormous kaiju wasn't the time to be thinking about that, but goddammit, this all needed to be stopped as soon as possible, and holy shit, recovering the bodies of the dead was incredibly important, lest hundreds be cast down into the hells, and I wasn't even thinking about it. But those two I killed down in the temple were probably going to be tortured forever, because I didn't tell anyone they were there. My stomach churning, I continued on my way, stopping every once in a while to throw more copies of the Needler for desperately needed holds on the swaying leg. I finally reached the first of 3 knees and took a moment to catch my breath at a place with far easier holds. Momi Wrath was fucking tall.
"We're on the surface,"
said Amaryllis. "Where are you?" "On one of the legs," I said. 150 feet up, maybe 200, not sure. I looked down at the ground, and my rangefinder virtue pinged. 223 feet, I said.
"What's your plan?"
she asked. "Keep moving," I said. "Hit its weak points for massive damage. It should be just like Shadow of the Colossus. A game that I've never played, mind you. It would be nice if Bethel could, fly up here and cut through it like a scythe." I continued on up, not waiting for a response, depending mostly on my superior climbing skill to carry me along. I had no real clue what I was going to do when I got to the top. How much would it actually matter if I destroyed his eyes? Did he even have a brain? Was he physical in name only? I was pretty sure that I could feel some amount of skin magic where I touched him, not that I had the ability to do anything with that magic. A brief attempt at accessing whatever passed for his soul had proved fruitless, without so much as a whiff of progress.
"Do you have a quest?"
asked Amaryllis as I continued my climb.
"No."
I replied back. "Busy right now,"
"We're flying up to you,"
said Amaryllis. I stopped climbing and looked out at the ground below me, trying to spot them. Eventually I saw a speck that was pitifully small by the standards of Mom Wrath, but growing with every passing second, not because it was getting closer, but because Bethel was reconfiguring herself. She was increasing in size, spreading out, until she was a sharp and pointed thing, more similar to an oversized fighter jet than to a house. At her maximum size, she was as big as the Palace of Versailles, though I could think of no immediate reason why she would want to be that large. She moved on Mom Wrath, firing lightning and cannonballs at him, getting closer and aiming directly for his face. He roared in pain and anger, rearing back slightly, such that he was only supported by a small handful of his legs. Despite that reaction, he didn't seem to be overly affected by the assault. I had been thinking of Mom Wrath as a large, lumbering beast, slow but heavily armored, incapable of proving much of a threat to anyone fast enough to get out of his way. a destroyer of cities and creator of refugees, all in fitting with how I had designed him. That notion was laid to rest when he used his triple-jointed, reared-back legs to strike out. The scale of things, given how large Bethel had chosen to go, must have made it seem slower than it actually was, but it still seemed lightning fast. As claws went through the air so quickly, I heard the crack of a sonic boom, too fast for even the raw speed of the egress to dodge. Instead, the claws went through Bethel, passing through her immaterial bulk, thanks to one of a few dozen entads that she contained within her. There was a 30-minute-per-day limit on that one, I was pretty sure, time that couldn't be sliced into smaller chunks, and the clock had started ticking, which put even more pressure on us to get this thing done. I continued on with my climb, pushing ahead, trusting to Bethel that she was going to work things out, slightly heartened by the fact that she was apparently suppressing her drives to wreak havoc. Our whole group was in there, all of our entatic power, all of it focused into Bethel. I halfway wished that I were getting more from their end, but I had my own climb to focus on.
We were hoping that we could get this done while immaterial,
said Amaryllis. Her voice was tight.
Seems not. All of the best options require ramming. In combination, they might be enough. We're having a disagreement over whether to get you. Are you okay?
Yes, I said. Do it. Though she certainly didn't need for me to make the call, and my guess was that it was Bethel who was running the show. Raven had a sword that was made of frozen time, a sword which was inside of Bethel at the moment. Amaryllis had the flicker blade, whose entire blade could disappear and then remove matter from existence when it reappeared, and that sword too was in Bethel. And on top of that, Pelita's trident. It was no mistake that Bethel had taken a shape that was at least vaguely like the point of a spear. Bethel zipped forward at full speed, straight toward the center of Momrath's immense mass above his dozens of legs. He shot his claws forward, toward her, and where they struck, they were cut, huge pieces falling down toward the city below. Before they could land, she struck center mass, and Momrath was split open at what passed for his belly, with Bethel partially wedged inside of him. His weight came down onto his legs again, from the raised-up position he'd been in, crushing more buildings beneath him, and as he settled down, a black liquid dropped from the wound, whole Olympic swimming pools of the stuff. Bethel was clearly trying to push in harder, to open up the wound, and I saw a whole section of her blink out of existence, then blink back in, just like the flicker blade did, simply removing chunks of Momrath from existence. Half of his legs folded up and inward, sharp claws pointed toward Bethel. They all struck at once, with the built-up power I'd seen before, and the rumbling crack of multiple sonic booms reached my ears. Bethel was strong, incredibly strong, but I was worried about how much damage she could actually take.
Retreating,
came Amaryllis's voice.
She had to use one of her wishes.
It took me a moment to realize what she was talking about. One of Bethel's entads, on the list that we'd gotten, allowed her 3 wishes each day, with the caveat that they could only be used to undo effects of an attack on her just after it was launched. It was a get-out-of-jail-free card, one that had just been used. I watched as Bethel flew out from the wound she'd made, dodging attacks so quick I could barely see them in motion.
Second wish used,
said Amaryllis as Bethel got clear. She was shrinking as she went, back down to a smaller size, with less of a surface to attack.
We don't have a clear picture of what defenses are on top, but we might be able to avoid the legs if we attack there. Per Bethel's report, that first attack left us at 90% casualties before she wished it undone.
Her words were clipped, her tone terse.
Thoughts?
I'm leaving the city,
said Heshnel.
I will regroup with you in Karaturn if you survive. This isn't my fight.
I had nearly forgotten that he was on comms with us. I'm going to keep climbing, I said. There's got to be a way to stop this thing.
Let me know,
said Amaryllis, again speaking so quickly and efficiently that it was impossible to read emotion from her. Start on search and rescue, I said.
On it.
Replied Amaryllis.
We'll leave killing Mome Wrath to you.
It was hard not to read that as bitterly sarcastic. Amaryllis tried to keep herself calm.
I might be able to kill it,
said Bethel.
It doesn't appear to be immortal. Flesh and blood, to a warder's sight.
She was standing in front of a dais, in a room that she'd apparently created for this express purpose. In front of her, within the bounding box of her illusion, was a recreation of what was going on outside. Mome Wrath, a huge, dominating figure above the city of Leo, dozens of knobbly legs stretching downward. Amaryllis was deep in consideration. Simply taking things on their base merits, they should all run. Mome Wrath was too big, with no obvious way to kill it, with unknown capabilities that appeared to include striking out with claws that could move arbitrarily fast. But on the design level, Juniper was correct. Mome Wrath likely had been designed to be beaten by a small group of people, in accordance with tabletop design principles. And on the narrative level, Juniper was the one to do it. The Dungeon Master would have conspired to make the entire thing about Juniper in some fashion, because this was Juniper's story, above and beyond anyone else's. So on balance, as she had thought from the first moment Heshnel had made his report, the answer was that they should fight it, even if they could simply run away. Of course, that answer wasn't the same as the answer to the question of what her outward-facing opinion should be. Juniper had asked her to think more on the level of base reality, hadn't he? And putting forward a conservative position had, in the past, tended to spur him toward recklessness in a way that could be infuriating. In this particular case, setting herself on the object-level course seemed as though it would pay narrative-level dividends.
No,
said Amaryllis.
You took 2 lethal hits when you cut him.
And I can take another, before the wishes give out,
said Bethel.
You took 2 last time,
said Amaryllis, trying to keep her voice even.
And I suppose that void artillery would pose too much of a risk to Juniper?
Asked Bethel.
Fenn's bow has 7 charges.
This isn't the sort of situation where void is good,
said Amaryllis.
You could make a hole, but it wouldn't be all that big. You'd be better off with raw kinetics if you want to use the bow charges.
She turned to Grack, who had just returned from what Bethel had called the observation deck.
Status?
Novel magic, from the dark end of the spectrum,
he said.
Wardable?
It would be a bad time to bunker down,
said Raven.
What did Juniper say?
He wanted us on search and rescue,
said Amaryllis.
Picking up the wounded or even the still living.
I want to kill it,
said Bethel, staring down at her display as though there was nothing else in the world that mattered.
This creature has affronted me.
Juniper will kill it on his own,
said Raven.
Juniper isn't playing by Arthur's rules,
said Pallida. She put an emphasis on the A in Arthur, and I saw the faintest hint of a reaction from Raven.
We all agree on that, don't we?
No,
said Raven, jaw set.
Not the time,
said Amaryllis.
Bethel, you know that I can't stop you from attacking, but I want you to reconsider, because if you take a real hit, one like the ones that you wished away, we could all die.
I would survive,
said Bethel, still staring at the display.
Do you think it would be prudent to cut off its legs, or to direct an attack at the top of it?
The display showed Bethel rising higher, twisting up into the sky, to just below the cloud cover. For all her movement, there was no sign of it from within her, one of the secondary powers of the egress, which was currently sitting inside of a garage within Bethel.
We don't know what defenses it has on top,
said Amaryllis.
Do you think it's just armor, or something more?
The sheer speed of the claws was absolutely mind-boggling, well faster than sound, so much mass moving so quickly that it should have torn the creature apart. The fact that it could endure stresses like that, even if it was with its innate magic, spoke to how ungodly powerful it was.
I know how Juniper thinks, and I sure as hell know how he DMs. There will be complications of some kind if we try to hit it from an angle.
Meta-narrative.
Bethel began. No, said Amaryllis, taking the risk of interrupting.
It's nothing to do with narrative. It's design speculation based on what we know of the designer. Juniper and I have talked for hundreds of hours about what went into making these things.
She pressed her fingers to the tattoo on her throat before anyone could interrupt.
Juniper, when does Mome Rath date to?
5 days before Arthur's death,
he eventually replied. Amaryllis neatly slotted that into her mental timeline. It was incredibly worrying, because it implied that anti-mimetic threats had been retroactively wiped from Juniper's memory the moment he'd arrived on Erb. Juniper had never shared the mimetic threats he'd created, for fear that they were dormant in his mind. And if the anti-mimetic nature of Mome Rath was any indication, there was the equivalent of several tons of undetonated ordnance in his mind, one of the many reasons that she'd kept every trip into his soul as brief and constrained as possible.
Search and rescue,
said Amaryllis, speaking to Bethel.
I don't want to risk all our lives just to find out what surprises the creature has. Target the destroyed buildings farthest from the creature. Use ropes as tendrils to touch people, transfer them inside. I'll be down in whatever medical bay you create, providing healing to the wounded and extracting the souls of the dead.
For a moment, Bethel looked like she would object, and Amaryllis steeled herself for either an argument or for diplomatically backing down, depending on her displayed mood. Instead, Bethel nodded once.
I'll participate in the healing,
said Solace, and before she could say more, she completely disappeared. Amaryllis followed soon after her, a slice of blackness separating her time in the command room from her time in the med bay.
She's becoming more confident,
said Solace, as she looked over the medical supplies in clear disdain. The place was enormous, in Bethel's usual style, with hundreds of beds laid out and ready for intensive triage. Never mind that they didn't have the workforce to staff it all. There were hundreds of bones ready for Amaryllis to use, most of their stockpile that they'd bought in bulk.
We're going to have to call in the Tung,
said Amaryllis.
The oldest of them will be capable of helping. It will be good field experience for them,
replied Bethel. There was another slice of matte black, and then Amaryllis was standing in the wing that housed the Tuong in the entrance. Bethel could alter her shape and warp space at her leisure, which meant that banking years was much more easily accomplished. But the years weren't free, not so much so that the Tuong wing could be as large as Amaryllis would like it to be. The Tuong and their teachers weren't actually in time dilation, but it had been decided that they would be kept in the dark, in part because there had been no particular reason to inform them, not when it would all hopefully be a singular blip in their young lives.
Aurora Protocol!
She shouted, trusting her voice to carry across the place. In an ideal world, there would be sound wards to keep some semblance of silence, but Bethel moved around with some frequency, and wards anchored to some particular moving thing, rather than the default reference frame of Erb, were incredibly difficult, beyond Grax's ability, at least at scale, and for the desired durations. Amaryllis tried her best to have a royal bearing, and removed her helmet, tucking it beneath one arm. There was a fine mist in the air, mimicking the Tuong's natural environment. She hoped she looked the part of their leader. She checked in every year, always with attention paid both to her appearance and to the impression she was making. The Tuong came forward, with the teachers and staff behind them. Aurora Protocol was one of the general ones, only really signaling that there was going to be a non-combat deployment. Amaryllis took a moment to look out on the Tuong, trying to make an evaluation of them. They were halfway through their physical development, and so far as she had been able to tell, maybe a third of the way through their social development. If compared to humans, they weren't quite teenagers, but Tuong matured much faster. The group was mixed male and female, and thankfully, the females hadn't yet developed the ability to infect the males with their scent, which was bound to happen, and would need to be treated as the highest crime that a Tuong could commit. They had never set foot outside of Bethel. The small, cramped quarters had been their home for their entire lives. Amaryllis had provided them with conditions as good as possible, with free time and entertainment, gourmet food, and every other luxury that could reasonably be fit into the complex. But it was still a small world, and for all that they could read about the real world or ask their teachers about it, they had been looking at Aerb through a pinhole.
We're facing an emergency for which we need manpower,
said Amaryllis.
We're expecting hundreds or possibly thousands of casualties from a wide range of species. You'll be working triage, carrying out simple orders, but often acting under your own recognizance, especially in terms of setting up ad hoc command structures.
She hoped that the vocabulary would be intelligible to them. It should have been, by the standards that she'd set for their age.
The threat we're responding to is ongoing. There's a danger out there.
And in here, even if you stay.
Do I have any volunteers?
Amaryllis felt a keen delight as every single Tuung raised their hand. Moments later, they had been placed into the medical bay, which was already filling with screaming, moaning people. Every trace of joy was washed away from her in a single cold moment, and she moved into action, giving instructions to the Tuung, making things up as she went along, recruiting people who didn't seem too badly hurt, trying to build some kind of structure to the proceedings with only vague outlines made months ago to go off of. She didn't have time to wonder what was going to happen with Momi Rath 2. Chapter 1, 156. Momi Rath 2. When the bats showed up, my first thought was, oh, of course there are bats. We had never done a giant multi-legged kaiju in my games, but if we had, I would have included mooks like that, because you have to have mooks. Because Mom Rath was so tall, and probably wouldn't be taken down by someone cutting off all his legs, though you never know. He needed other active defenses. Besides that, mooks were always great if you wanted to tie the players up with something that they knew was meaningless, so that they had to make a choice between taking care of the mooks or striking at the heart of the real enemy. The bats probably weren't mooks in the proper sense of the word. More likely, Mom Rath had some kind of ecology to him, and he would be covered with creatures that lived their own lives within that ecology, either symbiotic with Mom Rath and serving some vital function, or part of the food chain. Momi Rath probably wasn't sending bats at me. The bats just lived on him, and had come with when he was summoned from wherever. I was past the third of his knees, to a place where the bark was gone completely, replaced with a bumpy, matte gray surface. There were numerous red welts the size of dinner plates. I touched one briefly, and it felt firm and taut, like a zit that was ready to pop. I was pretty sure that something was going to happen if one of them burst, but it hadn't happened yet. When I made a periodic stop to throw more daggers, I did my best to avoid the red welts. It was during one of those relative lulls that the bats showed up. I say bats, but that probably doesn't do them justice. Each was the size of a house cat, with long whipping tails and sharp fangs. I was probably 500 feet up the leg, with another 100 feet left to go, and I wasn't really in a position to be fighting, not when I couldn't effectively move, not when I had to keep one hand gripped on the blades that were plunged into Mom Rath. Maybe if it had just been one, I would have been able to deal with it, but there were 30. I hadn't seen where they'd come from, but I prayed that there weren't more. I was an untested still mage. I had the levels in it, but no practical experience, and while the game took care of a whole lot, it was sort of like having to consciously think about the controls when playing a new game. In comparison to what everyone else got, I wasn't about to start complaining, but there was a little bit of lag at the beginning, and this really didn't seem to be the time for the inaugural run. Unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice. I leaned backward as they flew in, brandishing the probability blade in their general direction. When it was out in the open like this, it was a gray blur in the air, vaguely cone-shaped. As soon as the first of the bats came within range, the probability blade picked a form, that of a wickedly sharp khopesh, which sliced through the bat thing at the perfect angle, cleaving halfway through his skull until I flicked the sword to the side to get the corpse loose. Momi Bat defeated. I killed more of them as they came, trying to hold off on the next part for as long as possible, but once the first handful were dead, they were too densely packed for me to be able to kill them all. That was when I began burning one of my 3 internal unicorn bones. I was killed pretty quickly. Holding onto the side of the leg on dagger handholds, my probability blade to the side, and my mind focused on the burn, it was too much at once, and one of the bats slipped past my blade as one of his brothers was dying to it. He bit me with an unhinged jaw, driving his upper fangs down into my skull, and his lower fangs up through my mouth, piercing my palate, and then crunched down, breaking bone with what had to have been magically enhanced strength. The second time around I was more prepared, and the burn of the bones had faded in my consciousness to one of a handful of things I was juggling. With my focus properly split, I used still magic to stop his bite, causing the point of his fangs to make contact with my skin, and no more. I stabbed at him with the probability blade, and was rewarded with a gush of hot blood across my face as he died. Skill increased. Still magic level 21. Momi Bat defeated. After that they swarmed me, grappling me with tiny claws that weren't much more serious than a cat's, biting me with teeth and jaws that would have put a shark to shame. Where my gardener's plate covered me, it offered some protection, but I felt a piercing pain in my thigh, and as I wildly swung my probability blade around, I looked down to briefly see that one of the bats had managed to get his teeth through the magical steel. The surge of blood was enough for me to know that he'd hit the femoral artery, and as I directed my attention to the flow of blood, another 2 of the bats managed to work their teeth through my armor as well. I reset again. The unicorn's magic wasn't going to last forever, and I was constrained by that, but I was getting repeated messages about skill increases and bats defeated, and still magic was getting noticeably easier to apply, both because I was settling into it and because it was increasing in power. Unfortunately, I still hadn't found the winning path. The more of them died, the easier it was. But I was gripping onto the side of a leg 50 stories up, barely able to dodge and parry, restricted in how I could twist and turn. One of the bats clamped his mouth down on my arm, and I headbutted him back. But the probability blade was the only weapon that seemed to be doing enough damage to kill them. Mostly, there were just too many. I extruded the vines from my gardener's plate, wrapping them around the bats and squeezing them tight, or having them hold me so that I could use both hands to slash away. I used the incorporeality ring to let the bats fly through me, but that was of limited use. I got down to the last 5 when one of them came at me from behind, using its fangs like a lance rather than to bite me. I felt teeth enter my skull and used still magic to stop them from going further, but my brain wasn't working quite right. I reset without really meaning to, which probably had something to do with how the unicorn magic worked. I hadn't died, I didn't think, but something vital in my brain had definitely been hit. I went through the fight again, now marginally more familiar with where the bats were going, more in the groove of using all my abilities and entids at once, striking out with blood magic, bone magic, vines, blades, and a single shot of gem magic that I knew I was going to regret, even if it killed 10 of the things at once. I was vaguely surprised when I shook another bat off my blade and looked around for the next target, only to find that there were none. Below me, dead bats were still falling down, tumbling through the winds, bouncing off the leg that I'd climbed so far up. The battle had been short, and I hoped that there wouldn't be another like it, but I wasn't confident that Moam Wrath didn't have more where that came from. I healed the wounds I'd been given, including one place where a bat had punctured my upper arm and the scratches on my face, then looked down at the destruction below for one dizzying moment before continuing my climb. I was waiting for more bats and trying to look out for them from my awkward position on the side of the leg. I was increasingly certain that there would be more of them, because given Moam Wrath's incredible size, there almost had to be. Too much of my attention was focused on more potential bats, though, and not on the red welts. I didn't notice them swelling until it was almost too late. I had a split second to make a decision between burning another unicorn bone and trying to hunker down. Instead, I felt the slight tug of Luke one and let it carry me away. I kicked off from the leg, pushing myself backward and out into the open air, then began to fall. The welts began to explode soon after, spraying some kind of red mist through the air, just far enough away from me that none of it so much as touched me. I fell, picking up speed, until the last little bit, when my tattoo began to burn away and slow my descent down to practically nothing. I landed, nearly feather-light, and grimaced at the lost progress. "Back on the ground," I said. "Died a few times up there, until it got too hot to handle." I looked over Momme Wrath as I waited for Amaryllis's reply. He was towering over me and striding away. The climb hadn't taken me that long, all things considered, since throwing the daggers had been the most time-consuming part. My muscles weren't even aching, thanks to repeated applications of PHY. There was absolutely nothing to show for it, though. Momi Wrath had visible injuries, missing legs that were very slowly regrowing, and a belly wound that was still dripping. But it had been Bethel that had done all that. What am I even doing here? My best, the answer finally came. Trying to kill this fucking thing so that it won't keep destroying this city.
We have 400 wounded with more on the way, Amaryllis finally replied. Give me a rough location and I can send Bethel to come get you. Then we'll leave and let someone else deal with this.
No, I said, tightening my grip on my weapons. This is my partial design. I don't know its weakness, but I know that any true method of finishing it would have some way that it could be defeated by, at minimum, a group of 5 mixed-class adventurers.
If you want to be dropped on top, Bethel might be able to do that, said Amaryllis. Unknown defenses, though.
Likely significant, I said. Nothing can ever be easy. I still think small groups are the way to go, unless Bethel can deliver a very fast death blow.
No,
said Amaryllis.
I've seen her map of the thing's internals. It has bones and flesh, but the organs are nothing she can make sense of, and there's no brain to plunge through, no hearts or obvious points where it could actually be killed.
Yeah, I said. Okay, I think maybe I can set things up for the killing blow.
How? Asked Amaryllis.
I'm a multi-mage, I replied. I gave one last look around me, then began running toward Momme Wrath, using the sanguine surge to gather speed. I was nervous about what I was about to do, given how potentially dumb it was, and given that if it didn't work, I might quickly end up dead.
Juniper, how?
Asked Amaryllis. As I got myself beneath Momme Wrath, I gave her a brief description of what I had planned, and she swore, then agreed to divert from their rescue efforts. Before I could change my mind, I activated the Ring of Upward Bliss and teleported myself a mile up into the air. I was up in the low clouds that were swirling around Leo, the ones that had either brought or were a part of Momme Wrath. I began falling at once, and used still magic to slow my descent to something more reasonable. I had a single copy of Prince's Invulnerability, which I could have used to slam into Momme Wrath at speed, but without a proper target I was worried that all I would give it was a flesh wound, and Prince's Invulnerability represented a significant expense, even given how large our war chest was. When I saw Momme Wrath from above, I knew that there were going to be problems. He had hair like fingers, covering his back, but sticking out from the finger hair were large brown lumps that seemed to be moving all on their own, independent of the slow, swaying walk that Momme Wrath was doing, more of the implied ecology of the gargantuan creature. I tried my best to angle for one of them, but this was only my second experience with anything like skydiving, and instead, I awkwardly landed in the finger hair. The strands of finger hair, consisting of thousands of knuckles each, were thick enough that I could stand on them without sinking in, which was good, because I didn't know how deep they went. I began hacking away at the finger hair, slicing the probability blade through knucklebone with abandon, while trying to keep my eyes open for whatever countermeasures were roaming the top of Momme Wrath. So far, I had seen nothing. I kept hacking away, trying to get down to the flesh below, which was my ultimate goal. I was blade-bound to the probability blade, and it cut quickly, but something was tickling at the back of my mind. There should be defenses on his back, big ones like the claws had been against Bethel, and small ones, like the bats and welts had been against me, death traps and mooks and things like that. I was struck in the side of the temple so hard that the world momentarily went black. When I regained my senses, I had lost 3/4 of my HP and was bleeding from a heavy wound. My head felt lopsided and misshapen, like a potato, and I woozily spun around trying to figure out what had hit me. There was still nothing. I hadn't seen anything when I fell either. Shit, I muttered. If I had less experience with these sorts of things, I might have chalked it up to something flying through the air, but I knew better. An attack from nowhere was a good indication of an invisible enemy, or in this case, a more thematically appropriate anti-mimetic one.
Status?
Asked Amaryllis. I began swinging my sword through the air, needler sheathed, probability blade held as an oversized, two-handed, monkey-gripped weapon, which extended its field by a good margin. Enemies, I said. On Mohm's back. I watched the probability blade become material for a moment, its gray blur suddenly replaced by a steel cutting edge. It only lasted a moment, though, before it was back to normal. Had I felt a pull from the weapon as it cut through something? I wasn't sure. There was no blood on the blade either. I kept swinging, though, going for the spot where the probability blade had struck before, and was rewarded with another change as it became a solid sword. Momi Rat defeated. It appeared in front of me like it had been there all along, a thing of claws and jet-black fur, the size of a man, with a thick, hairless tail swirling and twitching behind it. It was on par with the bats then, as far as what it took to kill it. I was hit again, before I could revel in the victory. The hit struck the armor on my back, tearing some of it away, though I could tell the magic still held. There was a second rat, because of course there was, and as soon as I got to my feet, stumbling among the broken and bloody finger hair, I began burning one of my precious unicorn bones. I died not long after, from a hit that I couldn't see coming, a rat that I could only assume was there. The unicorn's power brought me back, as it had many times before. I cut through the rats, one by one, looping through a handful of times so that I could find them, or so that I could dodge them. Each time I was hit, their location was revealed, even if I was killed, and the probability blade's ability to take the perfect cutting angle made up for when my attacks were a little bit off. I got notifications from the game about skills hitting their caps, and tried my best to stay in the moment, burning through bones to keep myself alive, bones to keep my speed up, and bones to loop through a small window of time. Eventually, the unicorn bone lost integrity, and I allowed the loop to close, with another 6 of the rats dead in the space of a handful of seconds. I had no idea whether there were more or not, and I kept my sword in front of me, swinging it around like a lunatic, trying to nick one so that I could find it. The game notifications had been coming thick and fast, but they were a distraction, not worth the eyeballs they were printed on, except to tell me when I'd killed a thing.
Coming down,
said Amaryllis. I watched as Bethel flew overhead, her form about as small as it could be. Amaryllis appeared outside it and began dropping, slowing herself as she went, which answered the question about whether my companions would be able to use still magic through symbiosis. Raven and Pallida were next, with Valencia following quickly after, and then Bethel swung away, darting off through the sky at great speed. These rats are anti-mimetic, I called to them as I burned end to heal myself. You can't perceive them, except indirectly, and not that much. My sword, which I was still swinging, momentarily turned material, and I bounded forward, slicing through the air where it appeared to have hit. I was extraordinarily thankful that the effect was weak, and that I was still able to make inferences.
We need to dig now,
said Amaryllis.
Last wish was used. Bethel is to the winds.
Explosive stare, said Raven. If it gets desperate, it might use it on its own flesh.
Where's Solace? I asked. Grack?
Solace is busy with triage.
Said Amaryllis.
Grack is working on a ward weapon.
Fine, I said. Start digging. We need to get close enough to a bone.
I'll be on killing the invisible rats, said Pallida, randomly poking her trident through the air.
Not invisible,
said Raven.
Unseeable. There's a difference.
I can see them, said Valencia. Her face was hidden by her red armor. Must be magic, not information. They're staying back.
Sure, said Pallida, still poking her trident around, then swinging it in wide circles. Just tell me where to poke.
Clearing away the finger hair was easy enough, if gruesome work. The strands were just like fingers in almost every way, filled with bones and ligaments, with blood flowing through them. It wasn't long before I was knee-deep in blood, in a pit that was 4 feet deep. I stabbed down with my probability blade and hit something hard as stone, and an experimental poke at it, the iron smell of very human blood making me very slightly nauseous as I stooped down, showed that I hadn't made much more than a scratch. Raven, I said. Orb. The 3 seafoam green orbs appeared around her head, and with a thought, she set one of them straight down, through the pooled blood and into Mome Rath. I stood well back until she signaled that I was clear. Mome Rath didn't have a soul, not that I had been able to access, but he did have skin, blood, and per Bethel's report, bones. I handed my probability blade to Amaryllis, then formed the claret spear, hesitating for only a moment before driving it straight down into Mome Rath. I could feel my blood mingle with Mome Rath's, and began applying the bloodline effect immediately, reducing his PHY and my own at the same time. 5-factor modifiers improved the bonus I could apply when our blood types were similar, and improved the malus when blood types were different. Mome Rath's blood was barely blood, or maybe only blood because of the 6-eyed virtue, allowing me some leeway with definitions. But the upshot was that Mome Rath lurched beneath us. It's working, I said, though I was sure they didn't need me to say it. Guard me. I pushed my blood down deeper, trying to keep it directed, trying not to let it diffuse. I could feel myself getting lightheaded, and wished that I'd had the time to give myself a transfusion from the bags of my blood that were sitting back in Bethel. I could feel Mome Rath's blood, too, in with my own, distinct from it, pushing against me, and yet somehow I was still unable to feel his soul, if he even had one. Eventually, the tendril of blood I had within him found what I had been searching for. His bones. They were something like ribs, massive things that helped to hold his incredibly large structure together, even though he was an impossible creature of unbelievable proportions. I pushed my blood down rope-thick capillaries until I had latched firmly to the bone, then began to burn it for PHY as hard as I could. Achievement unlocked. Strong. Achievement unlocked. Sanic the Hegahog. Achievement unlocked. Unbreakable. Burning someone's bones didn't directly hurt them. Maybe in another few months, Mome Rath would start feeling a bit ill, or if he was healing back, it would heal in wrong. But a burnt-through bone was entirely survivable if it was just one. The real point wasn't that, though. It was what I got from it, which was an absolutely enormous amount of PHY. I could feel myself become stronger, tougher, faster, and my perception of time became so warped that I was actually able to see the counterattack coming. Mome Rath's head rose up, his many eyes and mouths swinging around on a sinuous, snake-like neck, the only thing moving in a world that was, to my eyes, standing still. Raven must have seen my eyes widen, because she turned too. Her entet allowed her to be boosted by the enormous power that I was burning from Mome Rath's bone. I pushed the extra PHY I'd boosted off the bone down the bloodline, attacking Mome Rath with its own power, then pushed still magic after, trying to stop him. He slowed, but not enough. I activated Prince's invulnerability as quickly as I could, which shot golden spears of light at Pallida, Amaryllis, and Raven. I had tried to include Valencia too, but she wasn't what the spell considered a person, and the magic didn't even make an abortive attempt. I began burning my last unicorn bone at once, dividing my focus again. Momi Rath's eyes lit up, all of them, all at once, and the world exploded around us. Prince's invulnerability made us and our equipment inviolable, just like the Leo Temple was, immune to any damage whatsoever for the entirety of its 6 seconds. It was expensive, military-grade stuff, the kind of spell that a tattoo mage usually kept in his back pocket and never used because it was too hard to replace. There were entads that offered varying levels of protection to their bearers, but almost all of them had limits which didn't apply to Prince's invulnerability. It could even stop void, though the mechanism was unclear. Unfortunately, it didn't stop movement. I was blown from Moam Rath's back, my body twisted by the blast just to the point of being mildly uncomfortable, and no more. I was twirling so quickly that my brain would probably have been smeared around the inside of my skull, had Prince's invulnerability not protected against that. I couldn't see anything but blinding white until I was well clear of Moam Rath, and even then, everything was whipping around so fast that I couldn't make sense of it until I'd applied still magic to stop my rapid rotation. Momi Rath had blown a hole in his own back, leaving a crater whose ejecta was still flying through the air, myself included. Maybe the damage was worse, because I'd been feeding his own end back to him as a malus, reducing his ability to take the hit. But it was a terrible, ugly wound that had left him reeling and wobbling on dozens of unsteady legs. Enormous bones were fully exposed, and blood was dripping down by the barrel, sloshing out of him. He had some kind of healing power, I knew that much, but I honestly wasn't sure that he would be able to come back from what he'd done. I let myself be pulled back by the unicorn magic, back to that frozen moment when I temporarily had the stats of a demigod. I moved to Valencia and grabbed her by the arm, but I had no idea how I was going to save her. The explosion hit again, and I was wrenched away, but I had been gripping her tightly enough that I managed to hold onto her arm. But it was just her arm, the only part of her that Prince's invulnerability seemed to consider part of my equipment. The rest of her had been vaporized, the overwhelming power of the explosion obliterating the red armor of Aramor and Valencia along with it. I reset again and ran at her, this time trying to use the Ring of Upward Bliss, but trying to tap it 3 times as I darted toward her. At speed simply wasn't doable, not with how comparatively slow the ring was to respond, not even with how insanely high my SPD was, and she was vaporized before I finished. I tried using the Ring of Partial Incorporeality on her, but it wouldn't extend that far beyond me, and when I was blown free of Moam Rath and got my bearings, I saw that I was holding just her upper half, the rest of her vaporized from the waist down. I was running out of options. I went into my soul and began making sacrifices. I had no idea whether they would hold through the small loop or not, but my memories did, and I hoped that was a good sign. I dumped all 30 points of library magic, 21 points in improvised weapons, 21 points in dual wield, and another 9 from debate. All 81 got funneled into still magic. When I opened my eyes, I was spinning, and I didn't bother to stop myself. I just reset, hoping that the changes to my soul would carry through, because if they didn't, then it was very likely that Valencia was done for. The unicorn bone was degrading, and I didn't know how many attempts I would get. I rushed over to her, putting my full speed into it, and wrapped my arms around her, holding her tight and desperately stilling both of us with all my might. The explosion wasn't blinding this time. I could feel the light and heat hitting us, stilled before they could do anything. I was low on blood, having lost the claret spear, and feeling faint. But as the force of the explosion died down around us, I felt a wave of relief. Valencia was still in my arms, still whole. "Are you okay?" I asked, as soon as I'd let up on the stilling. I had worried that I would accidentally stop her heart or the electrical activity in her brain, but she hadn't gone limp. I kept us stilled in midair, just above the crater of flesh, as Mom Rath swayed beneath us.
Yes, she replied. What happened?
"Explosion," I said. "Unicorn powers. You died a few times." I paused, looking beneath us for a moment, then allowing us to drop. "You need to leave." I looked up for a moment. "Amaryllis." There was no response. I was standing with Valencia in the crater of flesh and bone, looking around me. Momi Rath's head was nowhere to be seen, not beyond the crater wall. I had no idea how often he could use that explosive vision, but given that he hadn't used it against Bethel the first time they fought, and wasn't using it against the populace, I was hopeful that I had a minute. I climbed over the torn flesh, which was already knitting itself, until I could get to a place where I was touching two of the bones at once. "Steel yourself," I said to Valencia. I was feeling woozy, but I made another claret spear and jammed it down, not having to go terribly far to mingle my blood with Mom Rath's. Then I reached out with both hands and began to pull on the bones, hard, draining them of PHY, funneling all of that power into the bloodline, using Mom Rath's own monstrous strength against him. I was surely sending him into the negatives, which, per Reimer, should have meant that he would be trivial to kill, or possibly dead as a result. I was about to ask Valencia to start stabbing at Mom Rath, given that he should have been pitifully weak, but before I could, I saw Bethel rising into the air, close by us. The shockwave of her passage through Mom Rath felt only afterward. Momi Rath, the Forgotten, defeated. Achievement unlocked. More like Wuss Lord, Ammirite. Level up. Quest. Complete. Momi Rath, the Forgotten. Momi Rath has fallen, his corpse evermore a record of his existence. This quest cannot be repeated if another Momi Rath is summoned from beyond space and time. Level up. I felt nothing from the level ups. Momi Rath lurched beneath us and began to fall in slow motion, his bulk surely destroying buildings and killing people below him. I grabbed onto Valencia and stilled our motion, which wasn't necessary for long, as Bethel scooped us up shortly afterward. 10 seconds after the ropes had grabbed us, we were inside of Bethel, in her command room. Grak was there, but Solace was missing. "Amaryllis?" I asked. "It's dead. I'm going radio silence. Talk to me if you have a location. Hopefully you made it out okay. Bethel can come grab you." There was no immediate response from her. Prince's invulnerability or no, the explosion had blasted us all apart from each other, and 6 seconds wasn't enough to fall to the ground even without any upward force from the explosion. Amaryllis had the immobility plate, which meant that she was the best able to survive something like that. Whatever she was dealing with, I hoped that she was fine. "Scan for Pallida and Raven," I said. "I'm hoping that they survived."
They might not have?
Asked Valencia, looking at me with wide eyes. She'd taken her helmet off, revealing a sweaty face with hair stuck to it. "I don't know," I said. "The physics isn't strongly in their favor. Raven has her cloak, which might help her break her fall, but Pallida, I don't know." I looked around the room until my eyes fell on Grak, who was sitting down and looking off into the distance. I went over to him. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Where's Solace?"
"She's tending to the wounded,"
said Grak. He swallowed.
"I failed you."
"You did?" I asked.
"I was preparing a warded weapon,"
he said.
"I wasn't fast enough."
"It worked out," I said. I paused briefly. "You can do that. A ward anchored to some object. I mean, I knew that it was possible in theory, but I hadn't realized that your warding had gotten good enough."
"It's not,"
said Grak.
"Clearly."
I sat down beside him and patted him on the shoulder. It's fine, I said. Our work is far from done, and your expertise has been invaluable. I also got 3 level-ups today, so if you weren't able to do it 10 minutes ago, that might have changed.
3?
Asked Bethel.
Impressive.
1 for Harold, 2 for Momi Wrath, I said. Probably because they were both threats far beyond my level. I shrugged, though I was still wired from the feeling of victory. It worked out. Should make things easier in the future. Actually, wait. I closed my eyes for 3 seconds and then went looking at my virtues. I had been busy, but as soon as I had defeated Mom Wrath, I should have gone looking for them. I had overloaded still magic in order to save Valencia, which would let me know what the remaining virtues were, as well as confirm that Reimer was right about what lay ahead. Instinctive halting. So long as you're not stilling beyond your capacity, still magic will be applied automatically to any and all effects when it would be beneficial to you. For more information on intent and volition, see LUK rules. This effect applies only when you are conscious. That one Reimer had known, and normal still mages got something like it, which allowed them to stop incoming bullets even if they didn't know what direction they were coming from, for example. In their games, still mages were mostly tanks, though they didn't have any way of taking aggro. Partial stilling removes the penalty for attempting to still a single part of an object. Doubles the damage dealt to objects by stopping or slowing only half of them. And that was what I would mostly consider a whiff, especially since it seemed to be the virtue for level 60. It had a handful of immediately obvious combat applications, so long as my target was moving, but still magic already excelled at close-quarters combat, and the additional bonus seemed minimal. If this was what the Arab version of Juniper had come up with, well, Reimer seemed to have a dim view of how the game was balanced, and I was in at least partial agreement. Still soul. You can still any changes to your soul, including natural ones. When contesting an Entad, roll against its eye level with a multiplier for reasonableness. When contesting a skill use, follow normal contest rules. For other cases, consult your dungeon master. This was the one that I had highly expected to be the capstone. It was a known ability of a few best-in-their-generation still mages, and allowed not only an effective halt to aging, but immunity from all but the most powerful of soul mages. It was really, really good, but it was apparently available at level 80, not level 100. Meta stilling. You can still any game effect with a duration. And there it was, the capstone of still magic. There were very few game effects with durations, at least so far as the revealed text went, and I would have to touch base with Reimer to see whether there was anything he'd failed to mention. But there were at least 3 that I was currently under. The skilled trade, overcapped, and double overcapped afflictions were gradually reducing my bonus to still magic. Or rather, they would have been, except that instinctive halting apparently worked with meta-stilling and was already holding still magic steady. So far as I could tell, I would have still magic maxed out for as long as I stayed conscious, which meant that the sacrifice I'd done to save Valencia would keep paying dividends for the rest of the day, or maybe longer, if I could get a copy of Kenner's Eye.
I'm getting a message,
said Bethel, frowning slightly. Amaryllis? I asked again. I still hadn't heard anything over Parsons' voice, and I was trying not to get myself worked up over it. Bethel was looking, and there was very little that I could do. She had the means to survive. Raven did too. Pallida. We would cross that bridge when we came to it. I had been a bit put out by Heshnel fleeing, but now I was grateful that he'd been spared the danger.
No,
said Bethel.
There's an Entad that I was forced to synthesize with, the sending slate. It was a paired Entad for communication. The other half was supposedly broken, but now it appears that's not the case.
Oh, I said. Who has the other end? What's the message?
Figaro Finch,
said Bethel.
He wants to talk.
All right, I said. Can you Project the messages or something?
He wants to talk in person.
Said Bethel.
One moment, he just gave me an address.
He's here, I asked. In Leo,
500 feet away.
said Bethel.
Now, 0.
The hells, I asked. 10 seconds later, Figaro Finch was standing in the command room with us, presumably snatched up by a rope and deposited there by Bethel. He seemed unperturbed by the sudden change in scenery. He came with friends, or at least people who Bethel had snatched up, all of them wearing Imperial Standard shimmer plate. 4 of them were Gimmels, a one-armed race with no mouth, eyes, ears, or nose. They sensed, ate, and manipulated gravity. The other was a woman with 2 small horns and light purple-red skin. I was shocked to realize that I knew her. It was Malice Larton, my erstwhile ethics professor. "What in the holy fuck are you doing here?" I asked.
"It's business, not pleasure,"
said Figaro Finch. I'd forgotten how short gnomes were. He was the only one of them in a suit rather than armor, which seemed like a terrible idea to me.
"Now that the big guy has been taken down, we need to talk next steps. Harold is still here, in this city. And this time, he's not running. We need your help."
The Bird on the Fence. Chapter 157. The Bird on the Fence. Raven felt an overwhelming rush of sheer physicality as Juniper began to burn through the giant monster's bone, a sensation doubtlessly provided by the anklet of reactive radiance. It was raw physical power, an immense amount of it, whose like she'd only felt perhaps a dozen times before, Uther's many adventures being what they were. She saw Juniper darting forward to Valencia, the only one of them not covered in Prince's invulnerability, and knew that disaster was incoming. With a fine instinct honed by decades of adventuring, Raven moved without thinking toward Pallida, who was standing stock still. Raven grabbed Pallida's arm, then took a stretched-out, glacially slow moment to look around and see what it was that Juniper was responding to. Her eyes found the enormous head of Mome Rath, his hundreds of eyes, his serpentine neck, and a look she dimly recognized as anger. The eyes lit up, the world exploded around her. She kept her tight grip on Pallida, helped, perhaps, by the bone that Juniper was burning, or by the fact that Prince's invulnerability wouldn't allow a tight grip to be undone if it would require such wrenching force that the protected individual might be hurt. The 2 of them went flying through the air, and Raven tried to keep her eyes open, alert to the world around her. In her experience, it was far too easy to go into pure reaction at a time like this, which was normally fine if you were in a situation that you were trained for. When in the great wild worlds of adventure, though, instincts couldn't always be trusted, because sometimes they would lead down the wrong path. It meant balancing on a knife's edge sometimes, trusting instinct because that was the only way you'd be able to respond fast enough, and keeping alert enough that instinct could be overridden. They arced through the air and then began to fall. Raven felt it when Prince's invulnerability wore off, as the wind suddenly began to buffet them hard enough to hurt, and bits of detritus pinged against her armor. They had been spinning, but her cape had stretched itself out to put an end to that, because her Shadow's cloak was a good, loyal Entad, one that often acted on its own when there were threats against Raven.
"We're falling,"
said Pallida, quite uselessly. She was shouting to be heard over the wind of their descent.
"Don't let go."
"I won't,"
replied Raven. The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. She looked behind her, at her cloak, which was doing its best to slow their fall.
"Landing will be hard."
It was unlikely that they were going to die, but it wasn't going to be the cushioned landing that a tattoo could have provided. Uther had thoughts about falling as a method of injury or death, as Uther had thoughts about almost everything. Uther had thrown one of his early enemies from the top of a castle, back in the era of the Dark King, only to have learned later, that same day, that there existed a simple but expensive spell that might have been tattooed on him. Uther hadn't quite flown into a rage, but he had castigated a young Everett for not knowing about it, and when the ensuing manhunt produced nothing, it had meant a long chain of events that eventually ended with the villain getting his head stomped in by a giant. After that whole affair had reached its conclusion, Uther had declared that anyone worth their salt would survive a fall, no matter how fatal and unrecoverable it seemed to be. It wasn't quite the first instance of narrative thinking, but it was a rather stark one. And then, much later on, when the normally circumspect and secretive Uther had progressed to becoming nearly impossible to talk to after Vervain had died, or been killed, whichever way one chose to phrase it. It was then that Uther changed his tune. When heinous individuals came to his attention, the kind that he could kill with a snap of his fingers, he became more elaborate about their deaths, less direct. The practice of trial by adversity dated to long before Uther, but he had brought it back, a tradition used in place of an execution. He sometimes said that he liked for someone to be able to prove themselves worthwhile, but it was a twisted form of worthiness. Half the time he would sit them down for a talk afterward about how they had survived and what they might accomplish. Memorably, Uther had thrown a thief from the top of a tower and declared it a trial by adversity after the fact. In retrospect, perhaps that was his views on narrative taking hold. He had gone from being irate that a villain had escaped to actively encouraging escape, knowing that there was some margin for error in these methods, a way of creating plot threads from nothing. Raven had read through Degenerate Cycles, his last real book, but she hadn't fully put the pieces together until she was falling through the air. Midway down, Raven had a rush of memories, all brief, all recent, all laid on top of each other, with Juniper the only variable. He had used a unicorn bone, it seemed, attempting to save Valencia from the might of Mom Rath. They hit the ground, one after the other. Pallida first, Raven second, both rolling to redirect their momentum, both standing up and stretching out to make sure that they weren't too injured.
Just like the good old days, isn't it?
Asked Pallida, looking up at the colossal body of Mom Rath, still standing, but swaying slightly.
Probably too much to hope that's a lethal hit.
It wouldn't have killed itself,
said Raven, staring up, trying futilely to get some understanding of what had happened.
Healed back most of what Bethel did,
said Pallida with a nod.
Prince has saved us.
Yes,
said Raven.
Acceptable use of my funds, I suppose,
said Pallida with a sniff. They watched as Bethel zipped through the sky, fully enlarged. Another counterattack from Mom Rath was a possibility, and she was all out of wishes. How many thousands were inside of her now? How many of them civilians? After Uther had gone, Raven had gotten used to casualties, to hard choices, to operating without a safety net. That was what being the head librarics had entailed. It was tempting, now that she knew who Juniper was, to fall back into the old habit she'd had, the one where she consoled herself that Uther would fix things, that he would win, as he always did. But that was Uther's unique brand of magic, and if it was ever to be true for Juniper, Raven couldn't see it just yet. With Juniper, there was a chance he could fail. Bethel sliced through Mom Rath, moving as fast as she could, the anticipated counterattack never coming. When she came out the other side, the spray of flesh and blood was visible from the ground.
he was burning its bones,
said Raven.
I think that might have been.
Momi Rath lurched as its many knees gave out beneath it. The creature was so big it appeared to be falling in slow motion, the alarming kind of way that very large things sometimes moved, so full of energy that a shock wave was surely coming, or if not that, then at least death and destruction for people close by. Raven had seen mountains lurch, oceans briefly rise into the sky, and in one case watched a floating island drop to the ground. Momi Rath falling down wasn't so serious a problem as those, but it was nonetheless breathtaking in the way those things had been. It crashed to the ground and sent a fierce wind their way, one strong enough that Raven had to strain against the wind.
The death blow, yeah.
Said Pallida.
Good on our boy.
Raven stayed silent, waiting for the creature to rise. When it failed to, she let out the breath she'd been holding in.
Without our help?
More or less,
said Pallida with a nod.
That's always how it was in the old days, wasn't it?
Raven looked at her.
I don't want to talk about the old days.
Don't you?
Asked Pallida.
I'll grant that I wasn't there for as much of them as you were, nor do I remember them as well, given a lot of my involvement was when I was younger or older, but my recollection was that you loved to talk about the old days, back when the adventures were fresh. And even now, when we have the big meetings, it's practically the only thing out of your mouth.
I don't want to fight,
said Raven.
Who's looking to fight?
Asked Pallida. She swung her trident around for a moment, gazing at the tip, then planted the butt of it in the soft earth. They were standing in what was probably a small park, with bits of flesh and gore around them.
You're always looking to fight,
said Raven.
Always on the defensive, always looking to get your jabs in. You weren't always like this.
Said Pallida. She looked around.
Do you think they'll pick us up?
I don't know,
said Raven. They sat in awkward silence for a moment. Raven's cloak fluttered behind her, in a wind of its own, patiently waiting to be useful.
It's always easier to be nice and good when things are going your way,
Pallida finally said.
Maybe I'm not, in this lifetime, but there were times when I was the best thief in the world, the best of anyone at infiltration, exfiltration, recovery of goods. I was an explorer of forbidden places, a spy, a saboteur. And the thing was, when that was who I was, it was always easy to just be cock of the walk, to let my deeds speak for themselves. But when I've got a life like this, and people ask me what I've done lately, and all I have to answer with is that I haven't. I've just been sitting around waiting for various things, living off the largesse of past lives. I don't expect you to understand.
You feel worthless,
said Raven.
Worthless and small, like you don't stack up to others.
She looked at the corpse of Mom Rath. There had been creatures on it. It was probably too hopeful to think that they were all dead. Maybe mopping up would be her role in this. She grimaced.
Yeah,
said Pallida.
What was your excuse 500 years ago?
Asked Raven.
You had deeds to your name at 15. Uther had sent you on a half-dozen missions that he couldn't have accomplished by himself. The three of us.
She choked up slightly.
We had our own adventures, separate from him. We had done things. Maybe not so much as Uther had, but in any other age we'd have been legends. We were legends in our own right. You didn't have an excuse.
We were in love, Raven,
said Pallida. She'd been keeping her inky armor down, so that her pink skin was visible, face clear. But she turned away and let the armor cover her fully.
1700 years and you've never been in love? Never felt that pull toward another person? It's not some excuse, it's... How could you deny it? If you'd felt what I felt, how could you fault someone for rushing headlong into a bad decision?
Raven stayed silent. It was the season for old wounds, it seemed. In more than 100 years at the Infinite Library, she had eventually come to think of Uther only once or twice a day, and then usually when he was relevant to their ongoing work. Granted, that was often, but nothing like it was now among the Council of Arches, with people who had known Uther personally. And there was Arthur, and old stories from Juniper, with new context brought to his adventures, new tidbits that were either mentioned in Amaryllis's notes or brought up directly by Juniper. If Uther was Arthur, then so many of the things that Uther had seen on Erb were echoes of the games he'd played. There had been one too many unpleasant trips down memory lane.
The worst part,
began Raven.
The worst part about your relationship with Dahlia was that it left me out in the cold. I had kept wondering why the two of you were doing things without me, why we had lost that sisterly solidarity. I would come back to camp needing someone to talk to about the horrors I'd seen, or if not that, then at least someone to be there for me, someone to distract me or take my mind off what I'd seen. And you weren't. Neither of you, because you had cut me out of your lives.
Polita looked off at the horizon and twirled her trident for a moment. Yeah, she said.
Yeah?
Asked Raven.
What do you want me to say?
Asked Pallida.
We were shitty friends. I should have told you that I had a thing for Helio. I should have told you when we first kissed. I should have let all the petty drama of it wash over you so that you could forget about the stench of death or the feel of someone dying in your arms. I wanted something for myself, something that I didn't have to share. And look, it's lifetimes ago, barely remembered. I have a policy of not apologizing for things that happened in past lives, because if I was going to do that, I would have to apologize for, I don't know, everything under the sun. I'm sorry. It's a mealy-mouthed apology because I'm not even saying that I wouldn't do it again, but maybe I would try harder to puzzle out a way through that mess if, incoming.
Giant bats were flying toward them with razor-sharp fangs, not quite so many of them as to constitute a cloud, but enough that they were an identifiable mass. At least that was a problem that would be easier to deal with than the personal.
What the fuck, Finch?
I asked.
You came here ahead of Mome Rath?
Who?
Asked Finch, raising an eyebrow.
Momey Rath,
I said.
The big thing with 100 legs that I just put down?
We don't have time for this,
said Finch. He looked past me to where Bethel was standing.
Bethel, are we going to be stationary for a while?
We can be,
said Bethel with a nod.
There are still dead and wounded all over the place, including lying under the enormous corpse. Better that you make things quick. You're thinking of employing the time out?
I am,
nodded Finch. He signaled to one of the Gimmels standing behind him, using a quick gestural language that only used one hand. I watched closely, hoping to acquire it, but had no immediate luck.
Who's going to be in it?
He asked.
You, myself, Valencia, Malice, if that's her name,
I said.
The Gimmels too, if they have something to contribute. Bethel will be part of it if she's able, but I'm doubtful.
Finch nodded, then signed more to one of the Gimmel, which still didn't trigger a ping for me, despite my active will. A one-handed sign language would be handy, even if the Gimmel language was sure to have some peculiarities to it, given their gravity sense and the fact they only had one arm. The Gimmel responded to Finch's signs by holding his hand forward, then moving himself around in a small circle, roughly 10 feet wide. As he went, his hand began glowing blue, building in intensity and covering more of his arm, until it was glowing through the seams in the shimmer plate. I stepped inside it without being asked to. I had seen the spell used once before, back in Silmar City, under extremely different circumstances. When the spell was completed, we were cast into darkness.
All right,
I said as I lit my hand up.
Now we should have time.
I should note that at this point, I had been awake for something like 170 hours, which included the Spelunker's Stroll, 2 fights with Harold, dissociative meditation, another fight against 3 people who'd been sent to kill me, and all the business with Mome Rath. I had leveled up, which was a convenient cure for almost everything that ailed me, but it was still a very long time to be awake, and I was starting to feel the drag of it. I'd opted not to get Kenner's eye when we'd been tattoo shopping, something that I was deeply regretting now, given that Still Magic was sitting stock still at just above 100 points until the next time I slept. I wasn't tired, but I was wanting for sleep.
Tell me what the fuck is going on,
said Finch.
Fucking you first,
I said with an exasperated sigh.
May I?
Asked Valencia. She looked intimidating in the torchlight of my hand, spiked red armor and crown of thorns giving her a particularly savage look.
Sure,
I said.
Malice Larton was a deep cover operative placed as a teacher at Sound and Silence by the Empire of Common Cause under the direction of Uniquities.
That much, at least, I had figured out. but I doubted that I would get any credit for catching on after she'd shown up in Shimmerplate.
Her role was to write covert reports on what was happening here, as well as to be a first responder in the event of some emergency that the Magocracy couldn't or wouldn't handle. That's all in addition to other, less defensible covert missions that Uniquities would sometimes send her on as part of their attempts at wrangling power across Erb.
She cheats,
Finch said to Malice, who was looking at Valencia with alarm.
Be that as it may,
Said Valencia.
At some point in the past 6 months, Malice, that is her real name by the way, realized that something was happening and sent back a report, a series of reports, which eventually found their way to Finch. Based on what I know of how Uniquities operates, Finch was read in on Malice, and they began trying to gain more information about what was happening. Threat level would have been low enough at that point that it would be handled through cryptographically secure express mail. Eventually, the threat level was raised, at which point Finch decided that he needed... Wait, no.
She had been watching Finch in the dim light of my flaming hand.
Got something?
I asked.
Finch knows more than the last time I looked at him.
Said Valencia. She turned to me.
Or maybe I just wasn't looking closely enough.
It's fine,
I said.
What does he know?
Uther was unique.
Said Valencia.
Maybe the most unique individual in the entire history of Erb. Our recent friends weren't the only ones who noticed that. They weren't the only ones who made plans in the event that someone else like him came along.
She looked back at Finch.
I'm not sure exactly when Juniper got flagged.
He's confirmed now,
said Finch.
Or as close to confirmed as we think we're going to get.
And that's why you sent me in,
I said.
Without so much as a whiff of information or support.
No support?
Asked Finch.
You had a seasoned veteran of Uniquities, and one of the deadliest vibration mages on the plane. And in theory, you'd have had Malice too. You had your own team. And besides all that, you weren't even supposed to be doing anything. You were deniable backup in case things went pear-shaped, off accomplishing your own goals that I'd fervently hoped wouldn't intersect with those of Uniquities.
Yeah?
I asked.
And how did that turn out?
We don't know,
said Finch.
Because, like I said, Harold is still out there. And I've got a newsflash for you. We still need to get him.
Harold, an entity that you told me fucking nothing about,
I said.
Harold, who I didn't know about until you went to that meditation class,
said Finch.
So there was no way I could have told you, even if I'd wanted to. And once you were exposed, you and yours were suspect, because there's no way to tell whether or not Harold's got to someone.
Tell me what you know,
I said.
If you want my help going after him, I need more than that stale report that Oberlin gave me. Finch, we sent you an emergency letter, and you stonewalled us.
Finch stared at me.
We don't know how Harold works,
he said.
It's something like soul magic, but the Anolia can't pick up on it, and there are no other methods we know of to detect it. Harold changes people. So far as we can tell, he can do small, subtle changes to one of them at a time, or big, ham-fisted changes to all of them at once. Did you happen to catch the makeshift choir out there?
Yeah, I said.
Big, ham-fisted changes,
said Finch.
But now that the big guy was summoned, you might have noticed that the choir has stopped, and all the people singing their little one-note song have returned to whatever it was they were doing.
I hadn't noticed,
I said.
I was dealing with bigger things.
I don't doubt it,
said Finch.
But the people Harold has his hooks into are to the winds now, capable of being steered by him at any moment, so long as both he and they stay in Leo. And given that Harold is who he is, he's going to use them again, more aggressively this time. And my best guess right now is that he's going to summon another one of those things that you're so proud of having killed.
I almost almost said something boastful and dumb like, well then I'll just kill the second and the third. But I wasn't so awash in my victory that I could forget the sheer destruction that Mom Rath had brought down on Leo and the Athenaeum. When his body had come down, it had flattened buildings, and before that, he had been doing targeted destruction. Leo might recover eventually, but I had no idea what the death toll was sitting at. More worryingly, the Hell's toll was also probably pretty high, given how total the destruction was, and how difficult it would be to get to some of the bodies.
And who is he?
I asked.
What does Harold actually want? I've heard what he had to say, but it was, frankly, nonsense.
You talked to him through one of his puppets?
Asked Finch.
No,
I said.
I talked to him when he tried to get in my head. It didn't take.
Then you know 1,000 hells more than I do,
said Finch.
I spoke with him once, shortly before he was ported out. Seemed like a snot to me. Typical end-of-the-world cultist, but with a heap more power behind him, grabbing onto someone's head to force out words. Tried to recruit me.
Yeah, I said.
Me too. He talked about the World Lords, which Moma Rath seemed to be one of, and told me that he was trying to bring about the end of the world. Not sure how he thought Moma Rath was going to do that.
What's a world lord?
Asked Valencia, staring hard at Finch. I briefly looked at Malice, who had her eyes fixed on Finch.
Really starting to not like you very much,
said Finch, frowning at Valencia.
Fine. One of Uniquity's many duties is containing the World Lords. If 3 of them get out at any given time, it's supposedly game over for Erb, and every plane, with even a remote attachment to it, Hell's included. No real details on the mechanism, and obviously, no proof that's true. The identity and nature of the World Lords is classified beyond belief, and most of it is guesswork. But there's already one of them, living in an exclusion zone.
Fell seed?
I said. Finch stared at me.
Not a lucky guess?
He asked.
An educated guess,
I replied. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh.
That makes Moma Rath especially dangerous.
Why?
Asked Finch, raising an eyebrow.
If you go more than a mile from him, you forget about him,
I said.
Can't think about him, can't remember him. Probably some other stuff, none of it confirmed too well, but I'm pretty confident in it. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to remember the corpse, but maybe not even that if another is summoned. He seemed intent on destroying the city. But if you're right, then maybe the worst case would be that he went off into the countryside where everyone would forget about him. And then we would be one World Lord away from total destruction. If you're right.
So you'll help?
Asked Finch.
I was always going to help,
I said. Finch had some stories about Harold, told as quickly as they could be, before our limited supply of oxygen ran out. Valencia interjected a few times when he was being loose with the truth, and sometimes he would correct himself, while other times he would mutter something about classifications or information hygiene, then continue on. Harold had been a thorn in Uniquity's side for a long time, and building information on him had been difficult. It had been, as Oberlin said, little hints and clues here and there, the motif of the flaming man appearing incidentally in various, seemingly unconnected places. Every time there was some evidence of Harold, it was more information added to the pile, more information about how he operated, who he was, what he wanted, and what his limits were. In brief, Harold operated like a more powerful soul mage, one that Enolia couldn't detect, and one that could operate without needing touch. His modus operandi appeared to be infiltrating or co-opting cults of various persuasions until they were working towards his goals, which very much appeared to be the end of the world, though the justifications for it by cult adherents varied, leaving Harold himself somewhat opaque. Like many soul mages, Harold had a solid core of carefully cultivated and meticulously sculpted supporters, people who moved around with him when he inevitably fled from one failed attempt at ending the world to the other. There were a few scary things about Harold from Finch's perspective. The first was that he left virtually no trace of himself. When he bugged out hard, completely ditching whatever project had been in the works. Since his normal mode of operation was to not have anyone actually know that he was there was very little sign when he left. Second, his geographic range appeared to be pretty damned big, all things considered, which meant that he could potentially settle in with a cult that was on the other side of the city from the place where he was physically present, which in turn meant even less sign of him. And third, maybe most importantly, Harold never stopped. There was no gap in his activity whatsoever. As soon as he'd fled from one failed plan, he was on to the next, starting the same day, if that was feasible. He didn't take breaks, and he didn't seem to have needs, or at least not anything that would slow him down. He was just incredibly bloody-minded about the whole world-ending thing. Fortunately, Harold didn't seem to be very smart. He didn't tend to iterate on plans that were inches away from working, and he very rarely aimed at local destruction of any kind, nor did he put much effort into weakening the institutions or people that were constantly trying to stop him. That wasn't to say that he lacked a faculty for long-term planning, but there were ways in which his various plots to destroy the world could have been enormously improved by having a human advisor.
He used to run at the first sign of trouble,
said Finch.
That he's not doing that now should be incredibly concerning to everyone. Maybe he knows that he's blown. Maybe he's reached some critical mass of people. Maybe he's finally taking the advice of someone smarter than him. I have no idea. But if thousands of singers were enough to summon the big guy, what's to say that he can't do it again?
Nothing, I said. Or maybe just the total number of people he's got available.
And if I were Harold, I would be building back up to full strength,
said Finch.
He can work on anyone with a sufficient disconnect from reality. And if he does have a mortal advisor, they probably would have told him to do some things that he should have done years ago. Putting drugs into the tap water, kidnapping people, and forcing them into altered states, all kinds of things. We're pretty sure that he's rate limited in what he's able to do, but...
How do you know?
Asked Valencia.
What do you mean?
Asked Finch.
You're uncertain that it's true,
said Valencia.
I wanted to know what led you to that conclusion.
We fought him,
said Finch.
Last time he tried some shit like this, he got close. Close enough that we were breaking down doors in order to stop the ritual in progress. It wasn't the singing. It was some other attack on the world. Rune magic near the Lexian Forge. As we went in, we were facing down singular threats, one after the other. Low-tier mages, sometimes 2s and 3s, but usually not. The clairvoyance team assigned to the operation said it was a sudden change. Individuals called to action. Could be something else, but yes, our after-action analysis was that he was turning them into soldiers, one by one, as quickly as he could.
All shit you could have told me before I went to S&S, I said.
Again,
huffed Finch.
I didn't know that it was Harold until you found out that it was. And there was no way that I was bringing you in on this. Not when it's so far outside of your demonstrated training and abilities.
It's also against protocol,
said Valencia. She turned to me.
If they thought you were the next Uther, they would keep you at arm's length, because institutions rarely survived contact with Uther untouched.
Yeah, if he were here, he would tear Uniquities to the ground, no doubt, I said. Deep cover agents working against the Athenaeum, ill-considered nation-building projects, subverting international diplomacy and the rule of law, operating outside the purview of the consent of the governed. Doesn't seem like the kind of thing that he'd let stand,
Uther was no saint.
said Finch. I know, I said, but I'm probably more familiar with his biography than you are. Finch snorted.
I very much doubt that,
he replied. It wasn't really the time for retorts, so I let it drop. Point being, if we're going to be working together on this Herald thing, I need to know that you're not keeping anything from me.
There are things that I know that would literally melt your brain,
said Finch. He tapped the side of his head.
There are things in this mind that would make the very world scream in agony. You literally can't know everything that I know.
Fine, I said. Info hazards and other mimetic threats aside then. We're on the level?
As much as we need to be,
nodded Finch, which seemed like about as much assurance as I was going to get from him.
He doesn't trust you,
said Valencia.
But he trusts you enough that you should be able to accomplish this together.
She looked at me.
He's on the side of good.
Good, I said. Then we should get out of this bubble and go track him down. I assume you have a way to do that. Finch shifted uncomfortably. Yes, he said.
He's consulting with Doris Finch,
said Valencia.
How in the hells did you know that?
Asked Finch, staring at her.
I can buy that you have powers. Incredible powers. But I'm not that transparent. Your special ability doesn't make you that good at connecting the dots.
Special ability?
Asked Malice, looking between us. Long story, I said. Finch, you're using Doris's probabilistic vision thing. Finch grit his teeth, then nodded. And it can help us to find Harold, I asked. Finch nodded again.
One of his cultivated associates, actually,
said Valencia. Finch gave her a nasty look.
In the interests of disclosure.
Fine, I said. We can have a long conversation about all that at a later date, so long as Doris is willing to play ball. Finch grunted once, then gave a quick gesture to the Gimel who had cast the spell. The blackness around us dropped, and I was back in the command room again.
Need me to kill him?
Asked Bethel. No, I said. Finch, do you have coordinates?
I have a spread,
said Finch.
1 second.
Oh, allow me,
said Bethel. She splayed out a hand to her left, and just within the bounding box of her illusion, a map of the city of Leo appeared, with a section of it colored in like a heat map, red in one particular building, with orange surrounding it, the whole block in yellow, and everything else in blue.
I can have you there in 20 seconds.
The people Harold has are his captives, I said. I'd really prefer to keep them all alive, if possible. Bethel gave me a slight frown. I said, hesitating only slightly. Asked Bethel, her tone quizzical. I replied. Replied Bethel.
Everything okay?
Asked Finch, as Bethel and I carried on our silent conversation. Perfectly fine, I said. Just having a chat.
They do that sometimes,
said Valencia.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I said. Replied Bethel. I said, give me a sec. I went down into my soul and was relieved to see that the thread was still there. I raced down along it and looked at her soul for a moment, then down into her spirit to make sure that it was okay. So far as I could see, she was just as she'd been when I had tamped down on the paralyzing meme. All that was comforting, in a way, but it didn't explain why she wasn't responding to Parsons' voice. All right, I said, coming to. Amaryllis is presumed alive. As soon as Raven and Pallida come in, we'll hit Harold's compound hard and fast. I looked to Bethel. You're grabbing them soon. Bethel replied.
It would appear they've run into trouble with the remains of Mome Wrath.
Remains? I asked.
The creatures that inhabited it,
said Bethel.
They're strangers in a strange land, one they might adapt to.
I closed my eyes for a moment. fuck?
Creatures.
Asked Finch. Momi Wrath wasn't just a giant beast, I said. He was an ecosystem all his own, and some of the things living on him are tough enough to tear through Shimmerplate, if that gives you any idea what kind of problem Leo is going to be dealing with.
How contagious?
Asked Finch, narrowing his eyes.
Leo is pretty much toast. But could these creatures spread? Breed?
No idea, I said. Pallida fought with her trident and Raven with her sword. They were both world-class fighters, both with top-of-the-line entads. There were, unfortunately, a lot of the bats, and they moved rather fast. The bats weren't coordinated, which was a relief, and they didn't seem to have the force necessary to bite through Raven's banded armor, though she could feel it flex, worrying given what forces it was capable of withstanding. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, and their bite gripped tightly, which meant that Raven soon had bats clamping down onto her arms and legs, beating their wings, pulling at her and putting her off balance, even as her sword cut its way through more of them. Her amulet protected her head and face. Her cloak whipped around and strangled any that tried to get behind her, but her hands were unprotected, and eventually one of the bats sank its teeth in, piercing straight through her palm. Pallida was there in an instant, stabbing through the bat with her trident, heedless of the danger to herself. They fought back to back for a moment, clearing each other, slicing and stabbing in a coordinated way, inches from injuring each other. In truth, that was how they had always been best, when they were working together with purpose, instead of talking. They probably would never have become friends, if not for the fact that they were permanently beset on all sides by enemies that needed to be dealt with. But those had been their circumstances. After 24 of the bats were dead, no more seemed to be coming, and Pallida speared through the last of those that were hanging onto Raven.
Just like the old days, eh?
Asked Pallida, panting slightly and allowing her armor to come down and show her face.
You took a hit there. Here, I've got a fairy.
She reached into the inky black armor and pulled forward a dead marzipan fairy from the jar that Uther had used once upon a time until it was superseded by better entads and more powerful magics. Raven ate it down, swallowing as few times as possible. Marzipan healing had some bad associations. Not long after, before their breathing had returned to normal, Bethel descended down from the sky, extending long ropes that wrapped around them, and, 10 seconds later, put them inside. OP. Chapter 158. OP. I was worried about Amaryllis, though I was pretty sure she wasn't dead, at least based on the line to her soul. There wasn't much to be done, though, so instead, I focused on my new powers, their implications, and the ways that I could use them. Meta-stilling was the capstone, and by implication, the best of the still magic virtues. The text was simple and short, at least as far as virtues went. You can still any game effect with a duration. As far as Munchkinry, there were two big concerns. The first was sleep, or rather, a loss of consciousness, which was what allowed meta-stilling to continually function via the instinctive halting virtue. As soon as I went to sleep, all the penalties that the sacrifice had given me would resume their function, which would lose me my current still magic. I was good on sleep, but kicking myself for not taking Kenner's eye from Amaryllis. It had been one of the tattoos that she'd managed to recover from Everett's body before his skin had completely lost its magic. There were other, more permanent solutions to the question of sleep, including training with the Elon Gar, but all that would have to wait until later, when it was a point of actual concern. It was possible that I could get Kenner's eye from someone, or have it tattooed on me, but I would have time for that after the Herald thing was taken care of. As for the effects with the duration, I would have to consult with both Amaryllis and Reimer on it. But a quick look through the game interface found only a few examples of explicit durations. The Icy Devil spell, which I always wore a copy of, could allow me to chill things indefinitely, which seemed neat. But as I looked at it, it dawned on me that there was a different tattoo with a very definite duration, one that I had used while meta-stilling should have been in effect. I asked, careful not to verbalize it with Finch still in the room with us. Said Bethel. I said. The more I thought about it, the more I began to get worried. Clara Gore, I said, looking down at my note. After you spend the short rest testing the abilities of your spear, you find that it allows you to teleport to it with a thought. Mechanically, you can do it as a reaction so long as you're attuned. In addition to that, it can be collapsed to the size of a pencil, then expanded at will. Expanded at will back to its original size, not as big as you want. Oh, and it's got the returning property. Giving out loot was one of my favorite parts of being a DM, mostly because it was the one thing that was guaranteed to actually make them happy, in a way that monsters or NPCs rarely did.
That's busted,
said Craig with a smile.
At this level?
Asked Tiff.
Seems like it. I thought that teleportation didn't come until later on.
It doesn't matter,
said Reimer.
I think you took that discussion about power level too much to heart. June doesn't give a fuck. It's true,
said Arthur.
We once got flying surfboards at 3rd level.
In retrospect, it was kind of a nightmare, I said.
A nightmare for the one guy who fought in melee,
said Reimer.
Still pissed about it. Point being, it's Mario Kart rules. If you get a bunch of neat stuff, you get maybe one encounter where you get to stomp face, and then the enemies start adapting to your tricks. Or you start running into weird circumstances where your neat stuff doesn't work, and you're back at baseline.
I'm not really understanding the Mario Kart reference,
said Tiff.
Motion to adjourn so we can play Mario Kart,
said Craig, raising his hand. Overruled, I said. Or denied, whichever.
That week of mock trial you did is really showing its worth,
said Arthur with a snort.
The AI in Mario Kart is designed to adapt to how well you're doing,
said Reimer, picking the thread back up.
You get in first, they'll all speed up and be right on your tail, or zooming past you. You fall behind to the back of the pack, the leaders will slow down. Pretty simple to notice if you're looking for it. You can still win or lose, but the game does a bunch of stuff to keep it close no matter how you're doing.
And Juniper does that?
Asked Tiff, giving me a skeptical look.
Worse than that,
said Craig.
Sometimes he breaks things if you abuse them.
I don't, I said.
Coin of Fates,
said Reimer. I was pretty sure he'd been waiting to spring that one on me. Okay, I said. Fine, there have been 1, or 2, or 3. I don't want to get into it again. Times when I've made some serious mistakes in either house rules, items, monsters, or whatever else, and I've had to take some corrective measures. And I usually do that in-game instead of just pulling you all aside and saying that I made a balancing mistake, because I tried that once, and it went terribly.
It's better in-game,
said Arthur.
No need to break the suspension of disbelief if you can help it.
Sure, I said, and I tend to agree.
Sorry,
said Tiff.
Can someone regale me with the story of the coins of fate?
Just one coin,
said Reimer.
Coin of Fates. You could ask a question when you flipped it, and it would tell you weal or woe with 62.5% accuracy.
Ooh, okay,
said Tiff.
So you used it for everything? Or, just flipped it a bunch of times and tried to do some math?
June wouldn't let us use it on repeat,
said Reimer.
Though I'm 62.5% confident that he didn't think of it beforehand. There were a bunch of rules.
It was annoying, I said. Literally every corridor they were going down, every NPC they met, every potential encounter.
So June made up this whole angelic superstructure that was getting really annoyed by us hogging their bandwidth,
said Reimer, which wasn't actually the flavor I'd been going for, except that it was meant to be a tragedy of the commons.
They came down, told us off, and they didn't take the coin, but it was throttled from then on.
It made sense in context, I said.
Kind of,
said Arthur.
Point being, if Craig's new spear looks overpowered, then either we get some situations that really challenge it, situations that make it worthless, or it gets stolen, lost, destroyed, confiscated, whatever,
said Reimer.
So, why Munchkin?
Asked Tiff.
If it's just all going to get you into hot water or worse situations?
Because that's the fun of it,
said Reimer.
It's, I don't know, punching above your weight class, challenging the gods. Literally in some cases,
said Arthur.
It's pulling out the unexpected and seeing Juniper's face fall,
said Reimer, grinning at me. I turned to Tiff. I think for me, a lot of the fun of the world-building stuff is just setting up systems and seeing where they go. Like, if you have a society who can't have a person born without one dying, what does that look like, right? To me, that's super interesting. Well, for the Reimers of the world, it's probably sort of the same thing, looking at the extremes of the system through certain hypotheticals. It's just more directed than anything I do. Honestly, the focus on optimization sometimes seems like it's secondary to the whole thing, because sometimes he's not even optimizing for being good.
Am too,
said Reimer. You had that whole build where you were trying to throw as many daggers in a round as possible, I said. Are you really going to say that was about being good, rather than just because you could?
Meh,
said Reimer. Anyway, I said. Clara Gore, that's your spear. For the record, I think it's good but not overpowered. And if it leads to bigger, better challenges or unique circumstances, I shrugged. That's just how the game is played. I was terrified of the exclusionary principle, which seemed like it had been sitting in the background waiting to thwack me upside the head from basically the first moment I'd heard of it. The exclusions came in enough forms that I couldn't know which one I would get smacked with, but at best, I would get some fraction of still magic excluded, with my new shiny toy taken away, and at worst, I would be trapped within a very small geographical region, unable to leave. Somewhere in the middle ground were outcomes like, for example, all of skin magic being excluded from Aerb, or all of still magic, or something insanely wide-reaching like that. And if an exclusion didn't happen, then what kind of things would I be facing down? Amaryllis and I got into narrative arguments with some frequency, but a lot of that was simply that I thought she was using the wrong standards, namely, the standards of prose, plays, and movies, rather than the standards of tabletop role-playing games. For the most part, TTRPGs worked like real life, at least as I had played them, and if you ran toward danger because you thought that you were the invincible protagonist who couldn't get hurt, you would probably get smacked down hard, because that was stupid. Having so much power, even if it was only momentary, scared me simply because it meant that any reasonable DM would start throwing all kinds of terrible shit at me. Things to test my new powers. Then after that, things to circumvent them. So long as I had Still Magic 100 and Prince's invulnerability active, the number of things that could possibly hurt me was very, very small. But my mind was already racing ahead to expand that sliver of the pie chart and think about the kinds of things I would invent if I had to deal with a player with my current power set. Still Soul seemed like it would make me functionally immune to most mimetic agents, but it was a complication, because I could still be infected, which would mean that the whole not going unconscious thing would simply kill me, rather than just leave me depowered. Still magic was, by its nature, hard to ward against, but it was still possible, and any enemy that knew my capabilities and had a capable warder would do that immediately. Grak was able to see wards, but I wasn't, not yet, which meant that it would be vital to keep him by my side. Debatably, poisons might work on me. I had given the bracelet of Panacea over to Amaryllis before going down into the temple, on the theory that Bethel could use it for anyone in the house in a pinch, but we had other backups. It wasn't clear whether Prince's invulnerability worked on poisons or not, given that the timescale was normally in the 6-second range. We were deep into uncharted territory. I was really good at not being hurt, as well as stopping any attack that touched me, which meant that various forms of immobility were still entirely in play. Neither still magic nor princes would help me get out from under a net, which was kind of hilarious to think about, given how godly powerful the combination otherwise was. More seriously, anything that could freeze me in place could potentially make me as good as dead. A time-tested method of dealing with otherwise immortal people, encased in a concrete block and thrown into the ocean, was the standard, and I saw no reason that it wouldn't work on me. I still needed to breathe. Apparently, princes didn't handle that, which I'd tested by simply holding my breath until I came close to passing out. Someone could probably still drown me, or shove something down my throat, or replace the breathable air with helium, or something like that. Air mages were normally among the weakest magic users, but they were at the top of my threat list. I could still run into problems where personal protection wasn't really the name of the game. All the best Superman stories weren't about whether or not Superman could punch a problem hard enough. They were about difficult choices and intellectual or philosophical issues. On a less pretentious level, it was very possible that either civilians or the people I knew and loved would be put in harm's way. As soon as that last thought occurred to me, I thought about two salient facts. First, Harold had somewhere in the neighborhood of thousands of civilians under his control, and there were millions of relatively innocent people in Leo just trying to live their lives, something that a combination of Harold, Momi Wrath, and all the various creatures that had been living on him probably weren't going to allow. Second, I still hadn't heard back from Amaryllis. "Mary," I said, pressing my fingers against the tattoo. "We're about to go make an assault on Harold. I'd really like to hear back from you. Not sure what kind of circumstances you're in right now." It hadn't been long since the explosion had knocked everyone apart, but I was getting increasingly antsy and checked the soul line again, just to be sure. I did a quick check of her soul itself, then her spirit, making sure that nothing looked out of place. Wherever she was, at least she was internally fine, and physical damage was something that could be healed. The specific circumstances that would have either knocked her out or kept her from using Parsons' voice, well, speculation wasn't useful at this point. It hadn't been long, not more than 10 minutes, and I tried to tell myself that it was too soon to panic. We had some time, and I used it. Grok was wearing his temporal plate, on loan from Pelida, which allowed him to manipulate time and give himself a weaker, localized version of the time chamber, but without the restriction of needing to be inside a room. Because the temporal plate was inside of Bethel, she could slow time down for us absent the time chamber, giving us 3 minutes for everyone on the outside. Because that effect stacked with the time chamber, that meant we were looking at only 5 minutes on the outside for spin up and spin down, plus 20 seconds for a full day in the chamber. We weren't going to do a full day, not before I'd solved the sleep problem, but a handful of hours would help tremendously.
"Is this how you people live?"
asked Finch, when we were all, sans Bethel and Solace, inside the chamber. "Pretty much," I said. "I figured that you knew that, given that you seem to know everything else."
"I knew about Bethel, more or less,"
said Finch.
"I got the slate by tracking the history of Kumduna. But from everything I'd read, she wasn't so strong as she seems to be now. She seems like she's teetering on the edge of exclusion and loaded up with a Pendrig's vault worth of entads."
"Well," I said, "we're keeping it to 6 hours here, in order to plan, nothing more." We kept to that more or less. Bethel had made us a lavishly spacious room, by the standards of a designated time chamber, and I went to work doing the first thing I thought was necessary, which was combat testing still magic with Raven as my sparring partner. Finch watched distantly while in quiet conversation with Malice, who had knelt to get down to his level, and I took an opportunity to eavesdrop with vibrational magic.
"We're way off the map,"
said Malice.
"I'm not sure what kind of paperwork is waiting for us when this is over, but we might be facing disavowal."
"We're doing what needs to be done,"
said Finch.
You know what they'll say.
Replied Malice.
A whole Athenaeum taken out, with people on the ground who could have stopped it. Foul play isn't so crazy to think about.
You're letting your recent incarceration get to you,
said Finch.
People like scapegoats,
said Malice.
You know you weren't just that,
said Finch.
You were clocked. That's why they took you in. It's just a matter of how much they know. Did any revision mage pay you a visit?
If they did, they could have wiped it from my mind,
said Malice.
I was keeping my eyes open for discontinuities, but you know the ways around that same as I do. I was kept in the dark anyway, right where you wanted me.
It's going to be bad times, if this is pinned on us,
said Finch.
Agreed,
said Malice. Her tone was impassive.
And all this is your circus too. You brought a lot of power into Leo.
Not power I control,
said Finch.
These people, they're a cannon that you could vaguely aim in the right direction if you had a deft enough touch. I'm 50-50 on whether or not they'll turn on us.
Raven clocked me upside the head, which instinctive stilling caught, but she gave me a look that let me know that she was well aware I wasn't paying my full attention to her.
You're fighting sloppy,
said Raven. Sorry, I said. A lot on my mind right now.
Amaryllis?
Asked Raven, raising an eyebrow. That too, I replied.
I was captured by enemies on 26 different occasions,
said Raven. She brandished her sword at me, its mirrored finish impeccably sharp.
Once a year, more or less.
If that's what happened, it would be her third time, I said, after thinking about it for a moment. Alman, Thalater, and now Harold. 4, if you count the pregnancy. 5, if you count the rat rot. Raven struck out at me, moving with unsurprising speed. I couldn't burn bones to match her, because that only made her stronger, which left us fighting against each other on more or less even footing. Of course, with still magic being as high as it was, there was little chance of her actually hurting me. But she was still landing hits that I thought I should have been able to dodge or deflect.
All right,
said Raven, after she'd touched her blade to the side of my head again.
I want you to try stilling me.
Are you going to be okay? I asked. I mean, if I stop your heart...
Brain activity,
said Raven.
It should be faster. Uther could do it without hurting anyone.
Live fire exercises on your allies are idiotic,
said Pallida, stepping in from the side.
You know that, Raven.
Raven frowned at her.
I get it. It's about keeping civilians safe, and not the kind of thing you want to do for the first time in the middle of heated combat. But you should leave martyrdom to those of us who can come back to life.
You're volunteering, I asked.
Hells no,
said Pallida with a laugh.
But as I recall, there was an entad that was useful for combat testing, one that was helpfully donated to the demon-blooded festival by a Magus Oberlin. And after that, well, if it was stolen, who could know where it ended up?
That would have been nice to know before we came in here, I said. Given the spin-up and spin-down time.
You're not the only one who can do the teletalk with Bethel,
said Pallida with a smile. She went over to one of the cabinets that I'd assumed were just dressing and pulled out the mannequin.
Ta-da!
Oberlin won't see the humor in it,
said Finch, calling out to us.
That entad was hard won.
Yeah, well,
said Pallida.
Looks like Juniper is going to kill it a few times, and maybe if he's still alive, Oberlin can complain about it later.
I'd bet on him,
said Finch.
He's a tough old bastard.
I was less sure, not about the tough bastard part, which seemed true, but about his survival. Mome Wrath had focused much of his efforts on the campus, and there was no particular reason that Oberlin's skill as a vibration mage would allow him to survive an enormous claw to the face. Oberlin himself had said that vibrational magic was much more about offense than defense. We set up the dummy, and after some fiddling, finally got it to mold itself into a person. Does it even have brain activity? I asked. looking skeptically at the woman it had created.
Yes,
said Finch.
it's lifelike in every way, up until the moment it's killed. Might even be able to fool your house.
I really doubt there's an Entad that can fool Bethel, I said.
She's not a god,
said Pallida.
Please don't let her know that I said that.
I approached the Entad person. It was going through all the motions of being a person, breathing, blinking every once in a while. When I touched its neck, I could feel its pulse, though there was no trace of latent blood or skin magic, like there would have been in a real person. It was tempting, when faced with an Entad like this, to try puzzling out what it was for, but conventional wisdom on Entads was simply that they came from nothing, with no intent on the part of their forge-frenzied creator, instead originating from somewhere else, or through some other process. A part of me wondered what this Entad was, from the perspective of the dungeon master, and another part of me wondered what I would have made such a thing for, aside from the obvious joy of creation. I could feel the motion in her body, and dimly, yes, electrical signals, the kind necessary to keep a person standing upright, to keep them breathing, to go through the motions. It occurred to me that it was entirely possible that the person here was a real person, for some given value of real. Oberlin had been cavalier about killing them, but, well, the story of Captain Blue in the Bottle was one that tended to stick with people, myself included. In brief, Captain Blue in the Bottle was a powerful necromancer during the Second Empire, one who reached heights that no other necromancer ever had before, not even in Uther's time. His particular brand of necromancy got excluded, leaving him as the sole practitioner, but as far as n-personed exclusion zones went, he was pretty calm and relaxed, capable of making deals with those outside his realm. At the time, that included the Second Empire, and they invested money into the captain's lands, putting up factories which were staffed by zombies, the name given to special creations that would slowly decay over time, but could be directed towards simple work until that point, the pinnacle of mindless labor. The captain's realm took in raw goods and sent out finished ones at a fraction of the price that anyone else could do the same work for, and he did it with branding and public relations, little stamps that said "Zombie Made" on plates, hammers, all kinds of things. The zombies were, per the captain, ethically sourced, only taken from people who died naturally in his realm, which had a fair population of the living as well. The only problem was, Captain Blue in the Bottle had been lying, and the zombies weren't fully dead at all. Instead, the person who died was locked into their body, fully able to feel everything that happened to them, but unable to take any action on their own. The zombies would sit there doing assembly work, watching as their bodies slowly and inevitably decayed, unable to speak, unable to stop, watching their own demise at a remove. Eventually, the truth came out, thanks to some investigative reporting and a few very specific entads that allowed the zombies to have a voice. It was a big, complicated mess, an atrocity committed almost entirely by one man, and it got tangled up in the burgeoning world economy and the complicated ethical positions of the Second Empire. The upshot was that zombie became a dirty word, especially after Captain Blue in the Bottle published a long screed about how people knew in their hearts and didn't care and would continue to buy the products from his factories anyway. Zombie had always been his word, with slightly cutesy connotations, pictured in his propaganda as dim-witted but lovable creatures. It was a lot less cute when you knew there were people trapped inside those bodies, forced into permanent labor as they watched their bodies degrade, feeling every single bit of their slow death. Captain Blue in the Bottle had been wrong about people. They'd stopped buying his stuff, mostly through coordinated action and a stringent ban by the Empire of Common Cause, and he'd been stuck in his exclusion zone for quite some time, increasingly unhinged and severely unhappy. I had a quest to kill him. Now you'd think that the whole zombie thing would make people think twice about declaring that someone or something wasn't a person. But there were so damn many rights and identity issues on Erb, a lot of which were deeply ingrained or more complicated than they appeared on first blush. Entads and non-anima were notable and obvious to me, holes in how most people define personhood. So I was left looking at this woman, the creation of an Entad, and thinking that maybe she had some moral worth, or that maybe I shouldn't be so cavalier about inflicting harm on her until Bethel had a chance to check it out. And then I forced myself to realize that I was too much in my own head, and maybe just worried about all the puppets I was about to be fighting in relatively little time, some of which I might end up killing. I backed up for a moment, and then reached forward with one hand, applying still magic the moment that my fingertips touched her skin, focused entirely on the task. She dropped to the ground and laid there motionless. After a few seconds, she reverted back to the mannequin.
Huh.
Said Pallida.
So, we're saying that's lethal?
Yeah, I said.
Fast, though.
She continued. Yeah, I said. Last resort, rather than first.
Not sure I agree with that,
said Pallida.
Given that my life will be on the line.
Raven gave her a look. Uther would have saved everyone, I guessed.
Sorry,
said Finch, cutting over.
We haven't been introduced.
He held his hand out to Raven.
Figaro Finch. I saw you at the wedding, but you left right after it finished. Figured we should at least know each other's name, if we're going to be working together.
Raven raised an eyebrow at him, then slowly shook his hand. Raven Masters. Finch stopped shaking her hand and just stared at her. Bullshit, he finally said.
I don't have much in the way of proof,
said Raven, not seeming apologetic at all. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen, I told him. And you know it.
But where's she been?
Asked Finch, looking over at me.
Cleaning up your messes,
said Raven, scowling at him.
Pardon?
Asked Finch.
We've crossed paths before,
said Raven.
4 times by my count.
You have? I asked.
Yes,
said Raven, staring down Finch.
521 FE, Liturgo Province. There was a small portal that was increasing in size. Uniquities got called in and they took control of the site. You ran the numbers and extrapolated the growth rate and came to the conclusion that it was a threat to all of Erb. Except instead of sounding the alarms far and wide, someone decided that Uniquities would handle it.
Finch frowned.
It winked out after 2 weeks.
Yes,
said Raven. She pointed to herself.
That was me.
How?
Asked Finch. He didn't really look like he believed it.
I used an Entad to deal with it,
said Raven.
It had to be done early, because otherwise the portal would have grown out of control, beyond the ability to be contained. Tell me, was there someone on your end of things arguing that taking down a bigger threat might pull in more funding, or someone arguing for exploitation?
Sorry, said Finch, looking her over.
Who the hells are you again?
Raven Masters,
she replied.
The last of Uther's knights. My job was saving the world when you people fell flat on your faces.
Where?
Asked Finch. I have to admit, it was satisfying to see him thrown off his feet. How? Raven, Finch, you have an hour to hash this out, I said, making a decision. We have things we need to do before we resume the fight. I'm going to be practicing on this Entad, then pulling in more power if it's warranted.
More power?
Asked Raven. We'll talk about it later, I said. Privately. There was one big trick left, one that I was hesitant to use. Soul Scaphism was the level 80 virtue for essentialism, and the penalty for that had a duration, which I was pretty sure would be stilled by meta-stilling. That meant that if I sacrificed enough skill points to get to 80, I would be able to scaff out some souls in order to boost all my other skills, which would then persist under the same conditions that still magic would. We had an inventory of souls, including all of the people that had died in the battle just outside Boastravino. and it was a certainty that they had skills that I could use to replace whatever I sacrificed, in addition to boosting me to higher heights, given that soul scaphism appeared to stack with itself. And if that power boost could effectively be made permanent by getting a foolproof method of dodging sleep, well, souls weren't exactly valuable for anyone but me, even if the souls we'd be interested in were the souls of people who were reasonably competent at different things, rather than the natal souls used as a power source. We had a huge opportunity there. I had no idea what the Dungeon Master would think about that, if anything. Having straight hundreds in all 40 skills seemed like it was realistically possible from where I was standing, unlocks aside. But all the arguments I was having with myself about what the Dungeon Master might do were amplified the more I began breaking the system wide open. If I had straight hundreds, or even higher, then what kind of ridiculous crap would come out of the woodwork against me? What kind of horrors were lurking out there in a break glass in emergency kind of way? It was scary shit, frankly. After a half-hour experimenting with the mannequin Entad, I had finally settled on something I thought had a good balance between speed and non-lethality, which mostly involved partial stilling of blood flow. It was difficult and precise work, but after only a small amount of practice, I could do it quickly and reliably. Ideally, the upcoming fight would be one that was mostly about keeping collateral damage low, rather than truly fighting for my life. I had enough tricks up my sleeve that I was really hoping that I could save everyone and still manage to get Harold while also avoiding a second Mome Wrath. When I noticed Grak in conversation with one of the Gimel, I went over to them, because Grak was talking using one hand, which wasn't a skill he'd had the last time I talked to him. Skill increased. Language level 4.
Civilian casualties?
The language was a fluid one. Sharames running into and altering each other, much more than phonemes did in any of the languages I had exposure to. I could retroactively understand some of what Finch had said, but it was hard to do that and keep track of the conversation at the same time. Total obliteration? They weren't questions, more like inflected statements, typical of how the Gimb was spoken. The name appeared in my head as soon as I reached for it.
I should be able to isolate it?
Said Grak.
Calibrate for feedback. Isolate spectral position, then apply against it.
Too slow,
replied the Gimel.
Too costly.
No,
said Grak.
Are you Magus?
Asked the Gimel. Grak hesitated for a moment. Yes, he replied.
Entad support as well.
What are you two talking about? I asked. Signed. And how?
Translation tattoo,
said Grak, raising his non-wooden hand to show me a tattoo on the back of it. He didn't question my own understanding of Gim.
The Gimel only speak their own language. We are discussing Harold's method of extraction.
Huh, I said. And it's an Entad?
Yes,
replied Grak with a nod.
This is their warder. He is unskilled. He does not have a signature of the Entad used.
Then how do they know it's an Entad? I asked.
It is a guess,
said Grak. All right, I said, nodding slowly. That sucks. Yes, nodded Grak.
I may be able to find it, though.
By cycling through the entire spectrum of possibilities, I asked, switching back to finger language and raising an eyebrow. I didn't know much about warding, but I thought I had caught that much. I cast a look at the Gimel. No eyes and no mouth made it very hard to read expression. I hadn't heard of that technique.
It may be novel,
said Grak.
Niche, but novel.
I guess, I said. I looked over at the Gimel. Or is he selling himself short?
If it is accomplished, it will mark him as a greater Magus,
replied the Gimel. I see, I replied.
If it is accomplished,
replied Grak. I have faith in you, I replied. If you need more time in here, let me know. Chasing Harold away from his base of power in Leo would be good, but catching him would be better. Grak gave me a brief nod, then returned to signing with the Gimel, going into technical detail of the scan he'd be doing that I was pretty sure was meant to signal to me that I wasn't needed there. I was hopeful that his plan would work, both because it would mean that Harold wouldn't get away at the last second, and because I wanted Grack to feel better about his annihilation weapon plan not having a chance to come to fruition. Raven was talking to Finch, and from the way his arms were folded, I had a feeling that she was castigating him for failing to stop the end of the world. Pallida and Malice were in conversation too, though it was less clear about what, and from the playful expression on Pallida's face, it seemed like she might be flirting. That left the rest of the Gimmels, who were resting, and Valencia. "Are you okay?" I asked her.
Making the rounds?
She asked. Her helmet was off to one side, but she was still in the red armor of Aramor, sitting down with her head resting against the wall. She didn't have the crown either, which was probably for the best, because that thing could be sharp. "Kind of," I said. "I also wanted to know if you were okay."
I am,
said Valencia.
You know, I can still feel down into the hells like this.
"I wasn't aware," I replied. "I didn't think that much of anything got past the border of the time chamber."
A few things do,
said Valencia.
Your soul link does, doesn't it?
"Yeah," I said. "Amaryllis still has a soul, so that's good," said Valencia.
You know, we've talked about using this time chamber as a way of helping to kill all the infernals.
"Yeah?" I asked. "How are those calculations going?"
Okay.
said Valencia with a shrug.
You leveled a few times. I have more tendrils now. I'm not great at math without a devil, but we'll have to run the numbers again.
"I'm not eager to fight the hells," I said. "But I'm pretty sure that we're going to, at some point."
Probably,
said Valencia.
But they're worried.
"The infernals?" I asked.
Yes,
said Valencia. She was being more quiet and withdrawn than I was used to. "So, I hate to ask a third time, but are you okay?" I asked.
You saved my life,
she said.
You used a unicorn bone to do it?
"Yeah," I said. "I'm hoping that you didn't get the memories from it."
No,
said Valencia.
It was bad?
"Yeah," I said.
How many attempts?
She asked. "I don't know," I said. 5 or 6.
I'm sorry that I was a burden,
replied Valencia.
I went down onto that monster's back and didn't accomplish anything.
I frowned. "It's not really like that," I said. "I mean, I know that it wasn't exactly a group effort, but—"
It's fine,
said Valencia. She let out a sigh.
That's just what's on my mind. You don't need to spend time working through it with me.
"Val," I began. "It's fine," Valencia repeated.
I have weaknesses. Even with the gifts that I've been given, there will be times when I'm a liability.
"If it's edge cases like not being affected by princes," I started.
It's not,
said Valencia.
That's part of it, but I stayed in the house while you were at school. I sat here doing nothing because if the wrong person spotted me or I tripped up an entad, there might be a manhunt for me. I left once, and then only helped a little.
"All right," I said with a sigh. "I see it. You know you're not the only one,"
I know,
said Valencia.
When you rescue Amaryllis, I'll talk to her about it.
"I was thinking Grack," I replied. "But Amaryllis too,"
And Fen when she was alive.
said Valencia. I made no response, but I could definitely see that too. I missed Fen, but if she'd made it through to this point, I was pretty sure that she wouldn't be happy. She would probably be complaining about how there was no way that she was going to be able to do a damn thing using just her bow and arrow, no matter how good she was. It made me feel terrible just thinking about it. I was sure that she would have said something to let me off the hook, but that was just how she was most of the time, self-deprecating and ready to sacrifice a bit of herself so as not to be a bother. The Dome Away from Home. Chapter 159. The Dome Away from Home. After I was done talking to Val, the only bit of business left was to go over our plans, which we did around a simulacrum of the targeted building and its environs, which Bethel had helpfully provided for us before locking us in. Finch seemed impressed, but I was certain that if Bethel were with us to give commentary, she would point out how crude it really was, given how limited her sensorium was out past 100 feet. Still, it was enough for rough planning, and we decided to go with a rooftop landing where Grack could try his scanning technique. And a short 5 hours after we'd gone in, we were ready to go back out again.
This is the sort of entad that would go for billions of obols to a wealthy nation,
said Finch as we waited for the chamber to spin back down. That waiting period was awkward in the best of times. She's a person, I said.
Unconventional politics you have there,
said Finch.
She would kill anyone who tried to sell her,
said Pallida.
And that's whether they had standing to sell her or not.
And I doubt that I've seen the full depths of her power,
said Finch, nodding slightly.
Only a fraction is being used by or for your little republic.
She's not really interested in being worth billions of obols to the right person, I said. There aren't many things she wants that she could buy with money.
Entads?
Asked Finch.
Easier and cheaper to steal them,
said Pallida with a smile.
You realize that I'm law enforcement, of a sort?
Asked Finch, looking her up and down.
Oh, I wouldn't have said it otherwise,
replied Pallida.
You think that in 30,000 years of life I've never worn a badge?
She snorted.
Believe me, there have been times I've been on the straight and narrow, way more than you seem to be.
No stealing,
said Finch.
I think technically it would be looting, given the circumstances,
said Pallida.
No looting,
said Finch.
But maybe just a little bit of looting,
said Pallida, nodding toward him.
She smiled at me. This is fun. We should have the police over more often.
For once, I was happy to have Pallida with us, because she was helping to distract me, and so long as she wasn't trying to seduce Amaryllis or fight with Raven, she could be fun. I was anxious about the fight ahead of us, both because I was worried it would be scaled to my power or working to subvert it in some way, and because there were a lot of innocents involved. All right, we're ready to go, I said once we were out. You'll stay close by and keep an eye out for Amaryllis?
Yes,
nodded Bethel.
there are also people I should be helping. I may do that.
As opposed to what?
Asked Finch, frowning at her.
Sitting by while they die.
Don't antagonize her, Finch, I said. I thought if you knew her nature you would understand that. Finch had a sour look on his face, but said nothing. I wasn't sure whether or not he'd made the connection between Momrath's death and Bethel, or how much he'd seen of her capabilities. But he'd gotten the other half of the sending slate from somewhere, and it was clear to me that he knew more about Bethel than we generally preferred people to know. He had been at the wedding, but I had no idea what he'd made of it. Bethel, I said. We're ready. Rooftop entrance, if you can do it clean and fast. She didn't need to be told twice. With how fast she could move, and her ability to effectively teleport us using Sable, there wasn't much more than half a minute between me asking and us being placed on the roof. The building was one of the big domed ones that sat around Leo, most of them historic landmarks, with a few built in the modern era in the old style. The one that had been so helpfully marked for us by Doris Finch was one of the newer ones, built 50 years ago rather than a few hundred. There was no one sitting there, and hopefully no one that had seen Bethel's small form come in. Grack got to work at once, moving his wand using careful, precise motions as the Gimel warder looked on. I wondered about the Gimel. Clearly they were Athenaeum trained, which would probably have required some rather significant accommodations, but from my experience at SNS that wasn't too unusual. But why they had all been trained up as operatives was a bit of a question, since it obviously represented a coordinated effort and a serious investment of time and capital. The gravity manipulation that was unique to the Gimels was a fairly good one, as was their gravity sense. But I got the feeling that it was their lack of other senses that had led to them being drafted by Uniquities. That alone would make them immune to a pretty wide range of info hazards, though in the present situation, it seemed a bit worthless.
16 entads in the building,
said Grack after a moment.
Really?
Asked Finch.
He is a master,
the Gimel signed.
Which is their teleportation one?
Asked Finch.
I don't know,
said Grack, pursing his lips. He was still moving his wand.
This method is untested. Extracting information is hard.
Well, we need to isolate and ward against it,
said Finch, crossing his arms.
A singular entad ward shouldn't be too difficult.
I can set up wards against all of them,
said Grack,
mixed with a velocity ward around the structure so that they can't be moved outside it. I've gotten good at expansion warding, so I shouldn't need to circle the building.
He looked at Finch.
It will give us away.
That's fine,
said Finch.
It won't be foolproof,
Grack began.
I've spoken with warders enough to know that you'll be wasting my time saying more,
said Finch.
I cannot ward against every possibility,
said Grack. We don't expect you to, I replied. Can you use your technique to monitor the building? I asked. Give us some rough numbers.
It would take time,
said Grack, frowning.
It would cost concordance. Presence or absence of specific magic would give very little information. I could cycle through species-specific magic, though.
Do, I replied with a nod. Let us know.
Not sure we have the time,
said Finch, looking grim.
We don't know how much longer the clock is going to run until the singing starts up again.
My hunch is not long, I replied. I looked around at the small team we had. I didn't know how many people were in the building below us, but it was possible that it was in the hundreds. I turned to Grack. Set up the entad wards, I said. We'll move in as you're finishing, because suddenly stopping the effects of all the entads might tip them off, and I really don't want to see what plans and contingencies they have in place.
I should follow after?
Asked Grack, raising a thick eyebrow in my direction. Yes, I said. Maybe. Your expertise is invaluable, and I don't want to put you in harm's way.
I can handle myself,
said Grack.
You will need me if they have wards of their own.
I know, I said. I don't doubt that. I just want you to be safe.
We'll keep him toward the back,
said Raven.
That's where I always was, in situations like this.
And how often did you get injured or kidnapped? We went to the roof access door, leaving Grack to weave his wards. Wards only activated the moment you completed them, and we wanted as much time as possible before they were alerted. The tactics of it were Finch's show more than mine, given that he had years of experience taking down cults, and even though we were facing something distinct from a cult, it was at least a little similar. His suggestion was that we go in fast and hard, taking as many of them out before they had time to raise an alarm or get into better defensive positioning, and that seemed smart enough to me. Pallida unlocked the door, and then I went first, moving fast. The warder Gimel was right after me, and I kept glancing back at him. His gravitational sense was good enough that he could effectively see through walls, and his warder's sight would allow him to see any wards before I ran smack into them. I wasn't concerned with annihilation wards, since princes would leave me intact, but a ward against skin magic would stop princes, and I had no way to get it back, not in a hurry. The Gimel all had names and identities, but they were all dressed virtually identically, and they looked the same to my eyes, because I didn't share their ability to sense gravity, which was their primary form of differentiation. I'd made an effort to talk to them when I was, as Valencia said, making the rounds, but it was mostly just small talk about the upcoming mission, because I didn't want to ask a bunch of probing questions about their upbringing, education, and employment. They took it in stride that I spoke their language, and they seemed nice enough for being part of a Uniquities anti-meme fire team. Note: anti-meme meant that they were trained to fight memes, not that they were trained to fight anti-memes. They called themselves the Meme Squad, which was so cringeworthy that I wished I hadn't heard it. Their motto was, "Ignorance is strength." We first encountered resistance 2 floors down, when I opened up a door into a big room with a dozen people in it, which the Gimel had warned me about beforehand. Most of them were armed, but it didn't seem like they were expecting anyone from my direction, so I raced forward to get in the middle of them, burning SPD. I grabbed 2 of them, putting into practice the brief training I'd done on using still magic to knock people out, and they were both down by the time weapons were being pointed at me. They had rifles and pistols for the most part, but one was carrying a sword, and he had a stance that let me know he was proficient. Blade-bound were relatively common, and his sword had the look of an entad, and my mind went to my sword, wanting to draw it so that I would have something to defend myself. Instead, I let him hit me in the neck and used still magic to stop it in place, then reached down to grab his hand and still the flow of his blood until he lost consciousness. There was nothing that they could do against me. They shot me, of course, but I had still magic on my side, and even if I hadn't, princes would have protected me. They cottoned onto the fact that I was bulletproof fairly quickly, but by that time I had positioned myself at the other exit to the large room, and it was just a matter of grabbing them one by one, just long enough to still them into unconsciousness. The last one turned his gun on himself, holding the rifle in an awkward way so that the tip of it was positioned under his chin.
Juniper,
he said.
Smith.
Each word came out slowly, unnaturally. I stopped in my tracks. Assuming direct control, I asked.
You have seen a world lord,
said the man. The words were coming just a bit wrong. For all that Harold seemed capable of fine manipulation, speaking directly through one of the people he'd captured didn't appear to be a smooth process. I killed a world lord, I said. I wasn't fully listening to Harold. I was thinking about how to save the man in front of me. I didn't know how much of a hair trigger Harold would use, how many pounds of force were already on the trigger, but I had to assume that an individual life meant nothing to him. I thought that maybe I could slice off the man's hand with a thrown dagger, fast and hard enough that he wouldn't be able to get the shot off, but it would be a hell of a trick, and it wasn't one that I was in a position to do.
The second calling will be more powerful,
said Harold through his puppet. It's not going to happen, I replied. If you could do it, you'd have done it by now, and... A shot came in from the side of the room, and the man crumpled over with blood pouring from the side of his head. I turned and looked in time to see Figaro Finch holstering his pistol.
It was a diversion,
he said.
Classic stalling behavior. Let's go.
I looked at the body. I wondered who that man had been, whether he was a student who had been grabbed in the temple or someone taken through other means. Finch was right, though. I had known that we might run into this kind of situation, and I had been more sentimental than planned. It was a stalling tactic. We continued on. The gunfire had alerted the rest of the building, which made subsequent floors more difficult. When I went into the next room, down a flight of stairs, there were 4 people with their guns already drawn. It was a concerning number of rifles, one which implied heavier armaments through the building. One of them took a few shots at me as I came in through the door, and the bullets were stopped before they could smash themselves against my invulnerable skin. The others had turned their guns on themselves. "Juniper," a tall man said. "Oblivion calls. The end is better." I reached into my bandolier and pulled out a scroll that Bethel had made for me. I wasn't sure that now was the time to use it, but it didn't seem like something that I could keep saving. With a fast motion, I unfurled it and pointed it toward the people who were standing there. In theory, the image that Raven had used on me back in the library, the one that was inert inside my mind even now, should have put them all into a quick and safe coma, that I would eventually be able to bring them out of. In practice, there was no change.
You have exposed that scripture to me already,
said Harold through the tall man.
Such divine horrors of this world.
June,
called Finch.
Stalling.
Right, I said, quickly lowering the scroll and folding it up so that no one could see it. Harold, you absolute fuck. I moved on the people he had in the firing circle, and they all shot in quick sequence and accompanying defeated messages. I rushed to the nearest one and began burning a bone to try to heal her, but she'd been shot in the brain with a large caliber round, and the level of healing magic you could get from a huge boost to end wasn't enough to make the difference.
Time,
said Finch as he came in, pushing past me.
We're working against time. Stop chatting.
I gave a soft growl, then got to my feet, trying to get the images out of my brain, or at least not let them get imprinted there. It was stomach-churning, but I'd been desensitized to death, and in the context of everything else that had happened today, all the people who had died from Mome Rath's assault, watching Valencia be vaporized so many times, I was pretty sure that I wasn't even going to have nightmares, not unless I saw something much worse. Maybe I would get out of having nightmares by simply never sleeping again. We went down another flight of stairs and went down a long hallway, trying to move fast, because Finch was right. It wasn't the time for talking to Harold, and it wasn't the time for maudlin sentimentality for people that I had never known. The game gave them names, but they were just mooks. That wasn't the way that I wanted to think about it, but it was probably saner, or at least might result in better outcomes. As I moved to open the next door, I felt a hand on my shoulder and came to an abrupt stop. When I turned back to look at him, the warder Gimel began a rapid series of signs that bled together so quickly I was pretty sure that I wouldn't have understood anything if I weren't as proficient as a native speaker.
Large room ahead. Many people. Area is warded.
He signed. Grak, I asked, looking back at the train of people that was following behind me.
Yes,
Grak replied, pushing forward.
If he's just said that it's warded, he's right. Sloppy work.
Which wards? I asked.
Several,
said Grak, narrowing his eyes.
Non-lethal. Active and passive skin magic, yes, I can subvert it.
I saw the Gimel make a quick sign, incoming, and I just barely had time to get in front of Grak to still the force of the explosion and keep him intact with a hand placed on him and my still magic protecting him. I sapped the explosion of the brunt of its force, but it still carried through, down the hallway, bouncing off shimmer plate and knocking people off balance. I stayed back from where the wards were, but as the dust settled, I could see the room in front of us was a large one, the inner part of the domed building where the dome was on full display overhead. There were, by my estimation, 30 or 40 people in there, most of them hunkered down and waiting for us. Some of them had guns, but there were mages among them too, some identifiable by their implements, others by their appearance. The door had been blown open by a pustule mage who was readying another of his growths to pop. Down, I shouted to the others, but when I looked back at them, I realized they were undergoing a different kind of attack. Malus was on the ground, gripping her head in her hands, and the others members of Uniquities didn't seem to be in much better shape. I had seen this before, in Oberlin's class. It was a resonance attack by one or more vibration mages. Pallida, Raven, and Grak were all fine. I had soul-linked them, out of sight of Finch, and the transference effect was apparently solid enough to stop the vibration. Valencia had no soul, but the red armor of Aramor seemed to hold, which I was thankful of given that I hadn't known beforehand whether or not it would stop her from being vibrated to death. I did my best to still the air around me, to deprive the vibration mages in the room ahead of us of the ability to affect the members of my team. Still magic was touch-ranged, though, and touch wasn't such a fuzzy concept that the layman would allow me leeway to freeze entire sections of solid air. The best I could do was about a foot out from me, which was more than any other still mage could manage. If the vibration mages were targeting me, I hadn't noticed. The second fireball came in hot after the first once, and I wasn't able to stop it all, not with still magic, and not with my weaker vibration magic attempting to collapse the pressure wave as it went by me. "Grak!" I shouted. I was sure that my ears would have been ringing if Prince's invulnerability hadn't dealt with that. "Get that ward down." He didn't need to be told twice, and moved forward with his wand out, attempting the world's fastest subversion of an active ward. I kept a hand on him so that I could defensively still him, just in case there was a niche attack that got past all my defenses, and he used his temporal plate to speed himself up. I wasn't willing to give up Prince's invulnerability, not to the ward ahead of us. I heard Grak grunt, but he kept his wand steady, and I thought nothing of it, given that I had him completely stilled, and I was in front of him, guarding him as best I could, while still allowing him access to the ward. The assembled army in the next room were taking pot shots at me from behind cover, and I was letting the bullets strike me, because there was little reason not to. As soon as Grak gave me the word dash,
"Done,"
he said. I looked back at him and the strange raspiness of his voice, and saw that he was bleeding from a hole just above his left eye. I wasn't sure when or how he had been hit, but it was the telltale mark of a void weapon. I left him behind and raced forward into the big domed room, rushing past the blown-open door. It was 4 stories tall, with balconies all around looking down into the central area, and I ran, heedless of any danger, toward the nearest group. They were hiding behind pillars that supported the upper floors, and I tore through them with my blade in hand, no longer trying to go gently and delicately. The pustule mage was among them, a woman, now that I was close enough to look, covered in boils and growths. As she brought her hand up to manipulate one of them, I sliced with the probability blade, and the gray blur became a thin line of solid steel for the brief moment it took to pass through her body. Jessica Pendle defeated. When the 6 people I'd gotten in the middle of were dead or incapacitated, I moved back into the domed room and made a blood-boosted leap up to the next story, landing next to a man with a void rifle. I swept my probability blade at him before he could aim at me. Oliver Leister, defeated.
"He's on the 2nd floor.
I heard someone call from above. The voice shocked me out of what I was doing. Why were they talking to each other? Surely everyone here was under Harold's influence. But from what Finch had said, and what I had seen, Harold could only do one at a time, which meant that they weren't a hive mind. They were just people, not even people who had their values changed, like a soul mage might have, but people who had some different idea about what was going on and why they had to be fighting me. I had no time to stop, though. Not when these people would do their best to kill us all. Not when Harold was threatening another summoning. Besides that, more people were coming at me. I brandished my sword and let them come. They had probably seen that I was soaking up gunfire like it was nothing, and decided on different tactics. A man and a woman came at me, lunging for me in a way that seemed like pure suicide, until my sword connected with the man's midsection and was instantly stilled, leaving him unharmed. The woman touched me and stopped me in place, and the man came soon after, gripping me by the neck. One of the traditional methods for a still mage was to stop a person in place, then stop their heart, something that the body would naturally fight against. Being a still mage didn't give any defense against this. We were good at stopping things, not preventing them from being stopped. Unfortunately for those two, Prince's invulnerability was the last word in invulnerability, and it meant it in a way that other spells or effects might not have. And also, unfortunately for them, I was at least temporarily one of the best still mages in the world, and they didn't have my same defenses. I stopped the man's brain, then the woman's, and both fell to the ground as twin messages popped up at the bottom of my vision, to confirm them as defeated. In the meantime, there were more people on the second-floor balcony with me, people who I had distantly heard thundering down the stairs. I wasn't sure whether or not I could take them all, but so far it didn't seem like anyone was stopping me. They circled me as I held my sword out in front of me. I was waiting for the next trick. Harold was surely watching. He had to be building a profile of me. And even if these people were autonomous, he could pick one of them to act through if he wanted to directly use their hands.
"We don't want to hurt you,"
said a woman with gray hair and her lips drawn into a thin frown. She was of a humanoid race, with bird claws for hands, maybe a harpy, not that it was important. "Sure doesn't seem that way," I replied. More stalling, I was sure, but she wasn't speaking with Harold's voice, not in that same inhuman boldness.
"He can talk,"
said one of the men standing next to her. He had his rifle drawn and pointed at me, which seemed pretty useless. "Look," I said, "you're all infected by an agent, compromised. I don't want to hurt you, and you don't want to hurt me. If we could just—" Someone was coming toward me with a metal net, the links of it clearly from some high-quality source. Leo was a city full of still mages, and short of a void gun, a net was the next best weapon against them. I should have figured that they would have one on hand, as the kind of tool that could level the playing field against that particular kind of magic.
"You can come quietly,"
she said. Except that they still presumably had a warder somewhere, maybe even more than one, and a ward against skin magic would lose me Prince's invulnerability, which would mean that they could just shoot me with a void rifle. I burned a bone and spun into motion, moving straight toward the circle of people. To my surprise, I saw a stutter as everyone seemed to change places around me, the telltale sign of a revision mage at work, and the discontinuity happened again, this time with more shifting around. I had no good defenses against a revision mage, not even the probability blade would work to kill them, and a brief jump cut later, the net was down on top of me. I couldn't even tell which one of them was the revision mage, not that it would have helped that much unless I could overload their capacity for revision. I fought against the net, but there was another discontinuity as the revision mage must have undone my efforts, a sign that I might have been successful. It was after that last discontinuity that I saw Finch, creeping up the same stairs everyone else had come thundering down. He was still unarmored, with nothing but a gun in hand. I had no idea what he thought he was going to do when faced with those kind of forces, but when he pulled 2 grenades from inside his vest, my eyes went wide. He pulled the pin from the grenade, then waited quietly, his lips moving slightly as he counted down. He threw them at the last possible second, one just after the other, and the frag grenades exploded in midair, right in the middle of the group of people. One of those people moved preternaturally quickly, without even looking at the grenades, but he was caught in the blast all the same, as was I, and as was Finch. The fragments sliced through everyone there and stopped dead when they hit my armor. I threw the net off as fast as I could, trying to get myself untangled before any other complication could descend down on me.
"Juniper, Smith,"
croaked a voice from the floor.
"You will not win."
I ignored it and cast the net free. I had no idea what kind of high-powered grenades Figaro Finch had used, but the killing power had been immense. A still mage could have withstood it, but apparently the 2 that had tried to grab me were the only ones that they had on hand. As for the revision mage, I assumed he must have been overloaded, undoing his death and the explosion too many times as he tried to avoid them. I glanced over at the stairs, where Finch had been standing when the grenade had gone off, and saw blood there, but no gnome. There were more adversaries in this building, ones on the upper floors, but we needed Finch, or at least the entad that he was using to get information. The goal wasn't to take out everyone here. That was a distraction and a moral hazard. We needed to get Harold himself. I jumped from the balcony and went back to the door we'd come in through. The others were there, sans Finch, recovering. Raven looked a bit worse for the wear.
Got them?
She asked. Some, I said. Whoever is left didn't make themselves known. Finch came to the rescue, but I'm not sure he made it. Grack. He was halfway through a room off to the side, laying on the ground, but he sat up when he heard me.
Fine,
he said.
Fairies?
He's not fine,
said Pallida.
He got shot in the face. There's a hole in his skull, and I think it voided some brain.
I am fine,
said Grack. Good, I said. I was worried.
You need me to find the Entad,
said Grack, slowly getting to his feet.
I can scan for it.
He lost brain, Juniper,
said Pallida.
Not so great for a person. Healing that is always a crapshoot.
How many hostiles are left?
Asked a voice from the door. I turned around to see Figaro Finch standing there with his pistol in hand, not only unharmed, but without any blood or trace of damage to his clothes. How did you survive? I asked.
You're welcome, by the way,
said Finch.
Not that you couldn't have gotten yourself out of a bind, from what I know of you.
How? I asked again, looking him over carefully. You're keeping something from us.
Top secret,
replied Finch.
Grack, you said you can sweep for the Entad.
Possibly,
said Grack, nodding slightly. He was swaying, just a bit, even after having eaten a few fairies, which was a very bad sign. Healing magic should have cured him, given that there was nothing magical about the brain, but it was possible that the injury had lingered for long enough, or been serious enough, that it had made a mark on the soul. I was going to have to go in and check him, but we simply didn't have the time for it. Grack saw me looking and straightened.
Single Entad wards are simple. I already have active wards against all of the presumed hostile ones. It will take time. I can make the time.
He pulled out his wand and began using the temporal plate to warp time around him. His unsteady movements made more obvious as I watched him move at triple speed. Finch, does your contact have something more specific? I asked.
Down,
said Finch.
Probably this place has a basement. Unusual in this city, but possible.
I watched Grack for a moment. Harold knows we're here. He knows that we're coming for him. He probably knows that we're stronger than him. What's his next play?
If the ward keeps his Entad here, then he's trapped,
said Finch.
Maybe he tries to leave without it, but we can track him. And so long as he doesn't have a backup waiting for him, he's smoked.
There was a slight gleam in his eyes as he said that. Then the Gimmels can do mapping, and Grack will lead us where we need to go, in conjunction with your source, I said.
Should do,
said Finch.
I have it,
said Grack, coming out of his temporal plate-enhanced scanning.
2 floors down, beneath the floor of the room we were just in.
From the corner of my eye, I saw the warder, Gimmel, signing to the others.
He is a grandmaster.
I didn't know warding well enough to know how impossible what Grack had done was, but my guess was that it was at the upper edges of what a warder could possibly do, or maybe just a bit beyond that. Grack was a dwarf of many talents, from axe-throwing to being a midwife, and the few times I'd looked into his soul had confirmed that he had an extremely wide skill set, but warding had always been far and away his specialty. With another 3 level-ups, I imagined that he was in the high 90s, if not completely capped out. When he was in better shape, and we had time, I was going to have to compliment him on the work he was doing, which I only had the barest understanding of. I was sure it would be like one of the unwashed masses telling a violin virtuoso that they played well. All right, Finch, you're invincible. You lead the way, I said. I expected him to object, but he said nothing, and after he spent a moment peeking out the doorway with his gun raised, he began walking with purpose. I didn't think that he was invincible. That would have been insane, and surely whatever magic was accomplishing it could be picked up by Bethel, but he wasn't wearing any armor, and I'd seen him survive a grenade that he should never have been able to survive. We made our way through the hallways, turning where Finch told us to turn, down first one flight of stairs, then a second. The big room, the one directly below the dome, had been ornate, the centerpiece of the building, with pillars and tiered balconies. The basement floors, by contrast, were much more utilitarian. Whatever this place had been before it was taken over, it was dark and foreboding now, with very little light along the way. I was frankly pretty shocked that there was still power to the building, since back on Earth, power was one of the first things to go in an emergency. On Erb, that didn't appear to be the case. Eventually, we came to a door, and Finch gave me a nod. I signed to him in the Gimel language. "Is this the place?"
Yes?
He said with a mild inflection to the movement of his fingers.
3 people there,
one of the Gimel replied. "Finch, you first," I signed to him. Again, I waited for him to object, but he hesitated for only a fraction of a second and placed his hand on the door, looking at me for confirmation. I readied myself, then nodded once, and followed quickly after Finch as he rushed inside. One of the 3 people was holding a shotgun, aimed and ready, and he fired on Finch as we breached. I had no idea what to expect, but Finch grunted and collapsed, his face and chest marred and bloody. I went on ahead, stepping over him, and grabbed the shotgun just as the second blast struck me harmlessly in the chest. I used my stilling technique, stopping the flow of blood, and let the man drop to the ground.
"Let me do the talking,"
said a woman who was watching me impassively. She spoke loudly, which I thought was probably because she was trying to talk over some hearing damage of a gun going off in a small room, as much as I'd tried to use magic to make it quiet. The words were so incongruous and so nonchalantly delivered that I hesitated for a moment, the kind of hesitation that might have cost me my life if I weren't currently invincible. Neither of the other 2 were armed. The woman had thick-rimmed glasses and wore her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, with a few piercings that I vaguely recognized as being culturally significant rather than fashionable, though I couldn't remember anything beyond that. She wore a semi-formal dress, but it was nothing special, and overall she struck me as being incredibly plain. The man beside her was tall, also human, or at least close enough. He had on a boiler suit that was worn and stained with grease or dirt. He was a thick man, bald but with stubble showing, and he was gazing at me with a dumb look on his face, like he wasn't entirely sure what was going on.
"Juniper Smith?"
he intoned as I looked at him.
"I said let me do the talking,"
said the woman. She looked me over.
"You're in the wrong place."
"Wrong place?" I asked, momentarily befuddled.
"You want him,"
she said, pointing a finger at the large man that Harold had spoken through.
"But you're in the wrong place. You were tracking me?"
"Sorry," I said. "Who are you?"
"You don't know?"
she asked, looking only mildly surprised. Her voice had lowered back down to normal volume. Whatever after effects of the gunfire had faded enough that she wasn't so troubled. I looked back at where Finch had been hit, where he'd been lying on the ground, and saw that he had disappeared. The door was partway open, and Pallida was standing there looking in, but not moving to follow, which was pretty much my preference. I wasn't the one in charge. "Who are you?" I repeated.
"Derry,"
she said.
"And you're Juniper, aren't you?"
"He is,"
said Harold, from the body next to her. I wondered whether he was even his own person, or whether Harold had used his pithing needle. I didn't particularly like either answer. "I said let me do the talking," said Dari. Her voice was mild, but I could tell she was strained. There was tension in her muscles, and a slight bit of visible sweat, even though the room was fairly cool. "You're one of Harold's people," I said.
"We call him Qui Shepak,"
said Dari.
"Harold is the name that Uniquities gave him."
"Why?" I asked. "No, forget it. I don't care. Tell me where he is."
"No, I'll answer the why,"
she replied.
There are 1 trillion people in the hells, maybe more. If we can end the world, we should. There's nothing that can change the fundamental reality of eternal torture, not when the exclusionary principle has cut off so many promising avenues of research. Maybe you only care about yourself, but there are thousands of people sent to the hells every single day, because people just don't care about them, not like they should. I'm sure that what you want right now isn't someone telling you things that you've been hearing your entire life, fringe opinions that you can easily dismiss. But this world shouldn't exist, not if there's no way for us to fix it.
She forced all that out quickly, her voice slightly shaky. "Where is he?" I asked.
"I don't know,"
she replied. "I think that's the first time you've lied to me," I said. She shrugged, again with the nonchalance seeming incredibly forced.
"We were tracked before,"
she said.
"I've been off-site. When this one was coming to fruition, it was important that most of the main players weren't around."
I looked back toward the door. She was making me uneasy. "Grak, Val, I need you." Valencia strode in, looking around the room, and Grak followed after.
She has a weapon,
said Valencia, looking Dari up and down.
She's afraid to use it.
Grak, analysis, I asked.
Nothing to Warder's sight,
he said, frowning.
Still no trace of Harold.
Juniper,
said Valencia, looking at me.
Do you remember the swordsman from Raiders of the Lost Ark?
I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Just shoot her.
Yes,
said Valencia.
Now.
I'd rather hear what she has to say, I replied, utterly confused by the exchange. Valencia wanted me to kill this woman, that was clear. But if she was a link to Harold, someone with information, and what could she do?
She's stalling,
said Finch. I looked back to see the source of his voice and saw him coming into the room with a look of consternation on his face. He was apparently unharmed, even as he stepped past what was clearly his blood on the floor. He raised his pistol and pointed it at Dari.
Where is he?
Not here,
said Dari. She was trembling slightly, looking between us.
Gag her,
said Valencia.
Bind her, now.
She knows something, I replied. Probably a lot. I looked at Grak. Put up wards, to be on the safe side. I really had no idea what Valencia thought this woman was going to do. I believed her judge of character, really, I did, but it would be strange for this woman to have a weapon that I couldn't respond to in some way. Tell me about him, I said. I looked over at the large man that Harold was using. He was still standing there, docile. He doesn't speak like a person.
He's not,
said Dari.
He's not a person. He's something else. But he can bring about the end of the world and wants it with every fiber of his being. That's the only thing that anyone really needs to know about him.
But you're working for him, I said.
She's stalling,
said Finch.
That means it's a matter of minutes, not hours. She's keeping us here because Harold is going to try again, or try something different.
This is dangerous,
said Valencia.
I don't know how, but it is. Some exotic weapon. Be ready to kill her.
Why are you working for him? I asked. I was hoping that she would let something slip, because as it stood, Finch was right. We were getting nothing.
Because he wants to end the world, she replied. Have you looked through an infernoscope? Have you seen what they're like? Have you thought about 1 trillion people down there being tortured forever?
She raised a hand and wiped the sweat from her brow, and as she did, I watched the others around me react by raising their weapons. We're less than a year away from fixing it all, I said. We have a method of depopulating the hells of infernals. We'll rescue everyone down there. Dari looked momentarily uncertain.
Lies,
she said.
More lies from Uniquities.
Look, I said. Listen to me. We're not from Uniquities. We're... Val, can you explain?
There are things you don't know,
said Valencia. She was less convincing, with the armor covering her face, but she was gentle and imploring.
There's a way to erase all suffering from the world, to save everyone from harm for all time, to undo millennia of torture. We have the key to it all. We just need more time, months, not years. The forces of the universe are conspiring against us, and this, right here, right now, is part of it. Qui Shepak is part and parcel with the exclusionary principle. It's not the only thing holding mortals back.
Dari faltered.
False hope,
spoke the man standing next to her. I stepped to him and touched him on the chest, stilling him so that he would drop unconscious. Raven helped me lower him to the floor, not that I needed it. Then she began putting on handcuffs.
He's not principled,
said Valencia.
He doesn't care about suffering. He just wants it to end, for his own ineffable reasons. You've been with him long enough to know that. I know you're skeptical, because we're promising the thing that you always wanted to be true. But I swear that it's the truth.
The corners of Dari's mouth turned down. Valencia had told me that a pure cold read against an unknown quantity was incredibly difficult, and based on my understanding of the rules and what Reimer had said, Valencia was getting the skill levels of the Infernals, not their actual attributes, which meant that she was more fallible than she should have been. I was still hoping that she would find some success here, that she had said the right words to unlock this woman's mind. She opened her mouth, then closed it, and looked at Harold's avatar again.
The temple,
she said, and then crumpled to the ground. I stooped down and touched her, aiming for her soul as quickly as I could, but before I could get in, I felt her go cold and dead, her skin no longer connected to her soul, her blood no longer pumping with vitality. He killed her, I said, frowning.
Why would he do that?
Asked Finch. Because I can disconnect them, and he knows that, I replied. Shit.
The temple.
This was all a distraction,
said Finch.
All stalling. A decoy.
I felt my heart sink, because I knew that he was right. Okay, I said as we made our way back outside. Tell me how you survived.
Classified,
replied Finch. Finch, I don't know what you know about Bethel, but she would happily kill you as many times as it took to figure out how your power works, I replied. All I know is that it's probably not magic, because otherwise our warders would have picked up on it.
7 years ago, there was an incident,
said Finch. He was almost running to keep pace with me, given that his little gnome legs weren't quite up to the task of being fast. I thought about asking him whether he wanted to be picked up in the name of expediency, but that seemed like it would be insulting to him. I interrupted a ritual, one that was meant to summon something terrible. The thing they brought through only came halfway. Wrong place, wrong time, and it stuck to me, made me a part of it. Only it wasn't so much a thing as a bit of information, and I co-opted it, made myself a part of it. What are you saying? I asked.
I'm not Figaro Finch,
he replied.
I'm the idea of Figaro Finch. Flesh and blood, to all appearance, but really something more.
You're saying that you're a meme? I asked. And that somehow makes you immortal? He cast a quick look at me. You can't kill an idea on the merits of oblivion. Chapter 160. On the merits of oblivion. 6 seconds was an eternity in any kind of combat scenario, but it still wasn't long enough. She hadn't seen Prince's invulnerability happen, and she hadn't seen the explosion coming, and it was only while she was in the air that she was able to put the pieces of the simple puzzle together. She was spinning, rapidly, the result of the explosion's wavefront hitting her unequally. But the solution to that certainly wasn't instinctual, because all of her training in the immobility plate had been in their training gym, either with aerial maneuvers 5 feet off the ground, or turning it on and off as a part of sparring. So by the time it occurred to her to stop both her fall and the spinning, Prince's invulnerability was no longer providing its protection, and her inner ear was basically fucked, the centripetal force acting on her in viscerally unpleasant ways. The immobility plate had some protections built into it, so that coming to a complete stop from full speed wouldn't kill the wearer or turn them into a chunky paste inside of a suit. These protections weren't all-encompassing, though, and rotation was one of the things that they were particularly bad at. When Amaryllis used the immobility plate to bring her to a stop, her brain slapped itself against the inside of her skull, and she blacked out 1,000 feet up in the air, suspended there by the plate as pieces of Mome Rath rained down around Leo, so high that she was in the low-hanging clouds. She was confused and disoriented when she woke up, and fell without meaning to as she groped her way back to consciousness. Her head felt full of fog. She'd only been hungover once in her life, after a night of too much drinking with Fen, and this was like a worse version of that. She hoped that she didn't have permanent damage. The brain was a notoriously difficult thing to fix, and affected the soul more quickly than any other injury. She fell through the air in fits and starts, turning the immobility plate on, and then off again, unfocused, and knowing that this was dangerous, but seeing no other clear option.
Juniper?
She asked through Parsons' voice, speaking with a tongue that felt swollen and uncoordinated. Pumping N didn't seem to help much.
Juniper?
She asked again. There was no response. People saw her slow, awkward fall and came to greet her.
Are you okay?
One of them asked, a tall, handsome man whose features suggested he was a quarter elf. He had a small badge secured around his neck that marked him as Emergency Operations. A few of the others did as well.
No,
said Amaryllis. She had no idea how long she had been hanging in the cloud, suspended there, and she suspected that she had at least some mild brain damage that bone magic wasn't doing enough for.
Come on,
said the man.
We're going to get you to shelter.
I have friends,
said Amaryllis. She was in no position for elaborate lies, so she left it at that. Had Bethel not been able to find her? Was Bethel even still alive? She'd seen the corpse of Mome Rath laying across the ground, covering large parts of Leo, crushing so many things beneath it. The finger hair was still writhing, somehow, with unpleasant and barely visible undulations.
We'll get you to shelter,
repeated the man.
We have plans in place for something like this.
For something like this?
Amaryllis asked.
Disasters,
he clarified.
Exclusions. The temple is the safest place for 100 miles around.
Amaryllis nodded slowly and regretted it, because her head hurt more than it had ever hurt before. She tried to think. It was strictly untrue that the temple was the safest place around. The safest place was Bethel, but if Juniper wasn't responding, then there was no way to meet back up. Hadn't they looked for her? Hadn't they wondered where she was? They had beaten Mome Rath without her, and then what had happened? She wanted to meet back up with them, to spend a week in the chamber recuperating, but maybe the temple really was the best place for her to be. The hair on Mome Rath was still moving. That couldn't be a good sign. But what could one person do about it, even one like Amaryllis?
Okay,
she finally said.
Take me there.
She tried one more time to reach Juniper, sotto voce, but there was no response. As it would turn out, both the timeout and the time chamber interfered with Parsons' voice. That was expected, but also really, really unfortunate for us, and partly just down to unfortunate timing. Amaryllis walked with one of the people wearing a badge toward a nondescript building that had lots of people buzzing around it.
We're going down?
Asked Amaryllis. She was starting to feel a little bit better. She couldn't remember what the symptoms of concussion were, and wasn't sure whether or not she had ever known. It felt like something she should have read about.
Standard protocol for something of this magnitude is evacuation.
It's not an exclusion, replied the girl. Not that we can tell anyway, and the thing is dead.
There are creatures on it,
said Amaryllis. They're being handled, replied the girl. She pointed out at the campus, where mages were gathered, forming a defensive perimeter. People are being taken care of. She kept up her brisk walk, but gave a noticeable pause in her speech. You're a soldier,
Yes,
replied Amaryllis.
here by chance, not deployed.
You fell from the sky, said the girl. She had to have been fairly young. Athenaeums often offered spots to younger students, especially those with money or connections, but this girl didn't look like she was too far into her teens,
I tried fighting.
replied Amaryllis.
It didn't work out so well.
We're here, said the girl. The elevator is constantly running, but it has a few cars. You'll just have to wait. She hesitated. Do you need medical attention? No, replied Amaryllis, which was a lie.
I'll be fine.
She was low on trust at the moment, and someone laying hands on her was the last thing she wanted, not unless it was Juniper. The girl left her, and then Amaryllis got into line. She tried her best to listen to the conversations around her, to see what other people were saying. Some of them were surprised by the underground shelters, which was entirely fair, given that the secondary facility definitely hadn't been marked as that on the floor plans they had, and from what Bethel could tell from the outside, it was much more of an expansion to the temple than anything else. It was a mystery that they didn't know the answer to, one that had been lingering since Grok had first reported back on the construction. There was a thin corridor between the two, but it was heavily guarded with a surfeit of wards. Confusion, that was what Amaryllis was feeling, and what she heard in the conversations around her. Was confusion a symptom of concussion? Amaryllis felt like it was, but it was hard to tell whether that was just because it sounded reasonable. It had already occurred to her that going down into the ground wasn't a good idea. Mome Wrath was apparently dead, and Juniper was who knew where doing who knew what with everyone else, if their party wasn't simply scattered to the winds. Even if that hadn't been true, going to a secure location wasn't common practice for something like this, because extraction was so expensive and unlikely that it was rare that it would ever happen, not when there were so many people who needed to be saved. When the cavalry came in, if it did, you wanted to be as close to the surface as you could be. You didn't want to be sequestered somewhere far away, not unless there was a compelling reason. From the perspective of the narrative, if she was meant to be a damsel in distress, it seemed that was likely to happen no matter what. But if that wasn't what this was, then it was a chance to do more work behind the scenes, to produce real, concrete results that would provide measurable benefits without having narrative impact. In the last 24 hours, Amaryllis had seen the fruits of similar endeavors, both with Bethel fighting on their side for once, and with the Tung finally coming out from their long sequestration to help save lives. She wasn't going to take full credit for either of those, but she had been putting in work while Juniper had been gone, especially with Bethel, and it was hard not to see recent events as the culmination of that. What did it matter if it was mostly in the background? It wasn't like she cared about credit. She had no idea what she might find once she went down the elevator. An attack was certainly possible, and a death, well, not off-screen. That seemed unlikely, simply on the face of it. But that was still possible. Raven had told that horrible story about drinking from a cask, only to find out that a woman had been killed and placed inside it. That had been a punishment directed at Arthur, though, hadn't it? A missive penned by an angry god who didn't want his hero subverting the love interests so thoroughly. It was hard to say. In theory, the Dungeon Master's disposition would be different in this scenario. Amaryllis had done a few things that might have raised the Dungeon Master's ire, from what they knew of him, but nothing that should warrant her death. Still, it was always risky to do things because the narrative demanded them. Juniper had been clear on that point. Do things because of narrative immunity, and the Dungeon Master will come down with sword in hand, cleanly slit your throat, and retreat to his mountaintop palace to watch the rest of the show in peace. But it did seem that the Dungeon Master was directing her downward, into the shelter with all the others, for some purpose of his own. Going down was, in some sense, narratively motivated, but skepticism toward going down was also narratively motivated, so it was difficult to make sense of. Either way, She was going down into the temple to see what was there. The elevator ride was jam-packed and uneventful. Many of the people around Amaryllis were students, and most of them were repeating rumors about what had happened. Her head was starting to feel better, and she listened closely, trying to file some of it away for later. No one knew that the Council of Arches was involved, naturally. If they had seen anything, it was an enormous skyship, going toe-to-toe with a beast who could have straddled most small towns. That same skyship had apparently gotten the killing blow. There was no mention of Juniper, not that she expected there to be. No mention of people being taken in by that same ship either, though most of Bethel's work had been in the worst affected areas. Mostly, there was talk of the destruction, of buildings that simply weren't there anymore, and people who might not have made it. There was also talk of what came after, how or whether classes would start up again, what would happen to the campus, and whether the things coming off the enormous creature's body would turn the whole valley unlivable. No one liked the way the hair was moving. Amaryllis supposed they would like it even less if they knew it was made of fingers. After the elevator ride was over, they were all guided to a holding area. Amaryllis drew some looks, but that was hard to help given the obvious Entad armor. There was nothing particularly suspicious about anyone or anything that they were doing, save for the fact that they were deep underground, not at all where they should have been given that evacuation should have been of paramount importance. The elevator in particular was suspect, given how fallible those things were, how limited their capacity, and how little robustness they displayed. Amaryllis was waiting for the other shoe to drop. She kept her helmet on, even though the armor had grown moderately uncomfortable, and all its magical breathability couldn't disguise the fact that she'd been through hell. Very few of the others around her looked like they had been in battle, or anything other than simply displaced. A woman had her arm in a makeshift sling, and a boy had blood on his brow, but it was nothing more than that. Amaryllis had been at ground zero for a massive explosion that had rained blood and gore down on the whole city.
"We'll be bringing everyone here into the next room,"
said one of the attendants.
"There are entads used within the temple that will be relocated so that everyone is provided with food and water for the duration."
How big is this place?
One of a group of girls near Amaryllis whispered.
Dimensional reinforcement,
replied another in a knowing voice. Amaryllis suspected that he didn't know what the hells he was talking about. A skilled star mage could make a room that was bigger on the inside than the outside, but it was hellishly expensive, and the failure modes weren't pretty. Nothing in the schematics had indicated the kind of reinforcement that you would expect if there really were extra-dimensional spaces in play. Amaryllis followed the group, still waiting for whatever was yet to reveal itself. She didn't have her flicker blade. It had been out when the explosion happened and had no native ability to return to her hand. Perhaps it would find its way back to her, but it was entirely possible that it was buried in the rubble somewhere, never to be found, which would be a terrible loss. She was armed only with her martial skills and her magics, though most of those were under active suppression at the moment. A quick test let her know the immobility plate was still working, as the full ented ward was only for the temple proper, not the annex, likely due to the cost, or maybe because the annex was obviously unfinished. Her tattoos weren't moving, though, which was a good indicator that Parsons' voice was out of commission. Come to think of it, it was entirely possible that Juniper was within these same wards, which was why he hadn't responded. The new room was larger than the old one, with tall ceilings and better ventilation. It wasn't clear how many people this space was designed to hold. There was nowhere to sit, but some people found spots on the floor. Amaryllis found herself frowning at the arrangement. They hadn't been told why they were being moved, but maybe that was because there were lots of people, and the reasons for the logistical decisions wouldn't be clear to anyone at the end of the chain of command. That wasn't how you ran an evacuation program, nor how you fought a war. Still, Amaryllis was the first to see the gas coming through the vents. It was subtle, off-white, and thin, But it was there, and she could smell it a moment later. She was wearing the bracelet of panacea, which had been given to her back when they'd been getting ready to send Juniper down into the temple for meditation, and prayed that it would work. The effects were slow and more subtle than Amaryllis would have expected. It wasn't a gas meant to kill people, or at least not one meant to kill them quickly. The conversations grew louder, more intense, and with more people involved. A few of the people were slurring their words slightly. Amaryllis wasn't talking and wasn't feeling the effects. People began to droop and slump, and Amaryllis drooped and slumped with them, doing her best to copy them and not stand out. Altered states. Harold had been using the temple, which had an entad that could induce a forced meditative state, one which he could presumably exploit. It was a reliable 500 captive people every week, and given that he'd shown up at the meditation classes, his capacity was greater than that. Other means were being employed to gather up more people. From everything they knew of Harold, as filtered through Oberlin, there were a somewhat wide variety of altered states that could be taken advantage of, and drugs were likely one of them. Eventually, almost everyone was laying on the ground, some of them sprawled out. Most were still talking, though, the words barely coherent as words, all trains of thought horribly derailed. Amaryllis chose to be one of the silent ones. Harold would know. Harold might know. But if this were an operation to get as many people converted and ready for the choir as quickly as possible, then perhaps he would miss one person sitting in the middle. Immune. Perhaps he was most aware of those he had access to, and could see through the eyes of the people he'd snagged in the way a human would, one at a time, rather than like an insect with 1,000 facets to his eye. It was possible that Amaryllis would get lucky, or that Harold would be sloppy. After 10 minutes had passed, the far door opened up, and more attendants began to move in, these ones wearing thick gas masks with rubber hoses leading to heavy tanks. They were big and strong, members of the mortal species who were strongest, Aboria, Brochet, and Ha-Lunda. They picked up the people that were laying there, no one dead or even asleep, but all completely out of it, unable to resist, as they were lifted up and carried out. It wasn't a terribly fast process, but it was done with efficiency. Eventually they got to Amaryllis and removed her too. She made herself dead weight and watched with half-lidded eyes through the helm of her armor. The immobility plate didn't restrict vision as much as it seemed like it should have, but as she was unable to move her head without giving herself away, there was little she could see. The room they brought her to was packed with tall pews, so tall that a person could rest their head against the back. It was a massive room, and filling up fast, with most of the people packed in together so tightly you could barely tell how many of them were slumped there. Amaryllis was carried past row after row, more and more people who must have come down as part of the disaster response, then been drugged out of their minds so that Harold could get to them. What was his conversion rate like, that he could do this? Or, no, he had been covering his tracks back then. This was just a field of people who were obviously compromised, something that he wouldn't be able to hide for longer than a day. Maybe he could go faster this way. Momi Rath was dead, but for how long? The attendants pushed her into place in one of the pews. Then more attendants came with another person, and another, pushed in like sacks of meat. Amaryllis kept playing dead. This was what she had come down here to find, but her tattoo was still shorted out, and getting back up was, well, daunting to say the least, especially when there were only 3 ways of getting back to the surface that didn't involve magic. Not that she had magic that could cross the distance. The spelunker's stroll and the primary elevator were both past what the floor plans had indicated was a secured passage, and the secondary elevator she'd come down was teeming with people, many of whom were compromised agents of Harold. A different person might have been a ball of anxiety at the thought of being down there, surrounded by enemies who clearly had a plan, with help decidedly not on the way. Instead, Amaryllis felt exhilarated. Oh, it was certainly a nightmare, that much was true. But there were plans to be made and then executed, a concrete direction, and that much she was good at. If she had simply gone down into the makeshift shelter and then stayed there until someone had given the all-clear, meeting up with the others hours or days later, that would have been a blow to her very being. She stood up from the pew and moved past the insensate people laying there, edging her way to the end of the row. When more attendants went by, carrying more bodies, she stayed stock still, not wanting to make any movements that would catch their eyes, not even to duck down out of sight. They were, fortunately, carrying a body and not paying attention to anything but the work they had apparently been carrying out for the last half hour. Once they had gone by, there was nothing for it but to exit the pews and start walking. Someone would surely notice her, but walking with purpose was a skill that a person could learn, and as a princess, you simply couldn't walk around like you were lost and confused, even when you were. Amaryllis prayed to a higher power that whatever Harold had done to make these attendants, he hadn't given them the intelligence to question her presence, nor the wherewithal to raise an alarm. As she walked, she saw 2 more attendants carrying a body between the pews. One of them looked at her briefly, then continued on, as though she were nothing. Amaryllis didn't know the layout of the secondary temple well enough. She had seen the floor plans, which they had stolen a week ago, but there was no guarantee that those told the whole story, and she had gotten twisted around between coming down from the secondary elevator, being led into the gassing room, and being carried into the room with the pews. Obviously, going back through the gassing room was infeasible for a number of reasons, but that meant trying to work out a safe path back to the elevator that would route around it. How long had this plan been in place? Months, at the least, maybe since even before the first death that had begun to bring heat down on the administration. Was this what Harold had planned all along? And with Mome Rath summoned, well, more bodies for the choir seemed to imply that Harold was going to try again. There were limits to how many people you could pack into a large room like that, but even after it was entirely filled, the rest of the complex could be filled as well. How many could Harold need? Perhaps the original plan had been to do this once there was a critical mass of people converted, rather than in a time of crisis. That made a bit more sense, at least to Amaryllis's eyes. The summoning of Mome Rath had something to do with the choir he'd assembled, people singing out a layered tone. But it hadn't just included people in the temple complex. There were people on the surface too, and if someone had been prepared to take that step, or if it had been general information, then the singers could have been killed before they finished their contribution. Who knew whether or not that would have worked, but it might have been worth a try. Mass conversion underground, under some believable pretense, like an expansion of temple capacity, would allow a final push to a choir that couldn't be stopped. It wasn't entirely academic. Figuring out Harold's plan was the first step to stopping it. Amaryllis had frustratingly little information about what had happened with Juniper down in the temple, but it was entirely possible that Harold had acted early in response to his encounter with Juniper, and now that Mome Rath was laying dead, the original plan was being quickly adapted into a different form. Amaryllis passed a few people as she walked out of the hallway, but if any of them recognized her as being out of place, they showed no indication of it. She took a left, then a right, which should have gotten her into a room that was on an alternate path to the elevator. Instead, she had her first encounter with someone who recognized her as not belonging.
"You're not supposed to be here,"
said the woman with a frown. She was wearing an outfit that showed a lot of skin, but she wasn't a tattoo mage because there was nothing visible on her dark skin. It was the beads circling one wrist and the small box she was clutching that gave her away. Auman had something similar, a collection of projectiles that marked her as a gold mage. The room was small, with just a table and a few chairs, a place that might have been a break room if the cabinets had been finished.
No, I'm not,
replied Amaryllis.
I was trying to get back to the surface.
Lying was one of the things that she was good at, and she'd gotten better over the months with Juniper. The woman nonetheless stood up from where she was sitting. Amaryllis had been holding out hope that gold magic was warded against in the annex, as she knew it was in the main temple, but she saw the beads rotate around the woman's wrist with no outside force.
On whose orders?
The woman asked. The problem was, there just wasn't enough information to bluff. Amaryllis didn't even know Harold's actual name, if people around here knew of him at all.
No one's orders,
Said Amaryllis.
I'm not in the chain of command.
I see,
said the woman with a slight frown. She moved her hand slightly to a more combat-ready stance.
Stay here for a moment.
Amaryllis moved as fast as she could. Blood was still working, but bone wasn't. Conventional wisdom, when facing down a gold mage, was that you needed to create as much distance as possible, then assault them with non-kinetics. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option here, and the non-kinetics that Amaryllis had on hand were extremely limited, especially without the flicker blade at her disposal. She rushed forward instead. It was a tactic that was, at least, a surprise to a gold mage, in part because it would normally be suicidal. Amaryllis ducked down and slipped under the gold mage's arm, then spun and came around from behind, wrapping her in a hug. As soon as that was done, she activated the immobility plate. Then she began focusing on the kill. Gold magic and still magic were mirrors of each other in some respects, in terms of physical power, not their sources. A gold mage's tactile telekinesis had no limitations aside from power output, which was tied to their marked gold, while a still mage had no limitations aside from their stilling ability, which was normally limited by how intensively they had trained and how deep their ability ran. In the game mechanical terms, as laid out by Reimer, it would probably be a contested roll, skill check against skill check, and nothing more. In physical reality, it was force applied against counterforce, which in a way was even simpler. A small but significant difference was that a gold mage could act only on things that were within a fraction of an inch of their skin, while a still mage could act through sufficiently close or linked objects. It was one of those tidbits that you read about in a book and then filed away for later, then suddenly needed to take into consideration in a crucial moment. The gold mage was pushing back against the immobility plate, budging it, but not by much. Amaryllis held the gold mage in a hug that didn't do enough to restrict her arms. Gold mages could turn anything that they touched into a projectile, one that could be as powerful as a bullet, and that was exactly what the gold mage was trying to do, pushing hard against the armor in short jabs, without the need for any projectiles. The immobility plate was a good armor, and it didn't succumb to the force, but as Amaryllis tried to still the gold mage's heart, the fear was starting to run through her. Catching the enemy off guard was one thing, but if the woman wasn't fighting at a blind panic, she might try other, more effective strategies. Amaryllis almost had it when the woman tried to scream. Vibration magic, even so weak as it was enough to silence the scream before it even left the woman's throat, helped in part by the way Amaryllis's extra senses extended beyond her. The gold mage's heart was weakened, almost giving out against the force tamping down on it and forcing it not to pump blood. That was when Amaryllis felt, through still magic, the beads from the bracelet rolling over the woman's skin. The immobility plate was full plate, with gloves, gauntlets, and a full helm, completely encasing its wearer. Amaryllis had been hoping that the second tactic the woman would try was going for the head or hands, traditional weak spots of Entad armor, weak points that the immobility plate decidedly lacked. Instead, the woman began flinging the beads at the wall, puncturing them through with small holes as she kept trying to scream. She got 6 of them out, traveling almost fast enough to be bullets, a dangerous and indiscriminate attempt at getting any help. And then the gold mage tried something else, something that might not have been tried in the history of Erb. She tried to use her tactile telekinesis to pump blood through her own body. Amaryllis could feel it, and first tried to still it, then allowed it through. Gold mages could put an enormous amount of power into pushing things around, but it wasn't fine-grained, and as soon as Amaryllis was no longer stilling the blood, the gold mage was slamming blood through her own body, bursting arteries and veins, and popping her heart at the seams of the muscle. After she'd gone limp, Amaryllis spent an extra second, just to be sure, then stopped the immobility and dropped the gold mage to the floor. Amaryllis grabbed the woman's head and jerked it upward, hoping to sever the spinal cord, just in case, a move she added the pulse of blood magic to for extra power. There was a cracking sound, but not much else, and Amaryllis hoped the woman was dead for good. It was pathetic to spend so much effort to kill so minor a foe. How many mages did Harold have at his disposal? Still mages and vibration mages in abundance, that much was clear. But if he was willing to drug people with abandon, then he could have captured so many more, and exotic species too, ones with their own bespoke magics and abilities. There were mages that Amaryllis would have no chance at beating, entads that would stop her dead in her tracks. And if the holes the gold mage had poked in the wall had done any good, Amaryllis was likely going to have to face them, with her tattoos non-functional, her bones blocked, and her strongest available magic, still magic, one that she'd had precious little time to train with. She didn't have her flicker blade either, nor any other useful weapon. She needed Juniper. She shouldn't have come down here without him. If it took waiting outside and waving her arms, she should have done that instead, rather than trying to go off on her own and getting stuck. When no one immediately burst into the room, Amaryllis checked the body. The woman was confirmed dead, and Amaryllis had no method of saving her soul within the next 30 minutes, not when she was surrounded by hostiles. She winced at that, then stole the woman's dagger, which was either an entad or made to look like one, too stylized to be utilitarian, though 3 quick slashes through the air revealed nothing in particular, and it was entirely possible that if it was an entad, it had either been invested by someone else or was hereditary rather than unbound. Amaryllis took it anyway, finally securing herself a weapon, even if it wasn't what she would have asked for. There was nothing else of value in the room. Amaryllis hefted the knife, looking it over one last time, then opened the door to the next room. She had cause to use her new weapon almost immediately, as soon as she saw the barrel of a rifle pointed her way. It was a good time to find out that she was bulletproof. In testing back inside Bethel, before Juniper had gotten out of the temple, before Mom Rath had shown up, and before the biggest explosion Amaryllis ever hoped to experience, Juniper's skill with still magic hadn't been high enough that Amaryllis could actually bring a small caliber round to a dead stop. Now, the rifle's bullet stopped against her skin with no more than the briefest of warnings to direct stilling power that way. She stabbed the man holding the rifle in the hand, and he screamed, dropping it. Amaryllis snatched it up with her left hand before it could hit the floor. There were others behind him, though, and they wrenched the door open. Amaryllis threw the dagger at one of them, whipping it around as quickly as she could. The dagger lit up brighter than the sun for a brief moment, etching itself in her vision before she could screw her eyes shut. When she opened her eyes again, after she could only see the dagger as an afterimage rather than visible through her eyelids, she saw her 3 assailants clutching their faces. Or, no, one of them had a vertical hole through his chest, singed on both sides, a hole almost exactly as wide as the dagger. On top of that, the dagger was back in Amaryllis' hand. She went after the 2 men while they were stunned, slicing cleanly through their throats before they even had their eyes uncovered. Then she stepped out into the hallway and flung the dagger as hard as she could at the first people she saw. She had preparation this time, though, and turned away with her eyes closed just after the dagger had left her hand, spinning back into the room for whatever protection it might provide her from the incoming firepower of the people bearing down on her. When the dagger returned to her hand, blinking into existence there, Amaryllis stabbed it into the wall and raised her rifle instead, then leaned out of the room just enough to see down the hallway. On one end, 2 people were dead, but on another, seen through a quick change in angle, there were 2 men walking forward, one behind the other. Amaryllis recognized the one in back, but it would have been hard not to. He had 4 arms, constrained in a tight shirt, and with a set look on his face. Amaryllis fired off a shot, aiming for Oberlin, but didn't wait to hear whether or not it connected before ducking back into the room. She pulled the knife from the wall and took a steadying breath, then threw it hard toward Oberlin and the other man, screwing her eyes shut so that they wouldn't be seared by the light it was putting out, and once again ducking behind the door frame. Her head started to vibrate just after that, slow and subtle at first, and then faster as Oberlin locked in on the resonant frequency and began to vibrate her to death. It almost instantly became harder to think, harder to do anything, and Amaryllis knew that she was about to die, was probably seconds away from it. She turned the immobility plate on, locking herself in place, but that did nothing for the vibration. She used still magic on her own head, holding her skull in place against the vibration, but that was a stopgap measure, and even more than the immobility plate, she was pinning herself down. The worst part was that Oberlin didn't have to come closer at all. This power was something that he could use around a corner, which meant that her ability to fight back with the meager tools at her disposal was gone. Vibration mages were limited by what they held in reserve, if she could just hold out. The vibration let up, all at once, and Amaryllis stood up, shouldering her stolen rifle. Whatever had happened to the dagger, it hadn't returned to her hand. She waited, listening to silent footsteps, aiming at the doorway. She was a mediocre vibration mage, barely able to do anything with the power, with a pitifully small pool of breath. But she tried to enhance her hearing anyway, which only made the footsteps sound more like death. At the first small hint of something moving past the doorframe, she fired her rifle. The bullet struck Juniper in the head, stopping instantly, and then falling. He caught it and looked it over for a moment, before looking up at her. "Nice to see you too," he said with a widening smile. "Harold is building up a choir," said Amaryllis. "Gassing people into an altered state, then taking them over. He's going to try again."
"I thought you might be dead,"
said Juniper. He was still smiling.
"Focus, Juniper,"
said a familiar voice, and Figaro Finch stepped into view. He glanced into the room.
"Oh, good. You found Amaryllis. Let's go."
What the fuck is Finch doing here?
asked Amaryllis, staring at the gnome.
"Saving the world,"
said Finch as he kept moving down the hallway.
"That's actually not Figaro Finch,"
said Juniper.
"It's the idea of Figaro Finch."
Amaryllis gave him a bewildered look that the helmet hid and stepped out of the room.
"Sorry,"
said Juniper.
"I'm just really happy to see you."
It's fine,
said Amaryllis, though she was finally feeling warmth and relief flowing through her. He was like a giddy puppy sometimes.
What's the plan?
"Find Harold,"
said Juniper.
"Kill or subdue him. Get to work fixing everyone left alive."
He looked backward to where Oberlin was laid out.
"I think he'll be fine. There are others that won't."
We think Harold is here?
asked Amaryllis.
Physically present?
"Might be,"
said Juniper. He hesitated for a moment and looked like he was going to go for a hug or to offer her his hand.
"Come on, Finch is right. Time is wasting."
Amaryllis came out into the hallway and saw the others, Raven and Polida, Grack and Valencia, and for whatever reason, Juniper's ethics professor, who was in Imperial Standard shimmer plate. There were others too, one-armed humanoids that took her a moment. Gimmels. Valencia was divesting the bodies of their souls, moving quickly and efficiently, and Amaryllis let out a sigh of relief. They went through the facility together, with Juniper at the front and Finch just behind him. Amaryllis had the rifle, one that was useless against the still mages that surely made up the bulk of Harold's rank and file, but she held on to it tightly, because it was as much offense as she had available to her. The situation was new and confusing, the reunion fast and missing too much catharsis, because the threat was still out there, and they were still on the enemy's home ground.
He's strong,
said Pallida, walking alongside Amaryllis and speaking under her breath.
Really strong right now.
Leveled up?
Asked Amaryllis.
3 times,
said Pallida.
3?
Asked Amaryllis, eyes widening.
3,
said Grack. But before Amaryllis could ask questions, they were into the next room, and Juniper was moving so fast that he was practically a blur of motion, and he wasn't even a velocity mage, not yet. The sound of gunfire echoed through the halls, loud and imposing, and Juniper didn't so much as shrug it off. This was what still magic had promised. It was why sound and silence had been one of their goals from early on, but it was still startling to see in action. Amaryllis had only a foggy understanding of the annex, but it seemed as though they were moving toward the center of it, if her reckoning of where they were was correct. There were certainly more mages of many varieties stationed here, for all the good it did them. Rapid identification of magic was part and parcel of training for fighting in all conditions, and as Juniper tore through the room, she could barely decide which school his opponents belonged to before he struck them down. A rune mage in glowing runic armor had a powerhouse punch stopped instantly, and Juniper brought him down in seconds. A flower mage unleashed an arsenal of racing branches, perhaps hoping to capture or ensnare, and Juniper whipped his probability blade around, neatly severing it all before it could get close to him, then advanced on the woman. It was a one-man massacre, and all Amaryllis could do was stand there with her rifle raised, hoping that she would be able to help, or at least to take a clean shot. After half a minute, it was over, and Juniper was looking over the bodies.
Still magic 100,
said Grack from beside Amaryllis.
Oh,
she said.
Sacrifice?
To save me,
said Valencia.
He doesn't have much time left then,
said Amaryllis. Given the rate of decay, not much time left at all.
The capstone allows any effect with a duration to be stilled,
said Grack. Oh, Amaryllis said again.
Wait, Prince's...
He's under the effect,
said Grack.
Until the next time he sleeps.
Amaryllis was stunned by that, and then the gears started turning as fast as they ever had before, her earlier head trauma making it slightly hard to think. Anything with a duration? Bone magic was unfortunately out, because it relied on transfers of quantities and expenditure of resources rather than being timed, and if that had worked, then Juniper would still be charged with all the manifold powers of Mome Rath, and that didn't seem like it was the case, because he wasn't that fast. Everything else, though. There were options, so many options that it was nearly dizzying, a whole world of entads, various spells available to tattoo mages, nothing that would match the heights of Prince's invulnerability. But...
Wait,
said Amaryllis, turning to Grack.
The wards...
Subverted for him,
replied Grack.
This can wait.
But Amaryllis was getting fidgety, because something else had occurred to her, which was that from a narrative perspective, this meant there was sure to be a rapid escalation of threats. Worse, they would be threats that only Juniper could face, not threats that his family, his team, would be able to help him with. The way Raven had described it, that was what it had been like living with Uther most of the time. There were specialties for each of them, little areas that they had carved out, but there were many threats that Uther simply handled on his own, without help or consultation. Even before he disappeared for good, there had been times that he would simply vanish for a week or two, sometimes giving brief notice, sometimes just disappearing and pretending that it wasn't cause for alarm when he returned. It had been like that at the Boundless Pit, but that was only one of many. Fen had complained about it often, before it had really been a problem, or even a glimmer of one. She had been their archer, and self-professed slink thief, but there was very little call for that most of the time, and after she and Juniper had started their courtship, she had sometimes felt relegated to the role of love interest, especially because there were times when she was trying to give input, in her own way, input which was ignored more often than not. Hells, even from the very start, Fen had been worried about being locked out of power, an outsider in their little group of 3, and then she had become so marginalized as to be practically a footnote in their story, the death that no one talked about anymore. Amaryllis put herself toward the rear of the party, moving so as to provide support against any attempt to pin them in or attack from behind, but there was nothing. Juniper had cut through the annex like a scythe. They came into a large room, this one even less finished than the rest, with only glowing glyphs for lighting, the kind that were often used around Erb, but here cast a sinister pall over everything. A man sat in a simple chair at the other end of the large room, and beside him, the only other thing in this hollow, hidden place at the heart of the annex, was a jar with something that gave a suggestion of flesh.
"On your guard,"
said Juniper, which might as well have gone without saying.
"Grack?"
"Give me a moment,"
said Grack. He held out his wand with his good hand and spread the fingers of his wooden hand wide.
"I think that is Harold."
"Sitting or in the jar?"
asked Juniper.
"In the jar,"
replied Grack.
"I can ward?"
"Do that,"
replied Juniper.
"Clear of wards here?"
"Yes,"
replied Grack, frown visible in the darkness.
"It's over,"
called the man who was sitting beside the jar.
"We lost. You won."
Careful,
murmured Amaryllis.
4 entads,
said Grack.
All of them warded against since we left the elevator.
Juniper began walking forward, crossing the distance, and Amaryllis fell into step behind him. He looked back at her briefly, as if surprised to see that she was following, then continued on. The only other person to approach was Finch, or rather, the idea of Figaro Finch, whatever that meant.
"Hi,"
said the man on the seat.
"Sorry, give me a moment, just coming down off the high. For a moment I really thought that we would pull it out there."
He looked a little bit sick, and confirmed that impression a moment later.
"I feel like I might throw up, just because of the nerves."
"That's Harold,"
said Finch, pointing at the bottle of flesh.
"I'd bet my ass. You trust your warder?"
"Yes,"
said Juniper, without so much as a look backward at Grack.
"I'd lay my life in his hands without a second thought."
"Well, you have,"
said Finch.
"Harold?"
asked the man who was sitting. He was sweating slightly and clutching his pants where they covered his knees.
"That's the name Uniquities gave him. You're them?"
Finch raised his pistol, and Juniper, moving fast, blocked the shot with his hand. The shot rang out through the small room, and Amaryllis was thankful that she had just enough skill with vibration magic that she'd been able to keep her ears from ringing.
"Useless to talk to him,"
said Finch.
"Dangerous, too."
there are threats he could deploy,
said Amaryllis.
He's not harmless sitting there warding or no. Juniper, some of those threats are known to you.
The cannibal was one, though Amaryllis didn't even want to say that much, because it would give information away to the enemy.
"I know,"
said Juniper. He raised his sword and advanced, slowly.
"This isn't how this battle ends, though. Not with me killing these two and then being done with it."
"How this battle ends?"
asked Finch.
"There's no romance here, no climax. Just kill the fucking guy and hack through the mass of flesh there. Then let's start in on the paperwork."
"I want answers,"
said Juniper, his voice surprisingly firm.
"Harold came from somewhere. He has a goal. There might be more of him, or more of his kind."
Some of this was directed to Finch, but some was also, obviously, directed to the man sitting in front of them.
"What's your name?"
"Elio,"
he said, looking up at Juniper.
"And you're Juniper Smith."
Amaryllis was tensed and ready to slit the man's throat as soon as the wrong syllables came out. The risk wasn't really the cannibal. She could kill him before there was any real danger that he could complete the sequence of phonemes. The danger was something else, the great unknown, not something that was in a foreign language or required the twisting of a tongue, because they would expect that. And so the weapon that Juniper would have designed would be different, more subtle. An innocuous phrase that called down hellfire? Nothing someone could say by accident. Maybe 2 or 3 words, spoken within minutes of each other, so rare that it could be a trigger to something unknown to the world.
Harold told you my name,
said Juniper.
Who are you to him?
I'm his advisor,
said Elio.
One of them.
One of many,
said Juniper. Elio nodded. He was still fidgeting.
You have to see the world,
said Elio.
Not the world how it pretends to be, how you want it to be, how you think you can reshape it, but the world how it is. The world is shit.
Garden variety cultist,
said Finch.
No,
said Elio. He didn't take his eyes from Juniper.
There are 62 exclusion zones, places of unimaginable horrors, places that are at best inhospitable to life. Those exclusion zones come at the expense of useful magics, and every effort put forward to stop the exclusions from happening has failed. The world is getting worse. Everyone knows it and no one talks about it. The world is hostile to our very existence, just as a matter of course, and grows more hostile every year. We're getting ground down, and no one is doing anything about it because there's nothing to be done.
That's your premise?
Asked Juniper, raising an eyebrow.
That the world is getting worse? And that justifies...
He tightened his grip on his sword.
The end of the world?
No, said Elio, shaking his head.
No, I should have started with the Hells. But everyone knows about the Hells. They've grown up knowing about the Hells. And if you start talking about infinite torture, then they tune you out. So you talk about the world and how it's getting worse.
He took a breath.
Our society strives for oblivion. We makes laws encouraging it, mandating it, but we manufacture souls by the thousands, knowing there's a chance they'll wind up in the Hells, gestating there under infernal control until they're capable of feeling the same infinite pain that every other resident is subject to. You speak out against it and people don't care. They content themselves with delusions and ignore the cold reality, the same as they do when they walk past a homeless man on the way to work. The way they justify their sins to themselves, it's pain and suffering as far as the eye can see. And Yerb, the world as we know it, is just the tip of it.
Are you getting anything from this?
Asked Finch.
Maybe,
said Juniper. He nodded to Elio.
Go on, finish your rant.
I realized it all when I was a teenager,
said Elio, seeming grateful that he would get to talk.
I realized how cold and cruel it all was, how people would delude themselves into thinking that it wasn't. I was afraid of dying then, afraid of the Hells after I saw what was there. And when I looked around me, other people weren't. They didn't act like they should have if eternity were on the line. They did stupid, risky things like leaving their house without a bottle and a spike hanging from their hip. They slept without someone watching over them, or worse, alone. They didn't act like eternal torture was on the line. They acted like it would sort itself out. Do you know what the end-bottling rate is?
Through the Empire, it's 92%,
said Amaryllis.
though only one study was commissioned so far as I know.
Yes,
said Elio, finally looking at her.
8% of the population winds up in the Hells, and that's without even accounting for the fact that the Empire would never admit how often nascent souls go there.
He was fidgeting again, and directed his attention back to Juniper.
It took me a long time to understand that people live in the now, that they put on blinders to the cruelty and horror of the world. And after that
You decided that you were going to end the world,
said Juniper. No, said Elio.
No, I tried to improve it. I tried to open eyes. I joined the Antenatal League. I went on marches. But it was lonely, and progress was slow. And all around me, people kept going to the Hells. They kept dying. We prepared reports on known incidents, tried to force hospital into compliance, lobbied for changes to the laws. And it slowly became obvious that none of this effort was really doing anything.
And it was then that you decided to destroy the world,
said Juniper. He sounded flippant, Amaryllis noted with relief. This sort of talk could be seductive, she knew.
I decided that I would destroy the hells,
said Elio.
An impossible task for a single person, but the world is large and eventually I found others. People that I could work with. Not people who wanted to destroy the world, no. People who wanted to destroy the hells, as impossible as that might have seemed. But you don't care about me, I know that. You're content to kill me if I don't tell you what you want to know. I'm just...
He balled up his hands into fists.
Our minds rebel against it. They reduce trillions down to nothing, worse than nothing abstraction. But any rational person would see that the hells are of paramount importance. Their destruction should be the one and only driving goal of mortals.
He began shaking his head.
There ought to be a horrible weight of responsibility felt by every person in this whole world.
Harold doesn't care about that,
said Juniper.
He's using you, like he's used others before.
Of course he's using us,
shouted Elio.
He uses everyone, it's what he does. But his goal aligned with our own, and he was going to end it. He was going to bring an end to the pain.
Juniper frowned at that, then glanced at Amaryllis.
Thoughts?
He asked. Amaryllis gave a small laugh.
It's insanity.
That felt like the proper amount of flippancy to treat the subject with, the right level of dismissal.
You don't really believe that,
said Juniper. Amaryllis felt her face fall. Had something happened within the game mechanics somewhere that had allowed him to notice two opposed dice rolls that had been extremely unlucky for her? Or was it simply that he knew her too well for such deceptions to work?
I think it's something we all think once in a while,
said Amaryllis.
Not the whole world, but that urge to raise it all down and leave nothing but ash in its place. And if the only tool you have is ending the world, if you have to look at whether the world is worth it, then it's possible to do your sums and decide that if you can't fix everything that's broken, maybe it would be better that nothing existed at all.
That was as close as she was going to get to saying what she really felt, at least in the here and now. Replied Juniper, frowning for a moment, and then looking away from her, back to Elio, and briefly to the jar of flesh.
You feel it too,
said Elio, staring down Juniper.
He saw you. He got the measure of you. He knew that you felt it, the need to do something about the world, to erase it all.
That assumes that it's immutable,
said Juniper.
It's not.
He pointed at the jar.
Are there others like him, do you know?
Not immutable?
Asked Elio, ignoring the question.
You'd have me believe there's some way to deal with the hells? Some way to save everyone from torment? Some way to fix all our terrestrial problems, to halt the inevitable spiral toward collapse?
I don't really care what you believe,
replied Juniper.
But yes, I have it on good authority that there's a way.
How much faith do you have?
Asked Elio. The muscles of his neck were straining.
How much more likely is it that you listened to a deception? That it was a pretty lie?
Juniper hesitated and seemed to think about that.
Even if it were,
he replied.
If it were a grand and elaborate lie with fabricated evidence or some delusion on my part, even then, I would still want to strive for better, instead of just giving up. If...
Giving up?
Asked Elio, incredulous.
Is that what you think?
Juniper moved forward, so fast he must have been using magic for it, and touched Elio on his throat. The man froze in place.
I don't want you to make a mistake here,
said Juniper.
I've been suffering you to speak. Maybe you were some normal person who decided that the rational thing to do was to blow up the world, and you were enabled and used by Harold and whoever else was part of your cult. Or maybe Harold grabbed a hold of you and decided that he needed someone to serve as his mouthpiece, which would mean that none of this is your fault. I've been trying to be nice and pleasant because I thought that it would make things easier. The thing is, Moam Rath killed thousands, maybe more, And what I need from you now is information about contingencies, information about whether there are other threats or booby traps, or anything else that you wouldn't want me to know.
He won't talk,
said Finch. Juniper didn't respond and only stood there, gripping Elio's throat, likely using still magic, engaging in some kind of intimidation tactic. It lasted for a long moment, so long that the silence grew uncomfortable. It took longer than she would have liked to admit to realize what Juniper was doing.
"Oh,"
said Elio. His eyes went slightly wide.
Tell us everything,
said Juniper.
"I,"
said Elio, looking momentarily confused.
"Yes."
He looked over at the jar of flesh.
"He'll kill me."
Can he?
asked Juniper. No, replied Elio. He let out a breath.
"We always knew that warding would work. It was one of the things that we tried our best to prepare against. No warder could be allowed to see him unless he had his teeth in them. We were meant to post up in places that a warder couldn't encompass, and we were always prepared to leave without a trace."
So what made this time different?
asked Juniper.
"He thought he was close,"
said Elio.
"closer than ever before. He had a bigger base in Leo, more people collected, and it was changing him."
You can't trust these answers,
said Finch.
I'm an unregistered soul mage,
said Juniper, as though that were a casual thing. His voice was slightly clipped. He knew the gravity of revealing that, but he'd made his choice, and sometimes when he did that, he would add this air of false nonchalance.
"What's going to happen to me?"
asked Elio, true concern on his face for the first time, replacing anxiety. "I have no idea," replied Juniper. He glanced at Finch.
Probably not a trial. Probably just confirmation that you weren't a pawn, then execution.
"Oh,"
said Elio.
Where does he come from?
asked Amaryllis, stepping closer to Elio.
Are there more of him? What was your plan here once you knew we were coming?
The soul magic was frightening, and she was trying to ignore that fear, but it was a watershed moment, the first time their group had forcibly converted someone, the first time they'd breached that particular moral boundary. Logically, it was better than killing the man, and on balance it was probably the right thing to do, but a decade of indoctrination had primed her to think that it was something that was not done, and that was hard to shake.
"We never knew where he came from,"
said Elio.
"We had theories, but he never said. Maybe he didn't know. The plan was to have me here, to talk with you and maybe convince you, if you tore through everyone else. It was a long shot. If that failed, I was meant to kill you. There's a word I was supposed to say, one that would kill me too."
He shook his head.
"It was likely to kill him too, but if you were going to kill him anyway, we thought it was better to use it than let this all crumble."
So that's it then?
asked Finch.
It's over?
Looks like,
said Juniper, nodding.
Just got confirmation.
What does that mean?
asked Finch.
Nothing,
replied Juniper. He glanced at Amaryllis.
Can we talk privately?
Amaryllis gave him a nod. Grok made a ward for us, one that would make it difficult for us to be overheard. I had knocked out Elio, and it seemed like the threat of Harold had passed without a final showdown. I'd even gotten a quest completion notice for it. "Okay," I said. "I'm feeling dumb. I don't get it."
Get what?
asked Amaryllis. She had removed her helmet so we could speak a little more clearly, which I appreciated. "The showdown with Momi Wrath made sense," I replied. "It's a big giant kaiju, and it's one that I designed. This, though, was a fight trivialized by the recent upgrades, and at the end of it was a man making the strongest possible argument for ending the world, which in my opinion wasn't all that strong, not knowing what I know anyway. So what's going on here?" Amaryllis cleared her throat.
I think that it might have been meant for me.
You want to destroy the world?
asked Juniper, raising an eyebrow. "No," said Amaryllis.
Not really.
She took a breath.
I used to have fantasies about ending the Lost King's court, just wiping everything out.
And installing yourself as dictator? I asked, giving her a grin that she didn't return.
No,
She replied.
I was 12 and I hated them all. I just wanted it all burnt to the ground, and I didn't care what, if anything would take its place. They killed my father and poisoned my mother, Juniper. Allegedly. Nothing proved, but I've never really doubted it. And I just thought, it would be better if all this was gone. I wasn't angry, I was just... It made sense to end it all because I didn't then have the ambition to save whatever was worth saving.
Huh, I replied. I get the impulse, I do. But without the component of putting something better in its place, it feels so alien. Amaryllis paused.
Where did you think you would go when you killed yourself?
She asked. Ah, I replied. Oblivion. I took a moment to try to see things through that lens. Okay, I am dumb. This was all a suicide metaphor,
I don't think it was just that.
said Amaryllis.
It was that, but not just that. Harold was his own entity, a malevolent one that only wanted death and pain to the people of Erb. But the people like Elio that he surrounded himself with, people that are still, unfortunately, out there, they were following him because they sought a way to end it all. Maybe for some it's a manifestation of depression and anger at the world, like suicide was for you, but for others it's just basic logic. If Uther is on one end, standing fast against incredible odds with a sword in his hand to protect a single innocent, then these people are on the other, taking the measure of the world and finding it so lacking that it's better the world doesn't exist.
They think Erb was a mistake, I replied. Which I guess I'd argue is correct, given that it was the creation of an amoral monster who decided that 60-odd years of life and then eternal torture was a balance he was willing to strike in order to, I guess, to give me something to fight against. And if I didn't think that there was a way forward, if I thought that it was all going to end in tears and despair, I guess I would try my best to find a way to fix everything. No, sorry, I don't know who I'm kidding. I would probably just ignore it all and pretend that it didn't matter, just like all the people that Elio was complaining about. Or I would opt out for myself, without caring about anyone else, which I guess on Erb means killing yourself in a way that allows you to ensure your soul will be recovered and stored until it decays. Taking everyone with you, that's a level of dedication that I would never have.
I would,
said Amaryllis.
There was a time when I thought about it, never to the point where I put anything into motion, but I did think about it.
Huh, I replied. But just the Lost King's court, not the whole world.
The whole world, for a bit,
replied Amaryllis.
After I first looked in an infernoscope when I saw the magnitude of the hells, I did have those same thoughts. That if there was a way to end the hells, I would give my life to do it, and I would give the lives of others too, whether they were willing or not. And when I sat down to do the math, 1 trillion souls, give or take, measured against 5 billion alive, it couldn't possibly be the case that a single person's life was worth 200 people rotting in the hells for eternity. And if you factored in that some of those people would wind up in the hells themselves, I would never have done what these people did, but there was a time when, if you'd put a button in front of me and laid out the consequences, I would have pressed the button that erased everyone from existence.
I really wouldn't have seen you as the type, I said, after a moment had passed. I'd have thought that you would just reject the math when the numbers came out like that, or you would make a new formula.
It doesn't matter,
said Amaryllis.
If I'm being honest, I was worried that he would sway you. But it seems like I was more susceptible to the attack than you were.
She fidgeted with her armor.
You know, he did raise a good point about the Dungeon Master. I believe that he exists, and that you spoke to him, but there are good odds that the game is rigged against you, or that even if it's not, that you have low odds of success.
Wait, are you thinking of ending it? I asked. Of just releasing Harold and going along with this World Lord plan? No, said Amaryllis.
But I'm scared to run the numbers. I think if I was faced with following through on what my beliefs about the world said to be true, I would become a coward, just like you.
Ouch, I replied.
Coward in this context means not going down the path of darkness,
said Amaryllis.
You don't think it was cowardice that saved you from killing yourself?
I'd rather not talk about it so bluntly, I replied. It's awkward. I cleared my throat. But maybe, I don't know. I tried to think for a moment. I think it was more, when faced with the reality, I just didn't want to do it. There was some primal part of me that wanted life, and I'd just been ignoring it. Or maybe it makes less sense than that, because human psychology is weird, especially when we're talking about the failure states. Amaryllis frowned slightly.
And it's all over?
She asked.
There was never a risk that you would be a convert? After Fen died, you were in a bad place.
If someone had given me that talk then, instead of now, I replied. Probably still not. But it becomes a probably. I looked down at my armor, which needed cleaning. The quest completion message had been heartening, but I mostly wasn't feeling it. Taking out Mome Wrath had felt good, but Harold, not so much. I had torn through his forces like paper, and only put myself in any actual danger once or twice. At the end of it, there was just a pathetic minion trying to convince me to join their side and a jar of flesh.
I'm sorry that college didn't work out,
said Amaryllis. It's an Athenaeum, I replied, giving her a weak smile.
Do you think the theme is future?
Asked Amaryllis.
Reflections of your future on Earth?
I think that's overfitting, I replied. Maybe not so much of an overfit as Hogwarts is, but still an overfit.
I'm worried Angelson is next,
said Amaryllis.
Lisi showing up is a flag that it's going to come back. And like it or not, this is probably going to be a major international incident, especially if you're going to be reversing all of the damage that Harold did to those people.
I am, I replied. And yes, it would be hard to disguise our involvement, though maybe we could scale back on the scope of it. I don't want to be seen as the next Uther. Amaryllis looked out, beyond the bounds of the ward we were in. There was work to be done, obviously, but I had wanted this break, and I was apparently at the point now where if I thought my time was best spent talking to Amaryllis, then I got what time I needed. People are probably dying out there, I said. People we could be saving, and after that clean up. Lots and lots of clean up.
Yes,
said Amaryllis, standing up.
Thank you for saving me, by the way.
Any time, I replied. Reimer. Chapter 1, 161. Reimer. All the best conversations happened around the game table. Maybe it was just the idea that everyone was supposed to be doing something else, that these were digressions rather than the main topic, or maybe it was just that Juniper was terrible about reining things in. Sometimes the game would go on pause for a half hour or more as they went back and forth about whatever bullshit got brought up. Arthur instigated a lot of it naturally, because he was Arthur, but part of it was Juniper, whose games were always about bug-fuck weird shit that seemed like it was calculated to draw people into grand, sprawling arguments about all kinds of different topics. The problem is multiculturalism, said Arthur, waving a hand. Look, it's really great to be able to go into a big city and get foods from all over the world, to see all kinds of crazy art, to have all these cannons to draw from and translated text and all that. The flip side is that it represents a complete and total breakdown in the useful parts of those cultures. We're talking about cultures and customs that have been around for dozens of generations, things that are tried and tested, and now they're all torn apart and being used in ways that they were never meant to be used. Different parts of them cast off from each other, recombined, and who's to say that the end result, which is going to be the result of survival of the fittest and mimetic strategies, will be something that's actually good for people. That was classic Arthur. You're talking about foods, asked Tom. That was classic Tom. No, said Tiffany. He's talking about foods as a segue into talking about other things. What's the name for it? Morta and Bailey, replied Juniper. Named after an old style of castle. But I'm not even sure it's that. He's probably just talking to talk. And really, the cultural conflicts that we're talking about in this city aren't like that. They don't arise from synthesis. They arrive from differences. Sure, replied Arthur, blowing right past that objection. He turned to Tiffany. You disagree with the premise. Reimer watched carefully. This wasn't quite flirting, but it was something close to it. There was a knowing way that Arthur talked to Tiffany, like they were close friends, and they were close friends. But part of being close friends was that you never let on how close you were, because it could get really awkward, really fast. Tom was given to those moments of sentimentality, maybe because his dad had died when he was little, and it gave Reimer the creeps, even if Tom was debatably his best friend. Look, said Tiffany, which was often what she said when she was about to try cutting through Arthur's shit. Just last week you were talking about how it might be possible to build a culture that's the best of all worlds, or a morality that starts from base principles, and I was sitting here arguing that maybe it would be possible, but the reality was going to be malicious actors and market forces fucking things up. Reimer sat and watched. There was a lot to like about Tiffany. There was a lot to hate too, if you wanted to. Things like the way she said malicious actors and market forces when there had to have been a simpler way of phrasing it, or how she didn't take naturally to swearing but did it anyway because that was what everyone else did. Let's step back, said Arthur. The Holland are a valued part of the international community. Which ones are they? Asked Craig. Corpse fuckers, Reimer replied, though they use something like a cow now, instead of the bodies of their enemies. Gross, said Tom. Which isn't an example of multiculturalism, said Tiffany. They changed because they had to, because they were probably going to be wiped out if they didn't adopt the sane solution to how they were made. Right, said Arthur. But to the Holland, it wasn't the sane solution. We erased a part of their culture, or, arguably, they voluntarily erased a part of their own culture. But even then, it wasn't a one-way street. The Hollande have helped to shape imperial law, so there are a lot of places now, even outside traditional Hollande lands, where you're allowed to kill a guy and then fuck his corpse to have your baby, so long as you have enough witnesses sign off and proper consent forms filled out, so everyone knows it's on the up and up. And because people are oh so worried about discrimination, you get a lot of places where having sex with a corpse is legal even if you're not Hollande. And that's a problem in your moral framework, asked Tiffany, folding her arms and raising an eyebrow. I never said it was a problem, replied Arthur. It's just what it is. You look at things like sexuality and gender, and obviously what humans end up having is going to be influenced by what goes on in the cities. And the cities have all kinds of species getting together, some of them all women, some all men, and yes, I know, those are terms that we're applying where we really mean human-centric descriptions of what we can visibly see. But so far as I know, that's an open problem, unless you want to learn the vocabulary, grammar, and syntax for hundreds of species and thousands of cultures. It's not hundreds, said Juniper. 200. 2 is hundreds, said Arthur. 100, 200s. Right, but you're making it seem like more than it is, said Juniper. And we all know the number, so why be imprecise? It makes your point look weak. Also, I think thousands of cultures is probably wrong too, because for that to be true, you'd have to have an average of 10 cultures per species, which I think you'd only get to if you were really liberal in your counting. Even if it were 10 cultures, said Arthur. The point stands that when you meld them all together, you get this confusing mishmash, one that hasn't been time-tested, one that's probably just a collection of thoughts and ideas that don't form a cohesive whole, except to the extent that people try to shove it all into being one thing, which it's not. Oh, so now you're going to talk to us about overfitting, asked Reimer. I'm going to make a note so I can remember this day, and refer back to it later the next time you have some insane theory that you're marshalling a ridiculous amount of selectively picked evidence for. Arthur waved him away. I mean, you're still planning on going to an Athenaeum, right? Asked Arthur. I think that this is something that we should all be thinking about. It's a different world out there. But again, said Juniper, some of that, like the city that you're making your base right now, is just cultures clashing with one another, rather than cultures integrating in some kind of blended your culture. It's a natural consequence of two cultures living together, said Arthur. Unless you're telling me that the people of this city are completely segregated. Mostly they are, replied Juniper. There's no idea that people can pick and choose what they want. That's modern imperial thinking. When there's a holiday for the Urush, it's only for the Urush. They don't have Teleki people coming to partake in it, going through the streets with streamers, eating the holy food, etc. And yeah, sure, there are maybe a small fraction of people who are mixed species, or who fall in love with someone of another culture and start a blended family. But that's not the norm, and it's not really what I've been talking about. If you guys come back here in another 20 or 50 years, then sure, it'll be germane. Sorry, said Arthur, in a rare apology. It's just, I'm hopefully a year and a half out from going to the Athenaeum, and it's going to be so different from Sporsen. I've been to Kaledwich twice, and that's at least still Angelsin, but it's crazy how many species there are walking around, how much there is to consider, how people take it all in stride, how frickin' weird it all is. He sighed. That's all. Tangent over, I'm sorry. And Juniper, being Juniper, would bring all that conversation into the next campaign they played, where this time the world was as cosmopolitan as the Athenaeum cities were, with every effort on Juniper's part to make them as blended and bizarre as possible, pushing his world-building as hard as he could and trying to drive the plot from a place of multiculturalism. Reimer had already put in his own application to study at Sound and Silence. Arthur was almost guaranteed. He was the head of the local future leaders of Angelsin. Plus, his father had a little bit of pull with the capital, and of course Arthur was brilliant, even if he was a chode sometimes. Reimer had only hesitantly mentioned that he'd applied, only after he'd quietly sent the application in. When he'd learned that Tiffany had applied to an Athenaeum too, it seemed like it probably wasn't going to happen for Reimer, because she was whip-smart too, and 3 people being Athenaeum-bound from their little podunk town seemed unlikely, just on the face of it. It was far too early to be worrying about how strange and alien Leo might be, when the future was uncertain. And indeed, the summer came, and Reimer finally got his letter, which was a firm but polite rejection. That was a kick in the teeth, and Arthur began to grate even more, because of course he'd gotten in, and Tiffany had too. Different Athenaeums, clocks for her, the Vervanium for him. But still, it was a real kick in the teeth. Then Arthur had gotten in a car accident and died in the hospital weeks later, and not long after that, Reimer had gotten a letter saying that he had gotten into Sound and Silence after all. It was hard not to think that Arthur had died so that Reimer could go. Maybe someone high up in the Lost King's court had been informed of Arthur's death and seen that there was an empty spot in their quotas, then gone through the other applications and seen that there was another application from that same small town. It was possible, probable even. The vagaries of the Mages' Agreement and the interface between the kingdoms, the Empire, and the Athenaeums were all kind of a mystery from down on the ground in Sporsen. So Reimer was racked with guilt, and his group of friends was imploding, and he was trying to get his life in order for living in a foreign country and becoming a mage, all of which meant that he didn't have that much time to prepare himself for the extreme culture shock. Not that there was a whole lot that he could have done to prepare, other than taking the train into Kaledwich a few times. Set aside all the stuff about Juniper being replaced by a dream-skewered version of himself, and the stuff about the game system that he'd made getting grafted onto his soul, and the fact that Juniper very much appeared to be a repeat of Uther Pendrake, and how manifestly unfair that was, how bug-fucking sane it was, how weird and alien and unsettling it made the entire world. Set aside how much Reimer's future was in question, how much money he'd made, the fact that Juniper's version of the ideal woman was something between his girlfriend and his assistant, or all the other weird shit that went on in that weird house that they just happened to have in Leo. Take all that weird, barely comprehensible junk and toss it off into a corner for later examination. Reimer had a girlfriend. Kind of. Reimer's dad had always been one to comparison shop before buying anything, combing through the options that were laid out in the catalogs, talking to people who owned various makes and models. It had taken months to get a new refrigerator, because Reimer's dad must have looked at a dozen of them. It was always a running joke that whenever they went over to talk to another family, Reimer's dad would go have a look at their fridge. It was an approach that Reimer took up. So when Reimer was 12 and he wanted a new bike, he went into it very prepared, with a budget and a plan. He was going to talk to people about what kind of bike he wanted. He was going to look through catalogs, and he was going to get his dad's help. Only what ended up happening instead was that they went to a community picnic, and Reimer's dad got to talking with someone from his work, and later that day he brought a second-hand bike home. The thing was, it was a fine bike. It was basically everything that Reimer had wanted, but there was something that offended him about the way he'd gotten it, because there was no real element of choice involved. It was just handed to him without any real struggle or effort. No comparisons, nothing like that. It was just so lazy, so unconsidered, even if it was a perfectly fine bike. Reimer's worry was that he was Lisey's bike. She had been looking for a boyfriend, or if not a boyfriend, then something, and he had been there, and apparently through no effort on his part, he'd met whatever her mysterious criteria were. They were spending enormous amounts of time together, though a lot of that was intensive studying time, which Lisey would spend reading through thick books that were outside of their normal coursework, and which Reimer would largely spend on things that were more frivolous, though writing as much as he could about past campaigns and character builds was its own variety of work, even if that well was definitely running dry. When that wasn't doing it for him, he would read the broadsheets, read the latest Audiobook, or listen to a radio play, sometimes just waiting for her to be done. They talked a lot, through meals, between classes, and after she was done with her reading. He never really got the sense that she cared, but they traded stories all the same, hers always more interesting than his, stories about quills and blood, which she'd started training at when he was still wandering through the woods, poking at snakes with his friends. He enjoyed hearing about Sanguine through her eyes, a place that was as alien to him as Leo, but in completely different ways, rigid and hierarchical in spite of how many different species made their home there, firm and controlled, as though the vampires that had once made their home at the Sanguinary estate had left an imprint so deep that it could never be erased. When Reimer talked about Sporsen and what it was like on the agrarian ass end of Anglesyn, Lisey nodded along, asked her pointed questions, and never seemed like it was making all that much of an impression on her, which was fine, because there was no reason that it should. It was, however, one of the reasons that Reimer felt like he was Lisey's carelessly chosen bike. After the handjob, Reimer had thought a lot about culture shock. He and Lisey were both human, both from Anglesyn even, but they came from radically different backgrounds. His father worked in a factory that made aluminum boats, and his mother worked part-time for the town. For Lisey, it was a completely different story, one marked by big cities and a fair amount of independence, all in the backdrop of imperial cosmopolitan social mores. It made it impossible to understand the context of the handjob, or what Lisey thought about it, or what it meant. Reimer didn't know whether they should talk about it, but Lisey didn't bring it up. It really seemed like you should be able to talk about something that you had done together, but if there were rules out there, Reimer didn't know them. Some days, when they were sitting together in her room, after she'd finished her intensive reading and note-taking, she would come up to him and give him deep, passionate, aggressive kisses, and he had no idea how he should respond to that, except to enjoy it. He would touch her, and she seemed responsive to it, but there was never any repeat performance from her. Nothing like that first time, when it had all happened without any real effort or awareness on his part. Some strange alchemy that he hoped he would someday understand, a thing that had happened to him. Logically, he thought that he could probably take the initiative, remove her shirt while they were kissing, or bring her over to her bed, or something like that. But there was a persistent fear that she would be affronted. That first time she had done everything without so much as asking him his opinion, or waiting for him to stop being shocked by the turn of events. So if she actually wanted him to go further, why wouldn't she do it on her own? He had tried once, when she was straddling him and kissing him, running her hands over his body, wearing a dress that allowed her bare legs to touch his. He'd touched her, first her knees, and then her thighs, working his way up as they kissed, completely unsure of himself, because he hadn't gotten that far with any of the girls back home. His fingertips touched her underwear, and then she grabbed his wrists and firmly moved his hands away, back to her thighs, only slowing down slightly with her kisses. He had taken the message and hadn't worked up the courage to try again. Reimer waffled on whether or not he was being a coward. On the one hand, he had seen Arthur and Tiffany go through the same thing, not that they had ever even kissed. Most of it Reimer only learned after the fact, but it was the kind of thing that you learned about, and suddenly the world made a lot more sense. Arthur had plotted, planned, and dithered, and eventually Tiffany had lost interest. It was something that Reimer had talked to Tiffany a lot about in those waning days of their final year in Sporsen, after Arthur and Juniper were both gone, when she was trying to reinvent herself and prepare for the Athenaeum in her own way. No longer Tiff, now Tiffany, a name that Reimer tried to adjust to, but often failed at. Maybe if he sent her a letter asking for advice, which would take an awful lot of explanation to even get to the question, she would say that he should go for it, or that he should just wait a few days, or something equally encouraging. On the other hand, Reimer didn't know the rules, and this was one of those situations where there could be rules about not asking about the rules, which you couldn't find out until you had transgressed. Reimer was, by his nature, a plotter and a planner. But how could you plot and plan if you had no idea what was going on, and you weren't even sure whether you were allowed to ask? This went on for a week and a half, with not terribly much changing. They spent huge chunks of time together, ate their meals together, talked enough that he started to think he actually knew who she was, and made out on the small couch in her room almost every night, once on her bed, which felt like it was leading somewhere but didn't. Reimer had always heard it said that when you were in love, you would know it for certain, and he didn't know it for certain, but he wasn't sure whether that meant he wasn't in love, or if people who said you would know it when it happened were just full of shit. He was definitely infatuated, though, despite how weird and intense Lisi could be, or maybe because of it. And yes, there were daydreams of being a prince in the Lost King's court, though he had very little conception of what that would actually be like, and placed very low odds on it ever happening. It wasn't all about Lisi, but in the context of her, it all seemed like footnotes, aside from all the Juniper stuff, which was too big and too strange to grapple with. Reimer went looking for people to play games with, not that he thought he'd ever find a group like he'd had in Sporsen. The system that Juniper had cobbled together, which was an insult to cobblers everywhere, seemed like it was lost to the sands of time, or more likely, living on only in reconstructed form from what Reimer could remember, but it wasn't a great system anyway. There was a whole world of other games out there, though, and Reimer found a group advertised on a bulletin board, one which explicitly said, "Newcomers welcome." When he got there, a dozen people were playing card games, 8 of the antlered Ahu, 2 dwarves, a bear animalia, and a gill, which made Reimer the only human. It was the first time in his life that he'd been the only human in a room, and he almost left, not because of any xenophobia, but because he thought that it would be awkward. His inner Tiffany said, "But that's probably how they feel all the time." So he went in and sat down, at which point the bear Animalia came to join him and immediately began asking him questions. When she, probably she, it was hard to tell, confirmed that he was a complete newbie, she placed a deck in front of him and began explaining the game, which was apparently a card game where you were in charge of constructing your own deck. It was extremely popular with the Ahu, but hadn't really spread beyond them, something that the club was trying to change. So Reimer was given a starter deck and a bunch of other cards to build something with, and he got stomped a few times before realizing that this was just another form of character optimization, and he hadn't spent nearly enough time trying to break the game. Half of it seemed to just be planning and theory crafting, which he felt like he'd spent a lifetime preparing for. It was weird, talking to a bear. Not unpleasant, no, but still a bit weird. Reimer wasn't a xenophobe, not by any stretch of the imagination, but Sporson was about 99% human, and the remaining 1 in 100 people were split into their own unique enclaves, not more than 3 or maybe 4 of them, depending on how you counted. Refugee groups that had been assigned by Angelsin, the trotters with distinctly red-hued skin, banned from school sports because they were about twice as strong as humans, or a single family that had moved a few generations ago and expanded. The Moquel family were tension, small and rodent-like, and there were enough of them in Sporson that most places had special seating. This was just a bear Animalia, Piper, with her own culture and history, and that too brought to mind the conversations they'd had at the gaming table about what it meant to live in a place that was such a strong mix of cultures and societies, because Piper came from a whole family of bears with their own experience of the world. After Reimer had rebuilt his deck, with Piper keeping him company, he played it a few times against one of the dwarves and got thoroughly crushed. As it turned out, there were a lot of meta rules to learn, governing principles of deck construction that he hadn't known until he'd actually tried it for himself, some of which tied into higher-order emergent properties of the internal systems the rules set up. He was in the middle of remaking his deck when a loud, layered tone filled the room. He looked around, coming back up from his deep thoughts on the game, and saw that 4 of the Ahu were sitting there with their mouths open, all holding a note. Not all that loud, but not really quiet either. "What's going on?" asked Reimer. "Not sure," said Piper. "I've never seen anything like it." There were some attempts at jostling the singers, or trying to get their attention by clapping next to their ears, but none of the group's crude diagnostic efforts bore fruit, the card games momentarily on pause, and the Ahu kept sitting there, doing nothing but making that noise, without any sign that they were aware of the world around them. "I'll go get help," said Reimer. He'd been a part of the Young Drakes, a youth group that put a focus on disaster preparedness, which involved about 1/3 mundane problems: earthquakes, flash volcanoes, tornadoes, sinkholes, blizzards. 1/3 exotic problems: rogue gold mages, dragons, wars, all manner of magical creatures, and 1/3 total batshit stuff that had never happened in the entire history of Erb, planning for unknown exclusions, basically. It wasn't clear, at this point, what kind of emergency it was. Step 1 was to go get help, someone with medical training if possible, a mage if you could find one. Back in Sporson, there had been plans in place, and activating those contingencies as quickly as possible was supposed to be one of the key things to do, especially because a rapid response from Kaledwich could solve a whole hell of a lot of problems. Unfortunately, Reimer didn't get much past step 1, because as soon as he was out of the room and running through the halls, he could see that this wasn't localized at all. It was everywhere, afflicting scattered people all through the building. He quickly ducked into one of the rooms and looked out the window, which allowed him to confirm that it wasn't even local to this building, because there were people outside, only a few, standing stock still with their mouths open as others looked on nervously. Reimer had been moving quickly, but after he saw that, he started running, trying to pace himself so that he wouldn't get winded. There were two good options of where to go if something strange like this was happening, the first being Juniper and his merry band, the second being Lisi, and Lisi was far, far closer. Reimer was still running for help. It was just a higher order of help, because this was the kind of outside context problem that Uther had always been dealing with. By the time he got outside, storm clouds were forming in the sky, sickly green, tornado weather, just like he'd seen once or twice back home, except there were never hundreds of people sitting around letting out a weird noise with their jaws slackened and faces blank. Reimer was mildly surprised that he was the only one running, but everyone else seemed like they were stuck in the confusion and panic phase of things. Reimer focused on running and breathing, trying his best not to tire himself out, because in the back of his mind, he was thinking about the off-the-wall stuff they'd prepared for in the young Drakes, like new exclusions, which by their nature were nothing like anything before. Rule 1 for that: leave the presumed zone as fast as you possibly could. Reimer wasn't at that point just yet. It wasn't even necessarily trouble, just a weird storm, and some people zonking out while singing the same knot song, and as he went over that in his mind, that made it seem worse, not better. He kept up his running, though, trying not to worry that he was overreacting, and trying to think about all the planning they'd done in the young Drakes for all kinds of crazy shit. It was generally accepted that there was no such thing as stealing if you were trying to escape an exclusion zone. Reimer knew how to do an ignition bypass on a car and drive it without keys, if need be. Unfortunately, he had practically nothing of any value on him, not from a material wealth standpoint, and not from a survival standpoint. There were things back in his room, but that was on the other end of campus. He dashed past the Canis building and went into Lisi's dorm, and said his thanks that the man at the front desk was one of the slack-jawed knot singers, because he'd been stopped a few too many times in the past 2 weeks. Reimer took the stairs up 3 at a time, still trying to conserve energy, because who knew how long he was going to have to run for. He was going to need water, and in a disaster, plumbing was often the first thing to go. When he burst into Lisi's room, she was sitting there, as he'd hoped she would be, on her bed, reading a book, wearing a light green dress that stopped just below her knee. She looked up at him without any of the annoyance he was worried she would be feeling. "How was dash," she began. "Something's happening," said Reimer. He was breathing hard. People screaming for no clear reason, a big storm overhead. I don't know what it is, but it's not good. We should think about leaving Leo, at least for the rest of the weekend, until we know what's happening. We have to move now. Maybe talk to June and Mary." Lisi tossed her book to the side, slipped down off the bed, and crouched down in front of it, facing away from Reimer. She slid a long, heavy leather suitcase from underneath it, and before Reimer could protest that it really would be better for them to move, Lisi had opened the suitcase, giving Reimer a view of what was inside. She handed him a pistol in a hip holster, then put on one of her own, and after that pulled a sword from the suitcase as well. "You said you had experience?" she asked, handing it to him. Said Reimer, trying to think back to what he'd said. He'd mostly used a sword during games period at school, and that was much more choreography and forms than it was actually knowing how to hit and kill things, and the swords they used were simple, kludgy things that were made by the hundreds and blunt as a watermelon. Aside from that, he'd had a little training with his father, which was really just playing around, and more about the tradition of it than because he would ever be expected to use one. He said. He hoped that he hadn't lied to her or exaggerated too much, but it was very possible he had. The sword she'd given him was a masterwork, at least going by the sheath and grip. "Good," she replied. "It's an entid that charges you up when it hits. You'll be faster, stronger. Make that first strike count if we have to fight." She pulled a second sword from the suitcase and buckled it to her hip. "When did this start?" 10 minutes ago, replied Reimer. He buckled his own sword on. He was a little skeptical of the utility of it, given that they needed to be on the move, and while he'd always found swords to be surprisingly light, he also knew from experience that adding a few extra pounds could make a person miserable while on the move. Maybe a little less than 10 minutes. I came as fast as I could. The second to last thing that Lisi pulled from the suitcase was a small pipe that looked like it was carved of bone, which she inspected briefly before sliding it into a backpack, which was the last thing she brought out. "Food and water for 3 days," she replied. "Bottles and spikes. You're carrying it." He should have figured that Lisi would be more prepared than he was. She put on thick, sensible shoes as he strapped down the backpack, and as soon as that was done, they were out the door, moving at speed down the steps together. Maybe he hadn't been as focused on it, but the singing, if you could call it that, seemed like it was getting louder, and when they passed through the front doors of the dormitory, the clouds overhead were thick and low to the ground, their color unnatural. It was definitely tornado weather, the green that you sometimes got with a fading bruise, but the clouds were too low. "We need to get to safety," said Lisi. "Do you know where Juniper is?" "No," replied Reimer. He looked back up at the sky and saw a claw descend from it, only briefly, one that must have been the size of a car. The clouds swirled in its wake, but didn't lift. "Kaiju," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "What?" asked Lisi, who hadn't seen it, and was still moving, apparently away from campus, toward Juniper's house. "Kaiju," said Reimer as he followed after her. He hadn't attached the sword quite right, because it was banging against the top of his thigh as they moved. Juniper had this world, these giant things, monsters, with people living in their shadows. Each was as big as a small town, and it was a low magic setting, only about a dozen kinds, all at the lower ends, no Athenaeums, so people hid underground, except some of the kaiju were burrowers, so the mortal species were reduced to being scavengers or worse. "I don't follow," replied Lisi. "I saw something," said Reimer. "Something bigger than the biggest dragon." "Lead with that next time," replied Lisi. They had gotten out of campus and were walking down the street. There was practically no one letting out the tone now, though there were a lot of people outside, looking up at the sky and talking in low voices. "I don't think it's anything that we can fight," said Reimer. "They weren't, in the game." "We'll see what they say when we get there," replied Lisi. "We're stealing a car," said Reimer. "It'll be faster." He took out the wires behind the steering wheel and connected them to each other to create a short that would cause the soul energy to be harnessed again. Reimer was quickly trying to recollect everything that he could remember about the kaiju. He'd been doing work like that for Amaryllis for almost 2 weeks now, writing down everything that he could think of. She had gotten the broad strokes first, then wanted to move on to the deeper lore, the minor characters, the offhand things that Juniper, the other Juniper, the herb one, had thought up. Reimer understood the desire for the game system rules, given that this alternate but still the same Juniper somehow had game stuff grafted onto him, but all of the campaign stuff. That was a little more confusing, and it was confusing in a way that Amaryllis hadn't been able or willing to help with. It was after he'd gotten the car going, on the way over, that Reimer saw the claw descend from the sky again, this time with others following it. Lisi saw too, and stopped for a moment to watch as 5 claws of enormous size sliced through the air together before returning to the cloud cover. One of them touched down on the ground, somewhere in the city. "That's not good," said Lisi. It was the first time that Reimer got the sense that she was anything less than completely prepared for what seemed like it might be the end of this little section of the world. In a way, it was comforting to know that she wasn't superhuman, and that she could say stupid things like, "That's not good," when claws began descending from a greenish sky. When they got to the house that Juniper was staying at, it was closed up tight with no lights on. Reimer banged on the front door, yelled for them, and then finally tried to force the lock. The windows were frosted, which he was pretty sure they hadn't been the last time he'd been over. "I'm breaking in," said Reimer, glancing only briefly at Lisi.
If they're not here, we should go.
Said Lisi.
Out, away from what's happening here. We should be fine if we can make it to one of the major roads with a car.
I'm worried it's too late,
said Reimer.
Other people will be evacuating. That will clog the streets.
He cupped his hands and tried to look through the frosted glass, to no avail. In the distance, he saw the claws touch down again, this time a little more firmly before retracting.
I'm going to break the window.
There might be wards,
said Lisi. Reimer hesitated, then smashed through the window. Wards that stopped a person weren't really a problem. It was the annihilation wards that would absolutely fuck you up, and in most places their use was prohibited, or at least tightly controlled. He didn't know whether that applied to this place, given that what Juniper and his new friends were doing didn't seem like it was entirely legal to begin with. And if it was all legal, then they were so far up the power scale that little things like laws could be swept away with a politely worded letter. That the window actually broke was a good sign. Reimer stuck his hand, careful not to touch the glass, moving slowly so that he could feel with his extended fingertip if there was an annihilation ward. Instead, there was nothing. Looking inside, he saw only darkness, none of what he remembered being in the sitting room, though he didn't have a good internal map of the place, which had been built in a confusing way that made him feel like rooms were different the second time he went through them. Or maybe it was magic. Who knew? Lisi unzipped the backpack on Reimer's back and pulled out a shielded dawn rod, which provided illumination as bright as daylight. When she shined it into the house, it was completely empty, not just with all the furniture taken out of the room, but all the walls too. Nothing but bare ground. The walls of the houses it abutted, and skeletal rafters holding up the roof. It was like there had never been a house there at all, and only the facade remained.
Well, that's a neat trick,
said Reimer.
We should get back into the car,
said Lisi.
Drive out of town and stay there until we know more. We wouldn't even need to miss classes.
Agreed,
replied Reimer.
I'm glad that I went to you first.
That just sort of slipped out, but she didn't seem to take it the wrong way.
Me too,
she replied.
Let's go.
They hopped back into the car, which took more wrangling to get going, then took off as fast as traffic allowed. Unfortunately, that wasn't terribly fast, because by this point, other people had the same idea. There were still one or two people singing mixed in with all the others, standing stock still as everyone moved around them. Reimer tapped on the wheel as he tried and failed to maneuver around the person in front of him. Something was blocking traffic, and they just didn't have the time to deal with any of this, not if that thing whose claws were coming down from the sky did something that was more than just menacing. It was when they were stopped that the back door of the car opened up and a man slipped into the back seat. Lisi immediately drew her pistol and aimed it squarely at him, but he had both his hands up, and she didn't shoot, which Reimer was thankful for, given how close the gun was to his head and how loud it would be. The man was, Reimer belatedly realized, a dark elf, but before he could let that sink in, the traffic began its sluggish motion again, and Reimer stepped on the gas.
Out,
said Lisi.
Lysianthus Pendrake,
he said.
Arthur Reimer.
Lisi didn't lower her gun.
Who sent you?
No one,
he replied.
But I travel alongside Amaryllis Pendraig and Juniper Smith. My name is Heshnel Elec Dot.
Nice,
said Reimer with a sigh of relief.
Good to have you.
But he was an elf, even if he was a dark elf, who didn't even really practice cannibalism, not like the other variants did.
You were watching the house,
said Lisi, slowly lowering her gun.
I was in the house,
replied Heshnel.
You just couldn't see me. Given the choice of staying where I was and following, I elected to see you to safety.
Reimer glanced at the dark elf in the rearview mirror again. Heshnell had something on his lapel that Reimer eventually realized were flower buds.
You're a flower mage?
He asked, returning his attention to the road and the traffic that was still going too slowly for his tastes.
I am,
replied Heshnell.
Anything that would let us get away from whatever is coming down?
Asked Reimer.
Not far enough, and we wouldn't be able to take the vehicle with us,
said Heshnell.
Are you a proficient flower mage?
Asked Lisi, still turned around in her seat.
I studied under Vervain, replied Heshnell. My flower strains date back 500 years.
Good,
replied Lisi, finally turning back to face the road.
Any reason you're not with the others, fighting that thing?
Asked Reimer.
I've fought too many battles in my life,
said Heshnell.
Juniper will prevail, or he won't, but I will do my best to be far away.
Well, we should have taken fucking bikes or something,
said Reimer.
Because this is absolutely ridiculous.
Never mind the fact that Reimer basically didn't know the streets of Leo at all. It was taking forever to get anywhere, and he would have suggested that they just run, but if they could ever get out on the open road, they would be going so much faster that they might actually stand a chance of escaping the worst of it. The sky darkened, and Reimer instinctively looked up, trying to see what was happening above.
Fuck,
he said as he saw the claws descending, this time with the rest of the leg wholly visible. The thing, the kaiju, touched down with an almost gentle grace, its long hair and many mouths looking vaguely peaceful. It wasn't quite on top of them, but it was very, very close, and the thunderous sound of the claws crashing down was loud, even over the sound of the city. There were screams of terror and minor popping sounds, either distant gunfire or explosions. A few of the claws had come down in front of them. Traffic had stopped. Maybe too many people were looking up instead of going forward.
We need to get out,
said Reimer.
We're not moving fast enough. We can get back in a car, or hitch a ride when we get to a place where the roads are clear.
He opened the door without waiting for a response. If those claws had come down on the streets, then traffic would be even worse, or blocked entirely, and it was already terrible.
Where are we going?
Asked Heshnell, exiting the car on his own.
Wherever will have us,
replied Lisi.
We have enough supplies for a few days, enough money to pay our way.
We're going away from that fucking thing,
replied Reimer. He looked back at it, its size beggaring belief, and old questions about the square cube law came bubbling up to the surface of his mind. They abandoned the car and took off, not quite running, because the sheer size of the kaiju was mind-boggling enough that a dead sprint would probably wind them before they even got to the furthest claws ahead of them. Reimer paid special attention to Lisi, worried that he would look back and she would be gone, but she kept pace with a grim determination. She was a blood mage, with what seemed like a fair amount of combat training and aptitude, and he shouldn't have worried, but he did. Ahead of them, Reimer saw the claws begin to move, ponderously slow because they were so big, but incredibly fast given how much was being moved. It wasn't going the same direction they were, not quite, but it wasn't moving away either. Stopping wasn't an option either way, and Reimer tried to focus on navigating his way down the street, past all the cars that were now virtually stopped. The three of them weren't the only ones who had decided to flee and to try to go on foot, but there was enough room to move. When he glanced back, he saw something in the air, a flying ship of some kind, large enough that it would have been shocking if his mind weren't getting used to the size of the enormous creature it was battling. There had always been a lot of talk about what kind of defenses the nations of the world were packing, what powerful entads and obscure magics they would bring to bear on a powerful attacker. Most of that stuff was completely secret, but this was apparently what the city-state of Leo, one of the more powerful, could whip out to face down a threat.
Keep moving,
said Lisi, pushing him along with a shove so hard he nearly lost his balance. They kept up their half-jog, moving just a little bit faster than before. Reimer was getting tired. He had been pretty active in Sporsen, but there wasn't much to do for physical activity at S&S, and 3 weeks of doing little but walking had worn away at his endurance a shocking amount. He was also carrying the pistol and the sword and a full backpack.
I'm leaving the city, said Heschnell. I will regroup with you in Karaturn if you survive. This isn't my fight.
His voice was smooth and calm, with none of the hard breathing that Lisi and Reimer were doing.
You're talking to them?
Asked Lisi.
Parsons' voice,
he replied, which meant nothing to Reimer.
Tell them we're okay,
replied Lisi.
No, said Heschnell. Their work is more important. Knowing we're together would be a distraction.
That conversation might have gone on for longer, but one of the enormous claws came down from the sky and smashed straight through a building just in front of them. Heschnell moved quickly and used a bud taken from his lapel, which exploded outward with twisted branches, stopping the falling debris from coming down on everyone. He didn't stop to savor the moment, though, or even to acknowledge the people he'd saved, Reimer among them.
Keep moving,
said Heschnell. Reimer followed after. The pistol and sword at his hip felt useless against a thing that size, and he might have dropped them, except there was a chance that he would be forced to use them against people at some point in the near future, something that made his stomach churn just thinking about. People could get feral in situations like that. He had read a few unflinching survivors' accounts from those who had been in exclusions when they happened. They kept moving, and the kaiju kept moving too, almost as fast. They were following the street, and the kaiju was following his own path, but he had so many legs and was moving so fast that it was hard to be sure that they were staying out of his way. People were in a panic now, and the streets were so clogged that hardly anyone was using their cars, at least in part because the kaiju's many footfalls had been demolishing buildings and tearing up the roads. It seemed like their paths had finally diverged when there was an explosion high overhead. The flash of light got to them first, bright enough that Reimer winced, and the shockwave came afterward, rumbling across the city like thunder from 100 feet away. It rattled windows and kicked up dust. Reimer blinked a few times until he could see properly again, then looked up at the kaiju, just in time for the rain of blood and gore to start. The blood came down in droplets, and the smallest of the pieces came down like hail. As soon as the first of them fell, Reimer grabbed onto Lisi's arm and pulled her inside the doorway of a building. The first of the bigger pieces, one the size of a small car, slammed down into the road, splattering on impact and hitting hard enough to kill a man. Heschnell hadn't come with them. The dark elf was staying out there, trying to help others, using his flowers to do it in displays of pink petals or a flash of lightning. He took a hit, then another, not even seeming to feel them. And, unbelievably, it seemed like he was taking the hits because he chose to, so that he could save more people. More and more meat was landing in the streets, the bigger pieces the true hazards, but everything else as completely disgusting as Reimer could imagine it being. He was terrified that something would hit the building and crush them, but it was the only shelter available. When he looked at the ground, he saw pieces of finger, long pieces of finger with too many joints, and worse, they were moving, twisting and curling as if in agony. Eventually, less in the way of flesh was coming down, though the rain of blood continued, and Reimer stepped out of the alcove he'd found for them to look up at the kaiju. He hoped that this was, somehow, a good sign, but when he tried to take in the immense beast and saw its knees buckling, he felt his face fall. It was massive, big enough to cover a few city blocks, and it was coming down, probably close to them.
Run!
He shouted to Lisi, and he took off without looking back to see whether or not she was coming. He got his answer a second later, when she went bounding past, moving so quickly that she had to have been using blood magic. Reimer focused on his own running, but the ground was slick with blood, flesh, and those weird pieces of fingers that seemed to be everywhere. He wanted to look behind him to see whether the kaiju was still tipping down in his direction, but he didn't want to take his eyes off of the treacherous street ahead of him. He nearly stumbled when he saw a corpse, someone who had been hit by something hard falling down on them, or maybe taken out when a building collapsed. When a shockwave lifted up the earth, Reimer slipped and fell down into the blood-slick pieces of flesh that dotted the street. A firm hand on his arm lifted him back up to his feet.
Are you injured?
Heschnell asked.
No,
said Reimer, looking instinctively to where the shockwave came from. It was a horrifying wall of flesh, nearly as tall as a skyscraper, with giant tears down the side of it and blood gushing from its wounds. The legs were folded up or crunched under it, and the entire mass of it, so fucking large that you might have been able to fit every building in Sporsen inside it, lifted up for just a moment and then slapped back down.
Juniper killed it,
said Heschnell. Reimer turned and stared at the dark elf. No, he said.
We lived,
sighed Heschnell.
I had thought it would take longer, a siege instead of an onslaught.
Are we safe?
asked Reimer.
I don't know,
replied Heschnell.
Nothing like this has ever happened before, not even to Uther.
Reimer heard running and turned to see Lisi coming back to him, albeit at a much slower pace than when she'd left.
Why are you stopped?
She asked.
It's dead,
replied Reimer.
We should keep moving,
said Lisi.
The last place we want to be is Leo. We'll get to some place where we can teleport back to Angelsin.
She said that offhandedly, a reminder of the resources she commanded.
There's something there,
said Heschnell, looking up at the top of the wall of flesh. Reimer tried to follow his eyes, and did in fact spot something, a black figure, just one at first, and then others, hard to make out, the shape nearly humanoid.
Back.
Reimer backed up, putting Heschnell between himself and the things, which, who knew, could have possibly been a peaceful society living on the kaiju's back, but were probably terrifying beasts constructed of pure hunger, if the day so far was any indication. Reimer watched the first one drop, and as it fell, something clicked in his brain, and he was staring at an empty spot in midair, not sure why he was looking there instead of further up. More dropped down, and the same effect happened again, a momentary confusion about what he was seeing, followed by his eyes tracking back up to where these black shapes were dropping down, until they were all gone, and it was like they had never been there at all.
What am I supposed to be looking at?
asked Reimer.
I'm not sure,
replied Heschnell.
It must have been nothing.
He relaxed slightly.
We were all just intently looking up at the top of the wall of flesh. Combat ready for no reason?
asked Lisi. She was still tensed, and Reimer tried to put himself into the combat pose he had learned for using a sword, feeling awkward and trying to get his feet and shoulders positioned correctly. He drew the sword for the first time and was greeted by a crackle of electricity and the smell of ozone, both of which quickly faded. The sword was, no surprise, perfectly balanced. He slipped the backpack to the ground, hoping that he would fight better with it off. Heschnell toppled to the side and was on his feet in an instant, seemingly unharmed. He hand went to his lapel and pulled forth another of his buds, which exploded outward in crimson petals that filled the area, hanging in the air, motionless except where they were disturbed by movement. As swordsman went, Reimer was a rank novice. As far as fighters went, he was even worse, having never been in a serious fight in his life, aside from when he'd gotten in the middle of other people fighting. But this, flower petals in the air, disturbed by an unseen force, this was something that he'd played out a dozen times at the table. These were the kinds of scenarios that he had dedicated roughly half his life to. He gave a shout that came out more like a scream, with his voice cracking, and swung his sword through the air where the petals were moving. He might have wondered whether he had connected at all, but the sword lit up with electricity, and shortly after that, his body did too. Lisi had said that he would be charged up, but he'd had no real idea what it would be like. The lightning crackled through him like it did the Victrix, and he could feel his heart hammering in his chest faster than it had ever gone before. The strike must have killed whatever invisible beast had been moving in front of him, because it fell to the ground, deep black fur and long snake-like tail, neither of which fully distracted from how long its claws were. It wasn't like it had become visible. Rather, it was like realizing that you could see the bridge of your nose all along. Your brain had just chosen to filter it out as pointless. Heshnel was pulling more buds out, using them with abandon. He was taking hits too, not the deliberate hits that he'd been taking when he was saving people from the rubble, but hard and awkward ones that saw him momentarily off balance. He had a dirk in his left hand and was swinging with it, but he was going based on the movements of the flower petals suspended in the air, and his elf luck was either weak or not working on whatever these things were. The hits, which seemed like they should have been grievous based on the way Heshnel recoiled back from them, didn't seem to be doing any damage. The suspended flower petals moved in front of Reimer, and he swung his sword again, this time feeling it connect, but with no associated beast dropping out of the air, and further, no extra charge from the sword, no rush of power except what was still inside him. He swung the sword again, this time putting the full power of the electric charge in his body into it, and sliced through something in the air where the petals were disturbed. This time a monster did materialize, his brain suddenly deciding to show it after all, collapsing to the ground with a deep cut through its torso. It was about that time that a clump of hair fell from the kaiju and landed in a pile on the ground not too far from the wall of flesh. Reimer probably wouldn't have noticed had it not been directly in his view. The gross thing about it was the color, which was a flesh tone, peachy pink like the pieces of finger that were still littering the ground. Reimer tried to focus back on the petals to see if any were moving near him, or if there was a single one of the creatures that he could kill without too much danger. But his attention was drawn back to the hair, which had split off into individual strands that were slithering like snakes across the ground.
"Hair!"
shouted Reimer, mostly because of the adrenaline. For whatever reason, Heshnel was taking more of the brunt of the attack than Reimer was, maybe because he was closer, or maybe because he was by far the bigger threat. Despite the times an attack came from seemingly nowhere and threw him off balance, he was holding his own, an analysis of the situation that held right up until the thin snakes came slithering across the ground en masse. They were whip fast, and though they didn't seem strong, they wrapped their way around him and around spots in the air where their petals were disturbed. They came for Reimer as well, in from the sides, and he swung his sword at them as fast as he could, hacking like he was trying to get through the underbrush. His sword caught on something in the air, another of the invisible things, and he reeled backward, using his electricity-boosted speed to get out of the way of claws or other things that might be in the air. Lisi came up behind him, firing her pistol with a look of grim determination on her face. Her arms were coated in blood, and her green dress was stained with it. But there were 3 of the rat things laying on the ground where she must have been standing. Reimer was grateful, and tried to find his stance again, but really he was just swinging his sword through the air and hoping that the lightning inside him would last. He hadn't been looking when Heshnel fell, but he saw the dark elf on the ground, unmoving, and felt his breath catch when he saw the elf's head rolling backward, away from his body, which was being ripped apart.
"We have to go,"
shouted Reimer, but he wasn't sure that he could outrun these things that his brain refused to see. A few of the snake things, which were made of fucking fingers, were dead around him, and he knew that he couldn't outrun them. He ran all the same, grabbing the backpack for some idiot reason, leaving the dark elf behind them. Reimer felt a wetness on his back as they fled, with the pain coming only later, but there was nothing beyond that, just the feeling of blood coming out from his back and soaking his clothes. One of the finger snakes latched onto Reimer and wrapped around his leg, pulling him off balance, and though he cut through it with his sword, he fell enough to bang his knee on the ground. Lisi pulled him sideways, and he half-hobbled with her, through a nearby open doorway, which she slammed shut behind her and leaned back against.
Leg,
She said, breathing heavily. Reimer, shaking, extended his leg to her, where the finger snake was wrapped around him. Up close, it really was just a series of knuckles, complete with small hairs, like someone had been trying to figure out what horrible monstrosity they could make with a truckload of surplus human fingers. Lisi quickly unwrapped it from around his leg until she got to the end, where it had apparently bit him. She pulled once, and he winced at the pain.
not sure what removing it will do.
She said.
It's pretty firm.
I got clawed up on my back,
said Reimer.
Probably bleeding out anyway.
It finally occurred to him that this might actually be the point where he died.
You should kill me and bottle my soul,
I can heal you.
said Lisi.
I can give you some of my blood. Platelet forcing.
You don't know platelet forcing,
said Reimer. He was feeling a little woozy.
I know it can be done,
she replied. She looked down at the finger snake and the junction where its teeth, or whatever they were, had attached it to his leg.
I'm going to pull.
Okay,
replied Reimer. When she pulled, she must have used blood magic for extra strength, because the finger snake's teeth, many, many teeth in concentric circles, ripped out flesh too, and didn't go quickly. It had been damned near placid with its teeth sunk in, even though it was missing its back half, but once detached it writhed and squirmed like a cornered animal. Lisi dispatched it calmly, ripping it apart into small pieces.
Bleeding,
said Reimer, looking at his leg. It was shaking, all on its own, and he hoped that this wasn't how he died, but he knew that this was how people died sometimes, when terrible things came out of left field, and all your preparations came to nothing because you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Lisi grabbed his leg at the sight of the wound, and a moment later, Reimer felt warmth flow through his body from the sight. He wanted to protest that she should go, should save herself, that she should kill him first and bottle his soul to spare him the hells, but he was selfish and wanted her here. He was selfish and wanted to live.
I love you,
he said. His voice cracked again.
Hush,
she replied. He fell silent. Her blood was doing its work. He wasn't sure whether she'd figured out platelet forcing on the fly, or whether it was just her ability to control blood. They were compatible blood types. She'd done a test a few days before, which he supposed he was thankful for. He didn't seem to be losing blood either, at least so far as he could tell. It occurred to him that he might live, if the Empire brought its full powers to bear, if that huge ship could do effective cleanup operations, or if some miracle happened. Then it occurred to him that he might have to live, having told Lisi that he loved her, which he wasn't even sure was true.
Why did you move my hands away?
He asked.
What?
She asked back. She looked slightly annoyed that he was talking, but she often looked like that, and every time he'd asked in the past, she'd said that she was just annoyed that she didn't understand, or that was how she looked when she was thinking.
We were kissing,
he said, and I was touching your legs, and I slid them up, and you moved them away. This was the most trivial of trivial things, but he'd already told her that he loved her, and if he had screwed things up, then screwing them up a little more in exchange for some answers seemed like it might be a worthwhile trade. Not that he'd actually been thinking that deeply when he'd posed the question. Ah, said Lisi. She kept her hand gripped around his leg and shifted slightly. I was on my period. Oh, said Reimer. They sat in silence as she continued trying to heal him using blood magic. Eventually, after that seemed like it wasn't really working, she dug into the backpack with her free hand and got out medical supplies. She had him flip over and began looking at his back while still holding his leg to connect their circulatory systems together. All of this was done with barely any words exchanged between them. Having Lisi clean his wounds was painful, as was the material she put down on top of them, but eventually it began to have a cooling effect, and at least took away some of the pain,
I think you're going to be fine.
said Lisi.
So long as nothing comes through that door,
replied Reimer. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling the material on his back itch slightly, which was far preferable to the slicing pain that had been there before.
Clock is ticking on that dark elf out there,
I know.
replied Lisi.
20 minutes, give or take. Less, if we wanted leeway.
Others too,
replied Reimer.
Civilians.
You're a civilian,
said Lisi, frowning at him like she was annoyed again.
So are you,
replied Reimer.
At least here you are. I'm not sure what you'd be under Angelsin law,
I have a duty,
said Lisi.
No one would fault me, though.
She grabbed a length of gauze from the backpack and began wrapping his leg with it.
You're going, though,
he said.
Yes,
she replied.
If I can save 2 people from eternal damnation at the expense of myself, that's pretty simple math.
She finished the binding and stood up.
I'm hoping for more than 2, obviously.
Lisi unholstered her gun and took a breath.
You have a fair bit of my blood. Try not to waste it by doing something heroic. Stay here until help arrives.
Lisi,
said Reimer, but he didn't know what to follow it with.
You're infatuated with me, not in love,
she said.
That's okay. I'm infatuated with you too. It's probably just hormones.
Lisi opened the door, pistol raised. Beyond it was the cracked and ruined city, and standing above the drying blood and gore were frog-like creatures of some unfamiliar species. They had small tanks on their backs and bottles of souls, but more alarmingly, one of them held Heschnell's head. Reimer thought that Lisi would shoot, but she hesitated for a moment, either assessing this new situation or thinking before discharging her weapon.
They're friends,
said Heschnell's head, which was, impossibly, still animated.
I've been assured that we'll be picked up shortly.
Ropes had come down from the giant ship and touched them for long enough that Reimer wondered what was supposed to happen. Once 10 seconds or so had passed, there was a flash of black, and Reimer found himself laying on a bed in a cavernous room with Lisi beside him.
Powerful magic,
she breathed. She looked at their surroundings, and Reimer's eyes followed her. There were hundreds of beds like his, arrayed in rows, and the same frog people were moving around inside, tending to the injured. The sound was surprisingly muted, given how many people there were, but it didn't disguise the screams of pain.
And Tung?
Tung?
asked Reimer. The name rang a bell.
Wait, you mean those people Juniper was working with? The Republic of Miunun?
Yes, replied Lisi.
I think this is their doing, the Council of Arches.
You think that Juniper has a giant flying ship and a few hundred frog people on retainer?
He asked. The odd thing was, that wasn't actually out of the question.
I think so,
replied Lisi. One of the frog people came over to them with a clipboard in hand. It wore one of those tanks at its side and carried a small satchel with it.
Injuries?
She asked.
His back and right leg,
replied Lisi.
The back injury was caused by claw from some black rat creature, with etcher grass applied a few minutes ago. The leg injury was the bite of a smaller finger snake, removed and bandaged. I also gave him a transfusion. We're compatible. And attempted platelet forcing, which I believe was unsuccessful.
Your own injuries?
asked the Twung.
Minimal,
replied Lisi.
Bumps and scrapes, self-inflicted cuts that I have under control. Slight blood loss, but I have experience managing it.
Good,
replied the Twung.
Healing will be along shortly.
Thank you,
said Lisi with a short nod. At that, the Tuong left them alone again, though they were close enough to all the other beds that it was easy to overhear other conversations, and there was nothing like privacy.
Are you all right?
asked Lisi.
Mostly,
replied Reimer.
I've only had magical healing twice in my life.
He paused.
Do you think it will be magical?
I don't think that they would have this much infrastructure in place without having stockpiled large quantities of magical healing.
replied Lisi.
Actually,
replied Juniper, appearing out of thin air right next to them, causing both of them to jump.
this place was constructed just shortly after midday, and the Tung that are doing most of the work treating everyone were hatched a month ago, depending on your reference frame.
He reached into his bandolier and pulled out a piece of wax paper that was wrapped around a small plug of something squishy.
We do have healing, though.
He handed it over.
Eat this.
What
is it? Asked Reimer, cautiously taking it and unrolling the wax paper. He skipped over the obvious questions like, where did you come from? And how do you have all this stuff? And were you listening to us?
Marzipan,
replied Juniper.
Entad made.
Reimer ate it down and immediately began to feel better. A quick check of his wounds showed that they had sealed entirely, leaving small, barely visible pink flesh where minor scars had formed, the kind that would hopefully be gone in a week or two.
Better?
Asked Juniper, watching them closely.
Yeah,
said Reimer.
Okay,
replied Juniper with a nod. He was wearing his full plate, minus the helm, standing taller than he really was and looking utterly imposing. He'd put points into PHY, that was what it was. It was all cheating. But he was still impressive, and probably more impressive without armor covering him.
Now, I would like your consent to check you over on a deeper level.
A deeper level?
Asked Reimer.
Excuse me?
Juniper looked up slightly toward the ceiling. There was a flash of black, and the cavernous hospital ward they'd been in was gone. Instead, they were all in a small white room with minimal lighting and no windows or doors, the kind of prison that you read about in books, one that you could only get into or out of with an entid. It was immediately claustrophobic and frightening.
I need to look at your soul,
said Juniper.
Did you hear the people singing?
Yeah, replied Reimer.
Just before the big thing came down.
They were compromised,
said Juniper.
I need to make sure that you're not compromised, both of you.
He nodded to Lisi.
We've taken care of the thing that compromised everyone, but it might still have sleeper agents out there.
You're a fucking soul mage,
replied Reimer.
I knew it.
There had been a lot of discussions about that when they'd been going over the character sheet. Amaryllis had been cagey.
You said that you would like our consent,
said Lisi.
What if we don't give it?
That would be a problem,
said Juniper.
Depending on how hard of a no it is, I might just forcibly check you.
And if you found something, you would do soul surgery?
Asked Lisi.
Unauthorized? Unapproved? Without consent? By an amateur?
Yes,
replied Juniper.
Good,
replied Lisi.
You have my consent.
Said Reimer. He turned to Juniper.
Do you remember that conversation we had?
I'm not from Herb, I'm from Earth,
replied Juniper.
If I had the same conversation there with your counterpart, I don't remember it.
We were talking about if we were soul mages,
said Reimer.
We were talking about what we would change about each other.
It had been a transgressive conversation, one that should have stuck out in Juniper's mind. You weren't supposed to say that maybe soul mages mucking about in a person's soul was okay, even though there were supposedly some ethical uses that the Empire of Common Cause sanctioned, with long audit trails and cross-checking.
Oh,
replied Juniper.
Right, I remember. Circumstances were a little bit different. I said that I would make you less annoying, if I recall, and you said that you liked being annoying because it wasn't being annoying, it was being right. I'm not going to change anything but what I'd need to in order to get you out from under the entity's potential latent orders. We're actually not even sure that he's got sleeper agents at all. Most of his work has been pretty crude from what I've seen.
How many of these have you done?
Asked Lisi.
A dozen,
replied Juniper.
Many, many more in the future, though. Ideally, we can find and clear the leadership of Leo, and they can invoke emergency measures to avoid Article 86. Looks like it's going to be triggered by dawn tomorrow if we don't get things wrapped up.
You killed that fucking kaiju?
Asked Reimer, sitting up slightly. The teleportation, or whatever it was, had taken the table with them too, and he was still sitting on it, even though there was no need.
It was you and your people?
Yeah,
replied Juniper.
I'd like to be modest, but mostly me.
Shit,
said Reimer.
That's a lot to take in.
I'm on a clock here,
said Juniper.
Yes or no?
Yes,
said Reimer.
Just, don't touch anything. Don't look around.
I wouldn't have the time to, even if I wanted,
replied Juniper. He placed his hand on Reimer's arm and closed his eyes.
This is so fucking creepy,
said Reimer as he watched his friend, the alien, look through his very being.
He's more powerful than I thought,
said Lisey.
I'm not sure that I can do this,
said Reimer.
It'll be over soon,
said Lisey. She moved closer to him and placed her hand on his shoulder.
No,
said Reimer.
Being a part of this, being a cog in the machine, part of Juniper's entourage, wrapped up in all this. Lisey, we almost died today.
We didn't die,
Lisey replied. There was a coldness in her eyes. There always was, but it seemed a little more apparent, more present.
Sound and silence is going to stay closed for months, maybe years. There's almost certainly been an enormous loss of institutional knowledge.
Sorry,
said Reimer. What?
Do you think we're students?
asked Lisey.
How many of our instructors are still alive?
began Reimer.
You're clean,
said Juniper. He looked over at Lisey.
Ready?
She gave him a curt nod. Reimer tried to see whether he felt any differently, but if Juniper had made any changes, Reimer couldn't feel them. He didn't think that Juniper would sink that low, but they'd had their fights, and Juniper could sometimes be a rat bastard when he was in a foul mood. Juniper touched Lisey's arm, and Reimer felt a spike of jealousy that he tried to suppress.
Fighting for my life made me realize that I really don't want to be in fights for my life,
said Reimer.
Did you honestly like it?
It was different from what I thought it would be,
replied Lisey.
But I had always expected that I would be going up against people.
Did you like it, though?
asked Reimer. He had no idea what her answer would be.
No,
said Lisey.
I didn't like it. It was necessary, though, and I have the skill set for it.
Well, I don't,
said Reimer.
Not the skill set, not the mindset, nothing. I made it through by the skin of my teeth, and I don't ever want to do that again.
What are you planning to do instead? asked Lisey.
Leo is in ruins. It's going to take an incredible amount of work to get it functional again. The most likely outcome is that the Rod of Whispers and the temple will get moved somewhere else, and all the students and teachers will live on a campus created by the fastest, cheapest possible steel magic. There's not a guarantee that the Athenaeum even exists anymore. It might be that the Empire takes over.
Sure,
said Reimer.
I'm not saying what I want to do, just that I don't want to be a part of this.
I don't want you to be either,
said Juniper. He looked Reimer up and down. There was no clue to how long he'd been listening in.
So far as I'm concerned, every single one of the alternates should stay away. I'm just not sure how feasible that is.
I'll still help,
said Reimer.
I don't want to be a part of it, aside from telling you what little I know that might be able to help.
Deal,
said Juniper.
We'll post you as far away from the front as we possibly can. Pay you a salary to do whatever it is you want to do.
How safe is the world?
asked Lisey.
How much risk are we talking about?
Skin of our teeth,
said Juniper.
If we live, it will be by inches.
Manufactured inches?
asked Reimer.
What does that mean?
asked Lisey, scowling slightly.
Do you know the word kaiju?
Reimer asked Juniper. Yeah, he said, raising an eyebrow.
How do you know the word kaiju?
It was from one of your games,
replied Reimer, feeling slightly confused.
It's actually Japanese,
said Juniper.
Means weird beast or something like that.
He must have seen their confused looks.
Japan is a nation of Earth. Japanese is their language. Look, never mind.
The rat things that killed your friend Heshnell
said Reimer.
They were antimemetic, weren't they?
Got it in one,
replied Juniper.
Fucking hells, is this all stuff that you made up?
Asked Reimer.
Afraid so,
replied Juniper with a shrug.
Define all,
said Lisi.
Half the mortal species, 70% of the magical creatures, 20% of the magic, and about 80% of the entads,
replied Juniper.
But all the stuff that I didn't make is still at least something that I probably would have given time.
Shit, said Reimer.
Shit. Even the long stairs stuff? Is that all out there somewhere?
From what we've been able to find, the Herb Juniper's stuff doesn't show up on Herb,
said Juniper.
Look, some of this is a bit sensitive. I probably shouldn't be telling you more. The upshot is that yes, the world is probably in danger, more so today than it was yesterday. We're doing everything in our power to stop it. But Reimer, we don't need you, and I don't want you to get hurt. I want you to go off somewhere you've always wanted to go. Live the life you wanted to live with.
He paused and glanced at Lisi.
A stable life, good friends, all that jazz.
The word was unfamiliar.
And ideally you can just forget about what I'm doing.
Shit, said Reimer again. He looked over at Lisi.
Am I cleared?
She asked Juniper.
Yes,
he replied.
Sorry, should have mentioned that. Are you in or out?
In,
she replied. She looked at Reimer.
We have transportation,
said Juniper.
You can still visit each other if you'd like. No need to pay the teleportation costs.
Reimer thought he was probably blushing.
Thanks for the offer.
Look, I should be going,
said Juniper.
I'll have Mary set something up for the both of you. Or maybe just do it myself if I can find the time. I have hundreds of people to clear. Maybe thousands, though we're trying to do it in priority order. Good luck.
And with that, he disappeared. Reimer looked down at his hands. They were shaking. His mind was going back to the battle, to running through the streets, to seeing that enormous thing fall down and not knowing whether or not he'd be crushed. Lisi turned his head toward hers and kissed him. They had both been getting better at kissing in the past 2 weeks, more natural, more confident, less awkwardly aggressive on her part. Reimer let his stress and worry melt away a bit and felt his nerves calm down. Lisi pulled away slightly and rested her forehead against his.
This isn't goodbye,
she said.
You have to promise to stay safe,
he replied.
I will.
Deus Ex. Chapter 162. Deus Ex. There were 3 major priorities. The first was finding a cure for sleep, which would allow instinctive halting to be active indefinitely, and meta-stilling to keep Prince's invulnerability active, as well as the boost from stilling all the debuffs. The second was rescuing people, both the living and the dead, which was being accomplished by Bethel and the Tung, and had been since I descended into the domed building. And the third priority was calling in help from the Empire, which couldn't be done without authorization from the ruling council of Leo, who were all presumed compromised. That last was especially important, because while the Empire could act through something called Article 86, doing so would cause major political problems for the Empire, which might result in either civil war or imperial collapse for complicated and not so complicated political reasons. It was an open question whether I actually cared about the continued health of the Empire of Common Cause. But until I had a strong opinion otherwise, maintaining the status quo seemed wise. Another big thing to do, which only Amaryllis and I were capable of, was trying to root out any plans that Harold had left. The newly compliant Elio had been clear that they'd advised Harold to create sleeper agents in the case of Harold's death or incapacitation, but Harold was inconsistent in actually following their directives, which was good for us, because a non-alien intelligence with Harold's power and goals would probably have succeeded where Harold had repeatedly failed. So far as we could tell, it was the mortal advisors that had gotten him so far this time, within spitting distance of completing his goals. I didn't like going into anyone's soul. First off, The default starting view was of them naked, which in most cases was just awkward for me. Second, there was a temptation to look around and snoop, which I never did, insofar as it could be helped, but it always made me feel bad about my moral character. Third, after the first dozen people, it was pretty tedious work. And fourth, there were a lot of people who were understandably justified in not wanting someone to touch their soul, especially someone like me who had no credentials or license. That was an issue that we solved by having Valencia be the one to talk with them, but it still made me feel a bit queasy, for all the obvious ethical reasons. I had killed perhaps 24 people over the course of the day, and I wasn't sure that I could justify all of them as being for the greater good or wholly necessary. Sometimes it had just been easier, or because I was angry, and it was effectively a war zone. Those sounded like excuses to me, but I was terrible at figuring out why I had done things at the moment I had done them. I was trying not to think about it. While I was traipsing through the souls and spirits of others, removing Harold's hooks where I found them, and trying to undo any obvious alterations, hoping to not hit a mimetic minefield, the other members of our team were working on the other issues. Healing the living and extracting the souls of the dead was a top priority, and we had everyone there who could be of any help. We'd tasked others with the time-critical task of getting me a cure for sleep. People on herb could get brain damaged. You'd think, given that the soul seemed to store a fuck-ton of information in it, that this wouldn't be the case, but the brain and the soul were a complicated two-way street, and there were lots of ways that the street could get broken. It was with that in mind that I looked Grack over with every tool at my disposal. Solace had already taken a look at him and declared him fine, but I wasn't willing to take any chances. "You did really stellar work," I said as I touched his forehead. He was still missing bone there. Solace could fix it, but had declined to, because she didn't think that it would particularly bother him, and it wasn't really a health hazard given that it was covered with skin.
Thank you,
said Grack.
It was unearned.
Unearned? I asked, sitting back slightly to look at him.
I have not studied enough to know the things I do,
said Grack.
I am not a magus. It all comes to me with fluidity and ease.
I suppose you'd be a hypocrite if you were super happy about your jumps in skill, given how much it bothered you that all my power was unearned, I said. But I think there's a pretty solid place between taking it for granted and thinking less of yourself. That's the middle ground that we should both be striving for. And I wanted to let you know that you did really stellar work.
I might be the most powerful warder in the world,
said Grack. His voice sounded a little funny as he said it, with an inflection that he didn't normally have when speaking English. We had started in Grogler, and then switched for Juniper doesn't know what he's doing diagnostic purposes. You might be, I replied, though you are only at 84.
That low?
Asked Grack, looking at me. That's what your soul says, I replied.
I thought it would be higher,
Grack replied. He gave me a sheepish look, one that I wouldn't have identified as such a few months ago.
Not because I think I'm that good.
But you are, I asked. And you're wondering what's left at the top.
Uther was a warder,
said Grack.
The bulk of his wards still stand. There are places he warded that no one can enter. There are wards he broke that were thought unbreakable. He has many feats to his name, some of which have left warders scratching their heads for 500 years. The real answer is simply that he cheated.
We don't actually know that, I said. I didn't really consider the game powers I had to be cheating, just playing a different game with different rules, but I could see how it would look from the outside.
We suspect,
said Grack.
You should talk to Raven more.
Yeah, I admitted. She looks just like Maddie, and we had a week together in the Infinite Library, and it was just business, I guess. Very few hints that it was going to go in any direction I really didn't want it to go in. Then when we were out, I wanted it to stay business, I guess.
You can talk to her about business,
said Grack, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I replied. It's just, there's been a lot on my plate lately, and I feel like I have to carve out time to spend with people if I ever want to spend time with them. Valencia accused me of making the rounds.
She told me,
said Grack.
She regretted it.
Well, she didn't tell me that she regretted it, I replied. It had been one of those little comments that had stayed with me enough that I had a vague paranoid worry that it had been thought up by a devil.
She was waiting to tell you when she made the rounds again,
said Grack. He smiled slightly. Well, I guess I know what we'll be talking about then, I said with a sigh. I looked Grack up and down. I'm unsure on the brain damage, by the way. You seem lucid enough. If it's there, it's probably beyond my current abilities. Or maybe it was there, and it healed on its own, or with the magics we applied to you. I don't know.
I appreciate you worrying,
said Grack. He fidgeted slightly.
You probably have other things to do.
I do, I replied, but I didn't move from where I was sitting. You've heard of imposter syndrome, right?
No,
said Grack. Basically, I said, hoping that I wasn't just talking out of my ass. Basically, it's this internal feeling of being a fraud, worrying that you're going to be found out, or that you're not good enough. It's self-doubt. And the funny thing is that a lot of people feel this, maybe even most people, which was probably overstating it. But it's just something that you have to work through.
I'm not sure that's what I'm feeling,
said Grack. He frowned at me.
You understand we have done little to deserve these powers?
I do,
I said with a nod. But, I don't know. There's a difference between knowing that we don't deserve them and discounting everything we've done as being, basically, worthless. You've had help, sure. There's a thumb on the scale, but it's still you that's doing it. It doesn't invalidate the fact that you saved thousands of people, maybe more than thousands. You don't need to feel like you're solely responsible for your successes to feel good about what you've accomplished.
I would never have said I was solely responsible,
replied Grack, looking at me with an intensity that made me a little uncomfortable. I had seen into his soul. I'd had to in order to check him over, and I had seen how high I ranked. I thought it was probably too high, but maybe that was just my own imposter syndrome talking. How are things with Solace? I asked. Has she been keeping you company while I was gone? It wasn't the most subtle of transitions, but dwarves were supposed to be blunt, even dwarves like Grack, who had some amount of imperial sensibilities. Grack turned away slightly. There was a barely visible blush, hidden as it was by his beard.
Good,
he said.
She has been very, accommodating.
Huh, I said. Do I want to know more?
Likely not,
replied Grack. I sat in silence for a moment. I really did need to get on with doing other things, but I didn't want to leave on that. Not if it would make him feel like I disapproved, or like I was thinking the wrong things. I wished that I hadn't asked about Solace and made things awkward, but that ship had sailed. I'm happy you have a Crinrail, I said. Solace always seemed, well, interesting, I guess, and we all need somebody.
Even you?
Asked Grack. I'm comfortable being solitary, I said. Replied Grack. Don't harm me, I told him. You're a dwarf. You're supposed to be blunt.
I'm only as much dwarf as I want to be,
replied Grack.
Bethel had mentioned some sexual frustration on your part.
I closed my eyes and sighed. Of course she has. Look, it's really not anything for anyone to concern themselves with. I paused. Can I ask what, exactly? She said.
Only that,
replied Grack.
She enjoys being cryptic,
said Bethel, and from Grack's expression, I could tell she was speaking into his mind too. What happened? I asked, staring at Heshnell's head shortly after he'd been brought in. I had already gotten the gist of it from the tongue, speaking through Bethel. I was killed, replied Heshnell. His head was sitting on a table in a tastefully decorated room, which Bethel had either made for us or hastily appropriated. She was copying the Baroque style, with gilded floral patterns and ostentatious wallpaper, none of which went all that well with a dark elf's head sitting in the center of a table. I wasn't sure there was any interior decorating that could have made it less creepy.
The Entad has now fused with my soul, a condition that will last until it is removed from my neck, at which point I will face oblivion.
Ah, I said. I'm sorry.
Through the ages, people have come to see death as an inevitability,
said Heschnell.
I spent much of my life hoping that wasn't true and fighting to conquer death. But here I am.
Is there anything I can do? I asked. Any way I can get you a body back, or some mobility, or something like that? I don't want you to be beholden to Bethel or anyone else. I still consider you a part of the team.
I'm not,
said Heschnell.
I never was.
If that's true, I said, then that's only because you wanted to keep yourself at arm's length.
I still don't have the measure of your place in this universe,
said Heschnell, frowning slightly. He was either taking the whole beheading thing very well, or his new outlook was being magically assisted in some way.
You killed the great, towering, terrible beast, but what does that mean in the context of the world? Is it a sign of how things have escalated and how much further they have yet to escalate? Or a real and true triumph over something that your dungeon master set up for you to defeat? A thing that needed to be felled before your eventual apotheosis?
Yeah, I said. I don't have any idea either. Obviously, I'm hoping that there's a finite limit to what the dungeon master has on hand, and that he'll stick to the world as he made it and not spin up new shit, when or if everything is beaten, but I wouldn't count on that. And in the meantime, I don't really have any option except to respond to the incentives in front of me.
You could kill yourself,
said Heschnell, raising an eyebrow.
Just as we were planning to kill you.
I could, I said. Or I could do like Mary thinks and try to follow the narrative.
That was what I tried,
said Heschnell. He still sounded like he had before, and a touch of sadness had crept into his tone. You did? I asked.
When your friends, Reimer and Lisi, came to the house, I stayed in the shadows, watching them. I had seen the claws descend from the sky and strike the earth. I knew that it was bad.
Heschnell took a breath, despite not having lungs anymore.
I followed them. I joined with them. I didn't want them to die, but I had not wanted people to die before, and accepted that it was necessary in spite of my wishes. I have killed before because it was the right thing to do, not because it was deserved, not because I wanted it, but because it was the burden of necessity. Your friends I followed, and them I did my best to save.
But not because of any nobility or valor on your part, I asked. It was because of narrative?
That's not quite right,
replied Heschnell.
I don't understand this universe anymore. I thought that I did when we came to the conclusion that Uther was the magnet drawing in all these threats. But when you arrived, it seemed possible, probable that this narrative theory was actually correct. I thought about what would happen to those two children if they didn't have me there to protect them, what import it might be that they arrived, what part I might be meant to play. But to say that it wasn't nobility, that it wasn't valor, is to ignore that I have been fighting against those instincts for my entire life.
I frowned and thought about that. I really did need to get back out there, but Heschnell's head had been brought to me, and he seemed like he wanted to talk. Over the weeks since his group had ambushed me, I'd begun to feel like maybe I owed him something. He hadn't been a part of it. He had come to my defense against his friends and allies, and I hadn't given him much but scorn in return. You thought, just this once, that you would do like heroes do in the stories, I said. You would do the noble and valorous thing that your heart had been telling you to do all along.
It isn't the heart,
replied Heschnell.
It's the animal wiring of the brain, the cadence of the soul, the imprint of early lessons. I have cut away much of that, where I was able, where it was possible, while leaving me mostly the person I was before. I had friends experienced in essentialism to help shape me, friends I would shape in turn. But some of it remains. That was what I followed. It seemed magical to give in to those impulses, to save lives in that way, to use my resources for small, concrete goods instead of chipping away in an indirect manner at large, overwhelming ones.
And you did good, I replied. You saved Reimer's life, and Lisi's too. I'm extremely grateful.
I saved other lives, said Heschnell. A dozen, perhaps, maybe more. I let the feeling of righteousness get to me. My soul isn't what it once was. It's drifted over the years, grown wild and free where it was once restrained. I expended resources to help people whose lives mattered less than my own, and I died for it.
You regret it? I asked.
I spent my life for the lives of, perhaps, 24 others, said Heschnell. It's perhaps the unbridled pride that my species are known for, but I don't believe my life was worth so little.
But you might have died anyway, I said. Your life is worth more than the lives of 24 people. Sure, I'd buy that, but it wasn't a one-to-one trade. It was more like trading a few % chance better possibility of survival for a large % chance that the people you helped would stay saved and not die shortly afterward.
True, replied Hesch.